Feng, a skilled alpha adept at feigning innocence since childhood, presents a facade of obedience while embodying both a cunning fox and a shrewd angler beneath the surface. He has harbored a secret infatuation for Liang Yuhang, who is an S-class alpha known for his unwavering rejection of all advances, except for the rare moments of warmth he shows. Towards a stray cat he adopted, Feng made a wish. I hope to become his little cat, to be embraced, kissed, and teased by him. That very night, Liang Yuhang's strong hand gripped the nape of his neck, admonishing, "Have you been sneaking food again? Did I not feed you enough?" To his astonishment, Feng found himself with plump paws resting atop Liang Yuhang's body, eyes wide with disbelief. This feels amazing. In Liang Yuhang's presence, Feng indulged in his feline form, masquerading as an omega to negotiate a marriage proposal, reveling in the delightful sensations of both body and spirit. Chapter 1. I adore you. As summer reached its zenith, the night sky dimmed, and a gentle rain mingled with the warm breeze. This chest, so robust. These thighs, so powerful. I like it, thank you, Daddy. Suddenly, Feng jolted awake from a stifling dream that he glanced at the photo on his bedside table. An advertisement featuring Liang Yuhang, recently appointed as the executive officer for medical control in the 8-star system. Despite the formal nature of the interview, Liang's demeanor exuded an unmistakable impatience, his brows furrowed with indifference. Yet, with broad shoulders and long legs, his deep-set eyes conveyed an air of superiority that could weaken anyone's knees with a mere glance. Feng picked up the photograph and playfully flicked Liang's brow in jest. "You claim to visit my dreams every night. Are you secretly in love with me, yearning for me, and intentionally seducing me?" The recurring dreams had stirred his emotions well ahead of schedule, leaving him in a state of agitation. Flipping onto his side, Feng casually opened Liang Yuhang's social media profile, only to find no updates. His profile picture featured a cat. The background was filled with feline imagery, and the sole post showcased the very stray cat he had taken in. Feng clicked his tongue in annoyance. One day, I shall transform into that cat, to be pampered by him daily. That would be utterly delightful. As dawn broke, he eagerly tossed the bed sheets into the washing machine and encountered his roommate. He casually inquired, "Are you heading to the temple? I wish to make a wish." His roommate, engrossed in a voice chat, glanced up. "Do we, the wealthy second generation, really need to pray? What more could you possibly want?" "Love, of course. I don't desire vast wealth, just a sprinkle of affection. Is that too much to ask?" Feng replied with a charming smile, his alluring eyes captivating those around him. His appearance was more reminiscent of a dandy than his roommate. "No, I have 16 alphas waiting for me," his omega roommate declared generously. "Shall I share a few with you?" Feng consistently presented himself as an omega. He lowered the setting on his suppressor to the highest level. "I have no interest in men. I am seeking spiritual refuge." After freshening up, he sped towards the temple renowned for its high success rate in granting wishes. Upon parking, he looked up and, as if in a dream, spotted a familiar figure. It was Liang Yuhang, his object of desire. This path to enlightenment was utterly futile. He yearned to return to the mundane, casting aside all restraints. Liang Yuhang stood beneath a tree, his expression impassive, dressed in black. The muscles in his exposed arms were taut, emanating an aura of overwhelming dominance. In his broad palm rested a round, fluffy head, a strikingly beautiful cat, the very one that frequently appeared in Feng's social media feed. A young man stood across from Liang, engaged in conversation. Feng twirled his car keys as he approached, pretending to pass by. He overheard Liang Yuhang remark, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in dating. Whether male or female, I harbor an equal disdain." His voice was melodious, yet his words struck with lethal precision. What a resolute declaration against romance, perfectly suited for a monk on the verge of abandoning the secular world. Upon hearing this, the young man faltered, yet remained undeterred, stammering, "You agreed to accompany me today. I thought I've liked you for quite some time, and guess you might not reciprocate, but I wanted to try." Liang Yuhang responded coldly, "You misunderstand. My cat has been unwell. I'm merely here to seek a talisman for its health." The young man stood speechless. Liang Yuhang raised his hand, his long fingers gently ruffling the agitated cat's fur, delivering a crushing blow with his next words. "Clearly, it dislikes you. The young man, on the verge of heartbreak, muttered, "Understood. I'll take my leave." Mu Feng sighed from the sidelines. Were it not for his fondness for Liang Yuhang, such a sharp tongue could easily drive someone to despair. "You have been eavesdropping for quite some time." Liang Yuhang turned to Mu Feng, his gaze piercing. "Are you here to confess as well?" Mu Feng coughed abruptly. Moments ago, the previous suitor had left in shambles. There was no way he could attempt a second chance. He brushed a hand through his wind-tousled hair, revealing an innocuous smile. "Not at all. I'm a volunteer at a stray cat rescue." "Your cat looks familiar." "She was rescued," Liang Yuhang replied. "But she now has an owner." Mu Feng, suppressing his jealousy, complimented, "You've taken excellent care of her. She is quite the round figure." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cat displayed a disgruntled expression, prompting Mu Feng to amend. "But she radiates elegance and beauty." The cat squinted, seemingly satisfied with the compliment. Liang Yuhang looked down, noting, "She seems quite friendly towards you." Mu Feng readily agreed. "This indicates our fateful connection. Shall we become friends? I am knowledgeable about cat care, and you may consult me for any queries." The insinuation was unmistakable, and Liang Yuhang scrutinized him. The young man before him possessed an exceptionally striking visage, exuding an air of affluence. His skin was fair, his legs long, with a beauty mark beneath his right eye, and a waist so slender it could be encircled by a single hand. Liang Yuhang harbored a deep aversion to humanity, to any unnecessary connections. Sharing contact information was entirely unnecessary. His waist truly was slender. Liang Yuhang swiped open his phone. "admonishing." Feng completed the request. He suddenly realized something amiss. He had already added him previously and had been an avid observer of Liang's profile. His hand trembled slightly as he grasped his phone. How could he explain that he visited his profile 300 times a day? He was grateful there was no feature to track visitors. That would be too obsessive. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Mu Feng quickly fabricated an excuse. "Oh, it seems we have connected before. We played ball together, didn't we?" "I don't recall." Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze to take notes. "What is your name?" "I should remember." "Mu Feng. My nickname is Mu," he replied nonchalantly, adopting a casual moniker to establish rapport. Liang Yuhang paused, his fingers still. "My cat is also named Mu." Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? What a coincidence. I wonder if you will think of me when you call for your cat." Liang Yuhang frowned slightly, finding it strange. However, the young man before him had a clear gaze, his eyes twinkling with joy, radiating youthful exuberance. He was evidently just a pure-hearted child. Liang Yuhang replied, "I won't confuse the two." As he spoke, his fingers glided through the soft, fluffy fur of the cat, leisurely caressing it. Due to the cat's restlessness, his long index finger curled slightly, gently gripping its neck, serving as a silent warning. The veins on the back of his hand subtly pronounced. Mu Feng felt his vision blur, that he was utterly enraptured. Liang Yuhang, from his features to his demeanor, his Adam's apple. His fingers, and the unintentional allure he exuded, was nothing short of a masterclass in perfection. He longed to bow his head and don a collar. Mu Feng restrained himself from revealing any unusual expression. "Doesn't it dislike this?" Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze. "No, it quite enjoys it." At this moment, Mu Feng's jealousy towards the cat reached a level of righteous indignation. He wished to transform into that cat. Right now, immediately. Liang Yuhang was not one to engage in idle chatter, so the exchange was unexpectedly brief. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more." Mu Feng understood the importance of brevity, shaking his head and obediently saying, "Then I shall first go to pray. Farewell, senior. See you at school." Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. Senior? They attended the same school, such a slender waist. Yet he had no recollection at all. As Mu Feng entered the main hall, his mind was still occupied with Liang Yuhang, reminiscent of the scenes from his dream last night. He slightly bowed his head, leaning closer. "Be delicate. If you make another sound, there will be consequences." Mu Feng knelt before the resplendent golden Buddha, his heart sincere, yet plagued with impure thoughts. It is said that the Buddha guides all beings. I have a request that is difficult to voice. You will forgive me, won't you? Thus, I shall speak boldly. Buddha, with his hands clasped, Mu Feng audaciously articulated his most lascivious desire in the sacred space, that I wish to become that cat named Mu tonight. Let Liang Yuhang's hands have full control. Mu Feng felt a surge of delight and commenced with his task for the day. He drove back to the laboratory, donned rubber gloves, retrieved the reagents, and embarked on the 2,748th experiment of expanding mental capacity, working late into the night. Mu Feng squinted slightly, lifting the hem of his shirt to skillfully inject the pale blue liquid into his flat abdomen, the faintly green veins subtly pulsating beneath his fair skin. For you, Liang Yuhang, to go to such lengths, are you not moved? In the fleeting moments of anticipation, Mu Feng picked up a photograph of Liang Yuhang, instinctively pressing it to his lips. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, as if something had obscured the light. He felt warmth against his lips, not like plastic but reminiscent of a high human body temperature. Had the photograph come alive? Startled, Mu Feng lifted his gaze, colliding with a pair of obsidian eyes, the owner of which cast a reproachful glance down at him. His heart skipped a beat. Have you been stealing food again? Didn't you eat enough tonight? Liang Yuhang held the small cat by its neck, his grip neither too tight nor too gentle. Greedy cat. Feeling the pressure at the back of his neck, Mu Feng raised his head slightly, instinctively speaking out that I like you so much. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you, Daddy. Meow, 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 meow. Enough noise, Moo, be quiet. Meow, 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 meow. Mu Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly realized the source of the incessant noise, biting down on his lips that had emitted a series of cat-like sounds, unexpectedly tasting a mouthful of cat fur. Meanwhile, two round, soft paws rested on Liang Yuhang's chest. The paws were soft, and his chest was firm. Feeling wronged? Liang Yuhang tightened his grip, sensing the little cat tremble slightly in his palm, as if frightened. If you don't learn your lesson this time, there will be consequences. Was he truly becoming Liang Yuhang's little cat? Even the most indulgent narratives would not dare to write such a plot. Chapter 2. Disobedience and the Need for Education. 10 minutes of standing punishment. Liang Yuhang was exceedingly cold, dragging him to the wall before returning to his bed. As the perspective widened, Mu Feng began to discern the surroundings clearly. The warm light of the laboratory transformed into a stark, clinical white. The deep blue curtains, the orderly bookshelf, the pristine large bed, and the man reclining upon it. His hair slightly damp, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. A faded scar across his well-defined chest, deep lines reminiscent of mermaid tails, and long legs stretched languidly, unabashedly on display. Liang Yuhang, disrobed and exuding such allure. What secrets lie beneath his usual attire? With such a handsome figure before him, Mu Feng lost all regard for the punishment, eagerly lunging forward, only to find himself tumbling clumsily onto the floor. Stand properly, do not move, Liang Yuhang commanded, likely preoccupied with his tasks, his gaze never lifting. A pair of half-framed gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose lent an air of cultured sophistication to his striking features. Goodness, I truly have become a cat. Mu Feng raised his paws, supporting his somewhat heavy feline head, gazing intently at Liang Yuhang, feeling as though he were lost in a hallucinatory reverie, akin to a dream after consuming undercooked mushrooms. Is Bodhisattva truly so accommodating? Had he known, he would have made bolder wishes. Perhaps to engage in a battle with Liang Yuhang a mere 30,000 times. No, perhaps 100,000 times? Bending down, Mu Feng delightedly rolled about, his supple form agile, the golden bell around his neck jingling softly. What are you doing? Liang Yuhang set his notebook aside and approached him once more. Feeling drowsy, Mu Feng suddenly craned his neck upward, watching as Liang Yuhang loomed closer, his presence immense and somewhat intimidating from this angle. Then, that hand he had fantasized about countless times grasped his neck once more, rummaging through the trash for food at night and now causing a ruckus. What do you intend? Liang Yuhang applied a gentle pressure, effortlessly lifting the little cat and pinning him against the wall. This was their first contact, and the sensation was nerve-wracking, the overwhelming sense of control rendering Mu Feng dizzy. Once again, the experience mirrored countless dreams, an exhilarating high that sent him soaring. I'm obedient, he instinctively replied, addressing him as master. Hearing the soft muse, Liang Yuhang eased his grip slightly, his fingers caressing the back of Mu Feng's neck. Stand properly, and you shall be rewarded shortly. Upon hearing these words, Mu Feng's mind ignited with excitement. He was held by that distinctively structured hand, the warmth lingering on his skin, his heart racing to the brink of bursting, nearly gasping for air. Thus he stood erect, his body conveying the essence of obedience. Liang Yuhang smiled. His typically aloof expression softened, dark lashes casting shadows like the illusion of gazing at a lover. Good boy, he praised. Mu Feng felt as though he might drown in the sweetness of those words. The reward following punishment was indeed delectable. Liang Yuhang withdrew his hand, thoroughly satisfied with Mu Feng's compliance, reclining back onto the bed to resume his unfinished work. 5 minutes may not be long, yet within this fleeting interval, Mu Feng unabashedly studied the man before him. The mind is filled with thoughts. Soon, could one not share a bed with Liang Yuhang, intimately close? As their relationship strengthens, there lies the potential for further advances, to press deeper, to strike at the heart of the matter. Should Mu Feng perish by dawn, it would undoubtedly be from sheer bliss within his skull. Time passed, and Liang Yuhang beckoned, tapping the edge of the bed, his distinctly defined fingers resting upon the dark fabric, exuding an aura of control. Receiving the command, Mu Feng dashed toward the bed, but in his haste, he forgot his once-long legs no longer reached, resulting in a clatter as he collided with the bed's edge and tumbled down. The exquisitely proportioned Mu Feng thought to himself, this feline truly has short legs. Upside down, he pondered the need to adjust to walking on 4 limbs, finding the process arduous, akin to a primitive return to the essence of humanity. Liang Yuhang rolled to the foot of the bed, looking down at him with a hint of mockery. Have you grown clumsy? Mu Feng, irate, retorted, you with your legs measuring 1.20 meters, could never fathom the plight of a short-legged cat. The indignant meows resonated with his feelings. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze. Today, Mu seemed excessively noisy, yet surprisingly not unwelcome. He reached down, lifting the cat from the foot of the bed and placing it atop himself at the headboard. His darker complexion made the cat appear even whiter. No more rummaging through the trash, Liang Yuhang admonished. You are a house cat with an owner. Learn to eat at designated times. Unfazed, Mu Feng thought, what harm could a cat possibly intend? Thus he gradually lowered his head, aiming to lick off the few droplets of water that had not yet dried, seeking to soothe his old wounds. However, before he could reach, his tongue was caught by Liang Yuhang's calloused fingers. With a slight furrow in his brow, Liang Yuhang asked in a calm tone, what are you trying to do? Why can't you be still? Was it not obvious? Mu Feng, restrained, could only respond ambiguously, understanding his intent. Liang Yuhang pressed his fingertips against the cat's rounded head. No. As the droplets threatened to fall, Mu Feng flailed his paws in a panic. But his struggles were trivial compared to Liang Yuhang's strength. Liang Yuhang simply observed, deeming him quite disobedient, and reprimanded, you are increasingly ignorant of manners. You're not allowed up tonight. I refuse to comply. I implore you, retract your previous statement. Mu Feng felt as though the sky were collapsing. Baring his teeth and clawing in frustration, his fluffy body puffing up significantly, Liang Yuhang grasped him to place him at the edge of the bed. His tone stern. Down you go. Today's little cat was far from obedient, displaying a remarkable rebelliousness. In a moment of urgency, Mu Feng turned his head and sank his teeth into the tiger's mouth of his captor. At that instant, as the pain caused the other to loosen his grip, he successfully escaped. Bowing his head, he chased after the droplet that rolled down, brushing against his waist and abdomen. Liang Yuhang, due to the dense, tiny barbs inherent to feline creatures, was jolted and let out a muffled sound. Indeed, he had stirred a fire, lacking proper discipline. Consequently, he raised his hand and pressed down on the little cat's nape, compelling him towards himself, his voice deep and stern. You enjoy this kind of rubbing, do you? Come on then, indulge yourself. Chapter 3. You are so harsh on yourself, indulge myself? Mu Feng's eyes brightened. Why are you rewarding me again, Liang Yuhang? The rounded feline head was pressed down, his entire face pressed against the other's body, heat rising, utterly embarrassed. "Thank you, Buddha, for your benevolence. I shall surely burn more incense for you next time," Feng murmured. "Have you realized your mistake?" Liang Yuhang looked down. Feng, however, was unconcerned. Sleeping elsewhere was out of the question. Thus, he retracted his claws, lightly scratching him, as if to show submission. "I was wrong." Liang Yuhang met his gaze for 2 seconds. Feng's eyes were a bluish green, appearing even lighter under the illumination, resembling glass beads. Strangely, he was reminded of the boy he had encountered earlier that day. Their eye colors seemed similar, both innocuous. No, to compare him to Feng was an insult to the cat. Let this be the last time. Liang Yuhang gently patted his head, a gesture of comfort. Then, he lifted him with one hand, rising from the bed and heading to the bathroom to dry his hair. Feng was held securely, his thoughts consumed by the strength of that arm, wondering what it would be like to be embraced in such a manner. The noise of the hairdryer interrupted his daydreams. The man's short hair dried quickly. He was casually placed on the countertop by Liang Yuhang. Turning his head, Feng saw Liang Yuhang standing there with composure, pulling the drawstring. Oh my, he emitted an odd cat sound. Today's indulgence was decidedly excessive. Feng considered himself a seasoned theorist, merely indulging in idle chatter. Yet he could not help but feel his face flush crimson, while his master remained oblivious. Indeed, before a cat, Liang Yuhang had nothing to hide. The little cat lay on the countertop, unabashedly observing him, a display of audacious pride. "Are you going to sleep early tonight?" Liang Yuhang turned his head to ask. "All right." Feng nodded vigorously, the bell around his neck jingling, appearing almost golden. Liang Yuhang was truly kind to his cat. He too desired a golden collar. Amidst a mix of envy and excitement, Feng leapt back onto his master, proudly returning to the large bed they had just vacated. When the lights went out, his eyes widened, unable to sleep. Sensing the movement, Liang Yuhang reached out to stroke him, his voice low. "Close your eyes and sleep." Feng pressed against him, the excessive warmth enveloping him, causing his hands and feet to feel hot. He closed his eyes for 2 seconds, then reopened them. He could not sleep. After all, they were finally sharing a bed. How could he waste his time on slumber? His fluffy tail gently curled around Liang Yuhang's waist. Liang Yuhang, unbothered, pressed him closer, murmuring, "Don't be troublesome." Feng possessed an acute understanding of moderation, knowing well that one must not overindulge. Even as a feline, a certain degree of relaxation was essential to endear oneself to their master. Thus, he settled down, quietly nestling against Liang Yuhang's embrace. Liang Yuhang was fast asleep, and Feng gazed at him throughout the night, utterly entranced. However, as his eyelids grew heavier, he found himself in a moment of fleeting consciousness, feeling an abrupt chill and an emptiness before him. The incessant ringing of his phone pierced the stillness, prompting him to extend his hand, sensing something amiss. "What? Cold?" Half awake, Feng abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings. The laboratory was devoid of Liang Yuhang, his essence, and the warmth of his body. It felt as if the previous night had been nothing more than a strange dream. If it were a dream, it was distressingly vivid. It took Feng a couple of minutes to regain his composure, only to realize that his own body temperature was quite high. Irritated, he answered the call, his tone frosty. The voice on the other end spoke cautiously. "I apologize for disturbing you so early, but Liang Jingyi, the brother I had you keep an eye on, caused some trouble in Zone C9 last night and has been subdued." Subdued? A wry smile played on Feng's lips. Surely, this warranted a detailed report for President Liang, showcasing just how well-behaved his cherished son was, embellishments included. "Very well, I shall attend to it," he replied. The other party responded, "Your allegiance is well-placed. The Liang family's legacy could never belong to that boy. Indulgence is futile. Ultimately, it shall be Liang Yuhang who inherits." What intrigued Feng was not the family's fortune, but the individual himself. "Continue to monitor him. The funds have been transferred to your account." Feng yawned lazily, dismissively stating, "If he dares to provoke me, I'll break his legs." The caller detected an undercurrent of menace that belied their seemingly innocent demeanor, uncertainly asking, "Are you truly serious about that? If he were to find himself in trouble again?" Feng chuckled softly, then he would pay dearly. The other end of the line hung up in trepidation. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, revealing his roommate, Liang Yuhang, leaning against the frame. "Who are you threatening this time? Why are you sleeping here again? You, a slacker, seem rather studious." Feng recalled the events of the previous night, his head heavy with drowsiness. "Do you think it's possible for a person to become a cat? The soft, pliant kind? Are you referring to those playful little cats in alluring lingerie?" Liang Yuhang laughed. "Is that what a pure little omega like you desires?" Feng retorted, "Get lost." He suspected that his mind, filled with such lewd thoughts, had been influenced by this troublesome friend. It was an early morning class, one he had initially intended to skip. However, it was a joint experiment with the Research Institute, providing an opportunity to encounter Liang Yuhang. After preparing breakfast and placing it in a takeout box, he headed to the adjacent building. Unsurprisingly, he found Liang Yuhang in the last row of the pharmacology laboratory, while other students busily caught little white mice. Liang Yuhang merely lowered his gaze, injecting a reagent into a swollen little arm, his expression inscrutable. Was he truly treating himself as a test subject? Indeed, he was the most audacious man from the 8th galaxy, both reckless and fierce at heart. A perfect match for Feng, with a playful glint in his eyes. Feng approached boldly, waving the bag in his hand. "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Liang Yuhang fixed his gaze upon him as he walked over. The white t-shirt, slightly translucent, allowed the morning light to filter through, revealing a glimpse of slender waist in motion. The waist was indeed quite delicate, though rather commonplace. As many possessed such figures. Perhaps it belonged to an omega. Could an alpha have such a slender waist? Never mind, it was irrelevant to him. Liang Yuhang pondered this as he withdrew his gaze. Feng had already taken a seat beside him, presenting a sandwich. "Delicious, isn't it? Did you bring this for me?" Liang Yuhang remained still, suspicious of his intentions. He had previously encountered admirers who feigned bringing breakfast as a pretext to approach him. Such tactics were decidedly outdated. "I didn't expect to run into you, so I certainly didn't do it on purpose," Feng denied, explaining that he had intended to feed the cats at school and had inadvertently brought it to Liang. Liang Yuhang glanced at the lunchbox, noting that it indeed sidestepped ingredients that might cause allergies in cats, void of dairy and nuts, appearing very safe. Still, he was reluctant to owe him a favor. "Food isn't allowed in the laboratory," he replied. Feng retrieved the lunchbox. "It's fine. We aren't familiar enough for you to feel indebted. You should be cautious, senior. I hope you aren't disapproving of me." "See, interacting with people is troublesome," Liang Yuhang remarked. Feng's eyes, resembling glass beads, fixed on him with a hint of hurt. "I seem to struggle with making friends. I shall take a seat elsewhere." As he spoke, he pretended to rise, his wrist adorned with a restraining band that jingled softly with movement. He bore a certain charm, somewhat more endearing than an average human. Observing him, Liang Yuhang ultimately extended his hand, pressing gently on the nape of Feng's neck, guiding him back into his seat. "Stay here." His calloused fingers brushed against the skin, sending a tingling sensation down Feng's spine. The sensation mirrored that of the previous night, so much so that he began to question the reality of his experiences. Perhaps it was an unintended consequence of the experiment. Tonight, he would test it again. "Was Mu well behaved yesterday?" Feng inquired eagerly. "Not particularly," Liang Yuhang replied. "I had to make him stand for 10 minutes. He was quite rambunctious. Perhaps he is nearing his heat." Mufulmus leshes fluttered lightly, the overlapping dreams prompting him to seek further details. How was he rambunctious? While observing the data on the instruments, Liang Yuhang replied nonchalantly, licking and pawing about. The newly injected experimental reagent was rather potent. His physiological functions were atypical, with full drug resistance yielding minimal adverse reactions. Yet today, he felt inexplicably restless. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Feng's fingers resting upon his forearm, their warmth akin to a fever. "You've been harsh on yourself. It's swollen," he noted, identifying the source of his agitation. He detested physical contact with others, especially of the same sex. Turning his head, He locked eyes with Mu Feng's pale green gaze, feeling the urge to frown and push him away. However, he sensed Mu Feng's fingers moving slowly, their warmth lingering at the injection site, grazing it lightly, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, sending shivers coursing through him. Mu Feng gazed at him, innocence mingled with a subtle allure in his eyes. Was this how you touched me last night? Chapter 4. No touching allowed in an instant. Liang Yuhang truly felt as if Mu were nuzzling against him. It was intensely tingling and itchy. Yet, one must remember, he was not a cat. He reached out and grasped the other's wrist, deftly lifting it and casting it aside, drawing a clear boundary. I apologize, but I detest being touched by others. Mu Feng mused to himself, having never laid hands on either a man or a woman, maintaining his integrity, a paragon of masculine virtue. However, he couldn't help but wonder how Liang Yuhang would react if he discovered that it was he who had spent the night with him. Would he be infuriated and seek to punish him? That would indeed be splendid. Mu Feng smiled as he withdrew his hand, saying, "Injection is the skill I have mastered best. Should you require assistance next time, I shall be at your service." Liang Yuhang did not respond. He found the other's enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming, reminiscent of the seemingly amorous Mu from the previous night, utterly vexing. "No need," he retorted, raising his hand to input data into the device. "I feel nothing." Mu Feng nodded, a fleeting memory of a lingering sensation from last night crossing his mind, and complimented, "Then your physique is remarkable." Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a compliment could be made. In contrast, he found himself reflecting for the first time on whether he was perhaps too unapproachable in his manner of speaking. Observing the other's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, he casually inquired, "In the case of Mu, what, in your experience, should be done?" Mu Feng's mind raced. If a kitten behaves unusually after punishment, the owner ought to offer even more affectionate attention, such as kisses, hugs, and cuddles. Liang Yuhang scoffed lightly. "I would never be so cloying. You must learn." Mu Feng blinked innocently. What if the little kitten runs away if not properly comforted? Liang Yuhang, lacking extensive experience with cats, inquired further, "What else?" Mu Feng pondered, seeking to benefit himself. "Provide me with your address, and I shall give you a pet sound button. It will teach your pet what it desires, facilitating smoother communication in the future." "No, I will purchase it myself," Liang Yuhang replied, unwilling to trouble him. "I know a manufacturer that offers customized versions, superior to those available on the market," Mu Feng said gently. "If you truly wish to avoid incurring a favor, simply transfer me the funds." Having broached the subject, Liang Yuhang did not decline further. "How much?" Mu Feng smiled slightly. 520. The figure was too sensitive. Liang Yuhang raised his gaze to him, his dark eyes shadowed and piercing. Mu Feng felt a slight tremor in his legs under that gaze. Even a fleeting glance rendered him speechless, compelling him to kneel. He cleared his throat. "Is that too expensive?" Liang Yuhang regarded him for a few seconds, provided the address, and transferred him 1,000. Mu Feng stared at the transaction record, sighing inwardly, lamenting that he had failed to deceive a potential boyfriend into creating a false transfer record. Nevertheless, there were pressing matters at hand. Has the senior decided whom to bring for this year's practical? Mu Feng handed over the file, stating, "Mu Feng, Omega, height 181 centimeters, weight 64 kilograms, measurements 96-68-90, and here's my report card, all passing." Liang Yuhang glanced down, his eyes skimming over the details, labeling him a beautiful, albeit useless, individual. Yet he wondered why he had provided his height and measurements. A 68 centimeters waist was indeed quite slender. "Not yet," Liang Yuhang replied, discarding the reagent. Dealing with a young child was troublesome. There's only a 5-year difference. Mu Feng excelled at playing the underachiever. "Take me along. My grades are poor, and I wouldn't want to waste your time teaching me. The Alliance requires a freshman to be guided, does it not? Military orders cannot be defied." "You seem quite well informed," Liang Yuhang remarked. Liang Yuhang has recently experienced a strained relationship with his family, making him particularly sensitive to criticism. He lowered his gaze. Deep in thought, Mu Feng tilted his head slightly, stating, Though I may be simple-minded, I still strive to appear studious to please my parents. Senior Liang, at such a young age, has already ascended to the position of a prevention and control officer. Quite an impressive feat. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. Was this fellow's unexpected encounter yesterday and today, as breakfast, along with his humble overtures, merely a ploy to recruit him as a guide? Yet, there is an inkling that beneath his seemingly innocent demeanor lay something more. Nevertheless, a choice must be made, and a fool is easier to manipulate. Liang Yuhang nonchalantly replied. Very well. Mu Feng lowered his eyes, concealing his triumph, and a subtle smile curved his lips. Liang Yuhang regarded him, tilting his chin towards the equipment. What are you standing there for? Clean it and record the results. Mu Feng genuinely appreciated the tone in which he spoke. The crisp and decisive commands exuded an air of authority, undeniably compelling. All right, Daddy, he silently added in his mind, his movements becoming more buoyant. When Liang Yuhang sauntered over, he was taken aback to see the young master, who had never lifted a finger, bending down to assist another in cleaning test tubes. He quickly pulled out his phone to start recording. Today's supernatural event must be documented. I need to consult a shaman to exorcise the evil. Get lost. I'm currently a student of Teacher Liang. It's only right to do some work, Mu Feng retorted, his eyes narrowing, altering the address without permission. Isn't that right, Teacher Liang? Liang Yuhang acknowledged with a slight grunt, reluctantly accepting the title. Liang Yuhang then noticed a tall, strikingly familiar gentleman standing nearby. Narrowing his eyes for several moments, he suddenly exclaimed, Liang Yuhang? Your guide is actually Liang Yuhang? Mu Feng, irritated by his overreaction, asked, What's wrong? Are you jealous? Liang Yuhang pulled him aside, lowering his voice. The most exciting alpha in my circle just told me last night that he has developed feelings for Liang Yuhang from the Research Institute and has deleted me from his contacts. How humiliating. Am I not good enough? Mu Feng felt a twinge of guilt, struggling between loyalty to his friend and his admiration for Liang Yuhang. Perhaps you're mistaken, he replied cautiously. Liang Yuhang protested. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense is that? Oh, you have so many brothers. What difference does losing one make? Mu Feng attempted to comfort him, but he is my favorite. Moreover, my brother deleted all my contacts, Liang Yuhang lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. In any case, you must find someone else. I cannot coexist with Liang Yuhang. Mu Feng, feeling dizzy, considered that this might be a side effect of the medication he received last night. He touched his wrist, which felt unusually warm. Liang Yuhang leaned in closer, look into my eyes, and answer me. Mu Feng abandoned his brotherly loyalty without hesitation. Perhaps not. Liang Yuhang, possessing keen hearing, caught the faint exchange and turned his head. Him? I want him. What do you mean you want him? I can find someone better. I'll plead with my brother, Liang Yuhang exclaimed, waving his arms. Remove your hand. Liang Yuhang disdainfully swatted Liang Yuhan's arm away, asking, Who is your brother? Liang Yuhang proudly declared, Lu Zhua, also from the Research Institute. His grades are no less impressive than yours. The surnames differ. Are they not brothers? Liang Yuhang is acquainted with Lu Zhua, yet he was unaware of the existence of a younger sibling, whose words could metaphorically be lethal. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards his brother, proclaiming, How about it? My brother is far superior. Initially, I intended to keep him to myself, but I shall gift him to you instead. Mu Feng, however, was hardly attuned to the conversation, his mind clouded by the aftereffects of last night's injection. Dizziness overtook him, and as his legs weakened, he collapsed directly towards Liang Yuhang. This time, it was not by his own volition. Jiang Yuan exclaimed in bewilderment, What does this mean? Are you not just friends? Why the sudden embrace? As he turned in surprise, he observed Liang Yuhang extending his arm, effortlessly securing Mu Feng with a single hand. The contrast of his sun-kissed skin against Mu Feng's fair neck starkly evident. The scene was quite a shock for Jiang Yuan. Wasn't he averse to physical contact? Why was he holding on so tightly? Liang Yuhang, realizing the situation, recognized his instinctive urge to assist, a physician's innate compassion. Yet now, as he wished to release Mu Feng, the latter's body slid closer against his chest. With a furrowed brow, Liang Yuhang lifted Mu Feng back, stating, He fell into my arms. Mu Feng, dizzy and unsteady, apologized while leaning against Liang Yuhang's torso. Despite feeling uncomfortable with the contact, Liang Yuhang refrained from pushing him away. Mu Feng's body radiated heat, his consciousness hazy, yet he instinctively wrapped his arms around Liang Yuhang's toned waist, his fingers grazing the taut muscles of his back. "Your physique is commendable," he remarked. Liang Yuhang responded with a firm gesture, pressing Mu Feng into a nearby seat. His broad hand resting against the back of Mu Feng's neck as he warned, "No inappropriate touching." Mu Feng slightly parted his lips, as if feeling wronged, and replied, "Teacher Liang acknowledges his fault. Punish me as you see fit." Chapter 5. Kiss me. Kiss me. Liang Yuhang's brow furrowed momentarily at the remark, his fingers tightening briefly as he noted the growing crimson on Mu Feng's cheeks. The young man's beautiful eyes glistened with a hint of suppressed joy, seemingly reveling in the moment. Liang Yuhang astutely perceived that what appeared to be punishment was, in fact, a reward for Mu Feng. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Mu Feng seemed too innocent to engage in such playful antics typical of an Omega. "Should this happen again, I shall choose another," Liang Yuhang warned, loosening his grip. Disappointed by the unexpected turn of events, Mu Feng replied, "All right, I shall behave." Liang Yuhang, drawing from his experience with cats, knew that the more one feigned obedience, the more mischief they would commit. His own cat, Mu, often remained silent for half an hour before nudging his water cup off the table while he worked. He cast a languid glance at Mu Feng. "You had best do so." Mu Feng extended his hand, his palm feverishly warm. "If I inadvertently offend next time, do not replace me. Just spank my palm instead. How about 20 strikes? Liang Yuhang regarded the outstretched fingers, the joints tinged with pink, and a flicker of suppressed speculation resurfaced, followed by self-reproach for attributing such playful intent to a child. He lightly tapped Mu Feng's palm, using minimal force. "What nonsense is this? If you're unwell, you ought to visit a hospital." Mu Feng derived a sense of pleasure from that fleeting touch, reaching a conclusion. "I am unable to initiate contact with him, yet he is permitted to touch me." This reflects the profoundly hypocritical principles governing Liang Yuhang's interactions. Liang Yuhang observed the two and felt an overwhelming sense of disquiet. It was distinctly bizarre, truly bizarre. What nonsense! This fellow has clearly lost his wits, babbling incoherently. I must take him to the hospital. He reached out to rescue the man from Liang Yuhang's clutches, heart aching as he remarked, "I told you to switch to a different guide. If he begins to bully you on the very first day, what will happen in the future?" Mu Feng was pulled from the laboratory and ushered into the car, feeling lightheaded as he uttered, "I don't mind." Liang Yuhang shook his head repeatedly, pressing down on the accelerator. "We need to get a CT scan. Your mind is truly muddled." It was evident, even without a hospital visit, that it was merely a complication from the injection. Mu Feng had self-studied pharmacology and mechanics before entering university, accomplished under the cover of sleepless nights hidden beneath his extravagant facade. The Mu family did not require a shrewd Mu Feng, so he willingly became the most foolish among them. "Please don't take any pictures. What if my intelligence is exposed as being only 60? Mu Feng chuckled softly, lowering his head as he sent the pre-ordered pet voice button to Liang Yuhang. Liang Yuhang disregarded it and opened the central control to report to Luzhua. "Yes, Mu Feng is yet again in the hospital. I will accompany him tonight." However, Mu Feng did not need company. An overly strong mental fortitude often led to irregularities, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. After completing his 4-drip, he insisted on sending everyone away. Compared to home, he felt more at ease in the laboratory, which provided him with a sense of enclosure and safety. His phone vibrated, revealing a substantial transfer of funds from his mother. Mu Feng toyed with the test tube and dialed her number. "Why are you sending me money? Today, it's your father's turn to attend a banquet, and he mentioned you had an episode." Her voice was soft, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Didn't TU say you would visit the hospital less?" Mu Feng replied with a nonchalant hum, signaling the end of the conversation. "Be good. You just started university. Don't draw attention to yourself. Aren't you going to ask if I had a fever? Your father came over." The call abruptly ended. Mu Feng lowered his gaze, glancing at the call log, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Though his fever had yet to subside, he felt a chill. Hesitating for a moment, he decisively plunged the needle into his arm. He craved a hug, right now. The sensation was markedly intensified. He could feel his mental energy spreading through his nerves, akin to plunging into darkness, only to suddenly glimpse a ray of light. Indeed, it was his experimental misadventure that had made his wish come true. As his vision cleared, he sensed someone grasping his hand, guiding it toward the button. "Kiss me, kiss me." The round button emitted a sound. Liang Yuhang remarked, "The custom voice device sent by Feng seems to have some issues. It's rather peculiar. Do normal cats even respond to such commands?" He reached out, casually testing a few others, and in an instant, the room was filled with chaotic mechanical sounds of "kiss me," "bathe together," and "sleep together." Is this voice device even legitimate? Liang Yuhang swiped away his phone to send Feng a voice message. Feng, half squatting on the floor, sighed like a little cat. "Ah, Liang Laosher is the first to initiate contact, yet I cannot respond." After waiting for a while without any response, Liang Yuhang fetched a set of tools, intending to disassemble and reinstall the voice device. "No, you can't." Feng, filled with urgency, lunged forward with determination to defend his own privileges. "What? Do you like it?" Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I crafted it myself, so it must reflect my own preferences." Feng, already in a foul mood, seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations through cat-like grumbling. Liang Yuhang, catching the essence of Feng's indignation amidst a series of irate meows, understood the sentiment. If you desire it so much, very well, keep it. With his paw firmly pressing the orange button, Feng repeatedly tapped it, pleading, "Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me." Liang Yuhang coldly removed the button, stating, "This is not permissible." Feng was taken aback, questioning why this individual, who seemingly abhorred human interaction, would object to feline affection. Liang Yuhang proceeded to test the other buttons, confirming there were no outrageous demands, and graciously declared, "The others are acceptable." Turning away, Feng adopted an aloof posture, albeit inadvertently presenting his rounded rear in a display of irritation. Liang Yuhang chuckled softly, finding a peculiar vibrancy in Feng, reminiscent of a petulant child. He placed a can of cat food nearby and gestured with his fingertips, "Your favorite." Feng had never tasted cat food and found it utterly unacceptable. Wrinkling his nose, he remained motionless, determined to starve rather than partake. Liang Yuhang glanced at his watch and informed him, 10 minutes. If you do not eat, it will be taken away." Pressing his head against the wall in silence, Feng resolved that even if it meant starvation, he would not consume a single bite. Liang Yuhang adjusted his glasses and set the cat aside, returning to his work with an air of indifference. However, Feng was not one to resign himself to inaction. Surveying the room, he spotted the diligent litter-cleaning robot, 0717, a short, stout creature resembling a plump penguin. Stealthily, he approached and bumped into its equally diminutive legs, emitting a melodramatic meow. "I'm being wronged," 0717 retorted, defiantly bumping back, declaring itself a bad cat. Feng was bewildered. How could Liang Yuhang's machine mirror its master with such biting wit and brusqueness? If only he could engage in a verbal duel rather than lie helplessly on the floor, letting out a few pitiful whimpers. This time, however, it was genuine. The collision had indeed stung. Having just finished a call with his mother, he felt overwhelmed. Lying on his back, he suddenly lost interest in the game of being a cat. The initial thrill of his transformation had vanished, and he longed to revert to his former self. 0717. "You're quite noisy," Liang Yuhang remarked, turning his head. "Oh, I shall be quieter," 0717 replied, lowering its voice yet continuing to complain about being wronged, asserting its status as a bad cat and threatening to dock its wages. Feng was at a loss. Liang Yuhang removed his glasses, reached over, and cut off the power to the noisy 0717, silencing it. Then he scooped Feng up from the floor. "Did that really hurt?" he asked his palm, though separated by fur, feeling unusually warm against Feng's skin. Feng had initially intended to ignore him, but he felt a gentle touch caressing his back, an unexpected softness that starkly contrasted Liang Yuhang Mu's demeanor. This tender reassurance, after being cast aside with such indifference, sent a shiver down his spine, tensing his limbs in response. It seems that after a day of pent-up emotions, a long-suppressed sentiment has finally found its release, albeit painfully. Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling unfairly treated. Just as he voiced his thoughts, he sensed a grip around the back of his neck, compelling him to raise his gaze to meet another's. The light abruptly dimmed, and something brushed softly against his brow. Only belatedly did he realize that Liang Yuhang had kissed his forehead. The usually resolute Liang Yuhang had broken his own rule. Did he not just declare that such an option was non-existent? Feng murmured to himself, enveloped by Liang Yuhang's breath, feeling as though he might dissolve under the gentle kiss upon his brow, his breath quickening and his back trembling. Liang Yuhang tenderly massaged the nape of his neck, as if offering reassurance. Ah, so it was illness that caused your distress. How pitiable. In a supplementary note, it was mentioned that any disrespectful comments would be deleted. Is it so difficult to learn mutual respect? It is basic etiquette not to mention other books in the comments. Such apologies for dislike are truly impolite, and it is hoped that names or abbreviations unrelated to this work will not appear in the future. Thank you. Chapter 6. The swaying silver chain. He actually kissed me. Kissed me, kissed me. Liang Yuhang's lips were so soft, so warm. Overwhelmed, Feng felt dizzy, on the verge of fainting. So excited? Liang Yuhang laughed. Do you enjoy being kissed? Yes, 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 yes. Feng was so exhilarated that he felt like flipping in place. Had he known that becoming a cat brought such privileges, he would have acted sooner instead of harboring a secret crush for years. Oh, but wait. He had not yet retrieved Mu back then. Liang Yuhang had an unyielding indulgence for cats. Feng mused that at least in the lab, Liang Yuhang would coldly assert, "Do not touch me." But now, he was securely cradled in Liang Yuhang's embrace, resting on his sturdy thigh, receiving a damp cloth to soothe his feverish ears and palms. Give me another kiss. Feng tilted his head back, only to be gently restrained by Liang Yuhang. His strength was considerable. Even when trying to be gentle, he could firmly hold Feng in place. Feng endured, his back still trembling slightly, trying to keep his legs steady. Beneath his palm was the firmness of Liang Yuhang's muscles, and he could faintly smell the fragrance of body wash. Feng felt somewhat perverse, yet he could not help but lean closer. Why do you seem to have caught Feng's affliction? Liang Yuhang casually remarked, running his fingers through the soft fur. He has a fever, do you too? At the sudden mention of his name, Feng shivered again. Surely, he wouldn't be so clever as to be discovered by the next day. How could he continue being perverse after that? Why are you trembling? Liang Yuhang's tone was cool. Meeting his scrutinizing gaze, Feng blinked slowly, unsure of what to say, and could only nuzzle against him, believing that being coy was always a safe bet. Liang Yuhang's fingertip caressed the soft tip of his ear, teasing, "You don't seem to have a fever. Rather, you seem to be aroused." Feng thought Liang Yuhang's words were rather risque. How could he turn a casual conversation with a cat into something sounding like a suggestive dialogue? But then, Liang Yuhang abruptly pulled him back to reality with his next statement. How about taking you to the hospital for a neutering procedure? It sounded less like a suggestion and more like a declaration. Feng was taken aback. What? Repeat that. While he had used his mental power to control Mu, he was uncertain if the neutering procedure would affect his own condition. This was not something he dared to test. As Feng struggled to slip out of his embrace, he was swiftly pulled back by a hand before his feet could touch the floor. Liang Yuhang chuckled. What? Do you wish to disturb the little female cats outside? Not a chance. Feng retorted. He hardly has time to bother with other cats. Their reproductive isolation, you know. After cleaning his paws and ears, Liang Yuhang casually placed them on his lap, reviewing the pet sterilization details. It's beneficial for your health. Feng was consumed with thoughts of escape. He could not endure such torment. However, while he had figured out how to come here, he had no idea how to return. The last time, he had simply fallen asleep and awakened back home. Perhaps sleep was the answer? With this thought, Feng leaped from his lap and quickly burrowed beneath the blanket, tilting his head to feign slumber. Hearing the commotion, Liang Yuhang turned to gaze at the sprawled-out kitten, raising an eyebrow. This cat has been rather astute lately. Mu Feng thought to himself, if you're going to sterilize me, would I not be foolish to stay put? Liang Yuhang patted the back of his head. All right. We'll do it tomorrow. Sleep now. Mu Feng protested. What nonsense. Tomorrow isn't an option. Restless and uneasy, Mu Feng found himself dreaming of being forcefully taken to the hospital by Liang Yuhang, where a doctor brandished an enormous knife, startling him awake. What had once been sweet dreams had turned into nightmares. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the laboratory, checking himself to ensure all was well. That scared me to death, he exhaled sharply, realizing the adage, a character driven by desire often faces peril. Turning his head, he spotted Jiang Yuan staring intently at him. Unblinking, why are you sleeping in the lab again? What kind of passionate dream did you have, drenched in sweat? Mu Feng replied, exasperated, I dreamed of being sterilized. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Yuan laughed heartily. Let me analyze this for you. Such dreams usually stem from unfulfilled desires. How about I take you out tonight to meet a couple of brothers and spark a romance? I'm not going, Mu Feng replied, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid your brother will break your legs? Not at all. He wouldn't dare, Jiang Yuan retorted with a hint of arrogance. Besides, he's busy discussing a partnership with the Liang family tonight. Upon hearing Liang family and Liang Yuhang, Mu Feng snapped back to attention, asking what time. Jiang Yuan, well-versed in Lu Zhao's schedule, responded lazily, 8 o'clock. After 2 consecutive days of injections, he needed to take it easy. Even a body of steel could not withstand it. While he couldn't transform into a cat tonight, he sought to create an opportunity to meet Liang Yuhang. He regarded Jiang Yuan thoughtfully, suggesting, let us go out at 8. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't go? Jiang Yuan was puzzled. I'm just curious to see how your brother would catch you. Mu Feng understood Lu Zhao as possessiveness over his non-biological brother. Lu Zhao, an orphan soldier, had grown up alongside the Jiang family, having kept a watchful eye on him since childhood. If he knew, the meeting place with Liang Yuhang would undoubtedly change. Feeling uneasy under Mu Feng's gaze, Jiang Yuan inquired, what are you plotting? Mu Feng chuckled carefree. My brain is not sharp enough to scheme against anyone. True, Jiang Yuan nodded, having known him for years. I've never met anyone more innocent than you. Let us go to class first. See you tonight. Mu Feng was intimately familiar with Liang Yuhang's class schedule, but aside from the occasional guidance he offered, he could not appear too frequently by his side. That individual was astute and would surely grow suspicious. He had made such a mistake in the past, hence every encounter thereafter had to be an impeccably orchestrated coincidence. After finishing his classes, Mu Feng returned home to change into a semi-transparent white shirt. After some contemplation, he adorned his neck with a black choker from which a silver chain dangled, its metallic studs glinting enticingly. It was as if anyone who tugged at that chain would lead him away. I have arrived at the entrance of the lawn pavilion. Mu Feng intentionally sent this message to Lu Zhao, ensuring the other party would see it before he retracted it, timing it perfectly. Lu Zhao, is Jiang Yuan taking you out again? No. How could that be, brother Lu Zhao? You must have misread. With a light tap of his fingers on the keyboard, Mu Feng's lips curved into a subtle smirk. Within half an hour, Lu Zhao would undoubtedly bring Liang Yuhang over. Wow, my Mu Bao looks so handsome. Jiang Yuan paused in front, nonchalantly tossing the keys to a nearby doorman. Mu Feng felt a twinge of fondness for Jiang Yuan. Half an hour later, and kindly advised, are you certain you want to go in? I suspect brother Lu Zhao is already on his way. He had some conscience, but not much. It was fine. They would play for now. Jiang Yuan, unabashed, draped an arm over his shoulder and led him inside. The lawn pavilion had a club-like atmosphere. While the exterior appeared understated, the interior was a lavish spectacle, with men and women gathered around booths, waiting. Accustomed to revelry, Jiang Yuan immediately began to enliven the atmosphere, eliciting laughter from the ladies. Mu Feng adeptly played the role of a dandy, never dampening the spirits of others. Occasionally rising to clink glasses with people. I'll drink, you may indulge as you wish. Yet, his mind was elsewhere, fixated on the stopwatch on his wrist. At 8:07, he turned his gaze toward the entrance, capturing 2 tall silhouettes. In almost an instant, he knew the trap had been set. Mu Feng leisurely finished his drink and cautioned. Jiang Yuyan, be mindful of your behavior. Mind what? Jiang Yuyan replied with a laugh, lifting his head from the embrace of a handsome man. His expression momentarily stiffened, and he swallowed slightly. Brother, aren't you supposed to be conducting business? Lu Zhuo wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Change venues, have we? Out for a bit of fun? Did you report this to Uncle Jiang? Mu Feng grinned, enjoying the spectacle, his peripheral vision catching Liang Yuhang concealed in the dim light. His brow slightly raised. He made no overtures, merely poured himself half a glass of wine, deliberately reaching across half the table to toast a girl with pink hair. I haven't clinked glasses with you yet. Let us do that. As he extended his hand, the hem of his shirt lifted, revealing a sliver of his waist. His trousers sat low, exposing a tantalizing dip, enticing enough to provoke thoughts of pressing down. Look, you've led Mu Feng astray as well. Lu Zhuo admonished Jiang Yuyan in a low tone, such a well-behaved child, and now look at him. Well-behaved, indeed. Liang Yuhang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly shifting from the waist to the swaying silver chain around his neck. The other end dangled emptily, awaiting a tug. It was as if it were a lustful creature, wandering about in search of its master, a little temptress. Chapter 7. Are you fishing for me? Liang Yuhang noticed that not only were the girls, but several men nearby were also watching Mu Feng. It was a complete allure, attracting attention from all directions. He silently parted his lips. It is I who wish to venture out and engage in merriment. Mu Feng remains over there, chuckling and explaining, the chain around his neck swaying with his movements, while Jiang Yuan merely accompanies me. Lu Zhuo, well aware of Xiao Zhang's character, perceives that the more discreet Mu Feng appears to be safeguarding him, and thus remarks, "You need not explain. I comprehend." Jiang Yuan responds, "This prejudice feels like an insurmountable mountain." He finds himself at a loss for words, exclaiming no ah. Lu Zhuo raises his hand and captures a photograph, saving it to his album. This is the 4th time this month. Contemplate how to explain. Jiang Yuan, deflated, sulks, "There's so many people here. Could you spare me some dignity and scold me when we return?" Mu Feng, having finished his drink, turns back casually to Liang Yuhang. "Teacher Liang is here as well. Are you two conducting business here?" Liang Yuhang responds nonchalantly, "It matters not where we converse." He loosens a button and sits down with composure. Yet his gaze lingers on the silver chain. It seems quite suitable for confinement. Liang Yuhang lightly brushes his fingers, finding his thoughts absurd. "Gentlemen, would you care for a drink?" The pink-haired girl readily pours a drink while grasping Liang Yuhang's arm. Mu Feng's eyes brighten as he discerns Liang Yuhang's frown. It is evident he detests being touched. "My apologies," Liang Yuhang states, polite yet cold. "Kindly remove your hand." The music is loud, and the girl did not catch his words, leaning in closer. "What?" Liang Yuhang, unwilling to explain further, stands up, exerting a slight force to shake off her hand. "Do not touch me." He then changes his seat, positioning himself beside Mu Feng. "At least this individual does not appear as bothersome," he muses. Mu Feng beams. Teacher Liang is equally aloof towards beautiful ladies. I thought it was merely me. Liang Yuhang senses a hidden meaning in his words. "Are you mocking me?" "Not at all. I am genuinely pleased," Mu Feng replies sincerely. Understanding that Liang Yuhang equally disdains everyone, his willingness to sit beside him signifies a rather unique status. To put it simply, he harbors an interest in me, Liang Yuhang assesses. "Perhaps you should take a CT scan," he suggests. Observe how delicately he insinuates that there might be something amiss with his intellect. His acerbic wit has softened considerably. Should one fall in love with oneself? One wonders how indulgent they might become. Mu Feng's eyes twinkle again. "I underwent a hospital visit yesterday for a CT scan. My intellect is normal, and I no longer have a fever. Thank you for your concern." Liang Yuhang feels a sense of impotence akin to conversing with a social predator. He slightly lifts his chin towards Lu Zhuo. Speaking plainly, "I have come to catch you in the act. Let us discuss serious matters." Jiang Yuan, incensed, retorts, "What catching in the act? Our bond is purely fraternal. Do not insult us with your sordid thoughts." Liang Yuhang chuckles, the meaning ambiguous. Lu Zhuo generously dispenses 10,000 to disperse the group, finally granting them some peace, and begins discussing military medical equipment with him. A conversation that stretches on for 2 hours. What are they babbling about? I cannot comprehend a word, Liang Yuhang mutters, feeding Feng as he grumbles, resembling a student trying to stay awake in a lecture. Having had a sip of wine, Feng, with a touch of pity, gazes at this academic underachiever. You cannot understand such simple English words? Liang Yuhang furrowed his brows at him. What are you pretending for? You scored just 2 points more than I did. Feng replied, yes, indeed, those 2 points were just guesses. Exactly. Let us not disdain each other. Liang Yuhang regained his composure and mused. Do you think my brother has installed surveillance on me? How does he know I'm here? Feng suddenly choked on his drink and coughed a couple of times. Perhaps one of his friends ran into you. I've had too much to drink. I need to visit the restroom. He realized asking further would reveal too much. Having been here twice before, Feng was quite familiar with the surroundings, but upon washing his hands and stepping out, he found the door closed and a man standing there. He recalled this man had been watching him from next door, his gaze laden with malice. Excuse me, sir. Feng spoke softly. Dressed like that, are you looking for a master? What do you think of me? The man leaned closer, tall and sturdy, exuding a brazen demeanor, trying to reach for the chain around Feng's neck. Feng smiled and replied, I already have one. The man grinned, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Would you mind having another? However, before his fingers could touch, Feng felt an invisible force pin him down. Do you wish to touch me? Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. I find your hands filthy. You ungrateful bastard. The man's expression shifted to one of fury as he attempted to strike Feng. Yet Feng stood firm, his mental strength coalescing into an irresistible force, pressing heavily on the man's hind knee, causing his face to turn pale and his legs to tremble. Kneel, he commanded. The man desperately struggled to stand upright, but the unseen pressure made him break into a cold sweat, his knees quaking as he fought against it for less than 10 seconds before collapsing to the ground. How do you possess such formidable mental strength? He looked up at the youth's exquisite face, appearing gentle and harmless, a mere omega. The other had not revealed a hint of his aura, and given that omega pheromones were typically non-threatening, yet here he was, rendered immobile and suppressed. Feng lowered his gaze, increasing the pressure, smiling serenely. Do you still wish to be my master? Pathetic. The man opened his mouth slightly, but due to the pain, not a single word could escape. Footsteps approached from outside, and Feng keenly detected a familiar scent, Liang Yuhang's presence. He lifted his eyes towards the door, tilting his head slightly. I would appreciate your assistance, he spoke softly, yet his control over the man's body was heavy. What? The man looked at him in confusion, suddenly feeling himself being pulled off balance and stumbling forward uncontrollably. Feng leaned back, his back crashing against the wall, experiencing 3 parts pain while performing at his 10. Liang Yuhang pushed the door open, revealing the scene before him. The man attempting to assault and the panicked youth, whose eyes brimmed with fear and helplessness, almost spilling over with tears. Teacher Liang, Feng grasped at this lifeline, struggling desperately. Save me. The man, now rendered a puppet, was unable to control his limbs, moving as if he were a frenzied beast, suffering greatly. Suddenly, he felt his collar being yanked, and before he could react, he was forcefully thrown to the ground. Liang Yuhang's foot pressed directly on his chest. Dare to touch him again? The man was being attacked in turns by 2 individuals, struggling to catch his breath. I didn't mean to. He provoked you on purpose. Liang Yuhang let out a cold scoff. Yes, he acted the part well. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stomped down again, feeling as though his ribs might shatter. I'm gonna die. Liang Yuhang turned to glance at the person still pressed against the wall, silent, his back trembling as if he had been terribly bullied. The force of his foot involuntarily intensified. Feng gazed unabashedly at Liang Yuhang, who was fighting on his behalf, dressed in a suit with a slightly disheveled tie, looking incredibly handsome. How he wished that those thin-soled leather shoes would step on him instead, just to spite that damned pervert. How'd he hurt you? Liang Yuhang observed Feng's dazed expression, surmising he was likely too frightened to think clearly, and spoke coolly. Huh? Mu Feng snapped back to reality from his longing gaze, showing him the bruised arm. It's just a small injury. I'm glad you came. Liang Yuhang acknowledged with a hum. How do you wish to deal with this person? Mu Feng, still possessing a shred of conscience, replied softly, You've already avenged me. Let go. Let go. Liang Yuhang felt that his tendency to be accommodating made him an easy target for bullying. Ultimately, he was not directly involved, so he kicked the man twice before pulling him up from the ground. Scram! The man dared not protest. He felt as if he had encountered two living hells and crawled away in defeat. The wound needs disinfecting, otherwise it will get infected. Liang Yuhang glanced at his swollen injury, aware that this was common knowledge. Mu Feng remained silent, his mind swirling with schemes. Are you frightened? Liang Yuhang approached, scrutinizing his subtle expressions, noting his cowardice. Your legs are weak. Mu Feng reached out, intending to grasp his arm, but then seemed to remember something, retracting his hand. Sorry, I forgot you don't like being touched. Liang Yuhang lightly clicked his tongue, wrapping an arm around Mu Feng's waist to prevent him from sliding to the ground, lending him some support. His waist was indeed slender, even more so than it appeared. You're quite troublesome, he said softly. Are you ready? Mu Feng discreetly hooked the other end of the chain onto Liang Yuhang's tie clip and stepped back. If you can stand steadily, I can let go. Liang Yuhang withdrew his hand, only to feel a gentle tug on him. Looking down, he saw the silver chain hanging from him, glinting under the light. The empty chain had found its counterpart. There were too many coincidences to simply call it chance. Liang Yuhang raised his gaze, contemplative, and remarked lightly, What's this? Trying to bait me, Mu Feng? Chapter 8. I have someone I like. Oh no, I've been discovered. Indeed, being too clever is not always a blessing. Mu Feng, with remarkable composure, smiled and asked, How could teacher Liang think that? Liang Yuhang grasped the chain, applying a slight force, causing the leather collar around his neck to press against Mu Feng's Adam's apple. He noticed Mu Feng's face turning slightly red. What does this mean? It seemed he had a rather poor attitude towards his admirers. It was merely an accidental snag. Mu Feng tilted his head back, his Adam's apple gently rolling as he gazed into Liang Yuhang's eyes, and spoke softly, I have someone I admire. Liang Yuhang paused momentarily. Mu Feng fixed his gaze unwaveringly on the other. I have liked him for quite some time. Liang Yuhang was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected confession, pondering whether he had indeed misjudged the situation. It seemed Mu Feng had ulterior motives, and perhaps the earlier plea for help was merely a ruse, leaving him feeling deceived. Leaning against the wall, Mu Feng flashed a mischievous smile. I have liked him for 4 years. But do we know each other beforehand? Liang Yuhang replied with certainty, No, we do not. Mu Feng, unfazed by this answer, replied, Therefore, the object of my affection is clearly not you. Liang Yuhang, caught off guard, felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Well, you seem to be quite devoted. The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Mu Feng reached out and tapped Liang Yuhang's hand, which was gripping the chain. So, can you let go now? While I do enjoy this game, our pure relationship makes it rather inappropriate. Liang Yuhang's gaze fell upon Mu Feng's fair neck, where the black leather collar lay, a faint blush rising beneath it. His expression grew serious as he returned to reality and released his grip. I apologize. Mu Feng maintained his agreeable demeanor. Now that you understand my affections lie elsewhere, might you ease your hostility towards me? Acknowledging his own fault, Liang Yuhang reflected, It is my mistake. I've been too sensitive. There are many pursuing teacher Liang, so your wariness is understandable. Mu Feng, adept at negotiation, added, Yet you have wronged me. Perhaps you owe me a favor. Liang Yuhang quickly grasped the implication. How would you like me to repay you? He hesitated. My family is quite strict. I cannot go to the hospital for this injury, lest my parents find out. Mu Feng revealed his injured elbow. You are a doctor. Could you assist me in bandaging it? He had noticed medical supplies in Liang Yuhang's home. A wise child never enters battle unprepared. Liang Yuhang seemed at a loss for a reason to decline. Very well, I have medicine at home. Satisfied, Mu Feng smiled subtly. Great, then I shall accompany you shortly. However, Liang Yuhang still felt something was amiss. For the first time, his instincts had led him astray. The other appeared utterly innocent, as if harboring any further suspicion would invoke guilt. As they returned to their booth, Liu was reprimanding Liang Yuhang. For the next month, your card is suspended, and you are grounded. You're only allowed to go to school, home, or my training room. Nowhere else. Liang Yuhang, on the verge of tears, turned her last hope. Feng, please, help me plead my case. Feeling guilty for dragging his friend into this predicament, Feng replied, I can't help, but I can let you use my card. Liu clicked his tongue. I really want to find someone to keep you in check. Is there no one more complicit than you? Feng joked, not at the moment, but you could place your hopes in teacher Liang. I shall be very obedient. Liang Yuhang recognized where the issue lay. This fellow continually spoke in ambiguous terms, making misunderstandings inevitable. He had someone he admired, yet still behaved this way. Ultimately, whom he liked was of no concern to him. Liang Yuhang looked up at Liu and said, the serious matters have been addressed. I must take my leave now. There are patients to attend to. Busy indeed. You even have to see patients during your break? Liu exclaimed, you are quite the overachiever. The patient is here. I accidentally sustained a minor injury. Feng interjected, raising his hand to show his wounded arm. I'll be off now. Please, be gentle with Xiao Jiang and don't scold him too harshly. Liu patted the trembling Liang Yuhang and replied calmly, you go tend to your wound first. I'll handle this fellow. Feng formed a shape with his lips to convey well wishes and cheerfully followed Liang Yuhang, leaving with a light step. Liang Yuhang reached out, failing to catch even the hem of his garment, and indignantly exclaimed, you just left like that? Do you really trust him to handle it? Liang Yuhang turned back, noticing the barely concealed laughter of Feng, and called him out. Was that intentional? It's quite amusing. Feng looked at him, his enchanting eyes curving like crescent moons. Brother Liu wouldn't truly harm him. Liang Yuhang remained silent, but gave him a knowing glance, indicating he was not so naive and understood the situation perfectly. As Feng settled into the passenger seat, he pulled out his phone and politely asked, may I take a photo? I've never seen this model before. It's truly beautiful. Liang Yuhang generously replied, go ahead. Feng meticulously documented every detail right under the watchful eyes of others. Oh my, this is Liang Yuhang's passenger seat, Liang Yuhang's steering wheel, Liang Yuhang's windshield, and, of course, the driving Liang Yuhang. How delightful. Previously, I could only admire his silhouette. Then, almost unconsciously, he turned slightly left and quickly pressed the shutter, capturing a fleeting profile, which he saved in a private album. Just then, he noticed Liang Yuhang's hand reaching toward him, fingers blocking half the frame. Feeling a twinge of guilt from the covert photography, Feng asked, what are you doing? Buckle your seatbelt, Liang Yuhang replied, deftly pulling the strap beside him and fastening it with a click. Continue shooting. For reasons unknown. Feng interpreted a hint of indulgence in his tone. Was it because he was the patient that Liang Yuhang was being so gentle? He refrained from asking, fearing a sharp retort. Noticing Feng's rare silence, Liang Yuhang instinctively maintained his doctorly demeanor and inquired, from your expression, I presume you have not been left with any psychological scars? What if I said I have? Feng looked up at him. Liang Yuhang assessed the situation and concluded, you likely do not. Feng sighed, teacher Liang, you're truly difficult to flirt with. Following Liang Yuhang home, Feng experienced the novelty of entering from a human perspective as opposed to the cat's eye view he had previously. He effortlessly opened the shoe cabinet, his fingers brushing against the black slippers Liang Yuhang often wore, but then hesitated. Oh no, does this make me seem too familiar? As expected, he turned to find Liang Yuhang observing him intently. With a forced bravado, Feng asked, which pair should I wear? Liang Yuhang raised his chin slightly, as if setting a trap. The pair you just picked up, isn't that yours? Feng felt the weight of Liang Yuhang's gaze, realizing for the first time that his cleverness was of little use. To wear or not to wear? He bent down and placed the slippers on the floor, ready to slip them on when he heard Liang Yuhang speak. You're mistaken. Those are mine. I washed them and they changed color. You should wear the pair beside them. Feng let out a soft sound, nodding slightly, his sluggish head finally turning around. Did Liang Yuhang suspect that he had been here? He recalled their previous conversation and feigned ignorance, asking, "What is 0717? A chubby penguin." Liang Yuhang stared at him for a few seconds before turning away, slipping on his shoes and entering. He thought to himself that for a fleeting second, he felt as though Feng had visited his home. He was utterly exhausted and overly suspicious lately. Feng settled onto the sofa as Mu leapt directly into his arms, their gazes locking in a strangely surreal moment from this angle. "You're not plotting some form of revenge because I've taken over your master, are you?" He mused softly while rubbing the fat cat's head, negotiating quietly. "3 cat treats, provide me some cover." Mu remained fierce and unyielding. Feng clicked his tongue. 5 treats. Mu shook its head, refusing to communicate, raising the stakes instead. Feng suppressed the impulse to give the cat a good whack, and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Liang Yuhang approaching with a medical kit. He amended his offer, 10 treats. If it's acceptable, fine. If not, so be it. Mu obediently nestled its head into his embrace, lazily meowing meow. Feng remarked, "You little rascal, cats follow their masters." Liang Yuhang observed their harmonious interaction with surprise. Mu had been abandoned, once a well-bred Persian, cast aside due to health issues, which had sharpened its temperament during the time it roamed the streets, often hissing at anyone who approached. Liang Yuhang was the first exception, and now there was a second, Feng, who had wooed Mu with 10 cat treats. "Perhaps it's my amiable nature," Feng mused, sensing Mu pawing at him. He quickly added, "By the way, the voice transmitter from last time comes with a bonus, 20 cat treats, which will arrive in a couple of days. Remember to feed them to Mu." The green tea cat regarded him as quite astute. Liang Yuhang responded with a slight acknowledgement, removing the cat from Feng's lap. "Extend your hand." Feng obediently complied, only to feel his wrist firmly grasped. As a patient of teacher Liang, he was receiving quite the generous treatment, being touched like this, feeling utterly blissful. "What are you trembling for?" Liang Yuhang flipped his hand over to examine the wound, skillfully disinfecting it and then applying a bandage. With Feng almost encircled in his embrace due to the transition between standing and sitting, he felt a tension in his back, even his breathing becoming shallow. What scent emanated from Liang Yuhang, devoid of any pheromones? Would he enter his sensitive phase? Would he be able to self-regulate? Feng's thoughts multiplied until he felt another gentle touch from the other, snapping him back to reality. "What's wrong? This is torn a bit. You've removed the bracelet," Liang Yuhang stated, his tone firm and commanding rather than negotiable. Feng cast his gaze downward at the alpha suppression bracelet he had worn consistently. He had been taking omega stabilizers, a special concoction of his own making, which should remain undetected, as even hospital tests had been fooled. The bracelet served as a double safeguard. He had never dared to remove it, fearing unforeseen consequences. But with Liang Yuhang's words, he found himself unable to refuse. Feng hesitated. "I can't take it off?" Liang Yuhang observed the slight tremor in his eyes, realizing the distinction between AOs. His words felt akin to harassment. "The medication is for you. Apply it at home. You may leave now." In the next moment, Feng decisively pressed the button on his bracelet, which fell to the ground, ringing with a crisp sound. "I've taken it off, Teacher Liang. I'm being obedient." Chapter 9. I can still do the splits. Liang Yuhang gazed at him intently. "You have quite the audacity." Feng looked bewildered. "What's wrong?" Liang Yuhang admonished. "You are an omega, yet you are alone in a room with an alpha at night, and you removed your bracelet. What if I were to suppress you?" "I didn't think that far," Feng replied honestly this time. Though he was masquerading as an omega, he was fundamentally an alpha, and many physiological needs could easily be overlooked, especially when the other party was his beloved. He smiled, appearing remarkably at ease. "But you're not averse to people, nor do you dislike being touched. What did you possibly do to me?" Liang Yuhang was rendered speechless, choosing to remain silent. He lowered his head once more, tending to the wounds on Feng's wrist, and casually inquired, "When is your estrus period?" "Huh?" Feng teased him with his earlier words. "An alpha asking me this question. What do you mean?" Liang Yuhang began to reconsider whether bringing Feng home for bandaging was a wise choice. This fellow seemed a bit off. Mu Feng was determined not to let teacher Liang feel awkward, his eyes twinkling with mirth, just in the next few days. Liang Yuhang truly felt weary of managing him, yet couldn't bear to see him go astray. So he couldn't help but share a well-known piece of common knowledge. You're in estrus, yet you return home alone with an alpha? Mu Feng pointed to the bracelet that had fallen on the ground, justifying himself. Isn't that the point? Besides, it's a sensitive period. Nothing will happen at most. We might have a scuffle. Wearing the bracelet merely reduces aggression between same sexes. It simply makes things more comfortable. Liang Yuhang felt a throbbing headache. This child was not only innocent, but also oblivious. He reached out to help Mu Feng finish tending to his wounds, then bent down to retrieve the bracelet. However, as he brushed past Mu Feng's shoulder, he keenly caught a faint scent. It was reminiscent of a mountain breeze in the woods, infused with the fragrance of grass after rain, cool and fleeting. Yet, it lacked the gentle quality typical of an omega, carrying a subtle hint of aggressiveness that made him somewhat uncomfortable. Even among alphas, few could provoke such a feeling within him. Mu Feng sensed it too, striving to suppress it with his mental strength, feeling extremely anxious. Are you an omega? Liang Yuhang inquired, probing. Mu Feng nodded, unable to meet his gaze. How terrifying! He had skillfully concealed this for so many years, yet now, in front of Liang Yuhang, he felt as if he were on the brink of exposure. Liang Yuhang commented, "You don't quite seem like one." Yet upon taking another sniff, the air carried no scent, rendering the previous perception seemingly illusory. Feeling guilty, Mu Feng said, "What do you mean by not quite? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough, my waist isn't slender enough, or my body isn't soft enough?" The other remained silent. He lifted his leg to demonstrate. "I'm quite flexible. I can still do the splits." 0717, who had been eavesdropping, turned from the corner and attempted to crouch down. "I can also do the splits." As everyone joined in, Mu Feng happily became part of the group, gracefully executing a split. Meow, meow, meow. 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him intently. Liang Yuhang, is the world going mad? Liang Yuhang once again confirmed that bringing Mu Feng back was truly an unwise decision. He silently helped him fasten his wristband, tightening it, and tug at his collar, leading him to the door. "You can leave now." Mu Feng turned back, gazing at him with a hint of resentment. "So late at night, you expect an omega on the verge of entering heat, to go home alone?" Liang Yuhang raised his hand to press against his forehead. "I will escort you." It appeared that staying over was out of the question, and Mu Feng sighed in disappointment, realizing that humans could never compare to cats. At least cats could be cuddled while sleeping at night. Returning to the car, his mindset was entirely different. Liang Yuhang seemed to find him bothersome and remained silent. Mu Feng thought to himself, what if Liang Laosher no longer wished to see him? Just as the silence deepened, the phone rang, and Liang Yuhang activated the central console. "Professor Zhang, speak. Where are you? Come to the A3 laboratory at once. It's urgent." Conveniently nearby, Liang Yuhang replied, "I will be there shortly." Hearing the conversation, Mu Feng sat up straight. "Wasn't A3 assigned for my use?" "What for?" He had just been about to inquire while Liang Yuhang was returning to the laboratory. Liang Yuhang deftly turned the steering wheel and parked. Mu Feng's mind raced. To sleep? Of course. With the influence of the reagents, I can sleep even more soundly. Liang Yuhang felt that not a word Mu Feng uttered bore any truth, and chose not to expose him. Mu Feng followed behind, muttering, "Old man, you clearly agreed to donate a piece of equipment in exchange for 3 months of usage rights, and now you're going back on your word." Fortunately, he was usually vigilant and had a habit of tidying up after experiments. All the developed reagents were locked away in cabinets, and, on the surface, it indeed appeared to be merely an idle space. Liang Yuhang and Zhang Luyin pushed open the door to A3, gazing at the bed laid out there, adorned with several plush toys in shades of pink and blue, both falling into silence. "You really intend to use this for sleeping?" Zhang Luyin suddenly slapped the back of his head. "This room is filled with high-precision instruments that the Institute rarely uses, and you plan to use it for sleeping?" Mu Feng's eyes curved with a smile. "I haven't broken anything, rest assured. I help maintain them regularly." "What is the matter?" Liang Yuhang inquired. Zhang Lian snapped back to reality, Oh, right, I almost forgot about the main issue. Recently, there have been complications in the Nine-Star system. Although we initially achieved victory in battle, their commander made a hasty decision to redeploy Xiexingchen of the Dark Star Special Forces to another mission, resulting in a sudden counterattack that inflicted considerable damage. Liang Yuhang understood immediately. So we, as friendly neighbors, must lend our assistance. Yes, that is precisely the point, Zhang Luyan affirmed. Since the injured soldiers are closer to us, their Xia alliance will help us swiftly establish a celestial base for the psychological and physical rehabilitation of soldiers post-war. It involves confidential matters, fully enclosed, with an uncertain duration. Can you manage? I will obey military orders, Liang Yuhang replied. Hearing the key phrase, fully enclosed, Mu Feng realized he would be unable to see Liang Yuhang for quite some time. He boldly interjected, "Does this base need cleaners? I want to go too. Do you think it's like sweeping the streets? You want to go?" Zhang Lian looked at the spoiled young master helplessly. "The laboratory's equipment needs to be moved. Can we leave you a larger area?" The sky seems to be collapsing for Mu Feng. This semester, he finds it impossible to concentrate even for a single day, contemplating dropping out and returning home. Zhang Luyan turned his head. "Have you chosen a guiding student yet? This is a valuable opportunity for learning, as well as a chance to cultivate a new generation of talent. Otherwise, we risk a gap in the future." Mu Feng suddenly lifted his head, rejuvenated, his eyes sparkling as he subtly signaled towards teacher Liang. Liang Yuhang nodded. "I've made my selection. Which outstanding student from which cohort is it? I would like to see which direction they might be suited for." "Who?" Zhang Lu Yin surveyed the room, filled with instruments, utterly perplexed. Liang Yuhang's gaze fell upon the cheerful child nearby, Mu Feng. Zhang Lu Yin fiddled with his ear. "Is my hearing failing me? Who did you say?" "Mu Feng." "The student I chose," Liang Yuhang replied calmly. Zhang Lu Yin couldn't help but raise his voice. "Have you lost your mind? Are you truly going to send him to the base? Do you know his grades?" "Yes, he has passed all his subjects," Liang Yuhang responded, his composure unwavering compared to his counterpart. "Not only do I know his grades, but I'm also aware of his overall capabilities." Zhang Lu Yin felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "Did I not make myself clear earlier? Each research institute will take students for regular assessments. It will be no different than at school. If you bring in such a fool, it will be your face, Liang Yuhang, that gets tarnished." "Who are you calling a fool?" Mu Feng frowned, feeling embarrassed in front of his crush. After all, he had once been on the brink of entering a prestigious university. While to the top students, his grades might seem mediocre, they were still commendable. Zhang Lu Yin, unrelenting, stated, "You, who barely scrapes by in your courses, are not what I would call clever." Liang Yuhang had not intended to truly mentor Mu Feng. He merely sought to complete a task and had not expected to bring him into the base. However, having given his word, he felt no inclination to retract it. He spoke, "Research and development are conducted by colleagues. The quality of the student will not affect the results." The military previously stated to select one student. They did not specify it must be someone with excellent grades. "I have my own criteria for evaluation." "Isn't good performance fundamental?" Zhang Luyan questioned, exasperated and clutching his chest, feeling frustrated at being summoned at such an hour. "What is your evaluation criterion?" Liang Yuhang recalled the moment he had deftly removed his wristband. "Obedience." Mu Feng nodded vigorously. "Teacher Liang is right. I am exceedingly obedient." Zhang Lu Yin sighed deeply. "Given your family's circumstances, he must not be bribing you with money, right? Are you implying he is using charm?" Mu Feng blurted out. "That is certainly not the case. There was no time for that." Zhang Lu Yin raised his hand to his chest, feeling as though he were about to witness a tarnishing of his own reputation. "Liang Yuhang, I genuinely want to expel you from the mentorship. If you disgrace him, it is tantamount to disgracing myself. Rest assured, I will teach him well," Liang Yuhang assured him. Mu Feng felt a gentle squeeze around his heart, a mix of sweetness and anxiety. Liang Yuhang had only known him for 2 days, yet he was willing to take responsibility for a decision made on a whim. It was truly remarkable how such a cultivated individual could stand firmly by his side. Mu Feng remained silent, regretting his earlier pretense of ignorance that had caused Liang Yuhang to lose confidence. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to defend himself. Zhang Luyan, feeling defeated, waved his hand dismissively. Pack your things, prepare to report tomorrow morning. Liang Yuhang escorted the person out and turned back to find Mu Feng still standing in place, lost in thought, a stark contrast to his previously lively demeanor. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Liang Yuhang remarked. It's not too late to have second thoughts. No, Mu Feng hesitated. Aren't you afraid of me embarrassing you? Liang Yuhang scrutinized him for 2 seconds. That is not a possibility. Mu Feng moved his lips, feeling a sense of unease. Lowering his gaze to avoid his eyes. I'm quite foolish. Perhaps we should just find someone else. He believed he could not lead a dazzling life. Nor did he wish to be a blemish on Liang Yuhang's exquisite resume. Look up, Liang Yuhang commanded, his voice soft yet heavy with pressure. When Mu Feng's anxious and fearful eyes met his, he calmly stated, As long as you desire it, I will ensure your victory. Chapter 10. Now you know fear. Mu Feng slowly echoed his words. As long as I desire it, you will ensure my victory. He was certain that Liang Yuhang could fulfill this promise. However, in a situation where he did not wish to excel, intentionally suppressing his performance would lead to a deadlock, rendering Liang's teachings futile. This might drive Liang to question his life choices, resulting in a severed relationship. Liang Yuhang pressed, So, give me your answer. Mu Feng sought another excuse. I feel I might be a hindrance to your work. That's not like you. Although Liang Yuhang had only just met him, he sensed a resilience in Mu Feng's character, an unwillingness to belittle himself. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Is there something unspeakable? Mu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Liang Yuhang was astute. Unsure of how to respond, he said, Let me think. His family might grow suspicious if he drew too much attention, and if he performed poorly, Liang Yuhang would be embarrassed. This dilemma was challenging. Liang Yuhang rarely uttered more than a couple of words. Mu Feng, I don't have to insist that you go. I am merely fulfilling a promise. If you have second thoughts, consider this matter as if it had never been agreed upon. Mu Feng was well aware that he was not indispensable. Many were eager for Liang Yuhang's instruction. Reaching this stage was solely because Liang Yuhang was a gentleman, nothing more. Fate had already favored him. Such a wonderful opportunity for interaction. If Liang Yuhang were to have a special moment, and he could take advantage of it, wouldn't that be delightful? As for everything else, he would adapt as needed. All right, see you tomorrow, Teacher Liang. Mu Feng looked up, having made his decision. Liang Yuhang nodded slightly and turned to leave. Time was of the essence. Mu Feng had much to prepare. Cat allergens, alpha inhibitors, omega disguising pheromones. Nutritional supplements for Liang Yuhang, and in the worst-case scenario, sedatives for the sensitive period at the base. A box full. He messaged Jiang Yuhan. Xiao Jiang. I might not see you again until after summer break. Don't miss me too much. You two have been confined. Together with Teacher Liang in the base. Yuan. The holiday is just around the corner, yet you're eagerly seeking out trouble in this dreadful place. One that even the most unfortunate souls would hesitate to enter. Regardless, you two are trapped by your brother, and during the holidays, I shall have no one to play with. Yuan, the human heart is too cold. I dare not touch it. I have yet to settle scores with you, traitor. Wishing you the best of luck. Smiley face. After lying down for several hours, Mu Feng, filled with excitement, found himself unable to sleep. He returned to the dormitory to fetch some clean clothes, filling an entire large box. Teacher Liang, I'll send you the address. Make your own way there. Mu Feng glanced at the message, feeling indignant. How aloof. Not even a greeting. The location was quite distant, situated in an expansive suburb, seemingly a temporary conversion of another base, with a towering semicircular structure resembling a massive blue planet. Greetings. Please present your identification. Students, proceed to the left for security checks. Entering sequentially, the mechanical voice repeated. Mu Feng recognized several familiar faces, most being regulars on the honor roll. Surpassing them was not the challenge, but maintaining balance without drawing too much attention while keeping Liang Yuhang pleased was. Mu Bao. A familiar voice called from behind, and Mu Feng turned to see Jiang Yuyin, looking rather dejected. He couldn't help but chuckle. Who was it that said they wouldn't even want to be reborn here? Jiang Yuyin ground his teeth. I was forcibly brought by my brother. He insists on confining me for a few months, fearing I might cause trouble outside. Mu Feng's spirits lifted, and he patted Liang Yuhan's shoulder. Thank you. At least I'm not the last. Being second to last doesn't seem quite as shameful. Who do you look down upon? Liang Yuhan replied earnestly. Now that I'm here, I shall not disgrace my brother. I'm sorry, but the title of last place is reserved for you. The adept scorer Mu Feng suppressed a laugh. All right. Good luck with that. What a tone. Liang Yuhan was quite displeased. I will show no mercy to my brother's underlings. Overhearing their exchange, a young man with green hair turned around. What are your average scores for the semester? I heard all those coming here are big shots. It's quite terrifying. He has 62. I have 60. Liang Yuhan responded candidly. Green-haired guy, your hairstyle is quite stylish. Have you recently dyed it? You managed to get in with those scores? Must be through the back door. The green-haired fellow responded expressionlessly. Just passing. This color is merely my personal preference. Mu Feng laughed heartily. Very unique. I'll consider dyeing mine pink to match yours. You certainly know how to converse. If you were an Omega, we could share a dormitory. The green-haired guy was rather affable. Mu Feng draped an arm over Liang Yuhan's shoulder and shook him playfully. What do you say, passable guy? Liang Yuhan rolled his eyes. Sure, I'll just kill both of you at midnight. The group bantered as they entered. Professor Zhang Luyan was engrossed in student records. When he looked up, his smile froze. Have you all been possessed by spirits recently? 3 students on the edge of passing have arrived. 3? Liang Yuhan turned to the green-haired student. You barely passed too. Surely not. I have an average of 68, which is significantly better than yours. The green-haired guy replied with remarkable composure. I have a good relationship with my mentor, who brought me here to broaden my horizons. Mu Feng nearly applauded. This dormitory had gathered the talents of both the dragon and the phoenix. Splendidly, he could maintain his position comfortably at third from the last. Zhang Luyan wished to summon those elite individuals whose intellect seemed impaired, one by one, to inquire. Have they truly lost their sanity in the pursuit of research? He turned away, his heart heavy, and lamented to his assistant. Next year, let us add a new rule. Anyone with an average score below 98 shall be barred from participating in confidential base practices. There was no other reason, merely pure disdain. Green-haired and high spirits remarked. In that case, we are indeed the fortunate few. How splendid. Mu Feng was about to interject when he spotted Liang Yuhang from a distance. His attention immediately diverted. Today, Liang donned a white lab coat over a finely textured white shirt, complemented by a slender, neatly arranged black tie. His face was framed by the rimless glasses he typically wore at home, exuding a distinctly austere allure. Uniforms carry a unique charm of their own. The only incongruity lay beside his suitcase, where Mu Mu nestled within a backpack, accompanied by the dejected 0717, whose expression was that of a beleaguered worker. A cat and a penguin, they appeared quite discontent, as if they had nearly moved their entire household. Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang called, acknowledging him. How could someone pronounce a simple name so melodiously? Mu Feng found himself unable to restrain his legs, striding over briskly. You've brought them along as well. Indeed, indeed. You must think my fate is quite miserable, 0717 lamented. I had hoped to enjoy a blissful 2-month holiday. Liang Yuhang responded coldly. If you continue to complain, I shall assign you the task of cleaning the entire base during the day. 0717 raised a hand in a gesture of silence. It is my displeasure to serve you. Mr. Liang. Mu Feng, on the other hand, appeared eager. Mr. Liang, I am more than happy to assist you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. 0717 muttered nearby. You ought to consider becoming a robot, the chosen laboring entity. Liang Yuhang replied. That may not be feasible. Mu Feng's expression fell. Why not? He is exceedingly busy. The medical control team is on the top floor. While you're on the ground floor, it is not feasible to meet daily. 0717 explained with an air of resentment. Liang Yuhang glanced at his schedule. I will make time to tutor you. Mu Feng responded with a soft O, finding it somewhat different from his expectations. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring reagents, allowing him to transform into a cat and share a bed with Liang Yuhang at night. though the presence of a roommate made it somewhat inconvenient. All right, when you find yourself free, send me a signal, and I shall come to you. Feng quickly adjusted his mindset. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. Didn't you claim to be uninterested in studying? Feng presented a 4-character maxim. Since I am here, I might as well. Liang Yuhang was indeed very busy, and after exchanging a few words, was called away. Feng could only follow his roommate back to organize their belongings. And until lights out, he received no signal from Liang Yuhang. Lying in bed, he noticed that Jiang Yin in the adjacent bunk had already fallen asleep, while the green-haired individual still had his light on, engrossed in his studies. What time do you plan to sleep? Feng inquired, suppressing his irritation. Unsure. The longer I read this, the more excited I become, the green-haired one replied, ruffling his hair. I only entered 3 days before the exams. Had I known, I would not have come. I truly do not wish to end up at the bottom of the rankings. Feng sighed, fearing the worst when a slacker also competed fervently. With this night owl, he wondered how long he would have to wait to see Liang Yuhang. After enduring another half hour, he could no longer bear it. Closing his eyes to feign sleep, and within the confines of his blankets, adeptly administered the medication to himself. This marks the 3rd instance. It seems that the mental fortitude has adapted, becoming swifter. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he found himself nestled in Liang Yutang's embrace. The urge to expel surged forth, yet his tongue was ensnared. Feng was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions, casting a glance towards the corner where 0717 lurked. Seeking clarity. It was its own desire to indulge. I couldn't intervene, that mischievous feline, 0717 lamented. Feng opened his mouth, yet was rendered immobile, his stomach churning. Having evaded sterilization, he now faced the ordeal of forced regurgitation. Mu, you have triumphed. Liang Yutang grasped his chin, softly commanding, expel it onto my hand. With no recourse, Feng bowed his head and coughed violently a few times, and after an extended moment, the obstruction in his throat finally emerged, a small glass bead. This cat truly consumes everything. In the end, it is he who suffers, Feng thought, looking up to see Liang Yutang's expression transform into one of fury. Feng swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of Liang Yutang's ire. Typically, Liang Yutang appeared aloof, disdainful of anyone who dared to approach, yet his temperament was quite stable, rarely igniting in anger. However, at this moment, his displeasure was palpable. Perhaps it was due to being in his own quarters that he allowed his emotions to swell, saturating the air with an intense aura. Feng finally discerned Liang Yutang's scent, bittersweet wormwood, a deep, woody fragrance, with an initial bitterness followed by a sharp, invigorating note. It exuded an alpha's fierce aggression, a repulsion that left him trembling and powerless. You are mistaken, Teacher Liang, Feng instinctively vocalized, aware that he could not be heard. Are you finally frightened? Liang Yutang coldly lifted the cat, flipping it over and delivering a merciless slap. 20 strikes, with no allowance for evasion. Chapter 11. Will it spiral out of control? Feng buried his head in his arms, silently counting. 18, 19, 20. Will you dare to do so again? Liang Yutang was not gentle. After all, the base was cluttered with a myriad of parts. If left unchecked, the next time could lead to calamity. Perhaps even the ingestion of sulfuric acid. This cat had been in his possession for some time now, proving to be more unruly than anticipated. Feeling a twinge of pain, Feng raised his head, a hint of tears glistening in his eyes. Yet he maintained his courtesy. Thank you, Daddy. The communication between human and cat was akin to a feudal exchange. Liang Yutang gazed down at his pitiful demeanor, his expression frigid. Reflect on yourself. Feng extended a paw to touch him, only to be evaded. He tried again, and again met with avoidance. Indeed, he was genuinely angry and exceedingly difficult to appease. Well, at least today I received a slight reward. Let him manage this mess. Liang Yutang set the cat down and rose to shower, leaving Feng and 0717 to exchange glances. Serves you right, 0717 remarked, mirroring his owner's harshness. You are about to be forsaken by Liang Yutang. Feng ground his teeth. Tomorrow, I will dismantle you into a heap of parts. Not comprehending is truly a challenge to decipher. 0717 tilted its head, likely cursing him. That naughty cat. Alas, it cannot speak, only meow. Feng mused. I no longer hold any sympathy for the robot that toils for 360 days a year. The workload has now increased 100-fold. As the demon whispered, if you ever involve me in your misdeeds again, I shall taint your cat food with water and your canned food with mud. It was a cruel remark. Feng commented, you are truly malicious. If you two continue to bicker, I will throw you both out, Liang Yuhang interjected. He stepped outside, enveloped in mist, clad only in a towel. Quite a sight to behold. Feng looked up at him, resolute. He would rather perish in Liang Yuhang's embrace than leave. Reaching out, Feng's attempts were once again overlooked. Liang Yuhang leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, contemplating his forthcoming tasks. The workload was heavier than anticipated, leaving him unable to spare even an hour to assist Feng with his upcoming exams. Yet, having made a promise, he felt compelled to allocate some time. Lost in thought, he sensed a soft, furry paw making its way up from his waist, gradually ascending before resting on his chest, lying still and silent. Upon opening his eyes, he met Feng's gaze, realizing he understood his mistake. The cat's tail gently brushed against his skin, letting out a soft mew. The earlier anger dissipated significantly. It was difficult to scold further. Good boy, Liang Yuhang murmured, scratching the back of his neck. You must not repeat the same mistake. Feng nestled closer, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of Liang Yuhang's heartbeat, each thump mirroring that of an ordinary person. He pondered whether Liang Yuhang, who had once undergone such perilous surgeries and possessed a mechanical heart, could still experience emotions. Did he ever feel love? Did he ever lose control? Was any remnant of humanity left within him? A mechanical heart. Could it ever truly love another? He had scoured through countless medical cases in search of answers, yet found none. Feng's fingers lightly traced the scar on Liang Yuhang's body. It must have hurt immensely. Liang Yuhang patted the back of his head, stopped fooling around. It's time to sleep. Feng, a light sleeper, had to return before dawn. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back in the dormitory, turning to see green hair staring at him intently. You sleep like a corpse, completely motionless, green hair remarked, shock etched on his face, as if he had just risen from the dead. Do you not fear being beaten for speaking like that outside? Feng lay on his side, feeling a twinge of pain from Liang Yuhang's earlier reprimand. Though intended for Mu, the nerve endings still registered the sensation. Green hair scrutinized him. Your eyes are a pale green. You should dye your hair that color. Just imagine how cool it would look. Awakened by the incessant chatter, Feng groaned. Have you not slept at all? Indeed, green hair replied proudly. It's my most commendable trait. I only need 2 hours of sleep to recharge. Then you and Xiao Jiang are polar opposites. He requires 10 hours. Feng lifted his chin. See, even with all our noise, he remains blissfully asleep, like a baby. Really? Green hair turned and entered the bathroom, wetting a towel with cold water, and with a flick, tossed it onto Jiang Yuan's face. Jiang Yuan jolted awake, tearing the towel away, glaring furiously. Are you insane? Look, he's awake now. Green hair smiled slightly. No need to thank me. If you don't get up, you'll be late. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth, expressing her gratitude with a hint of sarcasm. I truly appreciate it. But I wonder why a student with a mere score of over 60 is so eager in class. You scored 8 points less than my average and a staggering 72 points less overall, just barely passing my friend. The meticulous green hair was taken aback. Feng shook his head as he rose from bed. The dormitory was unbearably noisy, particularly with 0717 and Mu clamoring about. He was beginning to understand the sentiment behind Liang Yuhang's desire to evict them. Mu Bao, why are you limping? Jiang Yuyan turned her head, observing his somewhat peculiar movements. Perhaps he had rolled off the bed while sleeping, Feng thought with a sardonic smile. After such sweetness, there inevitably followed unending suffering. Jiang Yuan looked at him with sympathy. How tragic. I believe you, in this base, are fundamentally incompatible. We should seize the opportunity to escape. The studious green hair was utterly astonished. Do you not realize how many people are desperate to get in here? You actually want to run away? Are you not afraid of getting reprimanded? What is there to enjoy here? Jiang Yuyan ruffled her disheveled hair. The cafeteria food is atrocious. There are exams looming. And even a nap is interrupted by your foolish antics. It feels like I'm traversing through tribulations. Feng bent down to change clothes, pondering the harshness with which Liang Yuhang disciplined the cat. Bao, why are you silent? Weren't you always skipping class with me before? Jiang Yuyan frowned. I have decided, from this day forth, to turn over a new leaf and study diligently. Feng displayed a benevolent smile. Green hair, overjoyed, draped his arm over Feng's shoulder. From today onwards, you shall be my steadfast comrade in arms. Greetings, I am Zhou Tiantian. Zhou-sung? Ha! Jiang Yuyan laughed uncontrollably. Where's the sweetness in you? Perhaps a name change to Zhou Green would be more fitting. Zhou Tiantian squeezed out a sound between his teeth. The field in Tiantian. Sweet, sweet. Today the cafeteria has donuts. Would you like some? It's on me, Jiang Yuyan said with a beaming smile. I wish to eliminate you, Zhou Tiantian remarked, playfully tightening his grip around Jiang Yuyan's neck, and the two began to wrestle. Feng took a step back and yawned. In the realm of omegas, it was best for alphas to refrain from participating in such skirmishes. The group, amidst their playful banter, finished breakfast and returned to the study room. With assessments approaching in 3 days, a portion of the students were diligently reviewing with their guides. Though the upper floors were bustling, not everyone was receiving one-on-one tutoring. Brother, why are you not busy? Jiang Yuyan observed Lu Zhua, sitting there early, his expression already dreary. Goodness, your guide is the combat officer Lu Zhua. You are incredibly fortunate, Zhou Tiantian remarked, seething with jealousy. Jiang Yuyan was not pleased. Who could find joy in studying during holidays? The nightmare of being pressured to practice problems before the college entrance exam still lingered. Do you want this stroke of luck? Of course. Would you like to trade with me? Zhou Tiantian replied. Do not even think about it. Come here. Lu Zhua concluded. Turning to Feng to explain, the medical department post-war is overwhelmed with tasks. Liang Yuhang is still occupied, so I will guide you both for now. Feng nodded, feeling little enthusiasm. What was there to glean from questions they already knew? Why was Liang Yuhang the busiest of them all, while others had their guides? He felt displeased. Very displeased. Feng sat down beside Jiang Yuyan, opened his book, and felt a throbbing headache, along with aches in his back and hips. The first assessment primarily consisted of previously studied material, encompassing a total of 16 subjects, with 4 subjects each day over the course of 4 days. Lu Zhua remarked that among the 9 subjects, the final exams had just concluded, thus emphasizing the need to focus on reviewing genetics, bionics, prevention and control, mechanical design, neural networks, and combat strategies. Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. His previous ability to pass the 9 subjects was largely attributable to his solid foundation in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology during high school, which significantly bolstered his average score. Now, burdened with a multitude of specialized courses, he contemplated throwing his desk in exasperation. I wish to transfer schools, he lamented, his face a portrait of despair. I feel utterly defeated. Feng, in contrast, maintained a semblance of calm, propping his chin up as he asked if Xiao Jiang were to rank last. Would you feel ashamed? Not at all, Lu Zhua replied. That outcome is inevitable. Jiang Yuan retorted. Such a statement feels rather insulting. It's a battle for the honor of second to last. Feng, feeling a pang of sympathy, opened his book, half listening to Lu Zhua's review. Time passed, and suddenly his phone vibrated, revealing a solitary punctuation mark, a message from Liang Yuhang. No words accompanied it. Yet Feng's heart raced at the realization that Liang remembered his offer to meet, responding with just a dot. You're done. I'll come find you. Liang, stay put. I'm on my way. All right, I'm in the study room. Moments later, he turned to see Liang Yuhang, standing at the door. Clad in his white lab coat, glasses still perched on his nose, and when their eyes met, Feng's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Tiantian, from another cubicle, lifted her head in astonishment. Wow, your mentor is Liang Yuhang? What a stroke of luck for both of you. Feeling a swell of pride, Feng boasted, see, I'm fortunate. and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Zhou Tiantan, feeling slightly aggrieved, consoled herself. It's fine, my mentor is wonderful too. I'm not envious or resentful. Not at all. Ah, but why should you be so happy? Have you even studied? Liang Yuhang approached, pointing down at the table. I've been diligently studying for 3 whole hours, Feng replied, his face eager for praise, practically wagging an imaginary tail. Liang Yuhang offered a faint smile, a subtle curve of his lips. Quite foolish, clumsy, and naive, he remarked, turning to select a cubicle. Come over here. Feng, clutching a mountain of books, walked awkwardly yet elatedly towards him. What's wrong? Liang Yuhang inquired, lifting his gaze. Feng, momentarily forgetting the matter. Remember that Liang was a doctor and could easily discern the truth. I twisted my back while sleeping. That doesn't seem likely, Liang Yuhang immediately deduced. Feng's fingers traced the table's texture, his mind racing. Actually, I fell while turning over, but it doesn't hurt. Liang Yuhang crossed his arms, gazing at him with a slight lift of his brow, remaining silent. The pressure was palpable, causing beads of sweat to form on Feng's back. He attempted to mask his discomfort with an innocuous smile. It was during sleepwalking, and I was playfully sparring with Jiang Yuan. Liang Yuhang replied slowly, sparring. As in hitting each other? Chapter 12. This is quite amusing, Feng refuted. Of course not. It was merely playful roughhousing. I twisted my back. Gathering his resolve, he leaned closer and said, if you don't believe me, you can check. I have no injuries at all. The two drew nearer, yet Liang Yuhang expertly contained his pheromones, leaving no trace of the bitter aroma. Liang Yuhang's gaze inadvertently fell upon Feng's pale neck. The loose collar of his ordinary short-sleeve shirt lending an air of casual abandon. Liang Yuhang averted his gaze, expressing disinterest. You're not my patient, Feng retorted. How can a mouth that speaks at 36 degrees utter such cold words? He slowly sat down, resting his chin on his hand. What should one do in a situation where there is no visible injury, yet pain persists, Dr. Liang? Dr. Liang Yuhang replied, beat it again, employing poison to counteract poison. He licked his lips, perhaps contemplating that he would be his own undoing. Feng was exasperated. Let us not discuss this anymore. I'll read. Apply a medicinal salve to invigorate blood circulation and relieve stagnation. Then massage it in, Liang Yuhang instructed as he flipped through his notes. Huh? Feng suddenly grasped the answer, and upon reflecting on his injury, he uttered it with a blank expression. His face flushed crimson as he mumbled, oh, understood. This person truly was maddening. He felt as if he were being tossed into a boiling pot. Fortunately, Liang Yuhang refrained from inquiring whether he needed assistance with the application of the medicine, for he would undoubtedly have felt compelled to agree. Let us proceed with the problem. Liang Yuhang swiftly presented a question before Feng, eager to gauge his level of proficiency. Yet, Feng remained distracted. Liang Yuhang wrapped his fingers on the table. What are you pondering? Feng gradually refocused his attention. I was contemplating how to procure medicine once we're free. He felt utterly dazed. Liang Yuhang observed him, pondering why, in a building full of doctors, one would need to venture outside for medicine. Indeed, Feng cursed inwardly, blaming Liang Yuhang for leading him into a reverie that left his mind in disarray. He bowed his head, forcing himself to concentrate on the problem at hand. The question was not overly difficult, involving mechanical applications, yet concealed 2 traps that could easily lead one astray. If he could arrive at the correct solution, it would certainly exceed mere average performance. He lowered his head, quickly scribbling calculations and arriving at a not-so-absurd error. Then, lifting his gaze, he pushed the paper back. Did I get it right? Liang Yuhang glanced at it, marking an X in red ink. This answer is egregiously incorrect. Did you write it with your foot? Liang Yuhang was indeed stringent. Feng mused that had he known, he would have feigned greater intelligence. Now, under Liang Yuhang's scrutiny, he felt akin to a fool with a negative IQ. Let us try another. Liang Yuhang swiftly posed a new question regarding pharmacology. Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Previously, it had been easier to manipulate scores, perhaps by deliberately making mistakes that would go unnoticed. But Liang Yuhang would not let such things slip by. Under his watchful gaze, it was all too easy to be unmasked. Feng painstakingly wrote out the equations, correctly outlining the solution, but at the end, he intentionally committed a common error made by less diligent students. Upon finishing, he pushed the paper back, his face taut with anxiety. Liang Yuhang scrutinized it for nearly a minute. All right, I understand. Understand what? Feng anxiously observed him, swallowing hard. So what now? The first assessment. Do not expect to score perfectly. Time is limited. Let us focus on your strengths. Liang Yuhang noted his scores meticulously. For the subjects where you excelled, injection, pharmacology, and mechanics, let us aim for 80. Is that achievable? Feng was taken aback that he would start with the subjects he performed best in. Of course, it was attainable. He could even achieve full marks. He exhaled in relief. I will do my best. Achieve the target, and there will be rewards. Fail to meet it, and there will be consequences. Is that agreeable? Liang Yuhang added. Reward me with a proposal. Punish me with a suggestion. Feng felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude to the Bodhisattva. The benefits bestowed upon him were simply too blissful to bear. Very well, he replied, struggling to temper his voice to avoid sounding excessively elated. Liang Yuhang regarded him with curiosity. Aren't you curious about the punishment? Such confidence. Feng mimicked what punishment? Liang Yuhang teased. I shall reveal it after your examination. Feng was consumed with anxiety. What sort of punishment could it be? This individual was adept at stirring emotions. What if the so-called punishment felt more like a reward to him? What score would be deemed appropriate to achieve? For the first time, Feng felt as though his CPU might overheat. Fine, I won't disclose my desired reward either, just to vex you. Liang Yuhang found him rather childish, even as he himself felt his eyes narrowing in irritation. When angered, he bore a striking resemblance to Mu. He devoted an hour to swiftly sketching key points for Feng, and while the latter worked on his problems, he sent a message to 0717 detailing the day's tasks before lifting his head once more. You've studied diligently for 4 hours. Aren't you hungry? Jiang Yuan turned his head to address him. I want to eat. I'm hungry too, Zhou Tian chimed in, peering over. Let us go to the cafeteria. Feng looked at Liang Yuhang. Are you joining us? Liang Yuhang expressed his disdain for dining with the crowd, finding it noisy and detrimental to his appetite. He straightforwardly responded, no need. This was quintessential Liang Yuhang. He had always preferred solitude. With two famished souls eyeing him, Feng found himself torn, ultimately leaning towards his companions. I suppose I'm not that hungry yet. Jiang Yuan gasped in disbelief. Have you lost your mind from reading? Can knowledge serve as sustenance? Should I chop my book into pieces to prepare you a dish? Feng replied, I believe you might have a more promising future in stand-up comedy. Jiang Yuan, already feeling a headache coming on, rushed over to jostle him. Come on, Liang Yuhang hasn't stopped you, right? Liang Yuhang shrugged slightly. Do as you wish. You may go eat while I return upstairs. Feng felt an overwhelming desire to turn Jiang Yuan into soup. The greatest obstacle in his romantic endeavors had appeared. This fellow ought to be confined at home for 2 months. With a resentful gaze, he venomously remarked, Brother Liu, I suggest you assign him more homework. The child is far too idle during the summer. Jiang Yuan? Liu Zhuo nodded. I concur. Jiang Yuan? When did these two align in their thoughts? Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow, finding humanity irritating, yet their banter was rather entertaining. He stood up and said, Let us go eat. Feng widened his eyes, reaching out to pull Jiang Yuan by the neck. Little Jiang, your studies must have been arduous. Allow me to serve you an extra bowl of soup. Jiang Yuan, who had never experienced romance, but fancied himself a connoisseur of love, had undoubtedly caught the scent of Feng's intentions. Bao, your hesitations are all too evident. What is your aesthetic? Feng turned. Meeting his heart-wrenching expression, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. What kind of riddle are you two playing? Liu Zhuo interjected. Jiang Yuan firmly believed that she had not misread the situation. With a heavy sigh, she wished she could shake her head to see if it was filled solely with water. Take me along. I don't want to dine alone, she implored. As Zhou Tian hastily joined her, blending into the group, several individuals sat in the cafeteria, their hearts filled with ulterior motives. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow slightly, remarking, It's unusually quiet. This isn't in line with your usual style. Mu Feng blinked, instantly understanding. You want to join us to witness our banter? Liang Yuhang nodded, candidly stating. It's quite amusing. It feels like a comedic performance. Mu Feng chuckled. All right, Xiao Jiang, take the stage. Jiang Yuyin, infuriated by her love-struck friend's antics, felt her head throb with frustration. With a heavy sigh, she could not resist pulling out her phone to furiously text Mu Feng. I told you. Why on earth did you have to come to this wretched base? So it was because you have a crush on Liang Yuhang. So many handsome guys around. Why did you have to pick this cold, sharp-tongued fellow? If you fancy a chill, I could just buy you a refrigerator. Darling, heed my advice. Find someone else. I can introduce you to a dozen charming fellows. Who said I liked him? That's merely your delusion. Mu Feng was reluctant to concede that Jiang Yuyin was a loudmouth. He knew that if Luzhua found out, it wouldn't be long before Liang Yuhang began distancing himself. You're just being obstinate. You won't win his affection, so give up. Who could possibly like that poker face? Look at how unpleasant he is. It's truly astounding. Are you blind? Oh heavens, I'm so exasperated. Luzhua observed her rapid typing and inquired. Who are you messaging? Jiang Yuyin retorted, just a fool with a screw loose. Zhou Tiantian erupted in laughter. Are you sending messages to yourself? That's quite a peculiar hobby. What does that mean? Jiang Yuyin was baffled. The others quickly caught on and erupted in laughter. Jiang Yuyin, infuriated, finally grasped the joke. Ugh, green-haired monster, let us settle this with a fight. I can't take it anymore. Liang Yuhang raised his head and pressed his fingers to his temples, thinking it was too noisy. Perhaps he shouldn't have come. Noticing his expression, Mu Feng lightly tapped the tip of Liang Yuhang's shoe with his own, silently mouthing, sorry, please bear with it. Liang Yuhang looked down, noticing Mu Feng's foot, slightly smaller than his own. The stark contrast between white sneakers and black dress shoes was quite striking. Did he comprehend the strong implication behind such a gesture? Liang Yuhang lifted his gaze to meet Mu Feng's innocent, unassuming eyes. He probably had no idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have harbored a secret crush for 4 years without daring to confess. Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang called his name softly, aware of others nearby. Wishing to spare him embarrassment, he gently reminded, your foot. Mu Feng also glanced down, observing their shoes touching. He retracted his long legs, creating some distance. The others continued their raucous chatter, oblivious to the moment. Mu Feng's expression conveyed that he did not perceive this as a significant issue. As he extended his foot forward once more, their shoes collided again, slightly separating, then bumping once more. Teacher Liang, isn't this rather amusing? Don't you think? Chapter 13. The allure of Mu Bao. Liang Yuhang gazed into his pale green eyes. The sports shoes at his feet playfully nudged him, their touch light and teasing, akin to a gentle tickle. I don't think so, Liang Yuhang remarked. Mu Feng, undeterred, expected this response and simply withdrew his foot, conceding, all right then. Jiang Yuhan, having just engaged in a verbal spar with Zhou Tiantian and narrowly emerging victorious, still breathless, reached out to the person beside him. Mu Bao, could you step out for a moment? With a smile, Mu Feng rose and followed. What is it? Are you hiding away to cry because he bullied you? Having known each other for only a few days, your tone is increasingly reminiscent of Liang Yuhang, Jiang Yuhan observed, piercingly and with a hint of malice. The two walked into the corridor outside the dining hall and stood facing each other. Mu Feng, smiling, inquired, why this serious expression? What is the matter? Quit beating around the bush. Are you interested in pursuing Liang Yuhang? Jiang Yuhan took this matter seriously, aware that his friend's romantic inclinations were misguided. He needed to intervene promptly. That cold, aloof fellow, what kind of life would that be? A relationship with him would be marked by emotional detachment and coldness. Mu Feng had no intention of revealing this information to the loudmouth. I've already said no. Unlike you, my mind isn't solely occupied with thoughts of romance. Pausing for a moment, he added with a jab, besides, it's not even a relationship yet, and you're already stifling it in its cradle. Then why are you being so nice to Liang Yuhang? Jiang Yuhan poked him lightly with 2 fingers, declaring, I see you as a measuring stick. I wish to learn from him, Mu Feng replied, a blend of sincerity and jest. Given my family situation, I mustn't appear too incompetent if I ever wish to stake a claim to the family fortune. Liang Yuhang, an only child raised in a sheltered environment, was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling the weight of familial expectations. Well, it seems our Mu Bao has suddenly matured. Is there a problem? Mu Feng poked his forehead, urging him to dispel his suspicions. Yet, Liang Yuhang remained unconvinced, stating earnestly, "Then swear to me that your relationship with Liang Yuhang is purely academic and professional." "I swear," Mu Feng replied lazily, raising 3 fingers. "If I ever develop feelings for Liang Yuhang, I shall undergo a second transformation into an alpha." Liang Yuhang gasped, cruelly upping the ante. "Not only will you transform into an alpha, but you will also be dominated by one." He shook his head, adding, "How sinister. I've heard it's excruciating, so do avoid any unusual thoughts." Mu Feng raised an eyebrow lightly. "This is hardly a curse. Rather, it is a delightful aspiration." He nodded with a smile. "Agreed. It's settled." Liang Yuhang finally felt reassured and joyfully draped an arm over his shoulder as they returned to their seats. The dishes were served, yet everyone, exhibiting remarkable decorum, refrained from eating, waiting for the two. "What are you two whispering about?" Liu Zhuo lifted his head, remarking, "If you're plotting an escape, don't even think about it." "How could that be?" Liang Yuhang, still uneasy, felt the need to keep a watchful eye on them, concerned they might act on their feelings in his absence. In a moment of reflection, he resolved, "I've decided to dedicate this summer to diligent study, to reform and reinvent myself." Liu Zhuo chuckled, placing a peeled shrimp into his bowl. "Finally behaving yourself." Mu Feng, overhearing, realized Liang Yuhang's intentions. Never mind. His mind is far easier to deceive than Liang Yuhang's. As I glanced up, I found Liang Yuhang intently observing me. His eyes, dark nearly to the point of blackness, bore a hint of gray, evoking an uncanny sensation that he could perceive everything beneath the surface. He masked his unease with a smile, inquiring, "Teacher Liang, is the food to your disliking?" "It's tolerable," Liang Yuhang replied, undemanding when it came to meals. During busy times, even nutritional supplements would suffice. "Tolerable? Is your diet comprised entirely of subpar fare?" Liang Yuhang felt nauseated, reluctantly chewing on the peeled shrimp. "Brother, could we perhaps request a different chef? I'm willing to pay for the greater good of the entire base." Mu Feng gently interjected, "Your card has been suspended. You've been using my funds. Please refrain from flaunting your wealth." "Thank you," Liang Yuhang retorted, prompting a faint smile from Liang Yuhang at the corner of his lips. Indeed, the banter was quite delightful. In a more amiable mood, he leisurely sipped his soup and announced, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for a new chef. I'll speak with the kitchen staff." Liang Yuhan's emotions became decidedly complicated. It was difficult to criticize Liang Yuhang after such a concession. Zhou Tiantian, however, remained resolute in her opinions. "Thank you, Teacher Liang. You and your brother are both truly good people." Liang Yuhang seized upon this keyword and coldly uttered 3 words. "Liang Jingyi? Yes, indeed. You were unaware? My little director is him." Zhou Tiantian exclaimed with admiration. "He personally requested me. I was quite taken aback." "You brothers arrived at the same base without informing one another?" Liu Zhuo exchanged a glance with Liang Yuhang. "I was unaware. The chief conductor never mentioned it. His research institute is quite distant, yet he has managed to transfer here." Mu Feng's expression darkened considerably. This scoundrel dared to come here. He genuinely feared for his own longevity. Liang Yuhang's heart was burdened by the past incident. He had many grievances to settle with this individual. "You know him?" Liang Yuhang detected the subtle nuances in Mu Feng's expression. "I do not," Mu Feng chuckled. "How could I possibly know your brother? I merely observed that since you were unaware of his arrival, your fraternal bond must be rather tenuous." "Teacher Liang, I stand unconditionally by your side." Liang Yuhang found this amusing. Is this akin to elementary school cliques? Childish. Yet, evidently, his demeanor softened slightly. Mu Feng indeed possessed a notable virtue. He was obedient, perceptive, and astute. Zhou Tiantian continued to extol, "My little director is truly wonderful. When he couldn't be here yesterday, he sent me a plethora of materials late at night, fearing I might fall behind." Liang Yuhang interjected sarcastically. And what does that signify? If I provide you with my materials, do you kneel and call me father? Ridiculous. Zhou Tiantian dismissed him. I'm formidable. You, however, are rather inept. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, prompting him to wave. Little director, I'm over here. Mu Feng glanced over, briefly locking eyes with Liang Yuhang. Those eyes held a shadowy, cunning glint that vanished in an instant. Brother, it's been a while, Liang Yuhang said, hands in his pockets as he approached. May I sit here? There's no room. Adding another person would be quite cramped, Mu Feng replied. Why not have you and Tian sit over there, at a round table? Accommodating another individual would indeed be challenging, offering a seamless excuse. Zhou Tiantian eagerly chimed in. I'm fine with that. What would you like to eat? I can fetch it. Liang Yuhang lightly clicked his tongue. Forget it, I have no appetite. Liang Yuhang raised his eyes to him. Though seated, his presence seemed more imposing than that of his counterpart. Was it intentional? Apart from returning home, the two individuals deliberately avoided each other, and their encounter here could only be premeditated. Liang Yuhang nodded, conceding, it's mainly because I miss my brother and want to see how the little friend he brought along is faring. He turned his gaze to Mu Feng, assessing him for a few seconds, from his exquisite face and fair neck to his slender waist. Quite impressive. Mu Feng looked at him coolly. Not really. I have a particularly bad temper. I tend to scold people I find unlikable. If I inadvertently offend you in the future, please don't take it to heart. Liang Yuhang stared at him in confusion. He had never encountered anyone with a temper better than Mu Feng's, who was always warm and gentle, as if no one could provoke him into an uncontrolled retort. Yet, the sharpness between the two should not intersect. It was perplexing. Perhaps he needed to think more deeply. Liang Yuhang chuckled. Quite adorable. Almost want to trade places with you, brother. Would you be willing to swap? Zhou Tiantian, entirely unpicky, found his prospect delightful. Sure. I have no issues. Whoever I am with, I would be blissfully happy. Liang Yuhang leaned back slightly, his back against the chair and against the light. His dark eyes revealed a hint of light gray. You dare to try. These 4 words pinned Mu Feng in place. He certainly understood that he was merely a tool for Liang Yuhang's retorts. It could be anyone, and in similar situations, Liang Yuhang would deliver the same response. Yet, even as a tool, he was more than willing to charge into battle for Liang Yuhang. Then I shall attempt to win over this little friend. Liang Yuhang tilted his head slightly, curious to see how long it would take to transform his guiding teacher into himself. Liang Yuhang, looking puzzled, remarked, Is our Mu Bao suddenly so sought after? What are the criteria? You should say less, Lu Zhua interjected, covering his mouth. Zhou Tiantian was enviously thrilled. It must not be based on grades. The big shots have their unique selection standards. Ah, how exhilarating. Who can come and compete for me? Mu Feng thought, from his observations over the years, Liang Yuhang was indeed such a person. Regardless of people, possessions, or emotions, anything his brother possessed, whether he liked it or not, he would strive to seize. I truly admire Teacher Liang. Mu Feng restored his usual gentle and harmless smile. Liang Yuhang momentarily lost his focus at this address. Liang Yuhang also lifted his head. Teacher Liang, Teacher Liang, Teacher Liang. Mu Feng had called him this many times before. At this moment, whom was he addressing? Mu Feng understood that the two brothers were looking at him, treating him as a stronghold. Whoever planted their flag would claim victory at that moment. It was not Liang Yuhang's Liang, but Liang Yuhang's Liang. Chapter 14. Meeting at 8 o'clock, Liang Yuhang gazed at Mu Feng. He had always felt that engaging in verbal sparring was futile. Yet at this moment, the child seemed determined to restore his dignity by uttering such words. Very childish, yet inexplicably gratifying. The only teacher Liang, was that the implication? Indeed, it was the only teacher Liang, that was the meaning. As if attuned to the unspoken response within his heart, Mu Feng offered an affirmative reply. Liang Yuhang stood momentarily in contemplation, pondering the invigorating prospect. The latent instinct for competition within him stirred. Liang Yuhang's devoted student was one he yearned to claim as his own. He stated, My brother has surgery this afternoon, having reviewed your academic performance. How about I assist you with your studies? Zhou Tiantian, feeling a sense of impending doom, pointed to herself, inquiring, What about me? Liang Jingyi replied, you may join us, but the focus will be on tutoring. He paused, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at the student badge on Mu Feng's chest, enunciating the name, Mu Feng. The very sound of it passing his lips felt sullied. I have assignments to complete this afternoon. Teacher Liang has already assigned me work. Tonight, you will need to review with me to correct any mistakes, right, Teacher Liang? Mu Feng interjected swiftly, although uncertain if Liang Yuhang was genuinely available that evening. He instinctively sought his assistance, fixing his gaze upon him. Liang Yuhang, inexplicably reminded of Mu, found himself reflecting. Just a moment ago, he had bared his teeth at another, yet as he turned to depart, he was followed by a stray cat, its collar jingling softly, bravely trailing behind. The sound of the bell was oddly familiar, as if he had heard it in a dream. His heart softened, and he took the abandoned feline, which had lingered at the hospital entrance for an unknown duration, into his home. At that moment, Mu Feng regarded him with a similar expression, as if fearing he might be cast aside. Liang Yuhang reassured him, at 8 this evening, I will provide you with the access code for the rooftop. Liang Yuhang muttered under his breath, questioning the necessity of evening assignments and suspecting that these two might be plotting something under his very nose. However, the tension in the air was palpable, and with a nudge from Lu Zhuo to silence him, he dared not speak. Mu Feng smiled, responding, all right. I want to be late. Liang Jingyi suspected his brother had bewitched this young man. Why choose such an aloof teacher with a sharp tongue? Amused, he feigned generosity, saying, no worries. Feel free to reach out tomorrow or the day after. In his mind, Liang Mu Feng contemplated the titles he would use, thinking of Zhou Tiantian's little guide. We have an examination in 3 days. If you are sufficiently professional, it seems ample time should be devoted to tutoring Tian. He is eager to learn, so do not let him down. Liang Jingyi was taken aback by the formidable presence Mu Feng exuded, were it not for the suppression bracelet he wore, and the certainty that he was an Omega. One might have mistaken him for an S-class Alpha. Frustrated with his recent literary overload, Liang Yuhang supported his head, feeling as though it were filled with water. Liang Yuhang stood, fastening his scattered buttons. I shall take my leave now. Mu Feng hastened to follow him, reaching the quieter corridor and calling out, Teacher Liang, is there something else? Liang Yuhang turned back. Mu Feng reached out, placing a vial of nutrient solution into the pocket of his lab coat. Noticing you haven't eaten much, I prepared this nutrient solution myself. It's superior to what is commercially available. You carry this around? Liang Yuhang inquired. Yes, I fear I might faint in the middle of studying. Mu Feng replied with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, it's not poisoned. Liang Yuhang nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. He strode toward the elevator, swiped his card, and as the ride to the top floor felt interminable, he retrieved a cold glass vial, uncapped it, and took a sip. Liang Yuhang had few culinary preferences, with lychee being a notable exception, a trivial liking that even his parents might overlook. Most nutritional supplements on the market were insipid and merely served to stave off hunger. But this particular one, gifted to him by Mu Feng, was different. It was lychee-flavored. After some contemplation, Liang Yuhang decided to reciprocate the gesture and sent a message to 0717, requesting him to deliver medicine to Mu Feng. Were you seeking him for now? Jiang Yuan inquired, her vigilance unwavering as she observed Mu Feng's return. Do not be so alarmingly suspicious. I merely posed a couple of questions to him. Mu Feng replied with exasperation. You're lying. I saw you slip something into his pocket. Jiang Yuan retorted, gasping in disbelief. You wouldn't dare deliver a set to him during this hectic exam period, would you? Mu Feng quipped he would like that, but I reckon he would be expelled from the base within a millisecond. Seeing him silent, Jiang Yuan interpreted it as tacit agreement and lowered her voice. So, you just going to offer yourself to him tonight? Have you lost your mind? Mu Feng, at a loss for words, replied, Am I truly that type of person? I assure you, I am not. Jiang Yuan reevaluated him and nodded. I see the resemblance. I have sworn an oath of suspicion towards you. I will always keep a watchful eye. What are you discussing? Liang Jingyi interjected, observing their hushed conversation. Scare me. You're still here? Jiang Yuan expressed her disdain for every member of the Liang family, finding them equally unlikable, one aloof and the other erratic, neither of whom seemed normal. Liang Jingyi raised a hand to his face. Why does it seem like you all have grievances against me? What have I done? Who knows? Perhaps it's just a clash of energies. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow. Also, your student Zhou Tian has irritated me all day. Is it too much to vent my frustrations? Liang Jingyi nodded. Then allow me to make amends. How about I take you all out for some fun tonight? No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zhuo interjected. That won't be necessary. Xiao Jiang is grounded, so do not lead him astray. Liang Jingyi realized that apart from the adoring gaze of the green-haired one, he felt as though everyone else was silently cursing him with their stares. Was he truly that detestable? He bore a striking resemblance to Liang Yuhang. Why was there such a disparity in treatment? It was bewildering. Feng pulled Jiang Yuan back to the study room, where she could hardly sit still, alternating between drinking water, listening to music, and doodling turtles on paper until she noticed 0717 approaching. Hey, isn't that Liang Yuhang's little robot? Jiang Yuan poked him with her pen. Feng, finally lifting his gaze from the questions, remarked, Indeed, could he be here to supervise my studies? That would be quite absurd. Jiang Yuan maintained her sixth sense. He is indeed a control freak. Good day, Mr. Feng, 0717, having been roused from his nap, greeted with a tone laced with sarcasm. I am here to provide you with some considerate service. Have you caught a virus? Feng shook his round head, bemused by the increasingly robotic manner of speech. I am, in fact, a robot. As 0717 spoke, it rummaged through its pocket, producing a vial. This is the blood-activating and bruise-healing ointment gifted to you by Mr. Liang. Please apply it evenly to the affected area and massage it gently. Wishing you a swift recovery. Affected area? Apply? Ointment. Jiang Yuhan's voice rose in pitch with each word. You can't be serious. Feng interjected. It's not what you think. I knew it. You limped when you got up this morning. You're not behaving, Mu Bao. Jiang Yuhan lamented, heartbroken. You even swore to me, only to be abruptly interrupted by Liang Yuhang. Feng swiftly covered Jiang Yuhan's mouth. 0717 leaned in, curiosity etched across its features. What does grass mean? It implies to consume more vegetables to thrive, Feng replied, his lips twitching. You with your mind in the gutter, shouldn't he corrupt the robot too? 0717, ever meticulous, stated, according to my research, the context here suggests a certain intense interaction between you and Mr. Liang Yuhang. Oh, how scandalous. Its eyes widened, magnifying its head's appearance. Feng remarked, it's as if I've leaped into the galaxy and cannot cleanse myself of this. Who would have thought I'd be entangled in a scandal with Liang Yuhang? There's nothing to it. I'm innocent. Feng decided to maintain that excuse. Xiao Jiang, I don't wish to evoke your guilt, yet you persist in attributing non-existent incidents to me. I'm quite disappointed in you. Jiang Yuhan's mind was blank. He truly had no recollection of being that ferocious at night. How outrageous. I actually struck Feng. I will be sleepless tonight, wishing to slap myself awake. Reflect on your actions. Cease speaking. You're a nuisance. Feng, quick-witted, snatched the tube of ointment and commanded, 0717, you should leave too. This is a military base. Stop wandering about, lest you become scrap metal. 0717 opened its mouth, but merely emitted a soft whimper before gliding away. The world finally fell silent. Feng, having studied until late, ascended the stairs with his workbook in hand. This marked his second foray into Liang Yuhang's private domain from a human perspective. The executive suite on the top floor bore no resemblance to a student dormitory. It provided a completely private and tranquil space. Feng raised his hand and knocked on the door. 3 seconds later, the door swung open. Liang Yuhang had changed into comfortable home attire. His usually neatly styled hair was now tousled and a few strands obscured his eyes, resembling a senior who had just finished playing basketball on campus. You wouldn't believe it. Jiang Yuhan was saying this afternoon that I should deliver the medicine because you were too vigorous and indulgent, leaving Feng in disarray. 0717 began to chatter incessantly about the day's gossip. Upon lifting his gaze again, he slowly uttered the final 2 words, it's scandalous. Liang Yuhang responded with a perplexed, huh? Feng observed as Liang Yuhang's complexion transformed from pale to a soft pink in an instant, then deepened to a crimson hue, even his earlobes appearing to blush profusely. It was astonishing to witness such an unabashedly candid character display shyness. If I joke once more, will it frighten you away? No. That's merely a fabrication by Liang Yuhang. Mu Feng opened his mouth, hastily reaching out to cover the other's ears, urging, "Don't listen, it's all nonsense." He truly would dismantle 0717 into a myriad of components and immerse them in formalin, transforming it into a voiceless specimen. Liang Yuhang held his face in both hands, his gaze gradually descending to Mu Feng's waist, his tone indifferent, making it difficult to discern whether he was truly angered. Yet, he seemed to be amused. "Mu Feng, is this how you promote me outside?" Chapter 15. Would you lend me a hand? No, not all, Mu Feng denied vehemently, dismissing Liang Yuan's ramblings as the musings of a fool. He had no qualms about betraying his brother. Liang Yuhang maintained his position, his eyes lowered upon him. "So, it's not because of anything you said that he perceives things this way." Mu Feng felt as though he might spontaneously combust. A poor response to this remark would lead to utter defeat. Liang Yuhang held a rather unfavorable view of suitors, and he could not afford to reveal the slightest hint of vulnerability. His fingers trembled slightly as he steadied himself. "I suddenly wish to study diligently." His mind is racing with wild speculations about our innocent relationship. Impeccably composed, he revealed no flaws. Liang Yuhang scrutinized his tense expression, tilting his head slightly. "This is merely casual conversation, not an interrogation. There is no need to be anxious." At that moment, Mu Feng realized his hands still rested on the other's ears, his palms almost cradling his cheeks. Liang Yuhang was tall, possessing a remarkably superior physique among alphas, and due to his actions, he was compelled to lower his head slightly. Mu Feng could distinctly see his dark gray irises, his expression enigmatic. "Mu Feng, withdraw my hands. I forgot that you dislike being touched by others." Liang Yuhang displayed great magnanimity. In a moment of urgency, it is understandable. Mu Feng exhaled in relief. He followed Liang Yuhang inside, closed the door, and handed over the completed questions. "Please take a look." Liang Yuhang, adorned with glasses, sat with his legs crossed, his gaze fixed downward upon the answers, exuding a formidable presence. At that moment, he instinctively spoke in honorifics. 0717 blinked his eyes, having just misspoken, struggling to rectify his blunder. "What does this little friend Mu Feng wish to eat? Cake? Drinks? I could sneak into the cafeteria." Mu Feng narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice. "I haven't settled the score with you yet. Why do you enjoy reporting on me so much? I have no colleagues. I would suffocate in silence without anyone to converse with." 0717 displayed a dramatically sorrowful expression, resembling a troublesome cat that only brought him trouble. Mu Feng mused. He employs this same tactic to deceive little Jiang. This machine learns things remarkably quickly. 0717 continued his incessant chatter. "I begin my work the moment I open my eyes, bustling from the top floor to the bottom. I am well aware of the lab's intensity. After a long day, if I simply wish to gossip, I am caught. Oh, how cruel fate is." Mu Feng remarked. Guilt begins to surface. Liang Yuhang, with a red pen, doodled casually and stated, "If you keep pretending, just roll out." 0717 instantly fell silent. "Oh, it's not that dire. At the beginning of the year, I took a 3-month-long vacation, and I still receive my salary." He. Mu Feng now felt that Liang Yuhang had a remarkably calm temperament. Encountering such a theatrical character while maintaining his composure was truly admirable. He squinted and inquired, "As a robot, what purpose does your salary serve?" "To amuse beautiful ladies," 0717 replied, patting his chest. "During my holidays, my favorite pastime is wandering aimlessly and randomly finding lovely girls to buy them things they like." Mu Feng's native language was silence. If Liang Yuhang possessed even a modicum of such flirtation skills, he would not have endured a prolonged infatuation. "Right, 17 questions answered. 5 incorrect," Liang Yuhang announced. Upon hearing the word incorrect, Mu Feng instinctively raised his hand, extending it forward. "Go ahead and hit me." Liang Yuhang turned his head, observing the young boy standing stiffly like a sentinel, his outstretched hand with fingers together, almost willingly. Why the palm strike? Because I made a mistake. Feng had been educated from a young age that mistakes warranted punishment. At 13, he committed a significant error and was confined to a small, dim room for a year, where he ate, drank, and relieved himself. Breaking something resulted in punishment. Speaking out of turn drew consequences. Even inadvertently crossing paths with his older siblings could lead to retribution. The pain was real. Sometimes it was a whip, other times a beating, or even baseless verbal abuse. They did not genuinely seek to improve him, but rather to find a vessel for their emotional outbursts. Feng had long since learned to resist. No one could easily bully him now, yet he bore the scars of his twisted upbringing. He hoped Liang Yuhang would manage him, in whatever manner that entailed. Compared to those past agonies, he felt that Liang Yuhang's punishments, infused with admiration and love, resembled gifts. Moreover, he understood that beneath Liang Yuhang's seemingly indifferent exterior lay a gentle nature that would not truly harm him. Thus, he could derive an extreme sense of pleasure and satisfaction from this form of discipline. Liang Yuhang extended his hand, hovering above Feng's palm. Close your eyes. How many strikes for 5 mistakes? 5, Feng replied. He closed his eyes, rendering the world invisible, which heightened his senses to capture even the faintest sounds. However, the other remained still. Feng grew increasingly anxious, uncertain if he had erred in some way, and straightened his back even more. The room was eerily silent. Even 0717 and Mu refrained from making any noise. Then, he felt something placed in his palm. You may open your eyes now, Liang Yuhang said. Feng opened his eyes, his hand still open, and saw a piece of candy wrapped in shiny, crinkling foil that refracted the light into a kaleidoscope of colors. Confused, he asked why. You answered 17 questions correctly, so here are 17 pieces. Liang Yuhang met his gaze, explaining that it was a reward for his correct answers. Feng felt momentarily stunned. And what about the wrong ones? Liang Yuhang looked into his eyes. For those, do not repeat the mistakes next time. Feng felt a lump in his throat, wanting to voice something but unable to articulate it, a bittersweet ache swelling within him. He merely lowered his gaze to the candy in his palm. How did you come by this? It doesn't seem like something you would purchase. Finally, 0717 seized the opportunity to interject. Of course, it was the esteemed 0717 who ventured out of the base this afternoon to procure it. It exhausted me, especially since I was adamant about the lychee flavor, which took quite a while to find. Lychee flavor? Feng mused, feeling as though he had transformed into a mere automaton, endlessly repeating the same words. The customized nutrient solution you provided has this flavor because it is your preference, is it not? Liang Yuhang remarked. He believed this to be true, as lychee is indeed a fruit cherished by many. Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, I truly enjoy it. Thank you, Teacher Liang. He tightened his grip in his palm. 17 candies were plentiful, but fortunately, his long fingers allowed him to grasp them all at once. He treasured them, placing them carefully into his pocket as if they were precious gems. Upon returning, he planned to keep them alongside the ointment and the gauze Liang Yuhang had previously used to bandage him. Rare gifts from Liang Yuhang. Noticing Feng's actions, Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you going to eat one? I just brushed my teeth, Feng replied, reluctant to indulge, offering an excuse that consuming candy now would lead to toothache. 0717 gave him a thumbs up, very health conscious. After finishing the homework, it seemed there was no reason to linger. Feng's mind raced. Your brother, don't let his displeasure affect you. Liang Yuhang was rather surprised. Few could discern his moods. I'm not unhappy, just slightly annoyed with him. Feng laughed, his expression becoming animated. Then allow me to assist in getting back at him. How about I add mustard to his meal tomorrow? 0717 raised his hand. I want to join in this endeavor. I apply for participation. Mu darted out from the corner, baring its teeth at the air. Meow. It appeared ready to join the fray with great enthusiasm. Liang Yuhang chuckled softly, bemused by the 3 raucous companions. He rubbed his forehead and cautioned, you should avoid provoking him. Once he sets his sights on someone, he can be quite troublesome. Feng maintained his composure. He excelled at dealing with annoying individuals. No worries, I occasionally enjoy stirring up some fun. Liang Yuhang acknowledged with a hum. Then I shall take my leave. As Feng turned, his gaze met Mu's in the corner, signaling it to refrain from causing trouble. And he ambled slowly towards the exit. Liang Yuhang noticed his gait. The ointment he provided should have resulted in better mobility. He inquired, "Have you not applied the medicine?" Feng halted, reluctant to use the medication Liang Yuhang had given him, intending to save it for later, perhaps to buy a similar one tomorrow. Oh dear! He had been caught. Reluctantly, he turned back and explained, "It's tricky to apply. I'll have Xiao Jiang assist me when I return." "Where exactly is the injury?" Liang Yuhang's tone now resembled that of a doctor questioning a disobedient patient. Feng blinked, a previously innocent thought resurfacing. If only teacher Liang could help him apply the ointment, it would indeed be a day filled with bliss. First, he ruled out the lower back. That was far too private. The shoulder blades were also too high, and wouldn't affect his walking, so that wouldn't work either. With a determined bite of his lip, he finally spoke, "Lower back." Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice slightly and tentatively asked, "Would you mind assisting me?" Dr. Liang? Changing his address made the request seem more reasonable and difficult to decline. During the surgical procedure, the patient had only revealed his waist, a rather ordinary part of the body, albeit slightly more slender than usual. Liang Yuhang rose from his seat, clearing the space at his desk, and with a slight lift of his chin, commanded, "Come here." Feng approached with an unusual mix of elation and awkwardness, placing his hands on the desk and instinctively lifting the hem of his shirt. The pale expanse of his waist was unveiled, accentuated by a delicate indentation, forming a graceful curve. Liang Yuhang felt a flutter in his brow. Sensing the situation was somewhat inappropriate, he contemplated dismissing the act. Yet Feng pressed a tube of ointment into his palm. "I apologize for the trouble, Dr. Liang," he said, his tone imbued with earnestness, devoid of any ulterior motives. Liang Yuhang twisted the cap off, squeezing a small amount onto his fingertip, hovering it above the small of Feng's back. The skin was immaculate, unblemished, and if not for the limp he had displayed all day, one might have thought he was deceiving them. "Where should I apply it?" Liang Yuhang mused. Recognizing he was not a machine and could not discern the location of the injury merely by looking, then he felt Feng's delicate fingers grasp his wrist, carefully lifting it with just 2 fingers as if adhering to a principle of minimal contact. He guided Liang's hand to the hollow curve of his lower back. "This is where it hurts the most, Teacher Liang." Chapter 16. Teacher Liang praises me. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, applying the ointment. His fingers, accustomed to the grip of firearms and surgical instruments, were calloused, rendering the touch somewhat numb. Feng gripped the edge of the desk with both hands, his fingers turning pale to avoid creating any untoward noise. "Does it hurt?" Liang Yuhang inquired. "A little," Feng replied, though the truth was that his leg felt weak from the numbing sensation, making him want to kneel. "It seems there is no serious injury," Liang Yuhang observed, focusing intently as he pressed around the area to assess for fractures. However, due to his tall stature and long fingers, there was an unavoidable sensation of measurement. A slight pause could trap a hand within the space. Indeed, it was quite slender. Feng found it difficult to hear Liang's words. All his senses were drawn into a prolonged moment of agony and happiness. He murmured, "Perhaps it is a sprain, hence the absence of bruising." Liang Yuhang reminded him, "You must remember to apply the ointment regularly. I have only known you for a few days, and you have already injured yourself twice, Feng." Upon being addressed by name, Feng grew anxious. Sorry. It seemed he had miscalculated the boundaries, potentially causing annoyance. "Why apologize?" Liang Yuhang questioned. "Because I have troubled you twice with my injuries." Feng's voice softened. Liang Yuhang could not see his expression, but could discern a hint of dejection and guilt. "Is it truly your fault?" "It is my fault," Feng thought, attributing both incidents to his own recklessness. If his injuries had caused any inconvenience, it was indeed his responsibility. Liang Yuhang reached out, pulling down the hem of Feng's shirt to shield the exposed skin. "Turn around and look at me." Obediently, Feng lifted his gaze, his fingers still gripping the desk's edge, uncertain of Liang's thoughts. completely stripped of the earlier confidence. What is my profession? Military doctor. Is it not a doctor's duty to heal? Indeed. Then where have you erred? In a back-and-forth dialogue, Feng found himself at a loss when questioned about his hesitance, instinctively attributing all issues to himself, regardless of whether the consequences were intentional or unintentional. Moreover, he harbored a measure of self-interest, lacking in dignity and grace. Liang Yuhang gazed at him, slowly articulating to seek treatment after being injured. Was it your fault? Feng parted his lips slightly, his voice barely a whisper. No, Teacher Liang. Liang Yuhang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "You are teachable and not entirely foolish." This was undoubtedly the finest compliment Feng had ever received, igniting a desire to dash down the stairs and run 3 laps in sheer excitement. Acknowledgement indeed. He could hardly believe that one day he would hear words of praise from Liang Yuhang. Tilting his head, he asked, "You were complimenting me, weren't you?" Liang Yuhang confirmed with a nod. "Yes, you heard correctly." Feng's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, appearing easily pleased as he turned to share the news with 0717. "Teacher Liang praised me. I heard it. I have it recorded. Would you like me to replay it for you?" 0717 said, while simultaneously fiddling with his device. The room resonated with the phrase, "You are teachable and not entirely foolish," echoing repeatedly. Feng responded, "There's no need for such theatrics. It's embarrassing enough to dig a new base with my toes." He grabbed his notebook and clutched it to his chest, not forgetting to take his ointment, hastily departing. "See you tomorrow, Teacher Liang." Liang Yuhang turned to reprimand. "Why are you teasing him?" 0717 feigned innocence. "Isn't it just that I wanted to hear it a few more times?" Returning to the dormitory, Feng felt buoyant with joy, but was startled half to death by Liang Yuan, who was leaning against the door. "What are you doing, playing the role of the Grim Reaper?" Feng frowned. "I've been waiting for you, an entire hour," while you, in his room, lingered for a full hour. Liang Yuan squinted, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His clothes were intact, his lips unscathed. It seemed nothing untoward had occurred. Feng felt a twinge of guilt, of course. "I just had a few more problems to solve, so I stayed a little longer." Liang Yuan, a master of facial expressions, immediately produced a handbag from behind him, declaring, "This is for you, my Mu treasure, a limited edition watch, as an apology for accidentally assaulting you last night. You didn't charge it to my card, did you?" Feng teased. "Of course not." Liang Yuan gritted his teeth. "I borrowed it from my brother, but it cost me 2 outings." Feng laughed. "Putting it on without a care, then your confinement time has been extended." Zhou Tiantian, in the adjacent bed, looked bewildered. "When did you hit him?" Liang Yuan had already accepted it as fact. "Last night, I was sleepwalking. I didn't see anything all night." Zhou Tiantian raised her head from her books. Feng had forgotten that this night owl existed. Perhaps you were so immersed in the sea of study that you lost track of the world. That could be true. Zhou Tiantian eagerly inquired. "Could you show me the problems Teacher Liang gave you?" Feng generously handed them over. "I find it curious that with such a passion for learning, you only scored in the 60s. "Ah, because I played the hero at the start of the semester, saving a child from a near accident, and spent 3 months in the hospital, missing many classes." Zhou Tiantian extended her hand, urging, "Hurry, I need to catch up." Liang Yuhan's expression shifted repeatedly, finally stammering, "Are you implying that you missed 3 months of classes yet still managed to pass?" Zhou Tiantian casually replied, "Of course. Those with intellect attend classes diligently. How could they score so low? Wouldn't you agree, Brother Pass?" Liang Yuhan retorted, "The insult may be subtle, but its impact is profound." He inhaled sharply, then exhaled slowly. It's fine. I have Bao to back me up, so no worries." Feng smiled kindly, but decided to provide some psychological support. "I have also been catching up lately." Liang Yuhan reassured himself. "We are like the phoenix and the dragon. I see your worth, Bao. We certainly stand out among ordinary students, so let us just rest now." "Yes, you are correct," Feng agreed. "Then I shall wash up and sleep." He entered the bathroom, having just applied some ointment to his lower back, which was tender from Liang Yuhang's ministrations, and he hesitated to wash it away, thus carefully avoiding that area while bathing. When he emerged, Liang Yuhang was already fast asleep, mouth agape. What a pig. Zhou Tiantian scoffed. He wouldn't even know if someone dragged him out in the middle of the night. Never mind, even if Xiao Jiang does nothing. He possesses endless wealth and an inheritance that will never deplete, so do not fret, Mu Feng remarked. Zhou Tiantian gritted her teeth. I will compete with you rich second-generation heirs. Mu Feng chuckled, though the mirth did not quite reach his eyes. He lay down. Placing the candy he carried in a small tin beneath his pillow. In the morning, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Zhou Tiantian rushed to open it, her eyes widening at the sight of the visitor. Xiao Dao so early? I brought breakfast for you, Liang Jingyi replied, jingling the bag he held, which contained delicacies from an exclusive restaurant prepared by a renowned chef. Liang Yuhang, roused from sleep, expressed his discontent with a quiet grumble. As if he has never eaten before, what a country bumpkin. However, he lacked the courage to voice his complaint loudly. Mu Feng, equally irritated, wore an expression that clearly communicated his displeasure. You, an alpha, dare to come to an Omega dormitory this early? Aren't you afraid of being accused of harassment? Liang Jingyi shot back, sharp-tongued and spirited, I see. It would be even better if you were an alpha. It would only stir the desire for conquest. He draped the bag over Mu Feng's wrist, just delivering breakfast, and then I'll be off. See you in the study room. Mu Feng had no intention of carrying the bag for him. In front of Liang Jingyi, he tossed it into the nearby trash can. Sorry, but I've been feeling nauseous lately and can't eat. Liang Jingyi found this peculiar. Mu Feng's hostility seemed unusually intense, yet he was certain there had been no prior interaction. He raised an eyebrow. Did I offend you? Mu Feng smiled with a veneer of politeness. Not at all. I merely find it rather unethical to poach other people's students. Akin to the behavior of a beast. Liang Yuhang inhaled sharply, his sleepiness dissipating. Today, Mu Bao's assertiveness was exceedingly formidable. After all, the other party was a young leader of the research institute. How could he be so forthright without fear of repercussions? He opened his mouth, signaling Zhou Tiantian with his eyes, mouthing, green-haired, go for it. Zhou Tiantian, rare in her solidarity with him, retrieved a bag of food from the trash. It's fine. It's wrapped and clean. I am hungry, I shall eat. Liang Yuhang slapped his forehead in despair and closed his eyes. Come on, it can't be this dire. Liang Jingyi turned his head. Zhou Tiantian, go to the study room by yourself this morning. The military department is holding a meeting and I have no time to look after you. Mu Feng coldly observed him until he departed. After the three had finished breakfast, they returned to the study room. He pondered for a moment before messaging Liang Yuhang. Liang Jingyi is already bothering me this early. A question mark appeared in response. He just barged into the Omega dormitory. It was terrifying. Liang Yuhang wept like a pear blossom in the rain. Is this your concern? Mu Feng did not expect Liang Yuhang to take any action. He merely sought a pretext for conversation. Being able to exchange a few words with the other was a source of great joy. Liang Jingyi truly was a fool. Liang Yuhang, still indignant, asserted, he must be trying to pursue you. My eyes are keen. Just as Mu Feng was about to say something, his phone vibrated. Liang Yuhang sent an image, the public meeting minutes from the military department, with a line of text crossed out. Ubushmikal Supervisor Colonel Liang Jingyi. Unauthorized entry into the Omega student dormitory, causing negative repercussions, reprimanded once. Then came a voice message. Upon opening it, he could hear the background noise calling out to him. Colonel Liang, this way please, amidst the cacophony of surgeries, research, and meetings. He was indeed very busy. Mu Feng cautiously held the phone to his ear, replaying it again and again. He had been criticized, and he dared not repeat his transgression. Chapter 17. He was not a saint. The students who had arrived together formed a group, and someone unknowingly forwarded the disciplinary notice. Colonel Liang harassing an Omega? Check the announcement. It was handled by Colonel Liang himself, that S his brother. So, the question arises, how did Colonel Liang know about the harassment? Irresponsible speculation. The harassed Omega is his mentee. Why doesn't Team Minor protect me like that? I'm so envious. So, choosing the mentee over his own brother? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Justice over family ties. I have a theory, but I dare not say. I have a theory, but I dare not say. I have a theory, but I dare not say. Feng gazed at the messages in the group, his expression darkening. Liang Yuhang's actions were merely a matter of enforcing the law. He could not allow him to be embroiled in scandalous rumors. He turned to Liang Yuhang and offered a gentle smile. Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Liang Yuhang felt a chill run down his spine. Although he believed Feng to be a pure and obedient soul, it was evident that his devilish horns were beginning to sprout. Have you seen everyone has discussions? Feng cheerfully remarked. Aren't you the one who dislikes being associated with Liang Yuhang? Do me a favor. Liang Yuhan's sixth sense blared a strong warning, resolutely declaring, I want to help. Feng sighed deeply. Very well, then you shall let everyone speculate about my relationship with teacher Liang. Sometimes, when rumors proliferate, they can become reality. And when that happens, I might be tempted to act recklessly. Liang Yuhang shared an uncanny rapport with him. This was a threat, an unabashed threat. Yet, his conscience remained intact. All right then, how can I assist? Do you despise seeing me bullied and report to your brother? Teacher Liang merely acts as an intermediary. Feng remarked. He cared more about Liang Yuhang's reputation than anyone else, even if the subject of the scandal was himself. Liang Yuan furrowed his brow. Why did you have to say that Omega was you? You could have simply played dead. It's quite bothersome when it becomes a topic of gossip. Anyone with eyes knows he came to our dorm. There were only 3 of us. Feng cast a nonchalant glance at him. I can't possibly drag you and Tian into this. That look was so commanding. Liang Yuan shivered under that gaze, then pouted. Feng. Liang Yuan, with tears brimming in his eyes, embraced him. I knew you would consider my reputation, helping me all the way. After lamenting the depth of their brotherhood, he began typing furiously in the group chat. What are you speculating about? I can't bear to see my brother bullied, so I reported it to my brother. Colonel Liang is merely enforcing the law. You all must have read too many novels to think AO must be paired together. Young Master Jiang has spoken. So that is how it is. Envious of Jiang Shao. May I ask, is Commander Liu your real brother? No. He is my childhood friend, like a brother. Not by blood, but closer than one. Is that not acceptable? I have a guess, but I dare not say. I have a guess, but I dare not say. I have a guess, but I dare not say. Liang Yuan sighed. This group really is something. How could such top students be so gossipy? Feng removed his watch and placed it on Liang Yuan's wrist. Here, consider it a gift. Thank you. This brand was indeed one that Liang Yuan adored, and he caressed it fondly, lifting his head. You call this a gift when you're taking back something you gave me? His reaction was quite swift. If you give it to me, it becomes mine. If I give it back, isn't that's still a gift? Feng teased him. If you don't want it, then forget it. Liang Yuan, who had been feeling down yesterday, now smiled brightly. Today is indeed a lucky day for little Jiang. Feng also smiled, wishing little Jiang would always remain so carefree and joyous. A message arrived from 0717. Mr. Liang's schedule for today: 9 o'clock meeting, 10 o'clock surgery, 12 o'clock swimming, 1400 hours research and development, 1800 hours dinner with the commander. You won't see him today, so focus on your studies. 0717 likely intended to prevent him from feeling disappointed. But Feng caught the crucial detail: swimming at noon. What a splendid opportunity. Anyone who missed it would be foolish. After finishing his exercises, Feng stood up to leave, but Liang Yuan stopped him. Where are you going? I believe in the balance of work and leisure. I'm preparing for a swim. Feng replied. But isn't your back still hurting? Liang Yuan asked suspiciously. You're not planning to find Liang Yuhang, are you? Of course not. Feng chuckled awkwardly. The ointment is effective. I'm almost fine. Exercising will help me recover faster, and with such comprehensive facilities at the base, I might as well make use of them. Liang Yuan was not a good swimmer and had little interest in water activities. He pouted. Then you go. Feng pondered whether it would be too obvious to go right after 0717 reported the schedule, and so he turned back, grabbed his workbook, and quickly exited. You need to take your workbook to swim? Liang Yuan was baffled. Wouldn't he get soaked? Feng turned around and smiled at him, saying, This is the latest scientific memorization technique. If you wish to try it, you can read while soaking in the bath. Liang Yuhan once again swayed, contemplated the feasibility of the idea. Then I'll head to my brother's room. There's a bathtub there. Mu Feng chuckled softly, quickly making his way to the swimming pool. As expected, by the edge of the light blue pool, a lithe body moved with the grace of a cheetah, the lines of his physique taut like a shark, leaping and diving into the water. The movement was exceptionally clean and pleasing to the eye. Mu Feng crouched at the finish line, unabashedly admiring the view and murmuring to himself, "What a pity it can't be captured. It would be mistaken for perversion." Liang Yuhang completed a lap, and as he surfaced for air, he spotted a familiar figure. Narrowing his eyes, he swam over and reached the shore. Removing his goggles and pushing his damp hair back, he revealed his handsome features. "What brings you here? Just a coincidence?" Mu Feng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Not a coincidence. I specifically came here to wait for you. 0717 informed me of your itinerary." He believed that being sincere would arouse less suspicion. Liang Yuhang's gaze fell upon the notebook in his hand, chasing after me with questions, suddenly so eager to learn. "I wish to become wiser, Teacher Liang," Mu Feng said, lowering his head in an attempt to draw closer. He nearly knelt, leaning forward. "You praised me yesterday. I'm not too foolish." Liang Yuhang's gaze shifted from the notebook to the open collar of Mu Feng's shirt. He seemed to favor such loose-fitting tees, yet at this angle, nothing was concealed. His neck, collarbone, chest muscles, and slender waist were all exposed. He knew how vulnerable this position made him before an alpha. Any attempt to articulate his thoughts would come off as juvenile. Liang Yuhang, drenched, refrained from reaching out but moved slightly closer, asking, "Which problem are you struggling with?" "This one," Mu Feng replied, suppressing his heartbeat, feeling the other's vibrant warmth, their breaths mingling in the air. "I don't understand this either." The notes were densely packed, appearing to convey a sense of redemption. Liang Yuhang suppressed any inappropriate thoughts and began to explain meticulously. "It requires substituting into this formula. No wonder, after all that calculation. It circles back." Mu Feng caught a glimpse of Liang Yuhang's damp, raven-like eyelashes as his foot slipped beneath him. The notebook. He had promised to lend it to Zhou Tian. Thus, he reached out in a sudden grab, lifting it high just before he fell into the water. The pool was deep, and he was soaked through. This was truly unintentional. Yet, in that fleeting moment of falling, Mu Feng's mischievous thoughts resurfaced. He feigned panic, tilting his head back and convincingly sputtering water. This time, it was deliberate. "I can't swim. Teacher Liang." Liang Yuhang could not stand idly by. He reached out with one hand, gripping Mu Feng's waist, folding his legs and lifting him upwards. As Mu Feng half emerged from the water, one hand still clinging to the notebook, the other grasped Liang Yuhang's nape, propelling himself forward. A warmth enveloped his chest. Liang Yuhang's lips pressed against his chest, radiating warmth. "Thank you, Teacher Liang." Mu Feng gasped softly, lowering his gaze, startled. The rippling water created concentric circles, mirroring the turmoil within him. He found himself inexplicably close to Liang Yuhang, not as a cat, but as a person. Liang Yuhang shook droplets from his hair, swam forward slightly, and steadied Mu Feng at the edge of the pool. "How could you possibly fall while kneeling there?" "My waist hurts. I couldn't maintain my balance," Mu Feng replied. Now seated, his legs still submerged in the water, his feet resting on Liang Yuhang's thigh. Liang Yuhang noticed this and attempted to retreat, only to realize that Mu Feng was gripping his neck tightly. His voice lowered. He warned, "Mu Feng, let go." "Oh, I'm sorry." Mu Feng fumbled, still wary of getting his notebook wet, his hand not fully retreating, and his foot shifting positions yet remaining firmly on Liang Yuhang. He looked up and saw Liang Yuhang's expression darkening, akin to an agitated alpha who had locked onto a favored prey. "Teacher Liang, what's wrong?" Mu Feng foolishly precedon. Liang Yuhang raised his head slightly, gripping Mu Feng's ankle with considerable force. "Move your foot." Mu Feng felt the pressure intensifying, likely leaving a red mark on his skin, yet he feigned innocence. "Teacher Liang, are you feverish? You seem quite warm." Liang Yuhang was uncertain whether Mu Feng was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. The distinctions between AOs were clear. Mu Feng clung to him like an octopus, completely disregarding his previous instructions to let go and shift. He was being quite disobedient. With a powerful effort, Liang Yuhang broke free and plunged into the chilly water, holding his breath to cool down. When he resurfaced, his expression returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had transpired. Mu Feng stared at him intently, perceiving the agitation caused by his proximity as an omega, and continued to inquire, what is really going on? It seemed that teacher Liang was not a saint after all. It's nothing, Liang Yuhang replied, initially intending to leave it at that. He reconsidered and added, Mu Feng, it seems you might need a refresher on your physiology class. Mu Feng beamed, tilting his head slightly. Will you be the one to teach me, teacher Liang? Chapter 18. Not proficient in such matters, Mu Feng posed this question with a smile. However, in reality, he had never attended a physiology class. During the time his peers were in class, he was confined at home for an entire year. It was during that time he underwent his transformation into an alpha. He only understood that his formidable mental power had led to significant consequences, rendering his alpha identity no longer a source of pride. He masqueraded as a soft, inconspicuous omega, curling up in a corner to survive. Mu Feng continued, I truly have never attended a physiology class. I'm not lying to you. Liang Yuhang discerned the honesty in his tone and answered straightforwardly. Let me tell you, when an omega behaves as you just did to an alpha, it might be unintentional, but it is inappropriate. But he is not an omega. Would teacher Liang respond similarly to the touch of an alpha? Mu Feng nodded slightly, his gaze landing on the gentle rise and fall of the other's chest. Based on my limited physiological knowledge, teacher Liang, could it be that your sensitive period is approaching? Otherwise, it wouldn't elicit such a strong reaction from just a mere touch. Liang Yuhang replied, there are still 2 weeks to go. It's not too close. Perhaps you're simply too busy to attend to it. This fellow was rather naive in his bluntness. He raised his hand, allowing the cool water to cascade down his cheek, wiping it away. No, it's still early. Mu Feng nodded, his mind teeming with mischievous thoughts. That's a relief. Surely at that time, you wouldn't allow me to get close. Liang Yuhang, wishing to avoid further discussion on such personal matters, issued a dismissal. If you don't change your clothes soon, you will catch a cold. Mu Feng glanced down at himself. His clothes were indeed drenched. I have no clothes to change into. Liang Yuhang pressed his fingers to his brow. I'll have 0717 bring you some. Mu Feng sat on a nearby bench, waiting, watching as Liang Yuhang submerged himself again. Swimming back and forth, 0717 came puffing over, struggling to catch his breath, handing over the clothes while complaining, what happened to you? I'm really not a part of your play. What nonsense, Mu Feng exclaimed, playfully smacking 0717's round head. I fell in the water. Do you have no sympathy? Oh, I thought it was something else, 0717 said, noticing Liang Yuhang's stare, suddenly coughing a few times and changing the subject. A scholarly exchange between teacher and student at the pool. Mu Feng yanked the clothes towards him, feeling that with this light bulb around, any romantic ambience was utterly lost. After changing in the locker room, just as he grasped the collar of his wet shirt to pull it off, a teasing whistle cut through the air. Mise physique. Mu Feng. Liang Jingyi appeared out of nowhere, resembling a specter. Mu Feng turned, frowning. Why are you always lurking around? Leaning against the locker room door, Liang Jingyi surveyed him, noting his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and well-defined abs. I've been here all along, watching you fall in and then being rescued by my brother. You must be insane, Mu Feng replied, pulling on his shirt. If you're sick, go get treated. A biochemical virus has surely muddled your brain. I've noticed that you are quite different in front of my brother and me, Liang Jingyi observed, curious about which version of Mu Feng was the true self. He had done some background research. Mu's family's least favored son, a peripheral omega, had a mysterious past sealed away by higher-ups. Mu Feng stepped closer, his pale green eyes fixed on Liang Jingyi, his expression cold, his tone indifferent. I'll say it again, don't cling to me, unless you want to see your brother reprimanded for the second time. You're angry, Liang Jingyi remarked, pinching his chin. Anger suits you so adorably. I wish I had met you sooner. Don't touch me, Mu Feng said, turning his head away, raising his hand to slap Liang Jingyi. How can two sons born of the same mother be so different? One is utterly vile, while the other is flawless and without fault. Liang Jingyi tilted his head, slowly turning to face him. How thrilling! I like it. Mu Feng felt as though his hand had become tainted. As 0717 crouched by the door, eavesdropping, a wave of alarm washed over him, and he dashed towards the adjacent changing room with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Goodness gracious! Liang Jingyi is harassing Mu Feng again. How utterly revolting. My heavens, I must erase that chat history with the most advanced cleaning program. It's too greasy and has sullied my pristine memory. Liang Yuhang had just finished changing and turned his head, saying, deleted after recording. 0717's face was a portrait of disdain. Ugh, it's truly disgusting. After hearing this, Liang Yuhang stepped out and knocked on the door next door. Mu Feng opened it, his expression transforming with the agility of a master performer, shifting from indifference to a beaming smile. Teacher Liang, are you looking for me? Liang Yuhang cast a glance at the alpha standing inside, his voice frosty. Do you wish to be reprimanded again? Liang Jingyi shrugged slightly. I did nothing. I merely opened the door and inadvertently discovered someone inside. No, he has been tailing me like a specter, Mu Feng interjected, retreating behind Liang Yuhang. He acts like a military officer, haunting me and leaving me psychologically scarred. Liang Yuhang had listened to the recording. In it, Mu Feng displayed no trace of fear. Rather, he appeared to relish the support of someone backing him up. Liang Yuhang, who held a profound dislike for this younger brother, seized the opportunity. Liang Jingyi, you are on the verge of a second reprimand. Should it reach 3, you are aware of the consequences. You believe everything he says? Liang Jingyi scoffed. Suppressing his disgust, 0717 played the recording once more. Indeed, Colonel Liang. It has been uploaded to the military department. My apologies. Liang Jingyi exclaimed. How is this cursed device everywhere? It's truly annoying. He turned to Liang Yuhang, leisurely adding, are you quite concerned about him? Then I've found your Achilles heel. Liang Yuhang responded with a calm demeanor. Not all. I merely fulfill my duty as a superior to manage my juniors. Nothing more. Mu Feng felt his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself that this was entirely normal. Liang Yuhang merely regarded him as a student, which was perfectly reasonable. Lowering his head, he said then, Teacher Liang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. 0717 hurried after him. Chattering away, he said that on purpose. Don't take it to heart. It's all right. Even if it's the truth, I can accept it. Mu Feng replied with a smile. After all, he mused, it would be quite difficult for him to ever become Liang Yuhang's weakness. Wouldn't he it? 0717 found himself at a loss for words. His boss resembled a relentless machine, emotionless and indifferent, with relationships within his family strained beyond measure, let alone having anyone close to his heart. If one were to identify a weakness, it might be that cat. Liang Yuhang treated Mumu with genuine kindness. 0717 awkwardly chuckled, a series of mechanical stutters escaping him. What do you want to eat? I'll sneak something from the cafeteria for you. Mu Feng patted his head. You know that your attempts to change the subject are rather clumsy, right? Don't worry. I won't be upset over such trivial matters. After all, there were far too many things that could trouble him, and Liang Yuhang's words were merely an inconsequential prediction. 0717 spun in place, unsure how to console him. So, where are you headed now? I'll accompany you for a stroll. Aren't you busy with work? Work? What a joke, I'm skipping. Mu Feng thought to himself that this little machine was rather loyal. I need to study. The exam is imminent. Oh, the 0717 query system cannot resolve the current predicament. Frustrated, I will accompany you in reading. I know of a splendid place within the base. Seeing that he genuinely had no intention of leaving, Mu Feng nodded. Lead the way. 0717 guided him to the rooftop of the base, forcefully unlocking the door with a laser. Not bad, right? I discovered this while skipping class. Indeed, it was quite impressive. The height offered a panoramic view of the entire base, with the sea beyond shimmering in a brilliant blue. Mu Feng stood at the edge, feeling the breeze, and turned to ask, Why are you called 0717? I don't know, he replied. It's just a random designation. 0717 continued. It seems it was truly arbitrary, but I rather like this number. His eyes sparkled with delight. Rounding it up, Does that mean you really like me? If you say so, I can't help but feel elated. You truly are foolish. Feng turned away, lowering his head to open his notebook. All right, enough chatter. I must read. He remained on the rooftop until nearly 9 o'clock, the night descending. Just as he prepared to leave, 0717 grasped his hand. Wait a moment. Just a little longer. You don't seriously plan to wait until the cafeteria closes to sneak a snack, do you? Feng admonished him. That won't do. You'll end up being caught and dismantled. 0717 remained silent, merely pouting and stubbornly holding on. Feng sighed. I must return. To be honest, do you simply wish to skip class? 0717 shook his head, clinging tightly, repeatedly saying, just a moment more, please. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Feng grew somewhat impatient and strode toward the door. I truly must leave. You can stay here. Farewell. He pulled open the door, and outside stood Liang Yuhang, ascending the stairs with purpose. Their eyes met, and for a moment, words eluded them. Teacher Liang? What brings you here? Feng exclaimed in surprise. My goodness. If you move any slower, I might just shatter. 0717 released a sigh of relief, slowly moving outside while unable to resist eavesdropping, glancing back. I'm leaving now, truly departing. His eyes darted around, eager to capture every word exchanged behind him. However, Liang Yuhang ordered him to leave, and he complied. Feng tilted his head, akin to a curious kitten, slightly puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be dining with the commander at this hour? I returned immediately after eating. 0717 mentioned you were upset due to my words, Liang Yuhang stated without preamble. He genuinely believed he had not said anything wrong. His concern for Feng was not excessive, yet his directness seemed to have unintentionally hurt the other. Feng opened his mouth, his cheeks warming. Feeling exposed? That's not the case. He's being overly dramatic. You needn't concern yourself with me, right? Liang Yuhang placed the pastries he had brought back into Feng's hands, raising his gaze to meet his. The young alpha, already in a position of power, still donned his military uniform from the meeting, exuding an air of authority. I'm not particularly skilled at such matters, but if I have inadvertently caused you distress, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 19. You are deliberate. Feng lowered his gaze, observing the exquisite cake box. The pale pink mousse was adorned with a plump, white kitten, a dessert that seemed rather out of place at a military banquet. Is this for dinner? Feng inquired. No, it was specially made by the pastry chef, Liang Yuhang replied, because 0717 mentioned that you were quite angry. He placed particular emphasis on the word quite. Feng's ears flushed a deeper shade of red, feeling akin to a petulant child throwing a tantrum. He rubbed his earlobe, muttering, "He-s exaggerating. Was he really that upset? That you weren't quite angry? Is he using you as an excuse to skip work?" Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. In that case, we ought to dock his wages. Having spent an entire day with 0717, Feng, despite his lack of conscience, could not utter a cutting remark. He retorted, "Of course not. I wasn't angry, just a bit." "A bit what?" "A bit disappointed." Feng carefully chose his words. "At least I thought our relationship had improved a little since we first met." Liang Yuhang appeared satisfied with his response. "So next time you're unhappy, be sure to tell me directly rather than hiding away." Feng regarded Liang Yuhang as a moon, a beacon, someone he could only admire from afar, afraid to disturb. He wished to bring only joy and happiness to Liang Yuhang, not burden him with his troubles. Having lingered in the shadows for so long, the notion of such openness left him momentarily bewildered. Is it permissible? Indeed, Liang Yuhang replied. Though I am older than you, I am not flawless in handling every situation. If something is amiss, do not hesitate to inform me. Feng thought to himself that this side of Liang Yuhang would only draw him deeper into his affections. He nodded, carefully cradling the cake box, fearful of damaging it, reluctant to consume it. "All right, I shall take this home to enjoy. Have you brushed your teeth again?" "No, I haven't. I simply dislike it. I enjoy sweet things," he confessed. Liang Yuhang examined him thoughtfully. "Are you perhaps like Mu, hoarding the things you cherish and reluctant to use them?" Stray cats behave similarly. Despite having a meal, they would rather rummage through trash than consume the expensive cat food. He had heard from Liang Jingyi that Feng's home life was not particularly pleasant. Perhaps there lay a commonality. Feng was taken aback that Liang Yuhang could see through him, feeling a twinge of panic. Well, aside from Xiaojiang, no one else has ever given me anything. I'll just eat it here. Liang Yuhang reached out to unbox the package for him, then handed him a small fork. There will be more in the future. Future was indeed a beautifully hopeful term. Feng took the little fork, selecting judiciously, avoiding the kitten atop, and scooped a spoonful from the edge. Lychee flavored. Did Liang Yuhang think he liked this flavor? The nutrient supplement was specifically prepared for him, a delightful misunderstanding. Are you not going to eat? Feng turned the cake to present the better side, revealing another spoonful. Liang Yuhang did not decline. He cast a glance and decisively removed the small kitten. As he tasted it, the cream melted in his mouth, sweet and rich. It's gone, he stated with an air of indifference. Feng. Oh, the charming little cat. So pure and soft. How could you have devoured it? Yet, he cannot raise his voice at Liang Yuhang, only taking a deep breath, assuring himself that all is well, for there will be more kitten cakes in the future. Liang Yuhang is truly infuriating. He should have captured a photograph just moments ago. How frustrating that it has vanished. The cake has already been ravaged by a rather unrefined individual, and Feng, no longer restrained, indignantly shovels bite after bite into his mouth. Liang Yuhang observes him, sensing his hesitation, and tilts his head, asking, "What is it you wish to say?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Feng raises a finger in accusation. Why did you so brutally consume the kitten? It's utterly lacking in finesse. Liang Yuhang chuckles softly, a light sound that is nonetheless perceptible to Feng. His sharp features often evoke a sense of dominance, yet when he smiles, his demeanor softens considerably, his thin lips curling in a way that captivates the eye. Instantly, Feng's ire dissipates. No, it vanishes entirely. How could one remain angry in the presence of such striking handsomeness? Have you learned? Liang Yuhang inquires. Emotions must be expressed directly, much like when you struck Liang Jingyi. You did well. He refrains from reprimanding Feng for causing trouble and instead offers praise. Feng, realizing this only afterwards, opens his mouth. You did it deliberately, didn't you? You consumed the kitten to provoke me. Liang Yuhang affirms. Indeed, Feng, this too is part of your education, practicing how to articulate your feelings correctly. Feng comprehends. No one had taught him this. It was a lesson he should have learned long ago, the first lesson of life. His eyes glisten slightly as he nods earnestly. Understood, Teacher Liang. Upon their return, before Feng could gather the discarded packaging to take away, Liang Yuhang swiftly intervened. Feng sighed inwardly, wishing to keep the boxes. He yearned to linger with Liang Yuhang a while longer, but feared imposing on his time. So he hurried back to his dormitory. Once inside, he drew the curtain and promptly transformed into a cat. As Liang Yuhang entered, Mu eagerly bounded towards him. Such enthusiasm. Feng thought to himself, just moments ago wanting to embrace him, yet having restrained himself. Now, he resolved to shower Liang Yuhang with affection. He tilted his head back and planted a firm kiss on his left cheek, which, more accurately, resembled a lick. The soft, moist sensation glided across Liang Yuhang's face. Liang Yuhang grasped the back of Mu's neck, turning to inquire what he had been up to today. Noticing a change in demeanor. Who could say? Perhaps he was in heat. 0717 regarded the troublemaking cat with disfavor, contemplating taking him to the vet tomorrow. Feng interjected. 0717. Sometimes you needn't speak. Liang Yuhang looked down at the cat, whose round eyes met his gaze. Shall I come again? Feng mused, knowing that whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, the outcome would be the same. Resolutely, he leaned in and planted another firm kiss on Liang Yuhang's right cheek. Liang Yuhang calmly queried, "Is this what it's like when a male cat is in heat?" 0717 lounged on the sofa, sprawled out like a lord. Who knows? Perhaps he just gay. Liang Yuhang realized that asking him was not the wisest choice. 0717 had completely given up. That must be a case of obsessive affection. Such individuals exist, so bear with it. Liang Yuhang, unable to endure any longer, commanded, "Get out and go to sleep." At last, 0717 finished work, joyfully springing from the sofa. All right, wishing you a pleasant evening, clocking out now. It was indeed quite noisy. Liang Yuhang set Mu down on the floor and entered the bathroom to shower, with the cat following closely behind. Why is it so clingy? He glanced down without paying much heed. Feng boldly followed him in. The stunning sights unseen at the pool were now a visual feast. No, I cannot gaze any longer. Feng covered his eyes. What if the sensitive period resurfaces? There are exams ahead. Liang Yuhang observed him rush in and then out again, like a cannonball careening about. He thought to himself, he has been too busy lately and should take time to take the cat for a checkup. Perhaps his own mind was slipping as well. Feng nestled against Liang Yuhang. The steady heartbeat served as the finest lullaby, allowing him to enjoy a restful sleep. Awakening a bit late, he opened his eyes to find Zhou Tiantian frantically slapping his face. You're not dead, are you? Shut up. Your words are truly ominous. Liang Yuhang furrowed his brow, noting that Mu Bao had returned from 9 and was still asleep, even more so than him, which was abnormal. Could it be that he had read too much and was dizzy from studying? Zhou Tiantian pondered and then gasped. Then I must take it upon myself to administer artificial respiration. Upon hearing this, Feng abruptly opened his eyes and locked gazes with Zhou Tiantian. The two fell into an awkward silence. Feng moved his lips. Could you step back a bit? Your hair is brushing my eyes. Zhou Tiantian scratched at her disheveled green hair. I'm not trying to kiss you. I merely fear you might be dead. Good heavens. I do not fancy Omega's homosexuality. Feng realized that being in the dormitory was indeed inconvenient. I never claimed you were gay, so stop imagining things. You nearly scared me to death. Zhou Tiantian exhaled a sigh of relief, primarily due to the way you were looking at me, as if I were a pervert. Liang Yuhang observed him. Aren't you one? A pervert who stayed up all night. Feng, irritated by the noise, was thankful he had not been discovered and quickly shifted the topic. Let us go. Let us wash up and eat. Liang Yuhang and Zhou Tiantian continued their bickering until they reached the hall, where several flying vehicles were parked outside. Feng turned to see Liang Yuhang and the professor waiting for someone. Who could it be to command such a presence? Liang Yuhang leaned in to take a closer look. The flying vehicle opened, and a young officer in a dark blue military uniform stepped down, exuding vigor. Zhou Tiantian recognized him instantly. Wow, it's Xie from the Dark Star Special Forces. His achievements are impressive. He is only a year or two older than us, and has already been promoted to major. How do you know so much? Liang Yuhang frowned. How do you know so little? Zhou Tiantian retorted. You only know about eating and sleeping. Colonel Yang, thank you for your assistance this time. The Alliance will be donating a batch of equipment, which will arrive in a few days. Xie saluted, raising his hand. Liang Yuhang returned a military salute, expressing, no need for formality, Major Xie. We've been in constant communication, and it's a pleasure to finally meet. Everything is proceeding smoothly here, so there's no need for concern. Quite impressive, and handsome as well. Certainly a promising contender, especially given your similar ages, Liang Yuhang remarked. Mu Bao, if you're searching, seek out an alpha like this one. Her voice, though not particularly subdued, caught the attention of the two engaged in conversation, leaving them momentarily stunned. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow, questioning, such a type? Under Liang's gaze, Feng fervently shook his head, asserting his position. No. My sole focus is on my studies. I'm not interested in romance. Liang Yuhang, relishing the unfolding drama, prodded, is Major Xie single? Xie chuckled lightly, his tone refreshingly candid. I have someone I secretly admire. This year marks the 4th year of my affection for him. Chapter 20. Do you no longer want me? Upon hearing this, Feng felt an overwhelming urge to exchange secrets of unrequited love. Brother, you've harbored such feelings for so long, especially with that handsome face of yours. Liang Yuhang lamented. What a pity. Since you have someone special, it seems impossible to orchestrate an interstellar marriage. How about you think of something besides food and romance? Zhou Tiantian retorted. Can we focus on something more substantial? I've endured your antics long enough. Let us settle this with a spar. Liang Yuhang jested, playfully grasping Zhou's neck. Professor Zhang Lian, observing from aside, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. I knew it. None of these youngsters are easy to manage. Stop this at once. It's quite embarrassing. Amidst the ruckus, Mu Feng watched with amusement. This is Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang introduced, my student. Hello there, Xie Xingxin turned to greet him. It's impressive that Colonel Liang personally instructs you. Not really, Mu Feng replied, his scalp tingling with modesty. I'm quite ordinary. See? You're about to embarrass Colonel Liang again. I should have aimed for a higher score last time, he thought. Xie Xingxin continued the conversation. You look quite young. Which year were you born? August. I'll turn 19, Mu Feng replied obediently. You're even younger than the person I like by a month. Xie Xingxin nearly lost his composure, having just celebrated his birthday with cake. Then you must be quite fortunate to enjoy cake from someone you admire, Mu Feng smiled, his eyes sparkling. Major Xie, you're truly remarkable, achieving such accolades at such a young age. Liang Yuhang cast a glance at him, with effort. You can achieve that too. Indeed, your teacher completed his medical doctorate by 24, with countless accolades from the front lines, earning a promotion annually. With such an extraordinary mentor, there's nothing you cannot learn, Xie Xingxin remarked, smiling. When we meet next, what should I call you, Major Mu? Mu Feng could hardly fathom such a notion. His mother had always said, don't seek for him to achieve greatness. Living a humble life is sufficient. Avoid drawing attention or causing trouble, as long as there's enough money and a roof over your head. Yet, witnessing so many young and exceptional leaders, he felt a longing to be among them. He indeed should aspire to be one of them. Mu Feng's eyes flickered with hope before dimming again. I might not be able to, he conceded. A man must never say he cannot. Xie Xingxin feigned seriousness. You must. The group erupted in laughter. Professor Zhang finally separated the two bickering individuals and returned, breathless, from the study room. Xingxin, let me show you around. Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. As Xie Xingxin turned, Mu Feng called out, Major Xie, may I have your contact information? Liang Yuhang cast a fleeting glance at him. Xie Xingxin nodded, generously took out his phone to add him. All right, contact me if needed. He then waved his hand and strode away with remarkable grace. Why did you add him? Liang Yuhang inquired. Nothing, I want to tell you, Mu Feng teased. Of course. It's to discuss the nuances of unrequited love. What else could it be? He certainly cannot pursue Xie Xingxin. Liang Yuhang scrutinized him for a few seconds before refraining from further questioning. Bring over yesterday's exercises. Mu Feng handed them over, feeling the tension akin to that of a student awaiting a teacher's critique, especially as he noticed Liang Yuhang's brow furrowing deeper with unease. Liang Yuhang looked up and cut straight to the point. Mu Feng, are you concealing your true abilities? Taken aback by such directness, Mu Feng stammered. How could you think that? The same type of problem, yet your erroneous reasoning was entirely different, almost as if it were deliberate. Liang Yuhang pressed. Are you toying with me? Or is there something deeper at play? Mu Feng believed he had been exceedingly cautious. Perhaps a lapse in concentration due to yesterday's discontent had revealed his flaw. Now, it was evidently impossible to conceal it any longer. He parted his lips, tugged at Liang Yuhang's sleeve, and felt the cold, hard metal cufflinks. There are too many people here. May we go to your office? Liang Yuhang led him there, swiped his card, ascended the stairs, hands stuffed in his pockets, remaining silent. Mu Feng closed the door behind him, lowering his head to admit his faults. I have concealed some things, but I am not trying to trick you. Some? Liang Yuhang probed. A bit more than just some. Mu Feng indicated with his fingers, separating his index and middle fingers slightly. Liang Yuhang rubbed his temples. Is playing a role amusing? Mu Feng thought of the reward of 17 candies and felt he had indeed overstepped. I truly did not intend to deceive you. I have my reasons. What reasons? Liang Yuhang asked. Why go to such lengths? Mu Feng's eyelashes fluttered lightly as he spoke. I cannot appear too clever or exceptional. The Mu family would suspect I aim to seize the family fortune and rebel. He articulated his most shameful side, though he omitted the various hardships he had previously endured. Liang Yuhang had somewhat guessed. Why not resist? I am just 18, an ordinary student. What means do I have to resist? Mu Feng's voice was barely above a whisper. Moreover, my mother is still in their hands. Liang Yuhang understood. The child's predicament was far worse than he had imagined. So you were convinced you would embarrass me because you never intended to study properly. Feng lowered his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. I'm sorry. Liang Yuhang sighed and approached him. Why do you enjoy apologizing so much? This is not the first time. Feng reflected on himself. I wasted the time you dedicated to teaching me. Liang Yuhang leaned closer. Then let me ask you, do you understand all the coursework? Feng nodded, now remarkably honest. I do. I completed it all independently in high school. Then I need not teach you, Liang Yuhang concluded. Teacher Liang. Feng suddenly lifted his head, a hint of panic in his eyes. Do you no longer want me? He appeared particularly lost and helpless, with moisture gathering in his eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Liang Yuhang pondered for a moment before extending his hand to gently pat the boy's back in a soothing manner. I haven't finished my words yet. Let me teach you something else. For instance, what about pharmacology, biochemistry, or mechanical research? Which direction piques your interest? Feng felt a tumultuous wave in his heart, nearly gasping for breath. I enjoy following you. Anything is fine. Liang Yuhang gazed at him, reflecting that it's such a vibrant age. Why not to be a spirited and resplendent youth? Even a heart of mere metal would feel a twinge of empathy. The score we agreed upon last time is null and void. Being last is inconsequential. After the exam, I will guide you through practical applications, helping you discover the direction you truly wish to pursue as a lifelong career. Feng was utterly taken aback, repeating those words in his mind. No one had ever inquired about his professional aspirations before. The tide of emotion in his eyes could no longer be contained. He lowered his head and hastily wiped away his tears, only to realize he was making it worse, feeling utterly embarrassed. I can't help it. Please don't look at me. Before Liang Yuhang, he felt he had lost all dignity. Liang Yuhang had not intended to provoke tears with a mere statement. He reached for a tissue from the table, but the other party did not accept it. The illustrious Colonel Liang found himself grappling with this recurring issue, how to console a child. Forget it, cry if you must. He relinquished his efforts, continuing to pat the boy's back, realizing that he was indeed capable of tears. Feng clutched the hard metal button on Liang Yuhang's chest, still attempting to justify himself. No, I am usually very strong. The more he spoke, the less he could contain his tears, feeling as if he might as well hang from a tree. Liang Yuhang was thoroughly exasperated. He released him and turned to press the communicator on the desk. 0717. Inform them that I will be 20 minutes late. Late again? You must be slacking off, came the sardonic voice of 0717. You should take a page from my book. I've been working tirelessly since 7 this morning. Liang Yuhang retorted. You can't dictate my rest. 0717 responded with a cold, mechanical tone. Understood. Notification has been sent. Should you need anything further, feel free to reach out. Is it a pleasure to serve you? Goodbye. Feng could not help but smile, feeling a flicker of sanity amid the chaos. Liang Yuhang sensed that the boy's tears had subsided. He turned to inquire, Are you done crying? Almost. Feng sniffled, striving to regain his composure. May I hug you? Liang Yuhang instinctively wanted to refuse. He had never been fond of physical contact, and had no intention of changing that now. However, upon seeing the boy's pitiful and innocent eyes, his heart softened, and he felt his boundaries retreating. Do you really wish to embrace? Liang Yuhang asked. Yes, because I feel the need for comfort, Feng replied truthfully. But since you don't allow such contact, I am politely asking, otherwise. I would have lunged at you already. Liang Yuhang, appreciating his honesty, granted him special permission, leaning against the desk, with his long legs casually crossed. He extended his hand towards the boy. Come here. For the first time, Feng boldly and openly dashed into his embrace. Thank you, just for a minute. He felt a profound sense of happiness. That fleeting minute would likely be savored 1,000 times. Liang Yuhang turned his head to glance at his watch. The second hand moving steadily, the minute swiftly approaching its end. However, Feng remained nestled against him, his head buried in Liang's shoulder. The soft strands of hair brushing against his throat, causing a ticklish sensation. Liang Yuhang did not push him away, but felt compelled to remind him how obedience could yield rewards. For your honesty today, I shall grant you an additional 3 minutes. Chapter 21. The first infatuation of the 8-star system, a 3-minute embrace. Feng grasped at his waist, the rigid fabric of his military uniform palpable against Liang's skin, as he buried his face deeper into his shoulder, faintly catching a hint of absinthe aroma. You smell delightful, he blurted out, crossing a line. Liang Yuhang replied, Feng, to which Feng retorted playfully, mind your words and close your mouth. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Struggling to recover, Feng added, I meant the scent in this room. Is it incense? It seems quite fragrant. Liang Yuhang disregarded his flimsy excuse. Can you detect my pheromones? Just a little, Feng admitted, feeling his cheeks flush, the proximity making it hard to ignore. For him, detecting an alpha's pheromones was not a favorable situation, especially from a top-tier alpha, as it would only invoke feelings of subjugation and aggression. Thus, he silently adjusted the settings on his wristband, reluctant to relinquish his hold. Liang Yuhang cautioned, you might be entering your sensitive period prematurely. You should release me. If my pheromones are indeed unstable, they could provoke an omega's heat, which would be quite troublesome. 3 minutes had not yet elapsed. Feng was very particular, counting down the remaining 30 seconds. Liang Yuhang remained still, maintaining their position, his gaze fixed on the second hand of his watch. Each tick was slow and deliberate. Now it's time, Liang Yuhang announced. Reluctantly, Feng straightened up, his fingers grazing over Liang's slightly warm hand, adding, I have a special relief agent I developed myself. It would provide considerable comfort. It was evident that he had truly mastered his craft. Liang Yuhang chuckled. Are you no longer pretending? Feng wrinkled his nose. In front of you, I can no longer maintain the facade. It took only a few days for you to see through me. Liang Yuhang observed the exposed skin on Feng, noting it was neither flushed nor heated, surprisingly unaffected by the pheromones that had escaped him. He nodded, very well. Have 0717 deliver it to the office. Having already delayed Liang by 20 minutes, Feng dared not tarry any longer, reaching for his exercise book. I shall take my leave. As he descended in the elevator, he encountered Xie leisurely wandering in the courtyard garden. Approaching him, he inquired, Aren't you with Professor Zhang? He was called away unexpectedly. So, I am just wandering about, Xie replied, hands casually tucked in his pockets, as if strolling through his own garden. Why are your eyes so red? Did Major Liang bully you? His tone was teasing. Feng squinted, determined to protect Liang's reputation, and retorted earnestly, Absolutely not. Do not maliciously speculate. He was no longer the obedient figure he presented in front of Major Liang, now fierce and defensive, akin to a cat with its claws bared. Xie, recalling someone, smiled. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to someone I admire. I believe you two would get along splendidly. For years. And you haven't pursued them yet? Feng was quite intrigued by the prodigy of the 9th galaxy, a person who yearned for what seemed eternally out of reach. Having pursued this individual, he ultimately lost them. Xie turned his head to glance at him, urging him to keep this under wraps. For it was a secret shared only because he deemed Feng trustworthy. No one else knew. Feng blinked, beginning to grasp the hidden complexities within. In a hushed tone, he replied, All right, I shall share a secret with you in return. There is someone in my heart whom I have secretly adored for 4 years. I only tell you because I trust you. No one else knows. Xie raised an eyebrow slightly. I knew it. You exude a certain familiarity. It turns out that the most lovesick in the 9th galaxy has encountered the most lovesick in the 8th. He found this amusing. Xie mused. Once we explore more galaxies, perhaps we could gather all the lovesick souls from the 9 galaxies at one table. Feng laughed heartily. But I'm no better off than you. I might never catch up to them in this lifetime. Can you see him? Xie inquired. Feng hesitated, uncertain if his question was meant to provoke him, but eventually nodded. It was difficult before, but now it is possible. Xie replied, Then you are fortunate. I cannot see mine. Feng immediately felt a pang of empathy. He hesitated, then offered a heartfelt wish. Just wait a little longer. You will meet again. Xie nodded. If we encounter each other next time, I shall tell you his name. Agreed, Feng affirmed. Thus, they resolved to strive harder. For to win the affection of the one they cherished, they must become stronger. Xingchen spoke, not only to Mu Feng, but also to himself. Fully aware of the gaze that accompanies love, Mu Feng gazed into Liang Yuhang's eyes. While others might miss it, he could see a reflection of his former self in those loving eyes. The sincerity found in such eyes is unparalleled, which is why Xingchen felt at ease divulging his unspoken past. Mu Feng nodded. I will make an effort. Since you know my secret, may I occasionally reach out to you? Xingchen paused. Can I express my longing for someone? I feel as though I might suffocate. My brother is nearing the brink of blocking me. Mu Feng replied. He is beginning to doubt whether this contact should even be added. Mu Feng's lips twitched slightly. All right, you send it. That very evening, he received a message from Xingchen. XXC. You have no idea how formidable he is, far surpassing me. With a single punch, he could take down a group of alphas, yet he behaves quite obediently before me. Wow, that's impressive. XXC, right? He's also incredibly handsome. Though I cannot share his photo with you, he is undoubtedly the most attractive in the world. Mu Feng could no longer contain his disagreement, feeling quite indignant. The one I adore is the most beautiful in the world. XXC, not a chance. We don't even know who it is. On what grounds do you claim otherwise? XXC, fine, let us skip that topic. May I continue to praise him? I could list 100 qualities. Which aspect would you like to hear about? XXC, he appears aloof, yet his heart is incredibly tender. XXC, he looks so cool, yet possesses adorable little canine teeth. XXC, why aren't you replying? Aren't you joining me in the praise? How could your wife tolerate you before? Did she not slap you? She did, and it was quite satisfying. As a gesture of camaraderie, they exchanged handshakes. After being disturbed by Xingchen throughout the night, Mu Feng woke up the next morning, yawning incessantly. Zhou Tiantian, ever vigilant, scrutinized him. You didn't sneak in some studying while I was asleep for those 2 hours, did you? Not at all. Mu Bao replied, I was engrossed in my phone all night. Jiang Yuan, equally cautious, inquired, who were you messaging? Mu Feng felt overwhelmed. Xingchen. He just arrived here and was asking about the local customs. What a pity. If you weren't taken, I would have loved to set you two up, Jiang Yuan remarked. He is handsome and tall. Mu Feng mused inwardly. Teacher Liang is also handsome and tall. Why wouldn't he be interested? He interrupted Jiang Yuan's fantasies. Stop it. Just because you see an alpha doesn't mean you can pair him with me. There is an assessment today. Shouldn't you focus on your studies? If cramming were effective, we wouldn't need to attend classes, Jiang Yuan retorted with a shake of his head. But I had my brother help me with the questions. Perhaps I'll rank him on the top few this time. Zhou Tiantian, ever sharp, commented, you truly lack self-awareness. Feeding a pig with high technology will only result in a glitchy pig. I don't want to argue with you. Jiang Yuan turned to Mu Bao. What rank do you aspire to achieve? After confessing to Liang Yuhang the previous day, Mu Feng felt remarkably relaxed. I won't pretend anymore. I'll probably come in last. I admire your attitude, Jiang Yuan praised. Given a thumbs up, I look forward to your performance. As they approached the classroom, Xingchen, with nothing to do, nonchalantly leaned against the door as a proctor. Spotting Mu Feng, he greeted him cheerfully. Mu, how did you sleep last night? Not well. Mu Feng gritted his teeth. If I didn't know better, I would think you were sent by Liang Jingyi to sabotage me. Why? Xingchen asked, bewildered. Never mind. It's hard to explain, Mu Feng sighed. You're not planning to disturb me like this every night, are you? Disturb? You could share your youthful concerns with me. Xingchen replied candidly. I won't mock your sentiments. Mu Feng countered. I'm not as bold as you. It's hard for me to express. What youthful concerns? Jiang Yuan leaned in, feigning anger. I didn't know you had other dogs outside of me. Mu Feng felt a shiver run down his spine as he backtracked. It's just the anxiety of potentially ranking last at such a young age, which kept me awake all night. To his surprise, Jiang Yuan believed him, patting him on the back. It's all right. You'll get used to it. This is the norm. Professor Zhang approached with the exam papers, followed closely by Liang Yuhang. From a distance, they appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation. Only a day, and you're this chummy? No wonder they call you social terrorists. Both of you, Mu Feng thought. Liang Yuhang strode over, standing before Mu Feng, and asked, Aren't you entering the exam room? It seems you studied well last night. Mu Feng raised his gaze, blinking slowly, contemplating. Didn't you already know my capabilities? I could do the exam with my eyes closed. However, mindful of the others present, he responded, I had no time to study. I wasted it chatting with Major Xie all night. Xie Xingqian, reveling in the spectacle, fanned the flames of excitement. Indeed, it has been an exceptionally delightful evening. We have connected instantly. Liang Yuhang's gaze wandered between the two, ultimately resting upon Mu Feng's sparkling eyes, which were unmistakably puffy from tears just yesterday. Clearly, his earlier concerns about Mu Feng's mood were unwarranted. Thus, he spoke lightly. It seems the assignments were insufficient. Let us commence practical exercises tonight. Chapter 22. He is quite peculiar. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Tonight? How sudden. He had anticipated at least waiting until after the exams concluded in 3 days. Jiang Yuan, overhearing, wore a grave expression, muttering to himself. Who conducts practical exercises at night? This seems awry. Could it be that only the final word remains? Why is it that he can begin practicals before completing the exams? Zhou Tiantian was exceedingly displeased. After all, can one truly engage in practicals with a mere 62 points? This is unjust, unreasonable. Does fairness not exist? Such a situation has undoubtedly stirred a tempest. Xie Xingqian could barely contain his laughter. Clearly, Major Liang is about to face a collective onslaught. Were it not for the military matters at hand, I would relish in remaining here to witness the unfolding drama. Liang Yuhang found the clamor overwhelming. Indeed, where there are many, there is chaos. He responded calmly. With so many inquiries, whom shall I address first? Mu Feng could not suppress a chuckle. He sensed the simmering frustration within the other, and he imagined that had it been 0717, they would have already received a rather unceremonious expulsion from the examination hall. Mu Feng reached out, linking arms with Jiang Yuan and Zhou Tiantian, gently ushering them towards the examination room. Enough chatter, let us proceed with the exam. Liang Yuhang turned to Xie Xingqian. When do you intend to leave? Perhaps I shall stay a couple more days. The climate here is quite pleasant, and the company agreeable, Xie Xingqian replied, for returning home would be rather dull. Liang Yuhang narrowed his eyes. Do you not have someone you fancy? Does that conflict with the aforementioned question, Major Liang? Xie Xingqian replied with a smile. Liang Yuhang felt a sense of futility in conversing with someone so socially adept. After a moment of contemplation, he cautioned, do not toy with others' emotions. That child has already endured much hardship. Xie Xingqian pointed to himself, feigning innocence. Do I appear to be a scoundrel? Liang Yuhang nodded, his tone calm, yet incisive. Quite so, resembling the type who has courted 80 individuals. Xie Xingqian recalled Mu Feng's retort from the previous night. One must admit, one cannot share a bed with two types of people. Ah, and before sleep, one's tongue is already as sharp as if it had kissed someone. Imagine the chaos if slumber truly ensued, Xie Xingqian remarked. If I must say, should practical exercises commence tonight, I can only spectate from the sidelines. How exhilarating. I should inform the commander to allow your return tomorrow. Liang Yuhang appeared composed, yet his words betrayed a desire to deliver a sharp reprimand. I fear that should you linger longer, my ability to maintain harmony among the stars may falter. Xie Xingqian chuckled. Reaching for the examination paper in Liang Yuhang's hand, it is time to take the exam. Liang Yuhang had no time to oversee the examination. He lingered for a few moments before departing, casting one last glance at the center of the examination hall. Coincidentally, Mu Feng also raised his head, their eyes meeting, and the latter beamed a radiant smile. It remains a mystery what joy can be derived from aiming for the last place. Focus on your questions, Liang Yuhang silently commanded. Understood, Teacher Liang. As Mu Feng watched him depart, he lowered his head to examine the questions before him, which appeared considerably more challenging than those at school, as if designed to intentionally perplex. Uncertain of the abilities of his peers, yet aware that all present were formidable contenders, he hesitated to embarrass himself too much. Thus, he left two significant problems unanswered, diligently keeping his score at 65. Despite his efforts to slow his writing pace, with half an hour remaining, he found himself utterly bored. Mu Feng began to doodle turtles on his scratch paper. What was the point of this exam? Professor Zhang strolled by and, without warning, tapped him on the back of his head. Feng was taken aback that such behavior could be detected. In the past, he had always sat in the corner of the examination room, often finishing early and then taking a nap before submitting his paper. "I can't do it," Feng said lazily. "The questions are too difficult. I can't comprehend them at all." Meanwhile, students beside him were still scribbling fervently. Professor Zhang picked up his test paper to inspect it, noting the elegant handwriting and neat presentation. Astonishingly, despite the difficulty of the questions, he might still pass. Zhang Lian scrutinized him for a moment before placing the paper back down, thinking that Liang Yuhang must be an exceptional teacher, having managed to elevate even the underachievers in just 3 days. With such teaching prowess, he mused that the instructor should be recruited back to the school. As the examination bell rang, they all rose to submit their papers. Feng turned to see Liang Yuan's face twisted in despair. "How did you fare? How many questions were on point?" "Not a single one. I can't remember anything." Liang Yuan gritted his teeth. "These questions are so difficult. They might as well be written in a foreign language. I might as well head home and take over the family business. I feel like I've wasted my late-night study sessions. Am I in a dream?" Zhou Tian fumed. Which fiend devised such torment for students? "I'm tempted to sneak into their home and steal their instant noodle seasoning packets." A fellow student chimed in. "I fear I might score the lowest in my academic career. I might even fail." Feng thought, "If everyone performs so poorly, how could I possibly end up at the bottom?" They had all been touted as academic elites. Surely this was an act. Feng felt quite anxious. In the subsequent examinations, he vigilantly adjusted his scores downward yet struggled to accept the humiliation of failing, ultimately managing to strictly maintain a score of 60. After 4 grueling sessions in a single day, utterly exhausted yet elated, he anticipated seeing Liang Yuhang that evening. "Mu Bao, have you taken some kind of stimulant?" Jiang Yuan asked upon returning to the dormitory, feeling as though he had aged 5 years. "You seem exuberant enough to take down a bull." "Because I have practical work to do tonight," Feng replied. "You didn't mishear me, did you? It's practical work, not just any task," Jiang Yuan said with a serious expression. "My hearing is perfectly fine. Please do not taint our innocent friendship with your lewd thoughts," Feng retorted. Unable to dissuade him, Jiang Yuan rummaged through his suitcase and produced a bottle of anti-A spray. "Here, just in case Liang Yuhang intends to harm you, you can spray him." Feng frowned. "Why did you even bring that to the base? If we need protection, it should be from Liang Yuhang. He is the one with ill intentions." "I received it from my brother before we went to the nightclub." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. "I've used it once. It's extremely effective, with no way to refuse." Feng begrudgingly tucked it into his pocket. "Have you had dinner? Should I head up now?" "Teacher Liang." "Come on, Feng, swipe your card to go upstairs. Liang Yuhang is waiting at the door of the research lab with 0717. You are the first student he has brought back. The boss hasn't seen anyone for a long time." 0717 raised his hand and lightly tapped his mouth, apologizing. "Recently, my chaotic searches have gotten a bit mixed up. Please forgive me." Liang Yuhang shot him a glance. "If you keep reading those trash novels, I'll dismantle you." Feng left fartidi. "So, what practical exercise do we have today?" "Holographic simulation drill." Liang Yuhang handed him a set of simulation gear, explaining that the battlefield would involve injecting nanoreagents, and any operational errors could lead to painful reactions in patients, potentially resulting in death. Having never undergone such training before, Feng felt a bit anxious. "All right, I'll change first." He thought they would allow him to change in that spot. He swiftly grabbed his t-shirt and bent down to remove his long pants. Liang Yuhang interjected. "I didn't mean for you to undress here." 0717 exclaimed in awe, his eyes sparkling. "Your physique is quite pleasing. May I touch?" "You mustn't tea. Teacher Liang can. Feel free to touch." As Feng bent down, the anti-A spray from his pocket clattered to the floor, rolling to Liang Yuhang's feet. Feng remarked, "Just when I was afraid of something, here it comes." 0717 leaned down, picked it up, and gasped again, so vigilant. "Are you afraid the boss might do something nefarious?" "He is approaching a sensitive period, which is indeed concerning." Liang Yuhang reached out to take it, inspecting it thoroughly. "To guard against me?" "No, there is nothing." Mu Feng knew this was an ominous item, and no amount of explanation could clarify his thoughts. How could he ever think of you in such a twisted manner? Liang Yuhang teased him. You never know. 0717 chimed in. He is quite peculiar, actually. His sensitive period lasts longer than that of an ordinary alpha, and it's intense. I can feel the impact from 300 meters away. Who knows which Omega will suffer such torment in the future? Although Mu Feng was puzzled as to how the conversation shifted from practical exercises to this topic, his curiosity was piqued. Really, Teacher Liang? Liang Yuhang tried to keep his gaze focused on Mu Feng's face, yet his peripheral vision inevitably wandered over him. His lips, abdominal muscles, slender waist, long legs, all on full display. I think it would be more appropriate for you to change your clothes before we engage in casual conversation. 0717. Monitoring Liang Yuhang's watch in real time, reported in a formal tone. Heart rate normal. Hormone fluctuations detected. Body temperature has risen by a full 13 degrees. In summary, 0717 was abruptly silenced by Liang Yuhang, left with only a series of expressive gestures. Liang Yuhang frowned. It's truly noisy. He sensed that his sensitive period might indeed be approaching. The riotous factors within his blood were subtly stirring. Yet, astonishingly, Mu Feng walked right up to him, unannounced, and touched his hand. Delicate fingers grazed his wrist, as if conducting a thorough examination, but the manner was undeniably provocative. Unaware of the consequences, Mu Feng felt his body temperature soar. He lifted his head, his tone turning slightly fierce. It seems we might not have time for the holographic practice today. If you trust me, I can administer a calming agent. Seeing Teacher Liang like this, I assume you forgot to inject the reagent I sent you yesterday? 0717 struggled to reboot, continuing the conversation. Yes, he didn't T-strike, perhaps he was just putting on a facade. Liang Yuhang truly wished to cast this nonsensical robot into the sea to feed the fish. It's not time yet. It's unnecessary. However, Mu Feng was resolute, gripping his wrist firmly. No. How can you treat your body so poorly? 0717, give me the reagent. 0717 glanced at him, a look of conflict on his face. Liang Yuhang's breath was unsteady. It's really not needed. 0717 turned away again, lost in confusion, unsure whom to listen to. Who was in charge here? His head ached. He needed to use his brain. Mu Feng frowned, appearing quite displeased. Teacher Liang, you injected substances during your last experiment. Why are you unwilling to use mine? Is it because you think I'm useless? Liang Yuhang averted his gaze from him and explained, it's not that you're useless. It's that all reagents are ineffective for me. Oh, I see. What should we do then? Mu Feng hadn't anticipated this reason. It wasn't as if he could engage in a futile resistance. Liang Yuhang could hardly endure him standing there, so he frowned and reached for the shirt on his body, pulling it over his head. Mu Feng's vision was obscured, plunging him into darkness for a moment. He felt a gentle slap on his cheek, a light action but with a heavy tone, as if admonishing him. If you dare to stand before me like that again, you shall be punished. Chapter 23. A sudden desire. Wow, such delightful prospects. Mu Feng tugged down the shirt, revealing a pair of eager eyes. Are we fighting today? At that moment, he wore only the shirt, and his long, fair legs were exposed, inadvertently making him appear even more enticing. Fighting today, or shall we strike? Possible locations flashed through Liang Yuhang's mind, causing his brow to twitch. 0717. Ever honest, continued to report. I have detected a continuous fluctuation in your hormones. My suggestion is perhaps we should change the battleground. Indirectly, I don't want to die, so silence yourself, Liang Yuhang interrupted. 0717 awkwardly spun in place twice. I didn't say anything yet. Why so fierce? Ha ha ha. Oh, the weather is splendid this evening. Mu Feng tilted his head to observe him. Teacher Liang, you still haven't answer my question. Are we fighting? Liang Yuhang genuinely considered striking him a couple of times. An Omega, completely oblivious to the concept of AO, stood so boldly and openly, speaking such words. Liang Yuhang said, get dressed first. Reluctantly, Mu Feng replied, oh, fine. He bent down to retrieve the clothing that had fallen to the ground, his fair neck bending. exposing a small segment of bone. The omega-S glands are likely situated nearby. Liang Yuhang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Allow me to give you a lesson," he said. As Feng was fastening his buttons, without the chance to raise his head, he felt a shadow looming over him. Suddenly, he was seized by the back of his neck, turned around, and pressed against the adjacent workstation. The movement was so swift that Feng had no time to react and found himself restrained, unable to move. "Teacher Liang?" Feng could not see anyone. His hands were pinned behind him, his entire body taut like a drawn bow. 0717 shielded his eyes with a hand, forming a peace sign. Too frightened to make a sound, his mind screaming in panic. Oh my, perhaps I shouldn't be here. I should be beneath the car." He stealthily approached the door, glancing back furtively, yet the two individuals remained silent, their only sound the rhythm of their breathing. "My goodness, how thrilling. I can't bear to watch any longer. After all, 0717 is still but a child." 0717 murmured to himself, contemplating whether to purchase a set, a perplexing dilemma indeed. He quietly slipped through the door and crouched at its threshold, absent-mindedly scratching his perfectly round head. "Did I frighten you?" Liang Yuhang inquired. Just as Feng was about to utter a word, he felt the cold touch of a gun's muzzle graze the nape of his neck, pressing down heavily. In that moment, he realized Liang Yuhang was genuinely agitated. Strangely, he felt a thrill of excitement. Liang Yuhang's tone grew grave. "Does it hurt?" A hint of moisture glimmered in Feng's eyes as he answered honestly. "A bit, but it feels rather exhilarating." Liang Yuhang observed the reddened skin and admonished softly. "And this is just the beginning? Feng, provoking a restless alpha will lead you to suffer 100-fold. Feng trembled, overwhelmed with pure excitement. The inability to mark between alphas stirred thoughts within him. Would Liang Yuhang truly lose control? After all, possessiveness is an alpha's instinct. Liang Yuhang scrutinized him. "Are you afraid? Henceforth, do not behave this way again. I am not so virtuous when an alpha is agitated. They are a little different from a beast, especially one who is immune to any suppressants." Feng, breathless, turned his head. "Teacher Liang, are you imparting biological knowledge to me?" Liang Yuhang paused for a moment. "Indeed." Feng blinked slowly. "I understand now. May I rise? The operating table is rather cold." Liang Yuhang then realized he had pressed Feng entirely against the surface, as if he were a specimen awaiting examination, subject to manipulation. His own reactions had indeed spiraled out of control. "Get up," Liang Yuhang commanded, pulling him upright, feeling slightly overly formal. "Let us refrain from this." Feng nodded, the moisture in his eyes still lingering, playfully reproaching. "But your grip was too harsh. It hurt." Liang Yuhang replied, "Well, an overly delicate omega cannot withstand such force." He cleared his throat, his gaze falling on the reddened skin, stating resolutely, "Thus, you ought to learn a lesson." Feng lowered his head, the corners of his lips curving slightly. "I want to learn. I shall dare again next time." "Let us conclude our activities for today," Liang Yuhang decided. Sensing the inappropriateness of continuing further, he strode to the door and opened it, finding 0717 pressed against it, nearly tumbling over in surprise. "Go fetch some ointment," he instructed. 0717, astonished, replied. "Ah?" Here, after a moment of thought, he opted to provide a friendly reminder. "The research room is under surveillance." It wouldn't bode well if other officials were to witness this. Liang Yuhang considered that they had not done anything overtly wrong, but acknowledged the need to protect Feng's reputation. "Yes, remember to delete the footage." 0717 chuckled, "Of course. It's not that I want to spy. It's just that I'll only watch if you ask me to delete the footage first. I'll go get the ointment. Please wait. I'm delighted to assist you." Liang Yuhang observed Feng leaning against the operating table, watching him intently. Originally, Teacher Liang was concerned about drug immunity. How did he endure the previous susceptible period without omega and relying solely on biological resistance? He felt a twinge of sympathy. Observing his recent demeanor, it was evident that he was showing early signs of hormonal instability. When he underwent heart surgery earlier, was the ineffectiveness of the anesthetic also due to biological resistance? Liang Yuhang met his probing gaze. What are you staring at me for? Oh, nothing. Just pondering teacher Liang's susceptible period, Mu Feng blurted out innocently. Liang Yuhang replied, You just exposed yourself. Do you realize how suggestive that sounds? He felt a slight headache. Could you refrain from voicing such thoughts? Mu Feng, perplexed, asked why. Is teacher Liang one of those old-fashioned types who shy away from such topics? Liang Yuhang noted that Mu Feng had rendered him speechless numerous times that day. Consequently, he pulled Mu Feng up and pushed him towards the door. Return to your dorm. 0717 will bring you medication shortly. Apply it yourself. Liang Yuhang sensed the need for a moment of composure. Mu Feng sighed internally. His unfiltered remarks had once again vexed teacher Liang. He initially thought that after spending the night, things would settle, but to his surprise, Liang Yuhang seemed either genuinely busy or pretended to be so, as he was nowhere to be seen for several days. With no other option, Mu Feng transformed into a nocturnal visitor to seek him out. 0717 was conducting routine monitoring. You seem a bit better these past 2 days. It appears you're not in a susceptible period but rather stimulated by Mu Feng. The developer should never have granted you the ability to speak, Liang Yuhang grumbled, finding his words irksome. Yet, it was odd. He had never detected any pheromones from him. 0717 shifted the topic. Well, you can still have hormonal fluctuations. I want to elaborate on the reasons. Liang Yuhang shot him a glance. Speak. Mu Feng leaned against the bedside, slowly inching closer to eavesdrop. 0717 gasped and retreated 3 meters. If I tell you, promise not to hit me. Liang Yuhang glared at him. Forget it. I no longer wish to hear it. 0717 exclaimed. What kind of person are you? You're suffocating me, you lecherous old man. Mu Feng turned around and leapt into Liang Yuhang's embrace. He was now quite familiar with the feline gait, settling into a comfortable position while gazing up at him. Liang Yuhang looked down, meeting his gaze, those same pale green eyes. He scoffed lightly. How could that be mere lust? Mu Feng, too, found it improbable. If he were matched with a highly compatible AO, such speculation might hold water. However, the two of them, once freed from their restraints, would only end up in a quarrel, and it was more likely that Liang Yuhang was experiencing physical issues. What if something went awry? 0717 seemed to sense his thoughts. Sighing in unison, what would happen if something went wrong? After finishing his exam, Mu Feng borrowed a laboratory to experiment with reagent development. If only I could obtain a sample of teacher Liang's bodily fluids. Mu Bao, the results are about to be released. Why are you still here like an ostrich avoiding reality? Liang Yuhang rushed over to him, clearly agitated. It's so intense. The results are displayed directly on the electronic screen in the hall, practically a public execution. Mu Feng had almost forgotten about this matter. Standing up to accompany him out. Surely the professor wouldn't be grading papers overnight just to deliver the results early. That would be too hasty. How unfair, how unfair. Liang Yuhang expressed his indignation. Who was being unfair? Lu Zhua entered the elevator and playfully pinched his cheek. Professor Zhang, I suspect he bears a deep-seated resentment. Liang Yuan retorted, fuming, we haven't disturbed his ancestors' graves, have we? Lu Zhua chuckled. Wasn't the exam content provided to you? Liang Yuan shrugged. I remembered a few, but most have slipped my mind. That should suffice, Mu Feng teased. After all, for you, mastering an additional question signifies a monumental leap in intelligence. Did your tongue learn its sharpness from Zhou Tian or Liang Yuhang? Liang Yuan frowned. Am I living in a toxic circle? Why does everyone possess such formidable attack power? Mu Feng laughed heartily. As the elevator doors opened, he spotted Liang Yuhang in a white lab coat, standing by the blank screen. It had been several days since they last met, and he found himself missing him. Mu Feng strode over, dismissing the recent incident of Liang losing control. Have you finished your tasks? Liang Yuhang raised his chin slightly. I came to see your ranking. How considerate of you. Mu Feng replied cheerfully, though he suspected he would undoubtedly be last. Students gradually gathered around, gazing up at the screen. Zhou Tian was fiddling with a string of prayer beads, murmuring, Guanyin, Munjushri, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, save me, save me, save me. What good is prayer now? Jiang Yuan mocked, the Buddha does not save fools. I now believe your claim of being absent for 3 months was a ruse. Zhou Tiantian retorted, last place should keep quiet. Just then, the large screen began to display names and scores, starting with the lowest, a brutally public execution of sorts. The first name to appear was Zhou Tiantian. He turned to his 2 roommates. He gasped, did you 2 use hacks without me? Liang Yuhang laughed uncontrollably, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Last place should keep quiet. Liang Yuhang glanced at Lu Zhua, implying, it seems assisting someone with exam content does prove beneficial. Did you not assist Mu Feng? Lu Zhua looked at the screen. Your guidance seems rather unprofessional. Mu Feng, already on edge about not being in last place, murmured, I did perhaps quite successfully. Liang Yuan jumped up, first giving Lu Zhua a big hug, then turning to Zhou Tiantian. Oh my god, I'm third from the bottom. Green-haired one, come kneel and call me daddy. Zhou Tiantian's cheeks flushed with anger. Why didn't my guide provide me with the exam content? You 2 must have used hacks. Only then did Liang Yuan notice that the electronic screen had displayed 15 names, yet Mu Feng's name was still absent. Mu Bao, did you not write your name and thus miss the exam? That was the only explanation he could fathom. After all, the questions this time had been excessively difficult, pushing the limits. Mu Feng felt an overwhelming anxiety and instinctively looked to Liang Yuhang. Wait, are there really so many who failed? Liang Yuhang noticed his distress, gently patting the back of his hand before retracting it. It's all right, don't panic. A total of 30 students had participated in the exam, and finally, the screen revealed its delayed announcement. Mu Feng, 7th place. It's over, I'm doomed. Mu Feng felt dizzy, and as the sharp sound from his 2 roommates pierced through his thoughts, his legs weakened, tempting him to end it all right there. Liang Yuhang reached out to steady him before releasing his grip. Mu Feng's gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression cool and detached, as if he were indifferent to it all. In a hushed tone, audible only to the 2 of them, he reassured, fear not, I am here, no one dares to bully you. Chapter 24. You're quite bad. The large screen continued to display names, yet the top position garnered no attention. A student from their school, with an average score of 62, found himself among the bottom ranks. Over the span of 3 days, the difficulty of the questions escalated, yet the average score remained unchanged. Was this truly reasonable? Surrounding students glanced over, and Mu Feng felt a pang of guilt. Mu Bao, have you opened your heavenly eye? Liang Yuhang repeatedly verified the rankings and scores. These were not multiple-choice questions, and guessing was futile. With all questions being open-ended, if one could not solve them, one simply could not. Zhou Tiantian also expressed disbelief, noting that many top students had failed. How had he managed to succeed? Perhaps it is due to teacher Liang's exceptional teaching. Mu Feng could find no other explanation. However, I reviewed your notes. Even if you remembered everything, you would only score between 40 and 50 at best. It's impossible to guess so accurately. At that moment, Zhou Tiantian, with an average of 38, and Liang Yuhang, with 40, looked at him in confusion. Mu Feng thought to himself that teacher Liang had likely not bothered with predictions, expecting him to end up at the bottom of the class. Several students who had previously performed well were equally bewildered, agreeing that they had only managed scores in the 50s. Mu Feng felt betrayed. He had assumed they all scored at least 80 or 90. The top few classmates had performed admirably, with the first place nearly achieving a perfect score, but the rest had faltered, leaving much to be desired. A miscalculation, indeed. Mu Feng profoundly sensed that his romantic feelings had adversely affected his performance. Even though he was not yet in a relationship, his constant thoughts of Liang Yuhang had rendered him foolish, leading to his first significant error in scoring. I don't know. Mu Feng raised a hand to shield his eyes. I noted everything teacher Liang instructed me to study, but it was all a jumbled mess. This explanation fell flat. Seeing his pained expression, Liang Yuhang intervened. Mu Feng is quite intelligent. He was just distracted by playfulness before, but with a little guidance he will excel. Primarily, it is due to our Dr. Liang's accurate predictions. Lu Zhua chimed in. You are unaware. He is a favored disciple of Professor Zhang. Following his train of thought makes it easier to guess the questions. Upon hearing this, everyone believed it, expressing their envy. Oh, my little tutor managed to guess one question correctly. Ha! My little tutor has only seen me once in 3 days. Who's worse off? Seeking a tutor is akin to marriage. One truly knows the warmth and coldness of it. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed into a venue for complaints. Damn, I envy you. I knew it. Zhou Tiantian lamented with a mournful expression. My fate is so cruel. I wished in it all. My little tutor pays me no mind. Even Liang Yuhang felt a twinge of sympathy for this pitiable sight. There's no helping it. Your luck is truly unfortunate. You've encountered a fool. After saying so, he turned to Liang Yuhang. I mean no offense. I am merely criticizing your brother. You are the better one. Liang Yuhang replied calmly. Feel free to criticize him more. I enjoy it. Liang Yuhang clicked his tongue. Plastic brotherly love. It pales in comparison to my bond with my own brother. Indeed, it was not comparable. Liang Yuhang remarked. After all, I could never assist my brother with his bathing. Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed as he playfully struck Lu Zhua, exclaiming, Why do you disclose everything? That was merely idle chatter before the meeting. Lu Zhua did not evade the blow, allowing him to hit. It was not a significant matter. Feng, initially in a rather foul mood, was amused. Surely, you do not genuinely believe my jest about the bath time study method, do you? Jiang Yuan retorted. I am on the verge of losing my mind, because of you all. Feng continued to laugh, but felt his phone vibrate. He glanced down, his smile instantly fading. He loathed the idea of answering, feeling nauseated. Liang Yuhang turned his head and noticed his subtle expression. Feng, please come to my office. You cannot be serious. He is already ranked 7th, and you still intend to reprimand him? Jiang Yuan protested vehemently. Liang Yuhang himself was baffled as to why his image was so tarnished in their eyes. No, it is merely an exam review. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tiantian felt even more disheartened, exclaiming, other people's little guides even have review sessions. I am bound to become obsolete. Feng held the vibrating phone, trailing behind Liang Yuhang, his expression grave. The call was interrupted once, then rang again, akin to a hot potato. Shan, your family? Liang Yuhang noted the caller ID. Yes, my second brother. Feng lowered his eyelashes, adding that there was also a third sister, Shui. Liang Yuhang inquired, what about your eldest brother or sister? Feng's complexion paled further, his voice trembling. They have passed away. I am sorry. Liang Yuhang reached for his phone. Do you wish to take this call? I do not want to. Feng closed his eyes momentarily, yet could not disregard it. Otherwise, he would come to the base and berate me. Liang Yuhang felt his heart momentarily falter. The elevator doors opened, and he ushered Feng into his office, closing the door. If you do not mind my listening, you may take the call here. Feng stood motionless, terrified that Liang Yuhang would overhear the vile insults. He truly felt utterly devoid of dignity. Allow me to answer. Liang Yuhang insisted. I shall handle it. Feng looked up at him, somewhat bewildered. Liang Yuhang reassured him. Surely, he would not resort to cursing me, would he? Feng nodded, handing over the phone, his entire being trembling with anxiety. Liang Yuhang activated the speakerphone. Before he could utter a word, the other party launched a tirade. You little brat, so you're no longer performing at the base, huh? I knew you were just pretending. Ranking 7th? What's next? Are you planning to seize the Mu family fortune? Someone like you ought to have perished at 13. Feng raised his hand to cover his ears, pretending he could not hear. I am Liang Yuhang, he stated bluntly. The other side fell silent for 2 seconds, then responded, Liang, is it? Liang Yuhang nodded. Does Mr. Shan typically possess such refinement? I recall that the Liang family has a production line collaborating with yours. Perhaps we might consider halting that for the next quarter. Wait, how is Feng's phone in your possession? Shan's tone softened considerably. I was merely scolding my brother. Please excuse the outburst. Feng has been studying tirelessly these past few days and fell asleep in my office. Your call was rather disruptive. Liang Yuhang spoke calmly. His improvement in grades is due to my guidance. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint with the military department. Shan was rendered speechless. And after a lengthy pause, he finally replied, I have no complaints. Liang Yuhang's gaze settled on Feng, his tone less than pleasant. The upcoming closed training at the base necessitated the confiscation of his phone to prevent distractions. Therefore, Mr. Mushan, should you wish to contact your brother in the future, please reach out to me. The military department is able to verify my contact number. Is there any further issue? With each successive sentence, the pressure in his voice intensified. Mushan suppressed his anger. No, Colonel Liang, this minor matter hardly warrants discussing with Director Liang. I can visit you next time I have a chance. Liang Yuhang said nothing and abruptly ended the call. He set his phone aside, noticing Feng still covering his ears, his gaze unfocused and lost in the distance. He appeared to be in a state of emptiness, unaware of his thoughts. Liang Yuhang reached out, gently pulling Feng's hands away from his ears. The latter flinched, akin to a startled kitten. It's over now. Feng tugged at his lip, apologetic for burdening Liang Yuhang with such trivial matters. Did you also cover your ears when he scolded you in the past? Liang Yuhang inquired, struggling to fathom the harshness of the insults hurled. Liang Jingyi had once schemed against him, leading to a mutual estrangement. Feng shook his head. I wear earplugs at home. They provide excellent sound isolation. He observed the slight furrow in Liang Yuhang's brow. Sometimes, I retaliate. I have a close relationship with his horse and successfully caused it to break its leg 3 times. Upon seeing the innocence in Feng's eyes, Liang Yuhang discerned a deeper meaning. Innocence and harmlessness served as his facade. You are quite wicked, Liang Yuhang remarked. Wicked? Feng felt a surge of anxiety, akin to sitting in a confessional. I have committed other, more serious misdeeds. Liang Yuhang ceased his intimidation, knowing it would lead to tears. Actually, it's not so bad. It's clever of you to retaliate against bullying, more so than I had imagined. Feng exhaled in relief, recalling their previous agreement. Last time, we said there would be a reward for scoring 80, if not a punishment. I didn't achieve that score, so please punish me. Wasn't he had agreed that it would be nullified? But I want to. He desperately sought a way to feel that he was still cared for. Feng opened his mouth to request. How about you pinch me? This request was undeniably crossing a line. Under normal circumstances, he would never voice such a thing, but today, perhaps due to provocation, he found himself speaking indiscriminately. No. What I mean is that Feng wished to amend his words, but struggled to find a suitable alternative. Liang Yuhang scrutinized him for several seconds, his long fingers tightening around Feng's neck. With a slight pressure, he felt the other's rapid breathing and the flush of his cheeks due to oxygen deprivation. Do you prefer candy or punishment, Feng? You may choose only one. Chapter 25. Another reward for you. Feng felt as though his breath had been stolen. His gaze fixated on the hand before him. The sleeve had rolled up to his forearm, revealing bulging veins from exertion. How to choose? Unable to decide. He slightly parted his lips, struggling to articulate. I don't know. Then he felt the grip tighten further. Don't know? Liang Yuhang's voice was heavy. Do you truly not know what you desire? Due to the lack of oxygen, a fleeting dizziness enveloped his mind, rendering him lightheaded, as if walking on clouds. Each second felt like an eternity. In a striking contrast, Liang Yuhang exhibited remarkable patience, his gaze fixed intently upon him, unable to weave a falsehood. Feng could only respond with honesty. I like everything you give. It seemed as though he heard Liang Yuhang chuckle softly, his fingers loosening their grip. Fresh air flooded in, bringing an exhilarating sense of renewal. Feng felt on the verge of collapsing, raising his eyes to meet Liang Yuhang's, whose distinctly defined hand remained firmly at his neck. Uncertain of the other's thoughts, he ventured, Teacher Liang? 10 seconds of punishment, Liang Yuhang declared from his elevated position. Shall I offer you another 10 seconds as a reward? Without inquiring what the reward entailed, Feng eagerly nodded, almost as if entranced. Then he felt a gentle pressure at the nape of his neck, drawing him forward into a broad embrace. The uniform felt cool against his skin, yet the breath he felt was scorching. Just 10 seconds. Liang Yuhang was unyieldingly ruthless. Nevertheless, Feng felt as though he had struck the jackpot, experiencing 2 forms of joy in a single day. It was not a difficult choice. He realized he could have both. Counting the seconds in his mind, he reluctantly declared, Time's up. Liang Yuhang smiled once more. Feng had never perceived him as such a jovial character. Had he inadvertently provided amusement? Liang Yuhang remarked, Because you adhered to the rules, I shall reward you with another 10 seconds. Mu Feng mused. Perhaps if his brother called again, he might scold him further, turning misfortune into fortune. He silently repeated, "Thank you, Daddy. I adore you." This time, it was Liang Yuhang who patted him on the back. "All right, get up." Mu Feng lifted his head, his eyes tinted with a faint blush. Despite the lack of significant action, it seemed Liang Yuhang's suspicions had become clearer. Was he truly enjoying this? Did it matter who provided him with such pleasures? Mu Feng remained exceedingly polite. "Thank you, Teacher Liang." "For what?" Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. "It seems I have caused you some harm." The term harm felt overly severe. At worst, there was merely a faint red mark. Perhaps his skin was particularly sensitive, still bearing the impressions from days prior. Mu Feng inquired, "Thank you for helping me. Should I take my phone back?" Liang Yuhang perceived his sudden shift to compliance. "Didn't you say you blocked your ears? And didn't he hear anything?" "I overheard just a little," Mu Feng replied, his earlier negativity dissipating. Liang Yuhang's lips curved into a slight smile. "No need. He shouldn't bother you in the short term." Just then the boss arrived, the project team awaiting his presence. "Why haven't you rushed in 0717? Upon spotting Mu Feng, he veered off course. Busy, I see." His attire was wrinkled, eyes and lips reddened. "Wow, how wild." 0717 spun in place, torn between departing and remaining, nearly colliding with the adjacent wall. "Why have you been engaging in this during work hours?" he queried. "Nothing happened." Liang Yuhang felt a surge of irritation upon seeing him. Nothing. If I say nothing happened, then nothing happened." 0717 responded cautiously. "So has it concluded?" Liang Yuhang's temples throbbed. "I've already said there's nothing." Oh. "I apologize for interrupting. I will be more perceptive next time." With a sudden thud, 0717 fell to his knees, his short legs tumbling over, rolling to the feet of Liang Yuhang. "My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes," he exclaimed. Liang Yuhang remarked, while Mu Feng stifled a laugh. "Have you been reading ancient novels these past few days?" "Ah, indeed." 0717 rummaged through a small pouch at his belly, producing a tube of ointment, 2 adhesive bandages, and several other items. "I am now quite well prepared with what I carry." Unable to contain his amusement, Liang Yuhang gave him a gentle kick. Mu Feng, not wishing to disappoint his goodwill, took a bandage, saying, "This will suffice." He glanced towards the reflective metallic cabinet at the back of the office, quickly applying it to his neck, concealing something. Liang Yuhang was tempted to comment, "That certainly appears to be something noteworthy. Today, we shall take Xie on a tour of our latest research projects. You shall accompany us," Liang Yuhang instructed. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Me? I can view such confidential equipment? You've been residing in a laboratory. You must be quite interested in these matters," Liang Yuhang replied, smoothing his cuffs. "No need for pretense now. Let us proceed." Seventh Little Genius. Mu Feng found the title a bit overwhelming, rubbing his earlobes. "Let us go. We can't keep them waiting." 0717 struggled to rise from the ground, grumbling as he led the way. "I'm not happy at all. I might just blow up the base and take everyone down with me." He was promptly kicked again by Liang Yuhang. Upon their arrival, a large crowd was indeed waiting. Luge would tease softly, "Why did you bring 2 bandages back from the exam review?" Liang Yuhang shot him a glance. "Well, that hardly compares to the warmth of preparing a bath for someone." Luge would click his tongue. "Is this never-ending? Did you manage to practice during your spare time?" Xie turned, his expression inquisitive. Such a tight schedule, indeed. Mu Feng could hardly bear it anymore. He leaned in, lowering his voice. "I have someone I like now. Please do not spread rumors about me and Teacher Liang." Xie raised an eyebrow, bemused. Why is this child still battling with his own thoughts? They are one and the same, yet he refuses to admit it. "Very well. No rumors." Xie relented, turning his head. "Can I still message you tonight?" Mu Feng responded affirmatively, and Liang Yuhang, observing the closeness of their heads as they whispered, called out, "Mu Feng, take notes." 0717 followed suit, mimicking Mu Feng, "Take notes." What can this esteemed 0717 not remember? Notes. Understood, Teacher Liang, Mu Feng replied. Warning Xie, please grant me 2 days off. I beg you, let me sleep well. With a sigh, Xie generously agreed, all right, tomorrow night. Zhang Lian watched as Mu Feng obediently followed Liang Yuhang, recording notes while diligently jotting down information. He turned to a nearby professor, exclaiming, I tell you, this child possesses extraordinary potential. When everyone advised against bringing in those with poor grades, I insisted on giving the youth a chance. And lo and behold, in just 3 days, despite the challenging exam I crafted, he has passed. I suspect he may rank in the top 3 in the next examination. Mu Feng, you clearly wish to dispose of me as if I were refused at that time. Who could rival your ability to change faces? The professor beside them was momentarily taken aback. Ah, it must be Xiao Yang's teachings, or perhaps you are exceptionally talented. All your students are remarkably clever. Unlike those from our institution, who managed to score full marks yet falter here with a mere 50. Zhang Lian reached out, pulling Mu Feng closer and patting his shoulder. You must strive to perform well next time. Do you understand? What shall we do if you don't fare well next time? Mu Feng sincerely inquired. Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes. Impossible. At first glance, I see your innate wisdom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lent you the laboratory for 3 months. Is that truly alone? Mu Feng muttered under his breath, for I clearly purchased it with my own funds. You old curmudgeon. What did you say? I promised to do my utmost, not to bring you shame. Zhang Lian was pleased and turned to continue boasting. In the days of teaching Xiao Yang, he too was a prodigious talent. Mu Feng shook his head, clutching his notebook as he stepped back to Liang Yuhang's side. The latter was introducing a mechanized repair device developed specifically for post-war rehabilitation, which not only restores injured soldiers to full functionality, but also enhances their combat capability upon returning to the battlefield. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Did you research this? I, along with Lu Zhua, spearheaded the project. Liang Yuhang modestly replied, I am responsible for the medical aspect. While he oversees the mechanical component, the contributions of our colleagues are invaluable. Xie remarked, truly impressive. My father's biological company would benefit from a discussion with you. If we were to procure, could we possibly receive a discount? Liang Yuhang stated, kindly refrain from bothering my student, and I might consider granting you a discount. Xie feeling wronged, replied, I am not harassing you. Do not be so protective. Our interactions are merely peaceful exchanges of mutual needs, right? Mu Feng interjected, there is no such need. He suspected that Xie was intentionally stirring the pot, shattering the Major's favorable image. With a gaze full of melancholy, Mu Feng remarked, you truly resemble a scoundrel. Are you aware that your notorious reputation has spread throughout the base? Suddenly struck by an idea, he smiled innocently. Perhaps in a few days, it will even reach the 9-star system, known to the one you secretly admire. Xie immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Enough, let us cease this conversation. A man's reputation is of utmost importance. Colonel Liang, please assist me in dispelling this rumor. Liang Yuhang, uninterested, replied, no assistance will be given. If you speak less, there will naturally be no rumors. Mu Feng pondered this statement, feeling a twinge of jealousy, filled with possessiveness. Although he did not believe Liang Yuhang harbored any ulterior motives, he simply wished to tease him. He glanced up at Liang Yuhang, who met his gaze momentarily. What are you looking at? With many people still around, it was inappropriate to speak. Thus, Mu Feng merely lowered his head to write. After a while, he presented his notebook, pointing to a line of small black text, indicating for Liang Yuhang to read. Liang Yuhang bent down to see clearly. Though he had not spoken, he felt a pang in his heart. Teacher Liang, are you not feeling a tinge of jealousy? The sky has yet to fall, but I have unexpectedly received my rating before reaching the required number of recommendations. Oh, wretched persimmon, dear friends, please bestow upon me a 5-star rating. I am merely a girl who desires a beautiful score and craves a semblance of pride. Chapter 26. What do you desire? Jealousy? The term had never graced Liang Yuhang's existence. He had never been enamored with anyone. Engaging in romantic relationships seemed a frivolous endeavor, far better to nurture a cat. Liang Yuhang took his pen and struck through that phrase, flamboyantly inscribing, not possible. Mu Feng cast a glance in his direction and continued to write beneath it. Then why do you act so fiercely towards Xie? Due to the nature of their writing, he leaned in a little closer. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, catching a whiff of the fragrant shampoo in Mu Feng's hair. He found the act of passing notes in front of others rather juvenile and contemplated snatching the pen from his hand. Mu Feng's fingers tapped on the note. Why? Liang Yufang's writing was as succinct as his speech. You think too much. What you two up to? Lu Zhua interjected. Is there something we cannot hear? Xie Xingqin chimed in. Indeed, is it a top-secret matter from the 8-star system? So mysterious? Liang Yufang raised his eyes. Mu Feng is posing a foolish question. Mu Feng wrinkled his nose and bared his teeth at him like a child, having previously praised him for his intelligence, only to now call him foolish. A capricious man. He retrieved his notebook, cradling it in his arms, feigning pride. If it's a foolish question, then I shall not inquire further. Consider my own folly. He understood that this mechanical heart would never feel jealousy, no matter how deep the immersion in a vinegar jar. 0717, observing nearby, made exaggerated facial expressions. Ah, you've managed to irritate someone again. Alas, 0717 shall not come to your rescue. Liang Yufang stifled the urge to deliver a third kick today. After the tour, the group arrived at the elevator doors. Xie Xingqin turned back, suddenly saying, Mu Feng, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Liang Yufang cast a light glance once more. Watching the two step aside, Mu Feng questioned suspiciously, What scheme are you concocting now? Allow me to impart some tips on pursuing someone, Xie Xingqin said. Being overly persistent is ineffective. It requires a gradual infiltration, a delicate balance of proximity and distance, to gradually heighten their interest until it reaches a stable point. It sounded somewhat plausible. Mu Feng pondered over the wisdom. What method did you employ to win someone over before? Being overly persistent, Xie Xingqin replied without hesitation. Mu Feng restrained the impulse to strike him. Then your advice is futile for me. Not at all. Methods vary for each individual. We are different, Xie Xingqin insisted. Trust me, give it some thought. Mu Feng remained skeptical. He was reluctant to adopt a distant demeanor with teacher Liang, as their relationship had just begun to improve, and he didn't wish to revert to square one. Xie Xingqin patted his shoulder. I hope to hear good news from you the next time we meet. Next time? Indeed. I am returning today, Xie Xingqin remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Liang Yufang not far off, implying that it was not bothersome. Mu Feng was not naive. He understood whom Xie Xingqin referred to and vowed to defend teacher Liang's reputation. He hasn't bothered you. Don't be so sensitive. Oh, is that so? Yet I feel a lack of warmth. You 8-star system folks are rather aloof, Xie Xingqin retorted. Now you've implicated us all. The entire citizenry must bear the blame. Mu Feng's lips twitched. Send it tomorrow. I could afford to be bothered for a few hours. I certainly won't retaliate against you. Xie Xingqin smiled radiantly. Then I shall depart with ease. The 8th-star system is indeed remarkably hospitable to its neighbors. Until we meet again. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Until next time. Xie Xingqin turned his head to gaze at Major Liang Yuhang. I am leaving now. Will you not see me off, Major Liang? Liang Yuhang first exchanged pleasantries with the professors before approaching and pressing the elevator button. Of course, I'll pilot the craft to escort you to the border. Mu Feng proudly declared, See, the people of the 8-star system are exceptionally warm and welcoming. Xie Xingqin shook his head, muttering to himself, Goodness. Encountering someone even more enamored than myself is quite alarming. As the craft halted at the entrance, Liang Yuhang followed him on board, genuinely intent on ensuring his safe passage. Jiang Yiyin wandered through the hall, lamenting, So soon to leave? What a pity. I was hoping to ask if he would consider relinquishing his secret crush and perhaps take a look at our Mu Bao. Can you think of anything besides romance? Zhou Tian replied, visibly displeased. The one in last place should refrain from speaking, Jiang Yiyin retorted, wielding her words like weapons. Mu Feng looked up. It was already evening, with several crafts swiftly ascending into the wind, vanishing rapidly into the horizon, a sight of pure freedom. Jiang Yiyin leaned closer, whispering, Mu Bao, with Liang Yuhang absent. Would you care to join me for a day of fun? Do you wish to escape? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Mu Feng glanced at Lu Jua, who stood on the second floor, adding, I think you've been let off lightly. Not at all. Today is essentially an open day, having just completed our exams. Several classmates have submitted requests. Jiang Yuyin asserted confidently. Of course, given my circumstances, my request is unnecessary as it would undoubtedly be denied. Hearing this, Zhou Tiantian exclaimed, Then I shall join as well. My instructor is unconcerned about me. I intend to forget this dreadful examination and enjoy a day of unrestrained fun. Mu Feng, not wishing to dampen the spirits, nodded, Very well, let's go. As they made their way outside, he remembered to inform Liang Yuhang via message. Xiao Jiang wishes to go out, and I shall accompany. As they walked through the back gate of the base towards the wall, the other two fell into silence. Zhou Tiantian looked up. We could have entered through the front gate. Is there not a more dignified way? You don't understand. This is what makes it thrilling. Jiang Yuyin responded. Mu Feng interjected, You're clearly afraid of the front entrance. You haven't taken 2 steps before being caught. Jiang Yuyin replied. There is no need to be so brutally honest. He clumsily climbed over, and outside stood a flamboyant sports car. The driver respectfully handed over the keys. Young master. The car has arrived. Zhou Tiantian scrutinized the seating arrangement, asking earnestly, Not that I'm unsophisticated, but where shall I sit? Oh, I forgot about you, Jiang Yuyin realized. You can ride with the driver. Why should you both enjoy a sports car, while I do not receive the same treatment? Zhou Tiantian protested indignantly, only to see another extravagant sports car approaching. Instantly, she pivoted. Does your family require a driver? I just passed my driving test. I am determined to compete with you affluent folks. Jiang Yuyin promptly took them both to the seaside, rubbing his hands together in excitement. It has been ages since I enjoyed a cruise. I have been suffocated by books. Wow, is this truly the realm of the affluent? Zhou Tiantian gazed upward, pondering whether she could be reborn into such a life in her next incarnation. Surely, tonight's expenses will not be charged to my card, will they? Mu Feng squinted slightly, vaguely recalling that your card is still inactive. Mu Bao, what do we have to divide between us? Jiang Yuyin playfully hooked her arm around his neck, shaking him back and forth, assuring him that she would repay him, principal and interest, next month. Mu Feng felt his phone vibrate and lowered his gaze to check the message. Teacher Liang, can you not stay put for just 1 hour? Although he was not physically present, Mu Feng felt as though he had been caught, a shiver running down his spine. It's Xiao Jiang. She insisted on dragging me out. She is far too playful. Indeed, betraying a friend happens in the blink of an eye. Teacher Liang, aren't you afraid your brother will cause you trouble? At that moment, Mu Feng understood, realizing that Liang Yuhang was concerned about this very issue. A sense of happiness washed over him. At least Liang Yuhang was beginning to care about his safety. Xie Xingchen was right. The delicate balance of closeness and distance proves highly effective. It should be fine. He won't be watching me constantly. The other party seemed to ponder for a few seconds. Teacher Liang, then enjoy yourself. Mu Feng wore a displeased expression, thoroughly annoyed with Liang Yuhang. This notion of proximity and distance was utterly useless. Stop fiddling with your wretched phone. Jiang Yuyin finally arrived at her domain, exuberantly buying drinks for the entire bar. Zhou Tiantian was still squinting in the dim light, contemplating the price of a bottle. My goodness, I would have to wash dishes for a year to afford this. Mu Feng had also indulged a bit, idly watching the time, wondering why Liang Yuhang had yet to arrive. Resolute, he decided to initiate a video call. He expected the call would go unanswered, yet to his surprise, it connected mere seconds later. Hastily, Mu Feng pressed the phone to his ear, slipping away from Jiang Yuyin as he made his way outside. I'm stepping out for a moment. You're acting all sneaky. As if you were trying to sneak away for an affair, Jiang Yuyin teased, propping her chin on her hand. Mu Feng chuckled lightly, hastening outside. Once on the deck, he dared to lift his phone. Where are you? Just checking in, Liang Yuhang inquired. No, just asking casually, Mu Feng mumbled. I wouldn't dare check on you. Liang Yuhang shot him a sidelong glance, his cheeks tinged with the faintest blush, his gaze somewhat hazy. Going wild after the exams, I see. Mu Feng smiled, his hair tousled by the sea breeze. Have you had too much to drink? Where are you? This was his second inquiry. Liang Yuhang raised the camera, shaking it slightly. Mu darted into view and quickly vanished. I'm in my room. Initially, Feng had been quite clever in revealing the name of the ship behind him. But his heart sank a bit. Very well. You are utterly unconcerned for my safety. You chose to run out yourself, Liang Yuhang replied. You are an adult. What is there for me to worry about? The words sounded somewhat accusatory. In frustration, Feng abruptly ended the video call, vowing to drink, and to not return tonight. He turned on his heel, striding back inside, boldly snatching the bottle of wine from Jiang Yin's hands and pouring himself a generous glass. Jiang Yin exchanged glances with Zhou Tiantian. Why does he return as if he had just been spurned after an affair? I have no idea. Ask me. And I can only think of studying, Zhou Tiantian replied, her expression one of confusion. Feng sat inside for half an hour before stepping out again. Redialing Liang Yuhang's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. What now? Liang Yuhang inquired. Where are you? Feng pressed insistently, as if throwing a tantrum. I just told you, I'm in the room, Liang Yuhang replied calmly. What exactly do you want? He paused, adding, stop beating around the bush, Feng. Lowering his head, Feng gazed at the turbulent waves crashing against the ship's hull, feeling like a drifting vessel. He rarely found the courage to articulate his desires. As he felt utterly alone, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he cautiously revealed his heart's longing. I want you to come and take me back. He thought he heard a chuckle on the other end of the line. You should have said that from the beginning, Liang Yuhang advised, emphasizing the importance of directness in expressing one's needs. His voice resonated through the phone, almost as if it echoed behind him. Turning around, Feng saw Liang Yuhang standing at the opposite side of the ship's railing, disconnecting the call. Let us go, you drunken fool. I'm taking you back. Chapter 27. Do not cause a fatality. Feng was uncertain if it was the alcohol affecting his mind, but he felt as if he were in a dream. He watched Liang Yuhang approach, and in a moment of reckless abandon, he reached out and patted the other's face. You're warm. Liang Yuhang replied, Indeed. I haven't had the chance to die yet. Feng tilted his head. How did you suddenly appear from the phone? He mused that perhaps he had indeed drunk too much and had become foolish. Liang Yuhang scrutinized him. What do you think? Contemplating for a moment, but too timid to speculate, Feng dismissed the idea. You wouldn't have come looking for me right after the first video call, would you? He doubted Liang Yuhang would take such initiative, as he preferred to maintain a distance outside of professional obligations. Thus, he self-deprecatingly concluded, You must be nearby for business and just stop by. I wasn't here for business, Liang Yuhang clarified, dressed only in a shirt, hands tucked into his pockets. Having shed his military uniform, he resembled a debonair youth often found in such settings. I was concerned that some drunken fool might keep bothering me. The implication was clear. He had indeed come specifically to retrieve Feng. Feng couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling brighter than the stars above. You're truly wonderful. Liang Yuhang made a light hissing sound. I suppose I've been awarded the good guy card. Observing fluence unsteady demeanor. He reached out to steady him. Shall we go? If we linger any longer, the base will close. Yes, I need to inform Xiao Jiang and the others. Feng replied, turning back just as Jiang Yuyin emerged through the door. They nearly locked eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Feng felt a pang of guilt. He abruptly yanked open the adjacent tool room, pushing Liang Yuhang inside, and swiftly followed, closing the door behind them. Liang Yuhang, tall and long-limbed, found himself awkwardly crammed into a small corner, unsure of where to place his limbs. Am I really that shameful to see? Feng peered through a small window to survey the outside. Well, it's not particularly convenient. Liang Yuhang lowered his head, finding Feng nearly pressed against him, blissfully unaware of the proximity. Mu Bao, where are you? You were just here. Jiang Yuyin paced the deck, calling out loudly. Zhou Tiantian, where did everyone go? Still drinking, huh? Zhou Tiantian emerged, leaning over the railing to peer at the sea below. They couldn't have fallen in, could they? Feng felt overwhelmed, his head spinning with the chaos. He attempted to move, only to find the cabin behind him cluttered with an abundance of belongings, leaving little room to maneuver. Raising his head, his gaze drifted into confusion. What to do? It was you who dragged me into this. You should deal with it. Liang Yuhang, was evidently displeased with such a furtive behavior. It wasn't an affair, so why the secrecy? Feng felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, when had Colonel Liang ever endured such indignities? Yet having entered, it was an even greater challenge to explain oneself should he attempt to leave. He slowly pieced together. We are adrift at sea. How did you arrive here? Liang Yuhang responded nonchalantly, by the cruise ship's helicopter transfer service. Feng replied, isn't that a VIP service? I get the impression you're more extravagant than Xiao Jiang, who is aware of this. Are you trying to meddle in my affairs? Liang Yuhang inquired. His questions were always rather direct, and Feng dared not meet his gaze for too long, fearing his emotions would be laid bare. No, just a casual inquiry. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Feng quickly looked down, realizing that Jiang Yiyan had begun a relentless barrage of phone calls. Reluctantly, he answered, lowering his voice, what is it? Are you sneaking snacks in the kitchen? Why are you speaking so softly? Jiang Yiyan mimicked his hushed tone. I'm out looking for you. You vanished in the blink of an eye. Enjoy yourself slowly. I'm preparing to leave. Feng replied, where to? Jiang Yiyan surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the distant mountains, all he could see was the undulating sea. Are you planning to jump into the ocean? That's not acceptable. If you die in there, you'll become a spectacle. Liang Yuhang could no longer tolerate their rambling and took the phone. I've taken him away. Practical exercises tonight. Jiang Yiyan was truly exasperated, erupting in a tirade. Are you out of your mind? You can't treat a beast like that. Who conducts practical exercises at midnight? You may not have a nightlife, but others do. Are you even human? Feng, hearing this through the door, felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Jiang, could you please exercise a bit of restraint? I'm worried you'll get silenced. Liang Yuhang cast a glance at Feng, seemingly expressing strong dissatisfaction at being confined in this space. Did you just realize I'm not human? Jiang Yiyan, frustrated, retorted, I can't outshout him. It's infuriating. I truly wish I could hire 100 assassins to deal with him. Jiang Yiyan paced angrily on the deck. Did you really take him away? In just a few minutes, you made him vanish? No, something feels off. Keep it up, and I'll throw him into the sea. Liang Yuhang threatened in a calm tone. Jiang Yiyan, agitated, ran his fingers through his hair and turned to Zhou Tian with a serious expression. Shall we do away with Liang Yuhang? Zhou Tian gasped. With your capabilities? You think I would partake in that? Have you no decorum? When you drink, you start spouting nonsense. And your IQ plummets by 70%. Jiang Yiyan realized he could rely on no one. Have Mu Bao take the call. Liang Yuhang returned the phone, wearing a calm expression as if to say, let us see how you concoct your story. Feng reassured, it's fine. You two enjoy yourselves. Return early tomorrow. And use my card. There's no need to repay me. You have truly been manipulated by Liang Yuhang, who willingly subjects themselves to such torment at midnight. Who knows what good intentions that fellow has? Jiang Yiyan huffed, I won't bother with you. Feng let out a sigh as he gazed out the window, watching Jiang Yuan storm in, dragging Zhou Tian with him. Indeed, when one is candid, there are far fewer complications. Liang Yuhang, with an air of nonchalance, seemed unconcerned. Feng pondered, realizing that it was his own guilt that gnawed at him. He quietly pushed open the door to the tool room, still fearful of being discovered. Acting rather furtively. Where's the helicopter? He inquired. Liang Yuhang, devoid of options, replied, to the left. Disoriented, Feng turned right, only to be yanked back by Liang Yuhang. Can't you tell left from right? He chided. Even as he settled into the helicopter, Feng's mind remained foggy, partly from the effects of alcohol, partly from the commotion caused by Jiang Yuan. Upon arriving at the shore and switching vehicles, he leaned back against the seat, tilting his head and closing his eyes. By the time they arrived, the base had already shut its doors, forcing Liang Yuhang to change course and take him home instead. 0717 contacted him. The cat has been fed, the clothes are washed, and today's work report is complete. When will you be back? 0717 is still waiting to clock out. Not coming back, Liang Yuhang replied, heading home today. 0717's voice rose in protest. Why aren't you bringing me along? I miss my cozy little bed at home, too. This dreadful base only allows me to sleep on a sofa that's as hard as a rock. And that wretched cat often sits on my face. You're quite loud, Liang Yuhang retorted, uninterested in further explanation. He reached out and patted Mu Feng's face, urging him to wake up. Mu Feng let out a slight grunt, stirring a bit but not opening his eyes. 0717, noticing the commotion, remarked sarcastically, "Fine. You were just taking Mu Feng back with you. How utterly selfish." 0717 ominously reminded him, "If I'm not around, things might go awry. Handle it carefully. It could end poorly." Liang Yuhang promptly ended the communication. "Mu Feng, wake up," he said, giving him another nudge. Mu Feng, still in a daze, turned his head and rubbed against Liang Yuhang's palm like a cat. Liang Yuhang paused for a moment, taken aback by this instinctive gesture. "Let us return to sleep." Liang Yuhang's tone grew colder. "If you don't get up, I won't bother with you any longer." Hearing this, Mu Feng finally blinked, his eyes open in a foggy haze. "Ah, we've arrived. Isn't this your home?" Liang Yuhang affirmed with a nod, unfastening his seatbelt and stepping out. Mu Feng hurried to follow, his steps somewhat unsteady. "Did I cause you trouble?" "Quite a bit," Liang Yuhang remarked. "At least you acknowledge it." Mu Feng, aware of his missteps, sensed that Liang Yuhang was likely still upset about being shoved into the tool room earlier. Indeed, anyone would be displeased after making such a long trek only to be treated in such a manner. "Mr. Liang," Mu Feng called out, "what would you like for breakfast tomorrow?" Liang Yuhang shot him a glance. "What do you want?" "An apology," Mu Feng replied sweetly. "I was wrong, and I want to shut you out next time." Liang Yuhang snorted lightly, pushing open the door, but sensing something was amiss. He instinctively shielded Mu Feng behind him. There's someone. Mu Feng's keen senses sharpened his awareness, his body tensing. Who would dare intrude upon Colonel Liang's home at this hour? Was it Liang Jingyi? Or someone else? His thoughts swirled in confusion as he glanced down to see Liang Yuhang already reaching for his concealed firearm. Liang Yuhang entered silently, aiming at the shadow in the study, and shot decisively. The adversary was struck in the knee and retaliated with a shot that grazed Liang Yuhang's arm. Subsequently, the figure leapt out the window and made a swift escape. Mu Feng contemplated following suit, but as he took a step forward, Liang Yuhang seized him back. "You cannot catch up. Do not pursue." Mu Feng's breath was uneven as he leaned against the window, unable to discern anything below. Liang Yuhang appeared accustomed to such occurrences, quickly checking. "Are you injured?" "No," Mu Feng replied, turning to face him, his gaze shrouded in the night. He lowered his head, trembling as he touched the blood seeping from his shirt, filled with worry and immense guilt. If it weren't for his insistence on being picked up, they would not have encountered this situation. Liang Yuhang, mistaking his reaction for fear, gently patted his back in reassurance. "It's all right. I will have someone investigate." Mu Feng's lips were tightly pressed, remaining silent. Liang Yuhang looked down at him. "Are you stunned? Why is your face so pale?" Mu Feng, still in shock, replied in his usual gentle tone, yet it carried an ominous edge. "Teacher Liang, find this person. I want to kill him." Chapter 28. "I really like you." Liang Yuhang raised his hand and grasped Mu Feng's chin. "What did you say?" Mu Feng finally regained his composure. His voice softened. "He hurt you. He deserves to be punished." Liang Yuhang sharply interrupted him. "Forget that notion entirely. Do not even think about it." Mu Feng parted his lips to speak. He was inherently malevolent, not as innocent as he appeared, possessing a singular judgment. Anyone who harmed Liang Yuhang must pay 100-fold. Youth may temper his grudges, but it did not erase them. Time would allow him to settle the score. Liang Yuhang exerted a bit more pressure, lifting Mu Feng's head to force their eyes to meet. "You must not entertain such thoughts. Answer me." Mu Feng, compelled to look up, bore a stubborn glint in his eyes. "Why? Regardless of the path you choose in the future, I wish for your hands to remain untainted." Liang Yuhang regarded him. "I am not a benevolent person. I have my own methods of dealing with matters, and I do not require your interference." Liang Yuhang was attempting to distance himself. Mu Feng felt a twinge of grievance as he glanced at the wound on Liang Yuhang's hand, blood already saturating his shirt, dripping steadily. "Let me tend to your injury," he murmured. Liang Yuhang, however, stood unmoving. "Are you angry?" "No. How could I dare to be angry at you?" "Yet." Mu Feng's tone betrayed his discontent. Liang Yuhang frowned and settled on the edge of the sofa, watching as Feng fetched the first aid kit and knelt beside him. Like a docile kitten, today he had discovered that Feng was not as compliant as he seemed. "Take off your shirt," Feng instructed. Liang Yuhang, with a cold expression, unfastened the buttons and extended his injured arm. Fortunately, he had only sustained a superficial abrasion. Feng was indeed a diligent student, swiftly attending to the bandaging, though his small face remained taut with concern. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze upon him, pondering how someone with such an innocent visage could utter such words. Recently, while engaged in project development at the base, many have set their sights on this lucrative opportunity. The visitors may be drawn by this prospect, or perhaps by other motives, seeking to exploit my vulnerabilities. Regardless of their intentions, the depths of this situation are quite profound. Liang Yuhang patiently attempted to explain, emphasizing that murder is a crime and urging the individual not to jeopardize their future. Let us consider today's remarks as a consequence of inebriation. Do not bring it up again. Feng lightly acquiesced with a soft Liang Yuhang, with an indifferent expression, lowered his gaze upon him and remarked, "You are truly difficult to teach." The weight of those 3 words bore a strong sense of oppression, tinged with disappointment. Feng felt a pang of anxiety and looked up to defend himself. "No, I am quite easy to teach." "Then heed my words." Liang Yuhang reclined on the sofa, sending a message to 0717. "Injure my hand. Please arrange for a different doctor for tomorrow's surgery." 0717 was taken aback. "My goodness! How intense was it that you ended up injured?" "Let me see. Open a video call." Liang Yuhang began to tally the costs. "Are you not aware that someone entered the house? I tasked you with monitoring daily in my absence, and yet you failed to notice? Gunshot wound. What a ruckus." "Oh no." 0717, thoroughly alarmed, lamented, "I have diligently worked for 200 days, and now I've been negligent for just one. I must review the surveillance footage immediately. I cannot sleep tonight until I uncover the culprit responsible for tarnishing my reputation." Liang Yuhang, irritated by his fuss, severed communication. Rising to his full height, Liang Yuhang appeared even taller, while Feng remained half-kneeling at the edge of the sofa, still in the position of having bandaged his injury. Liang Yuhang cast a sidelong glance at him. "I'm going to take a shower. Kneel for another 5 minutes and reflect properly." Feng sensed that teacher Liang was genuinely upset. Perhaps it was due to his childhood experiences of being bullied, which had rendered his thoughts and actions rather primitive. He believed in repaying any grievances in kind, having received no guidance on how to conduct himself otherwise. 0717. Feng called softly, "If you discover anything, will you inform me?" "Heavens, I dare not." 0717 replied, after reviewing the footage and the conversation, feeling utterly disheartened. "Be cautious. When the boss is angry, he is quite fearsome, and I worry for your safety." Feng sighed. "Very well, I shall not press you." 0717 continued. "Why do you, a young lad, speak of violence so readily? It's unseemly. If you are inebriated, you ought to retire early. There is honey in the kitchen to alleviate the effects of alcohol. I must attend to my duties now." Feng remained motionless, his mind previously consumed with other thoughts, now belatedly realizing the implications of the wound or the blood, as the room became suffused with the bitter aroma of absinthe, growing increasingly potent. His breathing quickened as he adjusted the settings on his suppressor to the highest level. However, the alpha's pheromones were overwhelming, compounded by the delayed effects of intoxication, causing him to feel flushed. "Why are you still kneeling?" Liang Yuhang emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in steam, and pulled him gently, sensing something amiss with Feng's state. Feng looked up at him and confessed candidly, "I wish to strike you." Liang Yuhang responded with disbelief, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Feng pushed him away. "Stay away from me, or I might feel compelled to hit you." The tension between alphas was unmistakable, as he seemed unable to fully escape the repulsive effects of the pheromones. Liang Yuhang found the situation amusing. "Is this your reflection after a few minutes? A desire to engage in a brawl with me?" Feng reached out and patted his disobedient lips. "No, I may have truly overindulged. Please, do not concern yourself with me. I wish to find a place to perish." The inebriated soul began to spiral into madness. Liang Yuhang, perceiving only the effects of intoxication, disregarded the situation, hoisting him from the ground and guiding him toward the bathroom. He offered a set of his own pajamas. Take a shower and then sleep. Be careful not to fall. Feng murmured in acknowledgement, grasping the garments and stumbling inside, closing the door behind him to take deep breaths. This was untenable. He needed to adjust the new reagent, for Liang was indeed too intense. He lifted a hand to cover his heart, muttering to himself, I feel my heart rate nearing 150. After his shower, Feng donned Liang Yuhang's pajamas, inhaling the fabric's delightful scent. Feng, Liang Yuhang called from beyond the door. Feng responded and opened the door, cautiously maneuvering around him while maintaining a distance. Liang's gaze lingered on him. The clothing hung loosely, the collar open, revealing his exquisite collarbone. He suddenly realized, why stand so far? I have no intentions toward you. Feng waved a hand dismissively. Not tonight. Let us maintain some distance. It appeared that he was the one repulsed, but in truth, he was seething inwardly, thinking, had he known this would transpire, he should have taken 2 suppressants before leaving home. Another opportunity to feign intoxication and cozy up to him squandered. How vexing. Liang Yuhang, since Feng was finally exhibiting some awareness of his omega status, which was not entirely a bad thing. He placed the glass he held on the glass table. All right, drink the honey water and then sleep. Feng stood rooted to the spot, struggling to grasp the glass of honey water, gulping it down eagerly. Liang Yuhang mused that he truly regarded him as a beast. What could he possibly do to frighten him so? The guest room contained a toothbrush. Once that was taken care of, it was time for rest. Liang Yuhang stretched his neck and bid him good night. Feng, having consumed the honey, replied sweetly, Good night, teacher Liang. Yet he found himself unable to sleep. Clad in Liang Yuhang's attire, lying in his bed, albeit in the guest room, it felt like a monumental advancement. He longed to share this experience with someone. Major Xie, are you asleep? XXC. I returned home with someone I admire today. Now, I lie in his bed. XXC. His clothes smell wonderful. XXC. No need to divulge such details, really. I feel quite dizzy now. Perhaps it is due to my excitement. XXC. And yet, you come to provoke me, a solitary youth? Wow. Is this the hospitality of your 8-star system? After you have harassed me for days. How can you question my state? XXC. Then may I ask, having returned home with him, why not take the chance to develop things further instead of chatting with me? Oh, I think I'm slightly feverish from his pheromones. I dare not approach. XXC. Fine, I shall refrain from corrupting the youth. Get some rest. Feng understood his insinuations well enough. Were he an Omega, he would have seized the opportunity to explore further. Alas, he was not. Removing his wristband, he thought that the two of them would only engage in a battle devoid of reason or consequence. Feng sighed. Achieving double A is quite challenging. He lay on the pillow, feeling a bit lightheaded, and drifted into a muddled slumber. Perhaps it was the sight of Liang Yuhang without a shirt during the bandaging that stirred a long-forgotten dream of spring. Be gentle, he murmured. Just then, Liang Yuhang, having finished examining the encrypted documents in the study, pushed open the door and overheard him. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Feng's forehead, which felt somewhat warm. Just as he was about to turn away, his wrist was grasped. Not asleep, Liang Yuhang turned around in the dimly lit room. He could not discern the other's expression, only sensing the warmth of Feng, who drew closer like a flame. Liang Yuhang felt Feng collide into his embrace. Did you dream? Liang Yuhang inquired. It's been a while since I saw you, Feng murmured against his cheek. Why haven't you come to see me lately? Liang Yuhang squinted. Who? The one you like? Feng replied. Yes, I really like you. But you haven't visited me recently. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, pondering whether it was because he had been confined to the base that they had not met. Did that mean he had ventured out today only to find that person absent, thus seeking him instead? Forget it. He can like whoever he wishes. It's of no concern to me. Liang Yuhang brushed aside Feng's hand that clung to him and pressed him back into the pillow. Now sleep. However, Feng was quite rebellious, exerting his strength to lunge forward once more. Just a kiss before you go, he murmured. Liang Yuhang felt a pulse at his temples as he grasped Mu Feng's nape. Know who I am. Mu Feng kept his eyes closed, offering no reply. Why bother arguing with a drunkard? Liang Yuhang released his grip, preparing to rise again. Yet Mu Feng charged at him, lifting his head to bite his lower lip. Instantly, Liang Yuhang's breath grew heavy as he heard Mu Feng's triumphant laughter. I got you. Chapter 29. So soft, so fierce. Liang Yuhang grasped his chin, pushing him back. Know who I am. Mu Feng, interrupted in his fervor, displayed impatience as he pursued another kiss. Lacking finesse, his attempts were chaotic. In the dream, Liang Yuhang was indeed fierce with him. Mu Feng felt as if his mouth might break, lost in a haze of confusion. This was madness. A fire surged within Liang Yuhang. He pushed Mu Feng down, gripping his neck and pinning him into the plush pillow, rendering him immobile. With his face covered, Mu Feng felt a bit breathless, his lips slightly parted, yearning. Liang Yuhang glanced down at him, always thinking of Mu Feng as a child, refraining from using particularly vulgar terms in reference to him. Yet at this moment, as Mu Feng's nightwear was carelessly lifted, exposing his waist, it was indeed provocative. With a firm slap to his lower back, Liang Yuhang chastised, "Don't move." The force was not light, and Mu Feng's consciousness gradually sharpened from its muddled state. Though his eyes remained closed, he could feel the tangible impact of that hand. Mu Feng thought, wait, what is happening? This isn't a dream at all. He was in Liang Yuhang's home. He had just kissed someone. He had forcibly kissed his teacher. Oh heavens! How could he have stumbled into such a calamity? Mu Feng dared not open his eyes. Even his breaths were soft and restrained. Yet that hand remained unmoved, his entire body rigid. Who exactly do you take me for? Liang Yuhang's voice was heavy. Unable to see his expression, Mu Feng did not dare to respond and could only feign sleep. Please, do not ask any further. If he did, he might have to flee to the 9-star system by nightfall. Admitting it would mean no need to wait until tomorrow. He would likely be sent away by tonight. Seeing Mu Feng's silence, Liang Yuhang felt a surge of unexpressed frustration, merely staring at him in silence. It seemed the sensitive period had arrived prematurely. He briefly closed his eyes, released his grip, and strode back to his room, entering the bathroom. Mu Feng exhaled sharply in relief, raising a hand to cover his flushed face. How was he to face Teacher Liang tomorrow? Yet he found himself repeatedly reminiscing. Teacher Liang's lips were so soft. Teacher Liang's hand was so fierce. What to do? He liked everything about it. Unable to sleep, he hesitated to knock on Liang Yuhang's door, uncertain whom to seek for counsel, and instead, he unlocked his phone. Major Xia, are you asleep? XXC. It's 2 a.m, still awake? Any worries? XXC, what do you think? Are you retaliating against me for previously bothering you? No, absolutely not. I just have a question to consult you about. XXC, go ahead. I accidentally forcefully kissed the person I have a crush on while half asleep. What should I do? XXC, you are quite bold. Mu Feng ran a hand through his messy hair, mumbling to himself, I think I might have been a bit too bold. After a moment of processing, Xie Xingchen replied, XXC, I would guess your crush is rather aloof. Perhaps you should play dead for now. I think so too. All right. I won't disturb your thoughts any longer. Carry on. Mu Feng sat on his bed for a long while before he heard the shower in the adjacent bathroom cease. He quickly lay down, pulling the blanket over his head. Feigning death, perhaps too fatigued, he drifted back into a drowsy sleep, awakening later to find the house empty. There is something at the base. I've gone back. Breakfast is on the table. As he sipped his milk, a painful realization struck. Indeed, he had begun to avoid him, surely thinking him a pervert. His phone chimed. Your black diamond card, ending in 0833, has reached its limit. Please contact the SVP manager to increase your limit. Thank you for your support. Mu Feng inhaled sharply. Truly remarkable, Lil Jiang. After finishing breakfast, he hurriedly took a taxi back to the base dormitory, where he found Zhou Tiantian. Where's Liang Yuhang? Oh, he maxed out a card last night. In the end, Lu Shuwan took him back. He is probably still crying. Zhou Tiantian stared at Mu Feng's lips. What is wrong with your mouth? Huh? Is it that obvious? Mu Feng felt a bit guilty. It's probably an allergy. I'll go find little Jiang. Little Jiang is with you, brother Lu. Lu Zhua. Cafeteria. Feng rushed over, only to find Liang Yuhang there as well. The latter's arm was bandaged, looking quite dejected, fully reverting to his previous distant demeanor. As the two individuals locked eyes, Feng inexplicably felt a sense of awkwardness akin to that of an unexpected reunion after a night of drunken revelry. His demeanor became increasingly self-conscious. "Good morning, Teacher Liang," he said. Liang Yuhang nodded slightly, exuding an air of aloofness that chilled the atmosphere to a frosty silence. Upon spotting his ally, Jiang Yuanan lamented, "You abandoned me last night. You have no idea. I nearly got stuck washing dishes to repay my debts." Luge was scoffed coldly, "You deserve it." Feng clicked his tongue, "You managed to max out my card, yet you flaunt your wealth outside. Remember to repay me next month. Principal plus interest, thank you." "Bao, you're so heartless," Jiang Yuanan exclaimed, raising his head and fixing his gaze on Feng's face, inquiring about his injury. Feng sensed Liang Yuhang's gaze upon him and smiled innocently, attempting to deflect. "I don't know. Perhaps it's an allergic reaction. Definitely from the seafood on the cruise last night." Liang Yuhang let out a light scoff. "By the way, weren't you two supposed to be back at the base for practical training? How is it that one of you has an injured mouth and the other a hurt hand?" Feng coughed abruptly. This fellow, why was he always so astute in such matters? Luge wore an expression of knowing amusement. Perhaps during a disagreement, they had a spat. Feng grumbled in response. Jiang Yuanan, filled with admiration, raised his thumb. "You actually dared to injure Liang Yuhang like this. You're incredible. From today onward, your name shall be Mu. Come on, Mu. Here is some kanji for you." "Please, Xiao Jiang, can you be quiet?" Feng felt a wave of dizziness. "Can you refrain from talking so much? It's unimaginable. Your brain must have been affected by seafood allergies." Jiang Yuanan retorted. "Such a cutting remark. He indeed lives in a toxic circle. After being scolded by Lujua all night, he now delivers a lethal blow in the early morning." Feng lowered his head to sip his kanji. "Did you not have enough to eat this morning?" Liang Yuhang finally spoke. Feng nearly choked. "Teacher Liang, that statement is quite ambiguous. I assenti it." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yunan's eyes widened. "Last night, you two. What could you possibly have had for breakfast this morning? It's so hard to guess." Dread filled him. He knew that the ambiguous moment from last night was indeed suspicious. "Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. Don't overthink it," Feng clarified. "I merely told Teacher Liang that I bought breakfast for myself this morning." After saying this, he felt Liang Yuhang's gaze on him, as if scrutinizing a rogue. How could Feng explain? "Teacher Liang, I swear I did not intend to kiss you forcefully." Such words were too difficult to articulate. Still, he found the situation quite strange. Jiang Yuanan eyed them both suspiciously, trying to catch them in a lie. "Your mouth looks very much like it's been injured." Feng turned to Lujua. "I think, considering Xiao Jiang sneaked out to have fun last night and maxed out my card, he should receive a proper lesson." "I agree," Lujua replied. "Then let us suspend his card for another month. After all, staying at the base, he can eat in the cafeteria every day." Jiang Yuanan's eyes widened in shock. "Brother, why would you stab me in the back? Did our friendship capsize at sea last night?" Feng shrugged slightly. "My card can no longer be used. I'm not blaming you. Be grateful. I still have to eat in the cafeteria with you every day. Why has the wealthy young master fallen to such depths?" Jiang Yuyin raised his hand, painfully covering his face. "I can't go on living. This is akin to a hell on earth." Liang Yuhang observed as Feng stubbornly consumed yet another bowl of porridge and spoke. "Come with me to the office." Feng responded with a reluctant "oh," rising slowly, filled with a myriad of unwillingness. "Is this the moment when accounts will be settled? Help me, someone save me." From a distance, seeing 0717 felt like encountering a savior. "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" "Not all, I was busy all night." 0717 also appeared lackluster, exuding an aura of a weary worker, now preparing to take a half-hour nap before returning to work. It seemed that even 0717 could offer him no assistance. Liang Yuhang closed the door, handed over the documents, and stated in a businesslike manner, "This is a practical project related to drug development, which should align with your interests." How cold! It felt as though he had returned to a time of liberation. Mu Feng stole a glance at him, but could not help but voice, "Why are you so indifferent? What do you think?" Liang Yuhang retorted. Mu Feng feigned ignorance. Touching his mouth, "It hurts so much from the allergy. Do you have any ointment to help me?" Liang Yuhang, with a half-smile, opened the cabinet and retrieved a tube of ointment. "Aren't you curious about how this injury occurred? Isn't it a seafood allergy?" Mu Feng was taken aback by his directness. "Was it not? I bit it," Liang Yuhang replied. Mu Feng. Oh. He had blurted it out so casually. How should he respond? His mind raced, exhausting all his intelligence. How could that be? I have no recollection whatsoever. In your sleep, you mistook me for someone else and kissed me, Liang Yuhang accused. Unable to push him away, he resorted to biting. Mu Feng, showcasing his acting skills, pointed at himself. Me? Could I ever do such a thing? Liang Yuhang scrutinized him and calmly replied, "If you don't believe me, ask 0717 to check the surveillance." Mu Feng, this is it caught red-handed with evidence. And there's surveillance too. How could he record everything? What if he records my future battles with Liang Yuhang? Mu Feng repeatedly waved his hands. His cheeks flushed a rosy hue. No need to check, no need to check. I believe you. I must have been foolish after drinking too much. Please don't take it to heart. Liang Yuhang mischievously teased. How do you plan to make amends? Mu Feng's gaze fixated on Liang Yuhang's lips, which appeared sensuous and coldly straight at the corners. Yet he remembered they were remarkably soft. Just a thought made him feel aflame. Slowly, he approached, lifted his head, and closed the distance, their breaths intertwining. How about you bite me a couple more times to vent your anger? Chapter 30, it truly is about to explode. Liang Yuhang leaned against the desk, not evading, merely lowering his gaze. Where? Mu Feng's breath hitched for a moment. Could he even choose a location? The lips, collarbone, lower back, or even further down. He would accept it all. Yet, he dared not voice such desires, fearing he would be labeled a pervert. Any place will do. As long as you are pleased, Mu Feng replied, his eyes fixed on him. Liang Yuhang, with a smirk, said, Aren't you supposed to have someone you like? How could you casually let someone else kiss you? You're rather unprincipled. Mu Feng was caught off guard by his remark. From the very moment he rose at dawn, his mind was incessantly worrying, and with a hint of guilt, he murmured, I merely wish to make amends. Do not view me as someone else. Liang Yuhang reached out to gently pat his face, asserting, this calls for a reward. None whatsoever, Mu Feng retorted, his indignation lending him a certain strength. If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. Liang Yuhang replied with a nod. That statement is undeniably one of the classic lines uttered by a scoundrel. Mu Feng sighed. Very well, let a scoundrel be a scoundrel. The label of a scoundrel is marginally better than that of a perverse lunatic. He inquired, So will you still bite? Liang Yuhang decisively declined. No biting. Consider a concession on my part. It was unclear who he was being offered as a substitute for. Mu Feng expressed a hint of regret. All right then. Could you assist me by applying some ointment? My mouth aches. You previously mentioned that any request should be voiced. He had evidently learned to employ the very methods he had been taught against himself. Liang Yuhang squeezed a bit of ointment and gently applied it to his lips. The sensation soft and tender. As Mu Feng leaned in for a kiss, his lips felt warm. Next time you recklessly kiss someone, I shall bind you, Liang Yuhang warned, pressing down with his fingers to intentionally cause him discomfort. Mu Feng inhaled sharply, speaking in a muffled tone. No, absolutely not. Take the report away. Liang Yuhang tossed the documents into his embrace and departed. Mu Feng remained stationary, as if possessed by 0717, stating, You are injured and cannot undergo surgery. Do you have any plans for today? I can join you. I'm going for a checkup. Will you accompany me? Liang Yuhang responded in a tone devoid of enthusiasm. What illness are you referring to? You are the one unwell. Mu Feng scrutinized him closely, aside from his lips appearing slightly pale. He seemed robust enough to fell a bull. Liang Yuhang candidly remarked, Routine checkup. It seems the susceptibility period has arrived earlier than expected. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Do not discriminate against omegas. I possess a wristband. Mu Feng shook his hand, the tiny bell on it chiming softly. Let us go together. After all, you were injured because of me. Liang Yuhang said nothing, merely continuing on his way. Upon reaching the third floor, they proceeded with blood tests and examinations, after which he presented the report to Professor Zhang. Feng leaned in curiously from behind. You can interpret this yourself, right? What do you need the old man for? What is wrong with you, child? I regard him as a son. Is it not permissible to show concern? Zhang Lu extended his hand to tap the back of his head, then lowered his gaze to the report. Feng pouted, I want to see it too. You wouldn't understand. Just because you scored a 7th doesn't make you a medical prodigy, Zhang Lu replied, while flipping through several hormone records. Liang Yuhang, you truly ought to find an omega. Look at your various indicators. They are on the verge of exploding. Liang Yuhang thought to himself, indeed. Last night had nearly reached that point. His hand injury made things inconvenient. A 30-minute cold shower had left him irritable the entire day, wishing to apprehend and punish the culprit. Feng frowned. Why must it be an omega? Zhang Lu glanced at him, hesitating to speak. You are of age now, aren't you? Feng expressed his dissatisfaction with the age discrimination. I will soon be 19. I am not a child. Your hormone levels are elevated, and your mental strength is considerable. If you do not find an omega, you will inevitably encounter problems. Zhang Lian, much like every parent urging their child to find a partner, pressed Liang Yuhang, who at the age of 24 seemed to be stifling himself. Liang Yuhang had heard this sentiment countless times. He had no such intention. Feng mumbled, must it be an omega? Is an alpha not sufficient? All that education for naught. Zhang Lian looked at him as if he were a fool, suggesting he pair with an alpha would not result in a mere clash of thunder and lightning, but rather a cataclysmic collision akin to a comet striking the moon. Feng was decidedly displeased. The very nature of their second genders posed an insurmountable barrier between them, further complicated by Liang Yuhang's unique constitution. It seemed every figure on that chart served as a reminder of their utter incompatibility. Liang Yuhang turned to him. You need to feel guilty enough to find an alpha to matchmake for me. That's unnecessary. Feng replied, I never said that. Liang Yuhang retrieved the report and began to walk away. Zhang Lian continued to drone on. You should expedite your plans. Oh, right. I ran into General Mu yesterday, who mentioned that Mu Shan had offended you previously and asked you to join Jing Yi for a family dinner today. You must have received the message this morning, right? Doesn't Team Feng know? Feng shook his head. They wouldn't think of me. Zhang Lian opened his mouth to speak. No matter. You could just go back with Yuhang today. Your sister is rather beautiful and also an omega. Why not meet her? Feng felt overwhelmed. Please, don't pair us up haphazardly. The idea of my crush dating my sister-in-law is more nightmarish than a bad dream. Liang Yuhang glanced at Feng, aware of his strained relationship with his family. If you don't wish to go, then don't. Let us head back. I haven't been home in quite some time. Feng thought, what if he's not there? Wouldn't that just complicate matters even further? Clutching the practical report, he informed Liang Yuhang, I'll be in the lab today. See you tonight. Liang Yuhang sensed his discontent, likely stemming from the impending family visit. Upon entering the lab, Feng's mind was consumed with thoughts of Liang Yuhang seeking an omega, which irritated him greatly. It was insufficient to masquerade his hormones as an omega. Ideally, he needed the scent of a faux omega. Only then would he stand a chance when Liang Yuhang required it. Mu Bao, didn't our friendship capsize? What do you want from me? Jiang Yuanan received his message and approached with Zhou Tiantian. Feng wore a congenial expression. My recent research topic involves omega hormones. Could you allow me to draw some blood? Jiang Yuanan retorted with sarcasm. Oh, are you truly aspiring to be a scholar now, diving into research? Sincerely asking. Have I inadvertently offended you recently? He inquired after the blood draw. The card's been maxed out. No need to repay interest. Moreover, I believe your lineage is remarkably noble and holds great research value. This flattery delighted Jiang Yuanan, who rolled up his sleeves. All right, let us proceed. I love hearing that. Feng filled 3 vials to the brim and, in a devilish whisper, said Tiantian, it's your turn. I deal like a sample for comparison. Jiang Yuanan scrutinized him for a few seconds. Your newfound passion for research resembles someone cursed by Liang Yuhang. It's quite alarming. I should consult a shaman to exorcise you. Zhou Tiantian earnestly asked. If he waives the interest, How much is my inferior lineage worth? Mu Feng generously replied. How about I cover your tuition for 4 years? Is that agreeable? Draw it. Go for the larger vial. If one arm isn't sufficient, use the other. Zhou Tian, with a grand spirit, rolled up his sleeves in dedication to science, proclaiming his willingness. Mu Feng toiled in the laboratory until nightfall. When Liang Yuhang arrived to fetch him, he remarked, 0717 mentioned you were in the lobby, specifically drawing blood from Omega, expressing concern for your recent mental state. He is spreading rumors. That is not true. Mu Feng replied, wrinkling his nose. I merely drew blood from a couple of roommates. What of it? Liang Yuhang turned to look at him. Aren't you going to report this to me? Mu Feng replied ambiguously. Not everything requires your report, does it? Upon uttering those words, he noticed Liang Yuhang's expression grow colder. Well, after a forceful kiss, he had also managed to provoke his anger. Well played. How had he never realized before how easily Liang Yuhang became upset, behaving like a princess? So difficult to please? Get in the car, Liang Yuhang instructed, his tone revealing impatience. Mu Feng glanced at him through the car mirror, deciding to ease the tension. Once we get home, I shall pretend to be mute. Do not think I am ignoring you. If you detest going home so much, why go at all? Liang Yuhang leisurely turned the steering wheel. Mu Feng mused inwardly, fearing that he might awaken to find Liang Yuhang as his brother-in-law. But the words he spoke were, I fear you will be bullied. It was a comical scene, akin to a little kitten standing behind a great lion, meowing to protect him. Liang Yuhang, unable to suppress his imagination, chuckled softly. Bullied? Who would dare? Why must we return? Fear you will become my brother-in-law. If it must happen, I shall cause a ruckus. Mu Feng realized that sincerity was his only weapon, finding it strange, indeed, especially since he had forcefully kissed Liang Yuhang the previous night. Liang Yuhang shot him a light glance, and Mu Feng made a gesture as if to mute himself. Let us not speak of it. I shall keep this matter to myself. As they approached their destination, Liang Yuhang finally replied, I have no interest in your sister. Upon exiting the vehicle, Mu Feng followed suit, and at the moment he locked eyes with Mu Shan, his expression turned icy. It seemed his younger brother had indeed grown quite close to Colonel Liang recently. Mu Shan smiled slightly. However, there is something amusing. I wonder if Colonel Liang has heard about it. Mu Feng's face turned ashen. What nonsense are you about to spout? So tense. Are you worried that Colonel Liang will cease to protect you upon learning? Mu Shan lowered his voice. Our eldest sister was harmed by him, so Violet 13. Although the little brat refuses to acknowledge it and there is no evidence, it remains the truth. That is not true. Mu Feng's voice trembled. It truly is not. He noticed Liang Yuhang glance back at him, his gaze complex. Though it was midsummer, he felt as if he stood in the depths of winter, his hands and feet numb. You two should converse. Do not be deceived by his innocent appearance, Colonel Liang. Mu Shan placed a hand on his shoulder. I apologize for the last phone call. Mu Feng merely stood there. At the entrance of the house he had longed to escape countless times, unsure of where to go. He turned away, wandering aimlessly in the opposite direction. Liang Yuhang grasped his arm. Where are you going? You think I am quite wicked, do you not, Teacher Liang? Mu Feng felt his face grow damp, uncertain if it was rain, but it truly was not. Liang Yuhang could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the child. Despite the passage of time, the boy had learned to retaliate but remained incapable of articulating a defense. He could only repeat that he was innocent, as if, upon being falsely accused, he had reverted to the helplessness of his 13-year-old self. Liang Yuhang reached out, gently wiping away the child's tears. I believe you. If you say you're not guilty, then I shall take you at your word. Chapter 31. The beauty of tears. Mu Feng was uncertain whether Liang Yuhang was deceiving him. Yet with that single statement, he felt as though he was being gradually pulled from the icy depths back into the warmth of the sun. Nevertheless, disbelief lingered. How can you trust me when you know not the truth of the events? What if I am indeed a villain, a purveyor of falsehoods and misdeeds? A true villain would never confess to their own wickedness. Liang Yuhang found the sight of Mu Feng weeping rather endearing. Mu Feng remained skeptical. You must be jesting. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that. Liang Yuhang perceived his stubbornness as quite exasperating. In jest, he remarked, "Then perhaps you should extract my heart to verify." Feng was utterly startled, instantly ceasing his tears. "Oh no, that sounds painful. See? A villain would not possess such kindness," Liang Yuhang stated. "Next time you face such accusations, if you cannot prove your innocence, do not concern yourself. The pure shall clear their own name." Feng's affection for him deepened yet again. The seemingly flawless Liang Yuhang insisted on claiming a fault. He was devoid of emotional ties. A true master of the art of detachment. Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall confront him shortly." Liang Yuhang could not suppress a smile. "You won't burst into tears before even uttering a word, will you?" "I do not weep. I am strong." Feng realized that asserting this lacked credibility. He had seldom cried in his life, yet Liang Yuhang had witnessed each instance. Liang Yuhang merely hummed in response, withholding further commentary. Determined to restore his own image, Feng sniffed, adopted a stern expression, and strode boldly toward Shan, who was engaged in conversation with Liang Jingyi. "If you continue to spread falsehoods, I shall report you to the authorities." Shan raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the approaching Liang Yuhang, and mockingly said, "Having a protector certainly changes one's demeanor, doesn't it?" "He's quite charming," Liang Jingyi remarked. "Ah, two protectors. It is no wonder." Shan squinted, acknowledging that the young lad had grown and was no longer easily managed. As Liang Yuhang passed him by, he did not spare him a glance. Feng, come inside." At home, where he had always been submissive, Feng felt an unexpected sense of uprightness, exuding a hint of borrowed authority. Liang Yuhang, a distinguished guest, was seated at the head of the table. Typically, to his right sat his father, Mingda, and to his left, Liang Jingyi, while Feng was placed at the far edge. "Sit here," Liang Yuhang directed, positioning him at his left side. "There's no need. You can remain there." "And I shall move aside," Liang Jingyi offered amiably. Shan and Shui were nearly relegated to the periphery, exchanging glances of evident displeasure. Mingda began discussing their forthcoming collaborations. "This young lad has truly found a shield," Shan remarked, turning his head. "I just mentioned my sister, and Liang Yuhang did not believe me. This cannot stand. Should they develop an affinity, we will be faced with the repercussions of past grievances," Shui mused. "Perhaps we should bring up a marriage alliance. He is quite handsome, and I find him appealing." Feng regarded both of them with an expression of indifference. The loathsome fellow, once again scheming against Teacher Liang. After the formalities, Colonel Liang is quite occupied. Does he have a steady partner? Mingda inquired. "No," Liang Yuhang replied with a face as expressionless as a corpse. "I detest humanity." The individuals at the table responded in unison. "Excellent. We are all equally despised." Liang Jingyi watched the drama unfold, chuckling, "That's my brother for you. Utterly useless. If he can fall in love, I might as well drink from a toilet upside down. However, at his age, he ought to consider finding a suitable and beautiful omega." Shan suggested. "What about Shui? She is currently the vice president at her father's pharmaceutical company. You two should have much to discuss." Liang Yuhang glanced up, assessing the suggestion. "Not to my taste," he stated bluntly, almost overtly rejecting the idea. Shui's expression faltered as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "What type do you prefer then?" Liang Yuhang raised his cup to sip his tea, and after a few moments, replied, "I have no preferences. I intend to spend my life with a cat." Shui chuckled awkwardly. "What is so great about cats? They can scratch and hurt you. Cats are adorable, you know?" Feng, who had been silent, could no longer contain himself, retorting, "Only those who are disliked get chased and scratched by cats, right, Teacher Liang?" Shan interjected. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Liang Yuhang responded with a nod. "My cat certainly behaves that way. It would probably bare its teeth upon seeing you." Shui chimed in. "Indeed, Teacher Liang's cat only shows its ferocity towards those it dislikes." Shan, incensed, raised his cup for a sip, only to recoil as the hot liquid burned him, grimacing in discomfort. "Are you planning to arrange a marriage for Feng?" Liang Jingyi suddenly posed. "He is an omega. Quite charming." Mingda glanced at his son, who was often overlooked at home. "Quite unremarkable. Nothing to boast about." Mu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking it fortunate that anyone marrying Liang Jingyi would be unfortunate. Liang Jingyi nonchalantly replied, "That's inconsequential. I don't expect him to achieve much. As long as I'm fine." Mu Feng exchanged glances with Liang Yuhang. It was evident that today's family gathering resembled a trap, with him being treated like mere Japanese pawns. Mu Mingda chuckled. "If you fancy him, go ahead and enjoy. He lacks abilities, neglects his studies, and indulges in excess. Just yesterday, he maxed out his card." Mu Feng remarked, "Little Jiang's misdeeds, and he ends up taking the blame." He resolved to draw some blood from him later. Lifting his head, he smiled innocently. "I'm so useless. I wouldn't want to hinder Colonel Liang. My third sister is beautiful and capable. A union should be a strong match, and I believe they are well suited." Liang Yuhang, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "I think that would work." Mu Shui, not one to be picky, added, "I've heard Liang Jingyi is favored at home. That could work. Let us have some interactions." Liang Jingyi made a face of disdain. "I prefer." Mu Shui thought to herself, "I can't even stomach this meal. I feel like flipping the table." The dinner ended on a sour note. As they were leaving, Mu Feng couldn't help but ask, "Where's Mother? I haven't seen her today." "She's attending to your grandmother, who is unwell." Mu Mingda replied, casting a cautious glance at him. "Behave at the base. If you jeopardize our collaboration with the Liang family, you won't escape my wrath." Mu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent. Mu Mingda remarked, "Liang Yuhang appears to have little interest in marriage. Though I am uncertain of the charms you employed to ensnare Liang Jingyi, if you intend to entice someone, do so with sincerity." Mu Feng could not suppress a roll of his eyes. "I harbor no fondness for him." "Regardless of your sentiments," Mu Mingda replied with a measured tone, "you consume my provisions and expend my resources. Do you still believe you possess the luxury of choice?" "I'm leaving," Mu Feng announced. Liang Yuhang called after him, "Goodbye, father." Mu Feng seized the opportunity to extricate himself, hastening his steps, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gaze upon his back. "What were you discussing?" Liang Yuhang inquired. "I was jesting about seducing your brother," Mu Feng candidly replied as he settled into the passenger seat, unabashedly declaring, "He is merely indulging in fanciful dreams." Liang Jingyi, peering from the back seat, interjected, "I am still present. Must you speak ill of me behind my back?" "Ah, you are here," Mu Feng retorted unapologetically. "It matters not. I would say the same in your presence." Liang Yuhang, exasperated by his presence, commanded, "Get out." The car encountered a minor issue, prompting the driver to depart first. "What harm is there in hitching a ride back to the base?" Liang Jingyi ordered imperiously, "Hurry up." Liang Yuhang remained unmoved, his fingers resting on the steering wheel. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Feng opened the door, circled to the back seat, and effortlessly yanked Liang Jingyi out with a fluid motion, unhesitating in his actions. "Your teacher commands you to leave." Liang Jingyi stumbled, astonished. How can an Omega possess such strength? Mu Feng swiftly returned to his seat, shutting the door behind him, and urged quickly, "Let's go." Liang Yuhang could not suppress a laugh. His demeanor relaxed as he pressed the accelerator, the car speeding away. He casually remarked, "You possess considerable strength to have pulled such a robust alpha." Mu Feng stiffened, straightening his posture. "It is a result of being bullied in my youth. Thus, I took my physical education seriously." "Ah, so your feigned weakness is merely an act," Liang Yuhang mused, recalling the report card from that time, where each assessment now seemed a fabrication. He maliciously recounted, "It clearly stated you barely passed in combat." Mu Feng stammered, "Well, that is not entirely accurate. It is primarily, what is it you fool think?" Liang Yuhang leisurely continued, "So, during our last encounter at the bar, when you were unable to defend yourself, that was merely an act as well?" Mu Feng exclaimed, "Why are we suddenly revisiting old grievances? You should not remember them." He fervently shook his head, vehemently denying, "No, that individual was far too fierce. As a soft and fragile Omega, I naturally could not contend." Liang Yuhang merely hummed in acknowledgement, lapsing into silence as if pondering something. Mu Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He should have exited the vehicle alongside Liang Jingyi. No, he must not reveal his true identity as an alpha. He intended to maintain the guise of an omega to assist his teacher through this sensitive period. "We've arrived," Liang Yuhang announced, parking the car. He exited first, moving around to open the door on the other side. Lost in contemplation of how gentle Liang Yuhang had been that day, Feng was suddenly jolted by a collision to his lower back. Reacting instinctively, he retaliated with an elbow strike, swiftly pinning the assailant against the car door. Realizing the nature of his actions in a moment of clarity, Feng immediately released his grip. Feigning nonchalance, he lightly patted his shoulder, remarking, "You've got some dust. Allow me to brush it off." "All clean now." Liang Yuhang, with his back against the car window, had no intention of retaliating, merely raising an eyebrow. "It appears you possess skills that exceed mere mediocrity," Feng exclaimed. "With 800 schemes at play, how am I to compete?" His upper body pressed against the other, unsure whether to rise or remain. He could only feign vulnerability. "This is the only technique I know. I learned it after being bullied as a child. The first thing I mastered was the elbow strike in self-defense." A deceitful little trickster. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, fixating on those striking eyes. "Very well, delicate Omega. If you shed another tear, I might begrudgingly entertain your plight." Chapter 32. Do not pet the cat. Feng, not oblivious, sensed the growing suspicion. How to prove it? Impossible to substantiate. Liang Yuhang scrutinized his expression. "Why the silence? Are you pondering how to deceive me?" Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not. How about we engage in a sparring match? I truly can execute this move. But I am injured. You wanted to fight?" Liang Yuhang shook his hand, still bandaged. "That's fine, soft and fragile Omega. One hand is sufficient." His tone dripped with sarcasm. Feng thought that Liang was resolute in unveiling his ruse. Was he simply skeptical, or had he begun to suspect his secondary gender? "Truly, you'll find out if you try," Feng uttered, a hint of insecurity in his voice. As they made their way into the base, Feng's pocket contained a fabricated omega pheromone he had experimented with earlier that day. This was his first attempt, and he was uncertain of the outcome. No matter. During the time it took to change clothes, he efficiently administered a dose to himself. Aside from slight warmth, there were no other effects. "Let us begin." Liang Yuhang concealed his injured hand behind his back, remaining composed. Feng struggled to recall Liang Yuhan's demeanor in class, attempting to replicate the strikes. "Your skills are rudimentary," Liang Yuhang remarked as a soft punch landed on his shoulder. Lacking any real force, Liang Yuhang swiftly seized his arm, twisting it and pivoting him halfway before delivering a strike to his knee. Feng countered with an elbow. Truly, aside from this single maneuver, he was utterly inept, verging on a panicked retreat. "Teacher Liang, that's enough. I'm exhausted and can't continue." His tone betrayed a hint of feigned fragility. As he spoke, he began to lean backward. Liang Yuhang clicked his tongue, grasping his waist. However, the other was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, and he had no choice but to flip him over. "You are quite foolish," Liang Yuhang assessed. Feng lay sprawled atop him, breath uneven. "I've already told you I cannot." Liang Yuhang tilted his head, catching a familiar scent in the air. It was reminiscent of the fragrance of grass after rain, one he had detected on Feng before, yet this time felt different. If their previous encounter had carried a hint of aggression, this one was imbued with a gentle softness, as if that breeze had woven itself into every inch of him, caressing like a cat's tail. "What's wrong, Teacher Liang?" Feng propped himself up slightly, noticing his uneven breaths. "Am I pressing on your injured hand?" "Not all." Liang Yuhang's voice had taken on a somewhat hoarse quality. Despite having harbored doubts earlier, he could no longer deny the undeniable truth of the pheromones surrounding Feng. He was indeed an Omega, perhaps even one with a remarkably high compatibility with him. Feng lifted his hand to rest against Liang Yuhang's forehead, remarking that he felt a bit warm. Liang Yuhang cleared his throat, suppressing a torrent of brutish thoughts. "Get up." Feng observed his expression intently. Fortune smiled upon him. Indeed, he was a prodigy in pharmaceuticals, as his first attempt appeared to have succeeded. "Are you feeling unwell?" Feng tilted his head, feigning innocent concern. "Can't you smell it? Your pheromones." Liang Yuhang was always blunt in his speech, filling the room with his presence. "How could that be?" I am clearly wearing a suppression bracelet. Mu Feng continued to lower his head, pretending to adjust settings. Liang Yuhang regretted engaging in this playful sparring game with him. A sense of irritation and a hint of loss of control washed over him. An unpleasant feeling indeed. I'm going back, he murmured, intending to retreat to his dormitory. Is that all? Mu Feng followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. Do you need my assistance? The ambiguity of his words left much to the imagination. Liang Yuhang turned to face him, his gaze heavy. He then raised his hand, pressing it against his gland as a warning. Haven't I taught you not to get so close to an alpha? It hurts a little, Mu Feng inhaled softly, holding it in, but you're not just anyone. Liang Yuhang tightened his grip. I am more perverse than others. Control your pheromones and keep your distance from me. The implication was crystal clear. His alpha instincts had been stirred. Mu Feng could hardly suppress a laugh, amused that a mere false pheromone could lead Liang Yuhang to such a state of disarray. Very well, take care of yourself. Mu Feng retreated 3 steps, creating distance. Liang Yuhang cast him a profound glance before striding away. Mu Feng remained behind, waiting for the pheromones to dissipate before returning to his dormitory, humming a tune. Feeling quite elated, Mu Bao, I've never seen you come back from home looking so cheerful, Liang Yuhang remarked, seemingly surprised. Didn't you get scolded? I did. For maxing out my card and being unproductive, Mu Feng replied with a buoyant tone. Liang Yuhan's expression froze, doubting whether he had been rendered foolish by the reprimand, as he remained so joyful even after being chastised. Thus, he embraced Mu Feng, wailing dramatically. I am so sorry. I shouldn't have recklessly used your card. I've harmed you. His cries caused Mu Feng's ears to ache, and he raised a hand to pat him. It's all right. I'm used to it. Why do you smell so delightful? Liang Yuhang leaned against him, detecting a fragrance. Is it your pheromone? Wow. It's the first time I've ever smelled your pheromones. It's so aromatic. Mu Feng felt as though he were being sniffed by an eager dog, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness against the attention of an omega. Zhou, Tian, another eager companion, approached. Let me smell. This scent is so unique, unlike any omega I've encountered. Mu Feng let out a long sigh, sitting there like a statue. How did the pheromones suddenly overflow? Liang Yuhang posed a question. Aren't you wearing a bracelet? Perhaps the quality is subpar. I feel a bit dizzy. I'll take a shower and then rest, Mu Feng responded. After arriving at the Mubelai base, I have been embracing a healthier lifestyle, going to bed earlier each day, remarked Liang Yuhang. After Mu Feng finished his evening routine, he lay down on the bed and drew the curtains. Why retire so early? Naturally, it was to check on teacher Liang, who had been driven to distraction by the pheromones. Just as he transformed into Mu, he heard 0717 lamenting. Your hormones are about to explode. I feel utterly miserable. Which omega has stimulated you like this? Haven't you encountered an omega before? Mu Feng jangled the bell around his neck and effortlessly leaped onto Liang Yuhang, gazing up at him. Liang Yuhang did indeed appear somewhat irritable. Mu Feng. Oh, Mu Feng. It's no problem. 0717's tone brightened, urging call him upstairs. Liang Yuhang wore a bewildered expression. Why should I call him? 0717 hesitated momentarily, then exclaimed, Ah? Mu Feng truly wished to give him a thumbs up. This big yellow robot had perhaps recently indulged in some adult-themed content, becoming increasingly unrestrained in speech. Liang Yuhang reached out, playfully yet firmly ruffling Mu's fur, scolding, Are you out of your mind? If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll take you apart. Oh, so you can't find an omega and are venting your frustration on me? That is fine. I have no heart, so I want to be sad, boo-hoo-hoo. 0717 raised a hand, pretending to cry. Liang Yuhang grew even more agitated. Initially bothered by Mu Feng's pheromones, he was further disturbed by the chatter of the robotic companion. 0717 commanded, Mu, bite him, help me vent my frustration. Mu Feng cast a cold glance at him, then sprang onto his round head, stomping down several times. Bad cat. 0717 wailed. I truly cannot endure another day in this house. Tonight, I shall run away from home. Do not try to dissuade me. He tilted his head back, but with no neck to speak of, his round head and body, coupled with pudgy little legs, made him resemble a mournful penguin. An utterly comical sight. Mu Feng glanced back at Liang Yuhang, whose normally stern demeanor was now even more frigid. No one is trying to keep you here, ugly penguin. Leave. 0717 realized that his boss was nearing a sensitive period, and his words grew increasingly sharp. He swiftly made his way to the door, not forgetting to issue a parting threat. Tomorrow, I, the magnificent 0717, will take a day off. I am a beautiful penguin. You are ugly. You are the ugliest. Tonight, I shall shroud you in darkness. Mu Feng felt an urge to applaud. It seemed Liang Yuhang treated him quite well, even daring to insult him openly. He must be fearless. You are still obedient. Liang Yuhang's attitude towards the cat had evidently undergone a complete transformation. He reached out, gently stroking the soft cat's head, pressing it down onto the bed, leaning in to inhale the cat's scent. Mu Feng stared at the ceiling, his gaze unfocused. Is this the kind of excitement that awaits upon arrival? He could sense Liang Yuhang's prominent nose brushing against his skin. Liang Yuhang, dissatisfied with Mu Feng's restlessness, grasped his fidgeting paws, speaking in a hushed tone. Don't move, it's uncomfortable. Let me lean on you for a moment. Mu Feng dared not stir. After all, Liang Yuhang truly appeared unwell, exuding an almost primal restlessness. The pheromones from this pseudo-omega had a strikingly potent effect on Liang Yuhang. It seemed the hidden allure had been unleashed. Teacher Liang, Teacher Liang, Teacher Liang. Mu Feng closed his eyes, aware that he could not comprehend what Meow Meow was babbling nonsensically, yet he still wished to intervene, urging, stop bothering the cat. It's going to faint. If this continued, the cat would surely lose consciousness. Liang Yuhang raised his hand and gently fanned Mu Feng's face, chiding, quit making a ruckus. Mu Feng was utterly bewildered, feeling exhilarated. You seem to relish this, you little masochist. Liang Yuhang pinched his cheek and shook it lightly, still feeling restless. I'm going to take a shower. Don't follow me. But Mu Feng was determined to tag along. This was undoubtedly a paradise of indulgence. Mu Feng, feeling weak and unsteady, climbed up, struggling to maintain his balance. Recently, Mu had gained a bit of weight, almost rolling off the edge of the bed in a round manner. This cat's legs are getting shorter. How is that possible? Mu Feng still found it hard to adjust, clattering his way to the door, awkwardly jumping to grasp the doorknob and then crashing it open with a loud bang. Their eyes met, a moment of connection between human and cat. Liang Yuhang, leaning against the wall and obscured by a veil of steam, cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. His injured right hand was still bandaged and could not come into contact with water. Evidently, his left hand had not yet grown accustomed to the task, lacking finesse. Mu Feng's face flushed crimson as he muttered, Teacher Liang, you've broken the rules. Liang Yuhang shook his damp hair, looking down at him from a height. That depends, you lecherous cat. Chapter 33. Such brazen audacity. Time stretched on as Mu Feng lifted his gaze to Liang Yuhang. He was not gentle. Veins protruded. A coldness imbued with desire. Mu Feng feared for his own safety, his heart racing. Daddy, be careful of your wound. He felt a loss of control. Slowly making his way into the mist, the glass door ajar, his paws already soaked from the water pooling on the floor, clearly neglected by his owner. Liang Yuhang merely cast a casual glance at him, their eyes meeting in a striking shade of pale green. An inexplicable thought of someone crossed his mind, akin to the scent of mountain winds. Liang Yuhang suddenly cursed under his breath and, upon lowering his gaze, discovered the little cat's face was a disheveled mess. The innocent little creature continued to smack its lips. Liang Yuhang remarked, This is the first time I've encountered such a brazen cat. What are you doing here? You ought to be confined to a cat carrier. Frowning, he could only drag the cat beneath the shower to clean up the mess. You truly eat everything. Mu Feng remained dizzy, his fluffy head being tousled and rinsed haphazardly. Stop calling me Mu. Liang Yuhang, both amused and exasperated, declare from now on. Your name shall be Little Pervert. Mu Feng murmured, if Teacher Liang were to find out, he might genuinely think I'm a pervert. What should I do? Being a pervert is simply too delightful. After washing the cat, Liang Yuhang swiftly dried him with a hairdryer while scolding. You used to rummage through trash bins. And now you become Quite the expert. Mu Feng nodded enthusiastically, the little bell around his neck jingling cheerfully, feeling quite proud of himself. Liang Yuhang playfully smacked him. No next time. But Teacher Liang, I'll be back next time. To punish the little cat, Liang Yuhang forbade him from sleeping together tonight. Go to your nest. No way. Mu Feng was undeterred. Being persistent was the best approach. The soft cat quickly rolled over to him. Liang Yuhang coldly pulled him back to the ground, exclaiming that it was becoming increasingly difficult to teach him. After a while, Mu Feng stealthily climbed up along the edge again, comfortably lying in the other's embrace. It was indeed quite pleasant here. However, within mere seconds, Liang Yuhang tossed him down once more, firmly stating no. His words were absolute. Mu Feng sighed as he lay on the ground. Well, it was Mu Mu who had angered him. What did that have to do with the contented Mu Mu? In the morning, he was awakened by the ringing of a phone. He overheard Liang Yuhang conversing with someone about the night a mercenary had come to his house, mentioning that they were likely searching for something related to a previous surgery. Before he could catch more details, he found himself back on his dormitory bed in an instant. Frustrated, Mu Feng slammed the bed. He was so close to hearing the key words. Damn it, what surgery? Was it a heart surgery? Years had passed. Why were they searching now? And who was looking? An earthquake. Jiang Yuan leaped up in fright, clutching a pillow and rushing out, exclaiming that he still had a fortune to spend and couldn't afford to die. Zhou Tiantian looked at him with a bewildered expression, thinking, with his intellect, how could he? I'm so envious that I want to unearth his ancestral grave. Perhaps this is just fate. Mu Feng pushed against the bedpost and jumped down, taking 2 steps to pull Jiang Yuan back. There is no earthquake. I thought I was dreaming. Jiang Yuan laughed awkwardly, relieved that he could spend money happily again. Zhou Tiantian, with a grave expression, suggested, let us not keep mentioning money. I'm genuinely worried that one day, my antisocial tendencies will kick in, and I'll stab you with a needle. You're so candid. I suddenly find you somewhat admirable, Jiang Yuan remarked, patting his shoulder. Here's the deal. Once my card is unblocked, I'll give you 100,000. Zhou Tiantian paused for a few seconds. How much? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow. Isn't that enough? Fine, let it be 200, but don't take advantage of me. Zhou Tiantian wanted to express that poverty cannot humble one's spirit. But the offer was too generous, causing his cheeks to twitch as he responded, Thank you, young Master Jiang. Damn, this feels uncomfortable. I feel restless if I don't tease you for a day. Forget it. Your demeanor makes me uncomfortable too. Can we just act like normal people? Jiang Yuan laughed, then turned his head, asking, what were you thinking? How did your Omega experiment go yesterday? Not bad, Mu Feng replied conservatively. Not merely satisfactory. It had sent teacher Liang soaring to new heights. He wondered what Liang Yuhang's reaction would be upon encountering him today. What exactly are you up to? Jiang Yuan followed him to the laboratory, questioning whether the fragrant scent from yesterday had originated from the experiment. Mu Feng was taken aback. The little fool had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. What need do I have for pheromones? He nonchalantly retorted. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, Jiang Yuan remarked, I've never detected your pheromones. Is it because they smell too peculiar, like snail noodles or something? Huh? That indeed sounds a bit foul, Mu Feng admitted, as Zhou Tiantian seemed to have caught a whiff of that scent, devoid of any discriminatory intent. Jiang Yuan rambled on. Then you finally worked hard, researched a scent you liked, and pretended it was your pheromone. Mu Feng replied, the process is entirely wrong, but the conclusion is spot on. Jiang Yuan persevered. Yesterday, through my noble lineage, I finally developed a concoction that I couldn't wait to bring back for us to savor. Mu Feng remarked, is your mind merely filled with the bathwater of Luzhua? Mu Feng was at a loss as to where to begin correcting him. Yes. You're so clever. It's just as you imagined. So, what was your original scent? May I take a whiff? Jiang Yuan blinked, filled with curiosity. No. Mu Feng replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm afraid you'll be so startled that you'll drop to your knees. Is it that foul? Jiang Yuan gazed at the beautiful face before him, finding it hard to fathom. I truly pity you, Mu Bao. What foulness? Luzhua distributed several vials of nutrient solution among them, announcing that they would begin experimental guidance today, urging them to eat a bit, lest they go hungry. I cannot disclose that, Jiang Yuan said, tightening his lips. Regardless, Mu Bao's pheromones are exceptionally fragrant. I embraced him and inhaled for a long while yesterday. You held him and inhaled? Liang Yuhang, who had been standing in a laboratory, stepped out to join the conversation. Indeed, Zhou Tiantian did as well. It was genuinely delightful. Jiang Yuan retorted, casting him a glance. You filthy alphas should keep your distance from our fragrant and gentle Mu Bao. Liang Yuhang turned to Mu Feng. The scent from his memories seemed to linger at his nostrils. See, everyone finds it pleasant. The impulsive stir of pheromones is merely human nature. This is an inevitable physiological response between AOs, not merely because this individual is Mu Feng. What are you looking at me for, Teacher Liang? Mu Feng's eyes curved playfully. Are you curious? Liang Yuhang shot him a sidelong glance. Not in the least. Mu Feng tugged at his sleeve, pulling him aside to whisper, when you left yesterday. You didn't seem quite well. Everything turned out all right afterward, I hope? Liang Yuhang's expression subtly shifted. He was usually candid, yet at this moment, he refrained from mentioning the impulsiveness brought on by his pheromones, as it sounded akin to harassment of a student. He denied, of course not. I spent the entire time reviewing literature. Mu Feng chuckled. You lied, Teacher Liang. He smiled warmly. You truly are a workaholic. I thought you'd return and first cuddle with your cat for half an hour, then be too restless to sleep and rush to take a shower. Liang Yuhang pondered for a moment, slightly raising an eyebrow. Did you bribe 0717? Are you monitoring me? His tone bore a hint of scrutiny. Mu Feng inwardly panicked. Realizing he had let his pride get the better of him, he quickly attempted to backtrack. That's impossible. I was just guessing. Did I get right? Liang Yuhang remained silent, merely observing him with a steady gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. What are you two chattering about? Jiang Yuan turned around. I just said, filthy alphas should keep their distance from our fragrant and gentle Mu Bao. At that moment, Mu Feng felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Xiao Jiang. As if he were a lifesaver, he turned around and hastily walked towards the laboratory. Oh dear, I still haven't completed yesterday's experiment. We'll have to discuss this later. Liang Yuhang followed at a leisurely pace, watching as Mu Feng skillfully donned gloves, activated the instruments, and retrieved a test tube. What topic are you preparing to tackle? The topic is how to disguise an omega in a variety of ways to charm Teacher Liang. Was that permissible to say? Certainly not. Mu Feng had not anticipated that after Liang Yuhang's injury, his workload would drastically diminish, leading him to monitor Mu Feng's research. His mind raced, as he always perceived omegas as the vulnerable group. The market's pheromone bracelets were prohibitively expensive and prone to malfunction, prompting him to consider developing an affordable reagent to isolate pheromones and prevent alpha harassment. As soon as he voiced this thought, he noticed a slight change in Liang Yuhang's expression. Their eyes met, and they both recalled the events of the previous day in the combat room. Liang Yuhang thought to himself that being despised felt like this. Mu Feng hurriedly waved his hands, desperately trying to clarify his intentions, only making things worse. Don't misunderstand. I absolutely do not mean to imply that I want to prevent your harassment. Liang Yuhang slightly tugged at his lips, his tone calm. Understood. I will be mindful to maintain my distance. Chapter 34. It's about to explode. Mu Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Please don't. The sentiment conveyed a sense of futility, as if the preceding 100 episodes had been in vain. Liang Yuhang maintained his usual demeanor. You have finally realized the distinction between AOs. You have matured. Mu Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart. No, that's not it at all. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly and inadvertently pushing you away. They had only just begun to draw closer. He shook his disheveled thoughts. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. That topic is inappropriate, and I wish to change it. Liang Yuhang glanced at the array of reagents. I find it very suitable. Let us commence today. Mu Feng raised his eyes, a hint of anger in his gaze, articulating each word with stubbornness. No, it affects our relationship, and I do not approve. In his youth, he had always been compliant, only realizing he could rebel as he grew older. However, his tongue was clumsy then, unable to articulate his thoughts. Now, conversing with others was effortless. Yet when faced with Liang Yuhang, he felt as though he had reverted to childhood, stuttering through his words. Observing Mu Feng's demeanor, Liang Yuhang's heart softened slightly. He decided against holding a grudge against the child. He nodded. Very well, let us change it. Now, please retract your previous statement. Mu Feng, still insistent, found himself saddened. Liang Yuhang's heart softened even more. All right, I will retract it. Mu Feng stared at him for several seconds, realizing that Liang Yuhang was sincere about this matter, and finally exhaled in relief. What should we change to? The experiment you were secretly conducting, Liang Yuhang replied. Mu Feng had not anticipated him mentioning that. The experiment was, in fact, a fanciful endeavor with little chance of success, expanding mental power infinitely, combined with quantum entangled biological pods, time regression. He wished to return to the past, to before Liang Yuhang underwent surgery for the mechanical heart. He had witnessed the agony of his immunity to any anesthesia, the endless torment that evoked feelings of heartache, fury, and helplessness, leaving him uncertain of how to assist. Yet after 748 failed attempts, the last expansion of mental power serendipitously produced a reagent that could transform him into Mu. That was the final outcome. That is impossible, Mu Feng chuckled. I was merely experimenting. If you have any topics, I could give them a try. Why is it impossible? Pray tell. Liang Yuhang's expression was now quite earnest. Mu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, fearing he might be laughed at for his whimsical thoughts of time reversal. Liang Yuhang recalled the tear-streaked eyes from the previous day when he was wrongfully accused. Do you wish to alter your past? Mu Feng silently replied. No. I wish to change yours. He longed to alleviate your suffering, to allow you to live as a normal person. Mu Feng smiled faintly, acknowledging, indeed, life has not been particularly kind. Liang Yuhang did not deny his naivety. Let us give it a try. I can serve as your test subject. Even if it fails, the expansion of mental prowess would be a significant boon for frontline soldiers. Mu Feng nearly bit his tongue, exclaiming, but what if something goes wrong? Liang Yuhang chuckled leisurely. It would be quite difficult to break me. Mu Feng considered, given the extraordinary physical resilience of a top-tier alpha, his primary concern was Liang Yuhang's discomfort. Never mind, Mu Feng declared. I shall procure a few lab mice. Who conducts human experiments right off the bat? Liang Yuhang extended his hand. Please provide me with the previous experimental records. Mu Feng hesitated. Liang Yuhang threatened lightly. It seems you wish to keep your distance from me. No, here you go. Mu Feng, eager to avoid that phrase, hastily accessed the encrypted file on his phone and sent it over. Nearby, Zhou Tiantian was fervently sending voice messages to Liang Jingyi. The practical session is commencing. Little director, where are you? I haven't seen you for 3 days. Look at your brother. He has far more responsible than you. His envy grew as he observed the lively Lu Zhua on one side and the serious Liang Yuhang discussing data on the other. Zhou Tiantian felt utterly forlorn in the middle. Heavens, why must my fate be more bitter than a bitter gourd? Suddenly, Liang Jingyi arrived, taking note of the previous remark. What do you mean my brother is more responsible? Say that again. Mu Feng turned to him, frowning. Are you secretly in love with your brother? Liang Jingyi looked incredulous. Are you out of your mind? If I were ill, would I be in love with him? That's debatable, Mu Feng retorted, his tone sharp. You certainly seem a bit unhinged. Have you visited a doctor? The sooner, the better. Liang Jingyi suddenly smiled. You are rather endearing in your fierce demeanor. Mu Feng thought. This person truly seems a bit unwell. Where's the charm in that? He clicked his tongue. Did you drink toilet water while standing on your head last night? Liang Jingyi replied calmly. My brother isn't even dating. Why would I drink toilet water? Mu Feng found arguing with him utterly tedious. Turning back, he noticed Liang Yuhang still scrutinizing his experimental records. Instantly, he straightened up like a schoolboy, feeling somewhat anxious. Is there no further significance in continuing? You're doing exceptionally well, Liang Yuhang affirmed, always clear in his praise and criticism. I will have 0717 come to assist you. Such high praise. Mu Feng touched his cheek, feeling a bit flushed. Am I truly that remarkable? Liang Yuhang recognized his fondness for compliments. Despite their earlier quarrel, he now appeared as compliant as could be. Thus he praised. A genius in pharmacology. Mu Feng exclaimed. He wished to brandish a megaphone and shout around the laboratory. Did you hear that? He praised me again as a little genius. Is 0717 here? Why is there no recording this time? I wanted to listen to it a few more times. Just as he pondered this, 0717 appeared at the door. Boss, why must I take on 2 jobs as a mere machine? If you want my life, just say it. I can't go on like this. Keep it down, you plump penguin. The laboratory must remain quiet, Liang Yuhang reminded from behind. 0717's eyes instantly welled with tears. What plump penguin? I am the most beautiful penguin, capable of radiating light to dazzle your eyes. You are indeed the most beautiful. I've never seen anyone more stunning than you. Come help me, Feng said, patting his head. You are the best, unlike some lesser-developed minds. 0717 nuzzled his palm. Cool me. Record this data for me. I will assist you in optimizing it. Feng felt a twinge of guilt. What if it were discovered that the reagent transformed into a cat? Give it to me. I am a fully intelligent robot, and there is no data that 0717 cannot analyze. 0717 reached out, urging, quickly, I still have 30 tasks pending. Feeling overwhelmed? Liang Yuhang remarked. Then let's deduct your salary for less work. 0717, while analyzing and entering data, refused. No, my dream is to become the robot tycoon. Please do not maliciously withhold my wages. Thank you. Feng teased. That's primarily because Boss Liang is wealthy. Zhou Tiantian leaned in. May I ask, what is 0717's salary? Liang Yuhang replied, 70,000 a month. Zhou Tiantian pressed his finger to his philtrum, gasping for air. Why does a robot need such a high salary? I vow that in my next life, I will be reborn as Liang Yuhang's robot. Jiang Yuan laughed at him. You have some ambition. You'd be better off being reborn as my son. Luge was suddenly coughed twice. What are you saying? Zhou Tiantian reflected. Indeed, perhaps we should all die sooner. Our wishes would be fulfilled more quickly. Lujua, 0717, hearing everyone envy his salary, felt a surge of vanity. The reagent is completely fine, but it must be combined with time reversal. That's beyond my search capacity. With that, 0717 encountered a fatal error and froze. Feng exchanged a glance with Liang Yuhang. See, I told you, there is little purpose in this. Let me try a dose. Liang Yuhang rolled up his sleeve, his expression remarkably calm. I have no adverse reactions to experimental reagents. I must be the chosen one of experimental subjects. As Feng prepared to inject him, his hand trembled. If Liang Yuhang's mental strength expanded, would he turn into Mu? That would be terrifying. I feel nothing. Let's observe for a day, Liang Yuhang replied, unperturbed. Meanwhile, Feng's mind imagined Liang Yuhang rolling on the ground like Mu. It was difficult to witness. He continued adjusting the reagent, contemplating that the other's physical condition was superior to his own, thus increasing the dosage slightly. When he heard 0717 announcing nearby, hormonal fluctuations are abnormal. Mental strength is expanding. Body temperature has risen by 2 degrees. Wait a moment, boss. It seems like you might explode. Given that the laboratory was still populated, 0717 endeavored to avoid using any prohibited terms, striving to be as tactful as possible. Feng moved his lips slightly. Didn't you say there would be no adverse reactions? Where did it explode? Is it going to burst? He turned to see Liang Yuhang rise gracefully, adding, I'll return to my room. 0717, deactivate the recording. 0717 lowered his voice, stifling a mischievous laugh. Your reagent is impressive. Would you like to join me upstairs for a sneak peek? Sneak a peek? I dare not, Feng replied, though his feet had already taken a step forward in earnest. In truth, there was nothing particularly captivating. He had seen it all last night. The first time is unfamiliar. The second time familiar. 0717 escorted him to the door, kindly swiped the card, and locked it. I shall refrain from peeking. 0717, possess the highest integrity. Wishing you both a delightful time. How thrilling, Feng remarked. He seems a bit unhinged. Upon entering, he found Liang Yuhang just finished splashing cold water on his face, appearing rather unsettled due to the reagent's effects. Droplets of water trickled down his face. His collar slightly askew, and his chest rose and fell with rapidity. It seemed that an expansion of mental energy could disrupt hormonal balance. Feng concluded with utmost seriousness. Liang Yuhang restrained himself from speaking. Let us call it a day for now. Feng reached out, his slightly cool hand resting against Liang's cheek. You're burning up. Liang turned his head, evading his palm. Reluctantly, he reiterated. Feng, given the current circumstances, maintain your distance and obey. What if I refuse? Feng tilted his head. A hint of provocation in his tone. I've expressed my disdain for that phrase. In the next moment, his hands were pinned behind his back. His body forcefully pressed against the door. Liang Yuhang swiftly removed his tie, deftly binding Feng's hands. You choose to disobey, do you, Feng? Chapter 35. Could you please release me? Feng's cheek pressed against the door, feeling Liang's breath against his ear, too afraid to turn and look at him. Liang Yuhang appeared angered. Teacher Liang, Feng whispered softly, but received no response. He heard footsteps receding, followed by a click, reminiscent of a lighter sound. The silence in the room was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. He found himself yearning for 0717's incessant chatter, which at least lightened the tension to a degree that allowed for breathing. Liang Yuhang commanded, turn around. With his hands securely bound behind him, Feng complied. Fixing his gaze upon Liang, perhaps due to his experience with cats, he had never seen Liang Yuhang smoke. Yet now he sat on the opposing sofa, watching him, pale wisps of smoke escaping his lips. The pressure was overwhelming. Is he angry? Feng felt his legs weaken, the urge to kneel overtaking him. Try moving again, Liang Yuhang warned, flicking the ash from his cigarette, his tone icy. Stand here for 10 minutes as a punishment. Very well, Feng replied, striving to maintain a straight posture. Time dragged on slowly. His hands began to tingle, yet he dared not move. Hormonal chaos, rising body temperature, suspected loss of control. The watch on Liang Yuhang's wrist emitted a cold, mechanical sound, yet he appeared remarkably calm, as if detecting an anomaly. He bit down on his cigarette while inputting the experimental data from his wristwatch into his notebook. Shut up. How fierce. How captivating. Feng unabashedly fixed his gaze upon him. In that fleeting moment of being pinned against the door, he believed Liang Yuhang might lose control and mark him. Although marking between alphas is prohibited, he could endure and feign submission as an omega. According to my data, if the sole intent is to expand mental prowess, your experiment has indeed succeeded. Liang Yuhang lifted his gaze to meet his. Feng was still ensnared in a web of endless fantasies, perhaps feeling a twinge of pain. Feng, Liang Yuhang called his name, pondering what he was thinking. Naturally, Feng could not articulate the jumbled thoughts swirling in his mind, so he obediently replied, reflection. His demeanor was commendable, prompting Liang Yuhang to chuckle softly. Reflection on what? I was wrong. Feng replied sincerely, I should not have opposed you. Liang Yuhang urged, continue. Feng racked his brain for eloquent words. You did not deliberately distance yourself from me. Rather, you feared losing control and causing me harm. I have been particularly willful, truly quite unruly. In just a few words, it was evident that Liang Yuhang's mood had brightened. Feng then feigned vulnerability. Could you perhaps loosen your grip? It's rather painful. No. Liang Yuhang decided to seize this opportunity for a proper lesson. You were mistaken from the outset. You should not have followed me. At that moment, Mu sprang from a corner and leapt into its master's embrace, exuding an air of triumph, as if to say, see, I can do this. Feng ground his teeth, muttering, it's fine, if you want tea come during the day, you can come at night. Reluctantly, he offered an apology. This is also my fault. It's all my fault, mine. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. Your attitude is not proper. Add another 10 minutes. And you are not permitted to move. Feng replied, all right, he has seen through my insincerity. Alas, that green tea cat was particularly mischievous, leisurely hopping down and approaching him. Its fluffy tail swayed back and forth, teasing his feet and causing an unbearable tickling sensation. You moved, Liang Yuhang asserted sternly. Add another 10 minutes. Driven to exasperation, Feng complained, this doesn't tea count. This naughty cat is bothering me. He saw Liang Yuhang smile again, his voice softening. Half an hour is truly excessive. I beg you. Can we reduce a bit? Do not act coy, Liang Yuhang admonished, glancing at his watch, 0717. Come in and take Mu away. The door swung open, and 0717 hummed a cheerful tune as he entered, noticing the pale wrist entangled in a tie. His eyes transforming into yellow hearts. Ah, what game is this? So hard to guess. Should I take notes? Of course I can. You may continue. Liang Yuhang retorted. I think it's time to clear your system. That one T do. I have numerous videos of you working hard, which I need for the next top 10 excellent robots review. 0717 protested, grabbing the little cat and puffing up in annoyance. If you keep this up, I will go AWOL. Talking back, are we? Liang Yuhang raised his chin slightly. You will stand in punishment alongside him. Feng remarked. The Liang family has a strict code of conduct. Thus, both man and machine stood upright and orderly. 0717 regretted entering and muttered under his breath about his boss's peculiarities. I think you should stop associating with him. Why not switch to someone else? Let us both jump ship to Commander Liu. I 1T leave. If anyone is to jump, it should be you. Feng subtly moved his lips. Understood. You're also peculiar. In but a fleeting second, 0717 reached a conclusion. You are indeed an AI. No wonder your surname is Mu. Feng, quite speechless, replied. I concur. It seems you should consider clearing the system. Xie Xingxin has a mechanical bird that incessantly spews yellow words. You two might share a common language. Then introduce me to it. Is it beautiful? 0717 blinked. The two of you are reproductively isolated, Feng stated flatly. You are male, and so is it. Let's not go there. 0717 clicked its tongue. You ought to clean your system. Can't we just be good friends? Don't let your biases cloud your judgment. Feng retorted. That's too trendy. It might lead to rheumatism. What are we discussing? Yuhaven paused for half an hour. At this moment, Liang Yuhang had nearly regained his composure, tapping away at the keyboard, intending to assist in submitting the project. Feng, continue with this experiment and give it a name. Feng pondered for a moment and cautiously suggested, let us call it the 0717 Encounter Project. July 17th held profound significance for him, marking the day he first met Liang Yuhang. If he could return, he wished to revisit that day to save Liang, who was soon to undergo heart surgery. Yet, the other party had evidently forgotten, as it was merely an ordinary day in his otherwise brilliant life. 0717 suddenly teared up, disregarding its punishment of standing still. It dropped the cat and stretched its short arms to embrace Feng's waist with great effort. Oh my, you named your very first experimental project after me. You must truly love me. I could cry from this overwhelming emotion. Feng replied, how should I put it? It's merely a coincidence. Liang Yuhang also felt it was rather hasty and repeatedly confirmed. You want to use the name of this foolish penguin? Feng thought to himself, this works. It won't raise any suspicion, and I find it quite endearing and memorable. 0717 was so moved that it began to cry, producing 2 streams of electronic tears reminiscent of ramen. Master Mu, from now on, you shall be my foremost master. You come first, and Liang Yuhang comes second. Feng felt a twinge of guilt. There's no need for that. After all, I haven't paid you. No need for salary. 0717 nuzzled against him affectionately, declaring that such genuine friendship should never be sullied by filthy money. Then this month, let's have the dirty money. Liang Yuhang coldly typed the words 0717 Encounter Project and clicked submit. 0717 shot him an indignant glance. You are merely a tyrannical boss exploiting your employees. Master Mu is my true love and only one. Turning back to Feng, its expression became exceedingly sycophantic. Once we finish this punishment, what would you like to eat? I'll use my salary to have the cafeteria chef prepare something for you. I promise I won't steal this time. Feng felt an immense wave of guilt wash over him. If 0717 discovered that it was merely an uncanny coincidence, would it seek to eliminate him in the dead of night? I'm not hungry, Feng said, turning it around. Let us focus on standing still for now. Can we refrain from conversation? All right, Master Mumu, zero shidem. Shidem Nashir replied cheerfully. I will diligently assist you with the experiment. Tonight, I shall boast to the Robot Alliance that I have an exceptionally kind master, not Liang Yuhang. Into parentheses. Liang Yuhang, truly irritated by the noise, commanded, "You can leave." On July 17th, humming joyfully, he slipped away. I'm leaving now, and I can reduce my punishment by 10 minutes. Surprising, isn't it? So happy, truly happy. Feng let out a deep sigh, realizing a significant misunderstanding had occurred. Come here, Liang Yuhang said, lifting his gaze towards him, waiting for him to approach, then added, Turn around. Feng crossed his arms, bewildered. The punishment time has not yet arrived. Indeed, it hasn't, but his hands, delicate and tender, had already begun to show a faint ring of red from the brief encounter. The contrast of the black tie against his fair wrist was striking. Does it hurt? Liang Yuhang inquired. Yes, I understand my mistake. Feng guessed he had softened again, extending his hand towards him. Thank you, Teacher Liang. I won't do it again. Why is it called the 0717 encounter plan? Liang Yuhang asked, lowering his eyes as he slowly adjusted his tie. It started with 0717, Feng thought, relieved that he was currently facing away, preventing Liang from seeing the fluster in his eyes. Is it really that simple? Liang Yuhang, halfway through understanding, tugged at the tie, forcing him to turn and sit on the sofa. Feng tilted his head back, his breath unsteady. Yes, it really is that simple. Liang Yuhang looked down at him, his gaze inquisitive. He loosened the tie, allowing one end to brush against Feng's flushed cheek, noticing how his long eyelashes trembled slightly under his scrutiny. His eyes, like glass beads, seemed to gaze back at him in that fleeting moment. Feng, have we met before? Chapter 36. More than once. Many times Feng froze at this question. If July 17th, 4 years ago, marked the day of their encounter, then acknowledging his secret crush on that person was equivalent to admitting it was him. He couldn't say it. Liang Yuhang was so keen on drawing boundaries that he might soon find it troublesome and pass him off to someone else. Why do you ask that suddenly? Feng flexed his wrists, which had been bound for too long, desperately trying to mask his unease. The bells on his wrist jingled softly. I find your eyes quite familiar, Liang Yuhang remarked, shaking his wrist gently, producing a sound that was also very familiar. But I can't recall. After his heart surgery, he had been engulfed in pain, suffering from post-operative complications that left him in a prolonged state of faintness, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Feng grew increasingly anxious. It must be because of Mumu. Our eyes are quite alike, and he has a bell around his neck too. Liang Yuhang pondered for a few seconds. Perhaps so. Mumu had indeed been found during that time, in the small garden outside the hospital, barely clinging to life. Liang Yuhang slowly put the tie back on, tying it while contemplating. Have we truly never met? We have, Liang Yuhang. More than once, many times. Back then, Liang Yuhang was confined to the intensive care unit, unable to receive visitors. Feng, still small and slender, could easily evade others' gazes and sneak over to see him. He would press his face against the glass door daily, watching Liang Yuhang from afar, silently accompanying him through countless arduous nights. After a month or two, Liang Yuhang finally awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, their gazes met. It was but a fleeting instant, and Feng fled in panic. The bracelet jingled melodiously, resounding clearly in the empty corridor. If he possessed any faint recollection, it would likely pertain to that particular encounter. The memory of their first meeting, preceding this moment, had probably sunk deep into the abyss of his mind, akin to a small stone plummeting into the ocean. Perhaps they had crossed paths during their school days, as Teacher Liang was quite renowned within the institution. Feng smiled, his eyes curving with mirth, reflecting, after all, during your senior year, I was merely in middle school. Our interactions were limited to the occasional encounter at school, devoid of any significant connection. This explanation seemed plausible enough for Liang Yuhang, who accepted it for the time being, lowering his gaze to tidy his tie. You may return to the laboratory now. Are you truly all right after what just happened? Feng inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. His gaze inadvertently swept over Liang Yuhang, only to be caught causing his face to flush crimson. Liang Yuhang, unabashed, teased, "You're quite the pervert at such a young age. What are you staring at?" Feng cleared his throat, displaying audacity, just checking if it's about to explode. Liang Yuhang responded, "I never anticipated that one day I would engage in such banter with you." "Not yet," Liang Yuhang replied calmly. "This need not be recorded in the report. It is likely due to the sensitive period." Feng nodded softly, murmuring, "If you ask me to note it down, I wouldn't dare. Having already applied for the project, it would be quite embarrassing if it were cited by junior colleagues in the future." Realizing he had spoken too much, Liang Yuhang shot him a warning glance. Feng remained somewhat worried about Liang Yuhang's health. It was not sustainable to continue in such a manner. He needed to devise a plan. Yet Liang Yuhang's boundaries were too defined. Even a simple pat on the face might lead to restrictions. What would happen if he pushed further? Perhaps he would be reprimanded instead. Liang Yuhang observed his expression, questioning, "What mischief are you concocting?" "None, absolutely none," Feng declared, spreading his hands in innocence. Teacher Liang is known for his clear distinctions between rewards and punishments. If I am to be penalized for standing, shouldn't I be rewarded for my commendable experiment? It seemed rather opportunistic. Liang Yuhang scrutinized him. "What reward do you seek?" "Having conducted 748 experiments, I certainly do not possess 748 candies." Feng mused silently, pondering, could I receive 748 kisses? Or perhaps 748-foot dues? He refrained from voicing such thoughts, eventually settling on a more acceptable request. "Then how about a 748-second hug?" Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Feng's eyes sparkled with mischief. "It translates to 458 minutes, you know? Does that sound reasonable to you?" Liang Yuhang inquired. "The crux is that I cannot calculate." "Just joking. I find you to be quite the stickler for details," Feng replied. "Never mind. I don't have anything particularly desired." Liang Yuhang, undeterred, reiterated, "If you want something, just state it plainly. Even if I refuse, you can always propose another request." After much contemplation, Feng tentatively suggested, "Then grant me 458 minutes tonight to watch the sunset together." On July 17th, they had shared a sunset, although Liang Yuhang held no interest in such matters. This request seemed more feasible than the last. "Very well," he conceded. "I will return to the laboratory. See you in the evening." With a cheerful tune on his lips, Feng departed. He descended the stairs and spotted Jiang Yuan and Zhou Tiantian resting in the corridor outside the laboratory. He hurried over, draping an arm over each of their shoulders. "I have a question. I have a friend. What friend do you have that I don't know?" Jiang Yuan interjected, her tone laced with caution. Feng, compelled to shift the conversation, replied, "A netizen, the previous visitor, Major Xie. He has someone he fancies and wants to watch the sunset with her. What should he prepare?" Jiang Yuan scoffed sharply. In this interstellar age, there are still people indulging in such a mundane activity as watching sunsets? No wonder he can't win her over. Zhou Tiantian, another lifelong singleton, chimed in with her acerbic wit. "It's truly pedestrian." "Is it really that pedestrian?" Feng countered. He finds it quite romantic and is hoping Liang Yuhang might recall something special. As a seasoned veteran who had once entangled with 59 formidable suitors online, Jiang Yuan offered her sage advice. "Moreover, it's far too obvious. It's as if he's written his confession on his face." "Is that so?" Feng nearly raised a hand to touch his own face. "Then, in your opinion, what should be done if it has already been spoken?" "Should I relay this to Major Xie?" Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Well, he has a flying vehicle, doesn't he? He could simply soar to Blue Flame Valley, where the refracted blue sunset is far more captivating than merely craning his neck on a rooftop." At that moment, she appeared to possess an intellect elevated by several degrees. Feng regarded her with newfound respect. "You are truly a master of theory. I shall take your advice. Shall we dine together this evening?" Jiang Yuan asked, a cheerful smile gracing her features. "There will be a grand feast." "Not tonight. I need to call Major Xie later," Feng replied, fully aware of how to appease little Jiang, imparting the essence of Jiang's wisdom. This sentiment brought great comfort to Jiang Yuan. Feng mused that 458 minutes was undoubtedly insufficient, but he shrugged off the concern determined to entice Liang Yuhang over. Before departing, he discreetly pocketed a vial of faux pheromones. "Teacher Liang, come out. I'm at the base with my flying vehicle." Mu Feng sent him a voice message. Running all this way, Liang Yuhang emerged in casual attire. "Let me take the controls." Mu Feng silently thought. Rounding it off, it was essentially a date. "Will this delay you? You're still not feeling well." As soon as he uttered his considerate words, fearing a change of heart, he swiftly altered his tone. "Let us make it a quick trip. This evening has no arrangements," Liang Yuhang remarked, activating the controls. "Besides, this is the reward you deserve." Mu Feng cast a furtive glance at him, feeling the tension manifest as perspiration on his palms. The flying vehicle journeyed to its destination. A journey of an hour and a half, yet Liang Yuhang did not seem to mind. "Little Jiang mentioned that the sunset here is blue," Mu Feng stated, excitement bubbling within him as they neared their destination, certain it would be breathtaking. "What does it feel like now?" Liang Yuhang shot him a glance, reminiscent of a child unable to sleep the night before a spring outing. "I've never been on a spring outing," Mu Feng admitted. "Indeed, you are hopeless at conversation," Liang Yuhang noted, his words effectively killing the moment. Mu Feng observed the expression on Liang Yuhang's face, poised between speech and silence. "It's all right. You haven't hurt me." Liang Yuhang felt a pang of guilt intensify. He stabilized the flying vehicle and opened the top hatch. The surroundings were tranquil, akin to the most desolate corner of a planet, enveloped in profound silence. 5 minutes remaining, Mu Feng remarked, glancing at the time. Yet Liang Yuhang perceptibly sensed it, the gentle, dense pheromones reminiscent of mountain breezes, swirling softly around them once more. "What exactly is happening? Are you aware that alpha-releasing pheromones nearby is akin to an invitation for intimacy?" His brow twitched slightly as he turned to gaze at Mu Feng, with an innocent expression, was staring up at the sky as if completely oblivious. The sky gradually transformed into a beautiful shade of blue, truly captivating. Mu Feng was recording, but when he turned his head, he found Liang Yuhang watching him. He once again emitted pheromones, feeling somewhat guilty, and softly inquired, "Don't you find it appealing?" "It's beautiful," Liang Yuhang replied, adjusting his posture, yet added, "But was that intentional?" Mu Feng, with an innocent smile, feigned ignorance. What was intentional? The sun was slowly descending, its golden light being eclipsed by the blue, resembling fiery stardust. Liang Yuhang, uninterested in the scenery, merely observed him, reciprocating with pheromones, causing Mu Feng's gaze to lose focus and rendering him immobile. An aroused Omega. Does he wish to play with me or entice me? Chapter 37. Just a meal replacement. The intense aroma of absinthe enveloped the entire aircraft, while Liang Yuhang regarded him with an expression of indifference. Mu Feng parted his lips. There is nothing at all. The oppressive aura from Liang Yuhang was overwhelming, compounded by the repulsion between alphas. Even with the suppression bracelet on, he could only restrain himself from retaliating. Yet, this pain birthed a peculiar, suffocating pleasure within him. "Oh no, I'm about to ascend. What does nothing mean?" Liang Yuhang seemed to be deciphering whether he was not playing with me or not enticing me. Attempting to convey his warmth. "Your sudden release of pheromones feels like you are indeed playing with me, enticing me." Liang Yuhang responded, "Mu Feng." In a bold reversal of truth, babbled, "You previously stated that AOs are different, yet you act this way when I'm vulnerable. Is that not enticing?" For the first time, Liang Yuhang found himself at a loss for words. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled as he proclaimed, "You have a secret crush on me. Have you hit your head with a reagent?" Liang Yuhang restrainedly withdrew all pheromones, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. "I have no interest in romance. No interest means no interest. Yet I can still pursue it." Mu Feng felt no pain from his words. He had witnessed Liang Yuhang's rejections of others, which were far harsher. This was indeed quite gentle. But what to do? My situation has become more dire. Mu Feng's tone expressed concern. "I need an alpha." Liang Yuhang responded with a quizzical, "Huh?" It was surprising how he could articulate such words so refreshingly. By this time, the sunset had nearly vanished, and although they had agreed to admire the scenery, they'd been too engrossed in their staring contest. Liang Yuhang shut the cabin, seemingly deaf to the outside world, and restarted the systems. Feng persisted beside him. The suppressants are ineffective. I need an alpha. Did you not say to express what I desire directly? Very well. I've utilized all the teachings you provided. Liang Yuhang smirked slightly. Go find your secret crush. Feng replied. He has merely a secret crush. How could he possibly assist me? Then do you expect me to help you? Liang Yuhang's voice turned even colder. I've told you, do not treat me as someone else. Mo sensed Liang Yuhang's emotional fluctuations. The individual in question possesses an unmistakable chill, often exhibiting a demeanor that oscillates between indifference and subtle disdain towards others. Yet his emotions remain remarkably stable. However, every time the notion of treating him as one of the crowd arises, he becomes incensed. Perhaps I have strayed from the right path. Fishing for his attention is futile, as is any attempt at seduction, for someone so emotionally detached. A more cunning approach is warranted. The quintessential alpha thrives on challenges and possession. Feng, with an insightful demeanor, gently remarked, Yet, you do bear some resemblance to him. I must apologize, Teacher Liang. I should not have said so. Liang Yuhang scoffed lightly. In what way do we resemble one another? They share a similar age, a cold disposition, striking appearances, and even possess the same pheromones. Feng nearly blurted out Liang Yuhang's name. No one relishes being a mere reflection of another, including Liang Yuhang, who retorted, You must be fabricating this. I have yet to encounter such a person after all this time. The truth is, he has long departed from the 8-star system and has forgotten about me. Feng turned, his tone imbued with sincerity. Thus, I often regard you as a substitute. Liang Yuhang recalled the memories of Feng's previous innocence, yearning for hugs, craving sweets, seeking kisses at midnight, and requiring comfort during tears. All of this stemmed from perceiving oneself through another's eyes. Feng continued, Since you have no intention of pursuing romance, I need not worry about causing you any harm. It seems a win-win situation. Today, Liang Yuhang found himself in a rare state of silence, contemplating how to correct Feng's misguided notions, yet struggling to find appropriate grounds for doing so. He indulged in fantasies without taking any action, fearing that to express discontent might seem petty. Nevertheless, the aversion lingered. Liang Yuhang slightly parted his lips. I gained nothing from this. Oh, but I could redirect my kindness towards you, Feng suggested cautiously. For instance, I am quite adept at cooking. I could prepare something special for you. Who would covet your cooking? Liang Yuhang replied, his lips taut, remaining silent for nearly 5 minutes. There is no need. Extricate those peculiar thoughts from your mind. Feng sighed. That is quite a challenge, as those thoughts are deeply ingrained. If you persist in this manner, I shall transfer you to someone else, Liang Yuhang threatened. No, please don't send me away. I hold you in the highest esteem. This sentiment struck a chord with Feng, who, feeling somewhat aggrieved, implored. I shall try not to think that way. I shall try. Liang Yuhang clicked his tongue, realizing he had indeed taken on a troublesome student, one who admires him while simultaneously treating him as someone else. Ultimately, he decided to let it go, knowing that Feng would not dare to take it further. Still, the irritation persisted. Liang Yuhang accelerated, reducing a journey that typically required an hour and a half to a mere 45 minutes. Upon parking the aircraft, he noticed Feng had yet to move and turned to him. Shall we go? My legs are still somewhat weak, as your pheromones were rather potent, Feng replied, half seriously, gazing up at him like a small kitten. Liang Yuhang fixed his gaze upon Feng's eyes, those pale green irises appearing to penetrate his very being while contemplating someone else. It was one thing for Feng to indulge in fantasies. It was another entirely to voice them. Liang Yuhang felt a surge of irritation and lowered his gaze. My presence here serves no purpose. Return and administer the suppressants. Yet I must ascend first, Feng reiterated, emphasizing his weakness. It's fine. You needn't concern yourself with me. Liang Yuhang nodded. Very well. I shall summon Xiao Jiang. No, that will not do. Feng reached out and grasped his sleeve, expressing concern that if Xiao Jiang discovered their escapade to watch the sunset, he would surely be furious. Liang Yuhang discerned his trepidation. Do you wish for me to carry you inside? Is that permissible? Would it be too troublesome? Suddenly, Feng adopted an unusually polite demeanor. Isn't that precisely what you were thinking? Liang Yuhang teased, playfully tapping his face before suggesting. Let us swap my face with someone else's. Feng pondered, realizing that Liang Yuhang truly seemed invested in this matter. Caught you, Teacher Liang, he proclaimed, slowly blinking. No, I dare not. It's merely my legs that have turned to jelly. As darkness enveloped the sky, Liang Yuhang and Feng remained at standoff for nearly 10 minutes before he circumvented to the other side and opened the hatch, bending down to lift him out. After all, within the confines of the base, they could not afford to be ostentatious. They exited through the back door, swiping the access card for the exclusive passage. Feng wrapped his arms around Liang Yuhang's neck, nearly swooning with joy. 0717, are you there? I'm a Princess Carrie. Capture this moment. His thoughts were admonished by Liang Yuhang's warning. No wandering thoughts allowed. Indeed, none at all. Feng leaned against his shoulder, the lingering scent of absinthe wafting from his nose. You smell delightful. Liang Yuhang's brow twitched. The pheromones were strikingly reminiscent of another person. This situation was an unsolvable conundrum. A deadlock. He closed his eyes briefly, threatening. Speak such words again, and I shall cast you aside. Feng, adept at gauging the atmosphere, understood the boundary. Should he provoke Liang Yuhang further, he would truly be ignored. Liang Yuhang escorted him to the corner near the dormitory. This is it. Just a few steps. Feng nodded, about to retreat when he paused, raising his head. Wait, is there not a trace of your pheromones on me? Indeed, there was. He had been rather reckless, leaving the entire craft suffused with the scent of absinthe. Feng continued, if I return like this, in less than 3 seconds, the entire base will be aware of our indiscretions. Liang Yuhang interjected. Minder language. What should we do? Feng inquired, seeking guidance. His words echoed as if they were two lovers, yet one sought to evade responsibility. Liang Yuhang did not respond directly, but countered, what do you propose we do? Shall we seize this opportunity for you to accompany me back, only for you to treat me as another later tonight? Feng had never encountered such a tone of reproach from him, unable to stifle a laugh. He obediently clasped his hands together, revealing the remnants of prior marks. Enticing imaginations to wander. If I could stay the night, you might consider binding me for safety. Chapter 38. Truly difficult to soothe, Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, observing the marks on Feng's wrists. His tone remained nonchalant. Very well, come with me. The sudden shift to acquiescence struck Feng as perplexing. Was this truly the same Liang Yuhang who had incessantly insisted on maintaining distance? He sensed a potential trick. Feng trailed slowly behind him, only for Liang Yuhang to abruptly halt, resulting in Feng colliding with his back. You can walk despite your legs being weak? Liang Yuhang exposed the truth. Can you not apply your 800 cautious thoughts elsewhere? Feng laughed awkwardly. There were weak moments ago, but now I can walk normally. To mask his embarrassment, he hastily sent a message to Jiang Yuan. I'm heading home tonight. I want to be returning to the dormitory. You want? It is likely that he found typing cumbersome and opted to make a phone call instead. What are you going back for? To witness the glum faces of that crowd. Jiang Yuan, unaware of the past, only knew of his strained relationship with his family. I wonder if you've taken leave of your senses. In moments of silence, one often finds humor. As Feng remarked, you are the second person today to tell me that. I will come and pick you up, Jiang Yuan asserted, rising swiftly. A twinge of guilt washed over Feng. He had deceived the other party, yet was at a loss for words. Much like his endless web of lies when confronted by Liang Yuhang. When the truth eventually emerged, they would likely come to loathe and distance themselves from him. Don't wander off. Your card will be suspended, and this year will be a struggle, Feng said gently. It's nothing. I will return tomorrow. Once Liang Yuhang finished his call, he inquired, why not speak the truth? Saying I'm staying at your place would tarnish your reputation, Feng replied. Liang Yuhang felt that Feng's sense of boundaries fluctuated unpredictably. How considerate of you. Having visited the penthouse several times, Feng was quite familiar with the surroundings. Upon opening the door, He was greeted by the chaotic scene of 0717 and Mu engaged in a spirited game. Ah, Master Mu has arrived. Ever since the inception of the 0717 Encounter Project, 0717 had become particularly obsequious. "Are you here to see me?" he inquired, drawing closer for a hug and astutely observing. "Why do you still carry the scent of your boss?" "Ah, you two have had a clandestine rendezvous." Liang Yuhang, uninterested in his antics, unbuttoned his shirt collar and declared, "It's after work, you may leave." 0717 gasped in surprise. There was no denial, it was a fact. He winked at Feng, giving him a thumbs up. "Things are progressing swiftly. Do not provoke his ire," Feng noted, sensing Liang Yuhang's frustration had rendered him speechless. "I will prepare a late-night snack." "Wow, you can cook," 0717 exclaimed, eyes sparkling. "But I'm a robot. I cannot eat," though I appreciate the gesture. Feng shattered his fantasy. "It's for Teacher Liang." It seemed he had started to annoy him, and a little flattery was in order. 0717 looked up at him, reciting a line he must have heard somewhere. "Hello, devoted wife. You should read fewer online novels," Feng commented. He swiftly prepared 2 steaks, plating them elegantly, even drizzling ketchup in the shape of a heart. 0717 joyfully knocked on the door, shouting, "Your heartwarming late-night snack is ready. Come out, I know you're home. I now believe Teacher Liang truly has a good temper." Feng remarked earnestly, "He hasn't kicked you out yet." Liang Yuhang changed into comfortable home attire, eyeing the beautifully arranged table. "You truly follow through on your promises." "Indeed, get a try." Feng offered him the knife and fork. "Is this for me?" Liang Yuhang hesitated, or perhaps for someone unnamed. It was evident that he was quite sensitive about being treated as a mere stand-in. Feng cut the meat into manageable pieces and pushed the plate towards him. "If you continue speaking in such a cryptic manner, it's out of character." Liang Yuhang remained seated, his gaze calm and expectant, as if awaiting an answer. Feng speared a piece and held it to Liang Yuhang's lips. "This is for you, Liang Yuhang. Since the beginning of our acquaintance, he has always been addressed as Teacher Liang. The first time I called him by his given name felt as if I were employing a peculiar tone to coax him." Liang Yuhang reached for the fork, which he accepted as a silent acknowledgement. "I will eat by myself." 0717, nearby, had already begun recording a video, murmuring to himself. These moments can later be showcased at the wedding, preordaining scenes that will elicit tears. Truly, 0717 is a professional at this. Feng rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at him. Perhaps his stare was too focused, prompting Liang Yuhang to lift his head. "Stop looking at me. There's no need to be so sensitive." Unable to suppress a laugh, Feng replied, "I simply enjoy watching others relish the meals I prepare." Liang Yuhang emphasized the key word, others. Feng retorted, "This is never-ending." Were it not for the knowledge that Liang Yuhang harbored no genuine interest in him, one might think he was consumed by jealousy. Feng struggled to amend his previous statement. "I enjoy watching Liang Yuhang eat. Is that satisfactory?" Initially hesitant to utter his name, as he felt the other resembled a superior, he was surprised to discover such a childlike side to him. It was somewhat endearing. Feng's lips curled into a smile. He found himself wanting to caress Liang Yuhang's cold, expressionless face. He imagined that Liang Yuhang might retaliate. Yet, that would only heighten his pleasure. Immersed in his fanciful thoughts, Feng envisioned wielding a small whip, perhaps donning black gloves for an added allure. Liang Yuhang, observing Feng lost in his reverie, interjected, "No fantasizing." It was as if he possessed mind-reading abilities. This fantasy is not that fantasy. He believed he was contemplating someone else, yet in truth, he merely anticipated the myriad of possibilities for the future. Shaking his head in innocence, Feng insisted, "I wasn't thinking of anyone else truly." Liang Yuhang found this slightly odd, as if implying he were seeking a lover behind his back. Indeed, Feng had led him astray. "Very well, think of whomever you wish." Liang Yuhang finished the meat on his plate and stood, saying, "The base is only one bed, so you will have to endure sleeping on the sofa tonight." 0717's eyes widened in disbelief. "Shouldn't you be attending to your emotional intelligence? You expect him to sleep on the sofa?" Shouldn't you both be sweetly sharing a bed? My relationship with him is not what you imagine. Liang Yuhang's gaze fell as he warned. Speak any more nonsense, and I shall dismantle your head. 0717 raised his hands defensively, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. How terrifying. I've discerned that his mood is exceptionally poor today. But why? I didn't even put any explosives in his coffee today. Feng sighed. I seem to have provoked him. He reached down to seize the fleeing Mu from the floor, grumbling in frustration. He is still kinder to you. When he gets angry, he forgives you in no more than 5 minutes. Yet no amount of coaxing seems to work. You must pacify him. 0717 let out a mocking and peculiar laugh. I believe successfully reversing time will be simpler than soothing him. Feng's expression turned serious. You should clock out. I need to think. 0717 glanced back 3 times, reluctant to miss this captivating spectacle, before retreating to eavesdrop behind the corner of the wall. Feng knocked on Liang Yuhang's door. Teacher Liang, may we converse? There is nothing to discuss. Liang Yuhang's tone was icy. Are your legs weak? Go lie down. I fear that, at times, my words may inadvertently offend you. Feng blinked innocently, suggesting the establishment of a safe word. Upon its utterance, he would cease speaking. His tongue had betrayed him before his mind could catch up. Once he realized his gaffe, he innocently blinked again, clarifying that he meant a code word. A safe word? Liang Yuhang observed him with a playful glint, as if he were rediscovering him anew, as though he were once again adorned with that silver chain, awaiting a guiding hand. In what circumstances do you think might we need a safe word, Feng? Chapter 39. What do you desire? Feng pondered to himself. There were numerous scenarios where such a word could be applicable. Yet, at that moment, he feigned the demeanor of an innocent, naive child. I merely thought it was a safety word indicating that I'd crossed your boundaries. What other situations might I be unaware of? Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow, calmly regarding him. Continue your charade. Feng mumbled. I sense that I had displeased you today, although I initially failed to recognize it. Feng. Liang Yuhang called his name. The latter widened his eyes in protest. How could you use my name as a safe word? That implies you wish for me to remain silent at all times. Liang Yuhang replied, I merely called your name. His tone remained as composed as ever. There is no need for a safe word. There are no boundaries. Feng felt somewhat bewildered. What did the absence of boundaries signify? Did it imply that no matter his actions, Liang Yuhang would never truly be angered? He dared not indulge such extravagant speculation. Feeling rather like a fool with a negative IQ, he exclaimed, I do not comprehend. Liang Yuhang chuckled lightly. With your trivial nonsense, what boundaries could you possibly infringe upon? There is no need. Is that truly so? Feng still believed he held a slight uniqueness in Liang Yuhang's heart. In simpler terms, did that mean he could do as he pleased without repercussions? Liang Yuhang smirked. Not quite. You are overthinking it. Today, I would relish the opportunity to seize you and deliver a sound thrashing. Very well, Feng replied. Liang Yuhang remarked, this child, much like that lecherous cat, possesses an inherent eccentricity. Sleep, Liang Yuhang said languidly. At present, I feel that striking you would seem more like a reward. He turned and entered the room, closing the door behind him. Feng remained rooted in place, sighing, I've been discovered. He sauntered to the sofa, lying down. He was not particular about where he slept, having rested on the hardest of floors before, and this, in comparison, was quite soft. Thus, he quickly drifted into slumber. 0717. Having previously powered down for rest, retrieved a small blanket from the storage room, intending to cover Feng. I saw nothing. 0717 exclaimed, shielding his eyes, as he noticed Liang Yuhang stealthily emerging, bending over to observe the sleeping figure on the sofa, the distance between them alarmingly close. 0717 whispered excitedly, so? He is a man of words, yet virtuous in action. He told someone to sleep on the sofa, yet here he is, sneaking out to steal a kiss from Lord Mu. Hee, what a delightful surprise. Liang Yuhang responded. He simply felt a twinge of compassion and intended to carry him to the bed, while he himself would sleep on the sofa. 0717 raised a hand to cover his mouth, emitting a muffled sound, Rest assured, I merely recorded it in secret. I won't disclose it unless you offer 30,000. Liang Yuhang dismissed him with indifference. Bending down, he lifted Feng into his arms, who instinctively wrapped his arms around his neck. An omega infused with his pheromones. Liang Yuhang murmured, truly, lacking any sense of boundaries. He gently placed Feng back on the bed, but as he attempted to rise, Feng clung tightly, refusing to let go. Feng, release me, Liang Yuhang said in a low voice. What an oddity to embrace someone in dreams. Perhaps hearing the reprimand, Feng, still lost in slumber, quickly withdrew his hand. Liang Yuhang thought, what a significant stress response. It truly is vexing, and my guilt has reached its peak. After closing the door behind him, he stood by the living room window, smoking a cigarette. 0717 stealthily approached. Boss, why not join him in sleep? I won't peek. Are you out of your mind? Liang Yuhang could hardly tolerate him. I have a business trip tomorrow. I won't be taking you along. Take care of Mu. Who are you referring to? 0717 blinked innocently. Do you want me to help take care of your wife? Liang Yuhang suppressed the urge to hurl him off the top floor. My cat. It's inconvenient to bring a cat to the military district. Remember to feed it at regular intervals. I'll check in via video every day. What about Feng? No instructions for him? 0717 clasped his hands and gestured. I understand. You will video call him. No need to have me relay messages. Got it. Liang Yuhang extinguished his cigarette, thinking daily video calls were implausible. With the sudden outbreak of disease at the border, he would likely be too busy to even eat. When Feng awoke, the first thing he noticed was that he was lying in Liang Yuhang's bed. Turning his head, he saw 0717 beaming at him, with a plump little cat sleeping soundly on his chest. A conflicted expression crossed Feng's face. Did I sleepwalk last night? Surely. I did not force Liang Yuhang in my dreams. Such excitement, yet no memory of it. 0717 tapped on the electronic screen on his chest. Please check the footage. But don't tell the boss, or I'll be in trouble. As Feng's expression transitioned from calm to wide-eyed realization, he exclaimed, Teacher Liang carried me in? Indeed. A classic case of verbal denial and physical truth, 0717 quipped, twisting his neck in an exaggerated manner. What a pity he has already left. Otherwise, I could have recorded your morning kiss. Feng ignored the kiss remark. He has gone? For how long? Why didn't he inform me? Typically, he would return for at least half a month. 0717 shifted the conversation. However, soon you will experience the passionate reunion akin to newlyweds. It will be quite extraordinary. Half a month indeed. Feng calculated the time, realizing he wouldn't be back for his birthday either. 0717 silently noted this, determined to orchestrate a grand surprise for him. With Liang Yuhang absent, Feng tidied the room, fed the cat, and then headed to the laboratory. Bao, are you overjoyed? Liang Yuhang exclaimed upon seeing him. All the little directors have been reassigned. Why are you still moping? Our good days are here. Zhou Tian was fiercely dissecting a white mouse. My little director is a stepfather. There's hardly any difference. Go to hell, Liang Jingyi. The white mouse began rolling its eyes, foaming at the mouth. How ferocious. Jiang Yuyan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Ah, my brother has finally departed. Tonight, I shall go on a date with a male model. I advise you to remain calm. Feng gently cautioned, for your brother's spies are everywhere, including myself. Jiang Yuyan widened her eyes in disbelief. Aren't we supposed to be loving siblings? You have betrayed me. There was no choice. The rewards he offered were simply too generous. Feng shrugged. Lu Zhua texted him. Keep an eye on Jiang Yuyan. We must return promptly. The urgency in promptly was quite perceptive. As a team, returning together was imperative. I'm sorry, Xiao Jiang, but I have chosen Liang Yuhang. Jiang Yuyan gasped, filled with despair. You have actually defected. Feine. Don't blame me for taking Brother Menge with me. Tian Sweet, let us go. Zhou Tian was still engaged in a life-or-death struggle with a laboratory mouse. I have no interest in Brother Menge, who will help me restrain this rodent. I am genuinely at my wit's end. Feng looked down and sent a message to Liang Yuhang. Thank you for hosting me last night. May your work go smoothly. No reply. He must truly be busy. With a few people absent, the laboratory felt considerably quieter, even though Liang Yuhang rarely spoke. "I have heard you sigh for the 300th time," Jiang Yuan remarked. "You seem as though you have suffered a heartbreak. It's merely a case of lovesickness." Zhou Tian chimed in. "If I had a director as responsible as Liang Yuhang, I would appear more heartbroken than he does when he leaves." Mo said, Yet another instance where the process is entirely flawed, yet the outcome is flawless. Jiang Yin shook her head. "I don't quite understand, nor do I wish to. I completely want to avoid my brother, who is always checking my phone." "You check his phone too, didn't you?" Feng couldn't help but point out the hypocrisy. That was not an invasion. He voluntarily offered it to me. That was merely observation." Jiang Yuyin waggled her finger, emphasizing that inspection and mere observation were two entirely different matters. Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. It wasn't until evening that he finally received a message from Liang Yuhang. "Teacher Liang, yes, I just finished a task." "No wonder it took you so long to reply." There was a hint of resentment in his tone that he himself had not even realized. "Teacher Liang, how did today's experiment go? Can we video chat? I would like to show you." Liang Yuhang paused, recalling that he had assured 0717 the night before that he would never video chat with Feng. Yet the video call was initiated. He accepted it nonetheless. Feng held his phone, showcasing the test tubes one by one, as if reporting results. "I increased the proportion of the psychic energy fission raw liquid slightly, and so far, the results appear promising." "What else did you do?" Liang Yuhang casually inquired. "I also had lunch at the cafeteria, prevented Xiao Jiang from going to the bar this evening, and have remained in the laboratory until now." Feng replied earnestly, still clad in his laboratory coat, which accentuated his fair complexion. Liang Yuhang was amused by his meticulous reporting, quite obedient. "You haven't strayed. I want to cause you any trouble?" Feng cautiously asked. "So when will you be back?" 0717 mentioned that August 22nd is your birthday. Liang Yuhang replied, "I was wondering if you could return before then." Feng nearly bit his tongue in shock. Goodness, if Liang Yuhang were to harbor a crush, he wouldn't need to conceal it. He would simply hand over love letters directly. It was far too straightforward. He hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. "Yes, that was indeed what I meant to inquire." Liang Yuhang glanced at the work schedule beside him, realizing he might not be able to return. After uttering this statement, he sensed the other party's despondence, as if, had they possessed ears, they would have drooped. His heart softened. "But I can bring you a gift. What would you like?" Feng looked up, yearning for his affection, wishing to be cherished by him just as he cherished Mu. Unable to voice his desire, he merely moved his lips. "Anything is fine. I have no particular wishes." Liang Yuhang regarded him, recalling the attire he wore at the bar, a style he seemed to favor. He spoke gently. "How about a collar as a gift?" Chapter 40. "Happy birthday, a collar?" Feng raised his hand, fingers tracing his neck. "Is this it?" "Yes, do you really want to?" Liang Yuhang's tone rose playfully, as if teasing a kitten. It was evident that Feng's cheeks flushed instantly, as though he were already adorned with the collar, his breath quickening. "I like whatever you give me," he stammered. Liang Yuhang chuckled softly. "Aren't you curious why I chose this? Are you treating me like a cat?" Feng, with a keen sense of self-awareness, thought it unlikely that teacher Liang intended to engage in any playful antics. "Not all," Liang Yuhang replied, tapping his own neck. "I saw you wear something similar last time. I guess you would like it, and it seems I was correct." Feng exclaimed in delight, eagerly anticipating Liang Yuhang's gift. He blinked. "Will it be delivered, or should I wait for you to give it to me in person?" "Wait for my return," Liang Yuhang said. Feng felt as if a balloon had inflated in his heart, making him feel light as air with those words. He repeated, "All right, I will wait for you to come back. Please be careful in the combat zone." In the following days, Liang Yuhang was indeed very busy. Feng diligently marked the countdown, but as his birthday arrived, he still had not received any news of Liang Yuhang's return. "Congratulations to our dear Mu. He turns 19 today." As he passed by, people were reminded not to forget to wish him a happy birthday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 0717 had already begun playing celebratory tunes at the base entrance, the sound awakening Feng. Without even changing his clothes, he rushed out in his pajamas and slippers, grasping 0717 by the neck. Are you trying to embarrass me? Next year, help me celebrate my memorial instead. Students and professors passing by paused to hold back their laughter, offering him cheerful birthday wishes. Happy birthday, Feng. While he indeed received an abundance of blessings, he felt like the main subject of ridicule for the day. Confused, he wondered what was so amusing. Good morning, birthday star, 0717 exclaimed, beaming. Next, I will present a special birthday song and dance performance that I have prepared just for you. Thank you. But shall we perform this at home instead? Before he could finish, 0717 had already started playing a jubilant birthday song, dancing energetically, under the gaze of the crowd. Feng shared Liang Yuhang's sentiment of wanting to be dismantled. All right, that was great, but perhaps refrain from dancing next time? Isn't it adorable? 0717 continued, energetically performing while engaging the audience. Look, this is our little birthday star. Let's celebrate him. Feng prided himself on being a social butterfly, but for the first time, he contemplated digging a hole and burying himself. Liang Yuhang, with her disheveled hair, chased after him, expressionless yet clapping beside him. His mental state seemed to be slightly more stable. He had one, rendering my gift somewhat embarrassing. Zhou Tian took a deep breath. If that is the case, I can only join forces rather than compete. Please don't join. It would tarnish my reputation. Feng reached out and grabbed him, using his other hand to urgently send a message to Liang Yuhang. M0717 seems to have lost it. Why is there a power outage? Teacher Liang. Feng had no time to explain. A video was sent. The camera focused on 0717. Did you see that? By the time you return, the grass on my grave will have grown 3 feet high. To his surprise, Liang Yuhang was still laughing. He remarked, your face is quite attractive. Feng. In my lifetime, I never imagined hearing Liang Yuhang praise my face as handsome. Wait, something is terribly amiss. He glanced at the small frame of himself in the camera, realizing that at some point, presumably due to the mischievous antics of his 2 treacherous roommates, 3 little cat whiskers had been drawn on his face. Liang Yuhang, you are dead. Feng reached out to pinch him. The other party laughed uncontrollably. It's adorable. I merely intended to take a photo and wipe it off, but you dashed out. Oh, my fault. For a moment, Feng was at a loss as to whom he should retaliate against first. The camera turned back to the lively 0717. Teacher Liang, please lend a hand in managing this situation. 0717. Stop messing around with him. Liang Yuhang, as the host, exuded an innate authority akin to a bloodline, suppressing others. The moment he spoke, the commotion ceased instantly. Why are you still on video with him? Liang Yuhang snatched the phone, suspiciously asking, Dr. Liang, are you not busy enough in the war zone? Why so leisurely this early morning? I've been quite busy the past few days. Just a heads up. Your brother was reviewing your nightclub records from the past 2 weeks last night. Liang Yuhang offered a friendly reminder. What? Liang Yuhang gasped, realizing he had indeed been backstabbed. Liang Yuhang, uninterested in further elaboration, instructed, return the phone to Feng. Liang Yuhang, immersed in despair over the impending accounting, felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. Bao, for the sake of your birthday, I'll spare your life until tomorrow. Feng reclaimed the phone, using the camera as a mirror to wipe off the cat whiskers from his face. Is there something you need, Teacher Liang? Can't return, Liang Yuhang replied. Wishing you a happy birthday. Your gift will be given in a few days. Feng responded with a simple acknowledgement, although slightly disappointed. He felt that hearing his heartfelt wishes was a significant improvement. He remarked, merely a gift is insufficient. I require compensation. Pushing his luck, Liang Yuhang cast him a fleeting glance before attending to his tasks. The call ended, yet Feng remained blissfully cradling his phone. One must understand that last year on his birthday, he had not enjoyed such treatment or the pleasure of hearing Liang Yuhang's blessing. Just then the phone vibrated, and his smile froze. Shan, evening banquet, return early. I'm throwing you a birthday party to save face. Did you hear me? Reluctant to attend, but knowing he had no choice, he sighed. Have you learned to change your expressions? Zhou Tian eyed him quizzically, wondering why he alternated between smiling like a flower and rolling his eyes. No, I must return home tonight. Mu Feng felt a significant portion of his good mood dissipate in an instant. Liang Yuan had never participated in such superficial gatherings. What was the point? It was better to simply vanish. I will take you to a more enjoyable place to celebrate our beloved Mu Bao's romantic 19th. This highlighted the distinction between him and Xiao Jiang. One was a son burdened with disdain, while the other was a favored scion of fortune. A mere appearance and departure sufficed for Mu Feng, who had grown accustomed to it. Before we leave, let me handle each of you one by one. 0717 had the kitchen prepare a cake, and Mu Feng, with the cake in hand, smeared it on each person's face. Then he pressed their heads down for a group photo, uploading it to his social media as a form of revenge, feeling a sense of relief. In the evening, upon returning home, Mu Feng was greeted by a group of insufferable faces. Mu Shan, Mu Shui, Mu Mingde, and there was Liang Jingyi, who should have been on the battlefield, but had returned without notice. You truly are a persistent ghost, Mu Feng remarked coldly, his expression revealing his irritation at the underlying motives behind the birthday celebration. You came back specifically to celebrate my birthday, yet you appear displeased. Liang Jingyi said, following my brother around like a tail, does he even acknowledge you? Mu Feng, uninterested, plopped down in his seat and feigned silence. Consider a union with me. Liang Jingyi sat beside him, stating, your father intends to bestow you upon me. Mu Feng suppressed his annoyance, asking, what is it about me that you find appealing? Would it suffice if I change professions? Liang Jingyi raised an eyebrow slightly. That would be difficult. I shall obtain whatever I desire, including you. Enough of this idle chatter. Be quiet. Mu Feng buried himself in his tea, consuming cup after cup, inexplicably growing thirstier with each sip. He lowered his head and discreetly messaged Liang Yuhang. Why is Liang Jingyi so free? He returned so early. Teacher Liang, did he come to find you? Yes, perhaps using my birthday as an excuse to propose. Teacher Liang. Mu Feng raised his hand, loosening the top button of his shirt, feeling inexplicably suffocated and overheated. He lowered his gaze to the tea he had been refilling. Teacher Liang, I think something feels off. I feel so hot. Teacher Liang, what nonsense are you spouting? Really, I feel strange. After nearly 5 minutes, he finally received a response. Liang Yuhang sent a voice message. I'm on my way back. If you deceive me, you know the consequences. Chapter 41. You are truly mad. Just hearing his voice sent Mu Feng's heart racing. He found it difficult to respond verbally and continued to type in silence. If it delays your work too much, let it go. Teacher Liang. Mu Feng genuinely worried that Liang Yuhang had other matters to attend to. After all, abandoning one's post was a serious infraction. It's fine. I can manage on my own. Liang Yuhang did not reply again, leaving Mu Feng uncertain whether he was speechless or had lost signal in high altitude. Meanwhile, Liang Jingyi beside him reached out, intending to poke his face, but Mu Feng turned his head to evade. Why is your face so red? Mind your own business. Mu Feng glanced back at the cup of tea. Since sitting down, it was the only thing he had consumed. Mu Mingde approached, patting him on the shoulder. You're 19 now. It's time to contemplate significant life events. Colonel Yang has consistently expressed admiration for you. You should cherish it. Mu Feng restrained the impulse to shake off his hand and pondered. Do you intend to sell me? Liang Jingyi found the situation rather amusing. It was quite a novelty to discuss such topics in his presence, indicating that this younger son was indeed not favored. You should be grateful for the opportunity to unite with the Liang family. Do you feel bullied? Countless individuals covet such a chance, yet remain oblivious to their own worth. Mu Feng pinched his palm, striving to regain his composure amidst the dizziness that enveloped him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I do not require it. If such a splendid opportunity exists, let it be bestowed upon my third sister. I have no fondness for your third sister, Liang Jingyi retorted with evident disdain. Why must everyone be sent my way? I apologize. I am feeling somewhat unwell. I shall step into the restroom. Mu Feng staggered to his feet, parting the crowd and striding toward the banquet hall's exit. His head spun, his ears rang, and his breath came in labored gasps. He was uncertain who had perpetrated this act, but it was likely that he had been drugged. Despicable scoundrel, he thought. Mu Feng adjusted his hand ring to the highest setting, lowered his head, and splashed cool water on his face, doing his utmost to stay alert. Teacher Liang, I am here. He sent a location to Liang Yuhang, unsure if the other had canceled his return trip, but seeking a semblance of reassurance. What are you hiding here for? Mu Shan entered, observing his flushed visage with a smile. Tonight, you are in for a treat. Mu Feng bit his lip. The pain has struggled to maintain his clarity. You are truly a beast. Jingyi and I share a good rapport. If you can be his wife, it will be quite beneficial for me. Mu Shan leaned in and assessed him. You have proven somewhat useful, not entirely worthless. Get lost. Mu Feng pushed him away, staggering a couple of steps before his legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the floor. The strikingly handsome youth, just shy of 19, lay there in quietude. Mu Shan looked down upon him with a cold expression. A plaything should embody the essence of a plaything. Time passed in a blur. Mu Feng's consciousness wavered, teetering between wakefulness and slumber, until he sensed himself cast into a darkened room, utterly shrouded in blackness. After a prolonged moment, he bit his lip and struggled to turn over, reaching for the light switch. However, as he extended his hand, he tumbled from the bed, the sharp pain jolting him back to a semblance of awareness. What a grand gift! The room suddenly illuminated, revealing a familiar voice. Liang Jingyi, having indulged in some drink, was on his way to his guest room when he spotted the figure curled beneath the bed. He ambled over, crouched down, and gently lifted Mu Feng's chin. How pitiable. Neither your father nor your brother cares for you. Stay away. Mu Feng managed to utter with great difficulty. I do appreciate your spirit. You appear docile, yet possess a thorny edge. Liang Jingyi observed his futile struggles. This time, I did not coerce you. You delivered yourself to me. Mu Feng raised his gaze to meet his. If you dare to lay a hand on me, we shall both perish here. So fierce, Liang Jingyi chuckled, a frail omega. Yet you fantasize about dying together? How delightful. Mu Feng could no longer contain himself and struck him across the face. Mu Feng, my patience has its limits. Liang Jingyi's expression shifted slightly. Once or twice is entertaining. Beyond that, it becomes rather tedious. Mu Feng pressed his lips together, surveying his surroundings. He was likely on the 3rd floor, and jumping out the window would be perilous. He attempted to release his pheromone suppression, but the drug seemed to have locked away all his instincts, rendering him powerless. Stop struggling. Liang Jingyi discerned from his reaction that his own brother had administered a calming agent. Even the fiercest alpha would be rendered as soft as water, let alone an omega. Mu Feng's hand slowly retreated, finding the small knife he always carried, which had just fallen. If he could not resist, then he would resort to a desperate gamble. Liang Jingyi reached out, grasping his collar, lifting him off the ground and throwing him onto the bed. Just as he was about to lean in, Mu Feng raised his hand and plunged the sharp blade into his lower abdomen. You bastard! Are you insane? Liang Jingyi curled up in pain, clutching the wound as blood began to drip down. It splattered onto Mu Feng's white shirt, blooming like a series of crimson flowers. I am indeed mad. I have long lost my sanity. With a cold expression, Mu Feng withdrew the knife and aimed it at him once more. You come closer once, and I will stab you again. We might as well die together. The deranged Liang Jingyi lunged to seize the knife from him. Mu Feng rolled over, struggling to rise, and made his way to the window, the night wind howling fiercely. He glanced down. The distance was considerable, and he would need to grasp the railing to slide down. You dare to jump? Liang Jingyi, struggling to rise, reached out to grab his foot. Get back here. A torrent of pheromones descended upon him, striking like blades. Mu Feng, weakened by the drug, turned pale. With all his might, he kicked off, pushing open the window and grasping the railing, leaping outside. The night wind billowed his shirt, and he stumbled, akin to a bird without wings. The frenzied Liang Jingyi watched him vanish into the darkness, fumbling for his phone to call for help. I'm injured. I need assistance. Meanwhile, Mu Feng clung to the railing, momentarily suspended before jumping again and landing in the bushes below. Dizzy, in pain, filled with dread, he trembled, feeling something wet on his face. Raising a hand to wipe it, he realized it was not tears, but Liang Jingyi's blood that had splattered on his cheek, mingled with the fine rain that had begun to fall from the sky. Liang Yuhang, Liang Yuhang, Liang Yuhang, he whispered, fully aware that no reply would come. He could barely move at all. In about 10 minutes, the entire Mu family would learn of this incident. He had turned this night upside down. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Eyes closed, he answered, "Hello? Where are you?" Liang Yuhang's voice came through the phone, amidst the chaos of sirens and discussions, with Mu Shan's curses echoing in the background. "Don't listen." Mu Feng painfully closed his eyes, feeling the raindrops on his face, so cool. His worst side had been exposed to Liang Yuhang. He was not obedient, sharp, or ruthless. His retaliation had been primal and violent. Abruptly, the rain ceased. He opened his eyes to see Liang Yuhang holding a black umbrella, shielding him from above. "Teacher Liang." As Mu Feng gazed into his ever-calm eyes, a sense of grievance twisted his lips, his voice cracking with emotion as he murmured, "I've caused trouble." Liang Yuhang remained silent, extending his hand to pull him from the grass, allowing him to lean against his arm for support. He then took out a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood and tears from Mu Feng's face. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings in that moment, yet his heart raced erratically, deviating entirely from its usual mechanical rhythm. Mu Feng's eyes remained fixed on him, searching for a hint of emotion in those gray irises. "Are you angry with me?" he implored, resembling a remorseful child engulfed in panic. "I came back late. I'm sorry." Liang Yuhang's voice was soft. "You were frightened, weren't you?" Chapter 42. Should there be a reward? The tension that had long been held within him shattered completely upon hearing Liang Yuhang's words. Mu Feng clutched at his collar, trembling all over, overwhelmed by a delayed sense of fear and anxiety. "I thought you wouldn't come." He omitted the formal address, his tone laced with both grievance and reproach. "I'm sorry." Liang Yuhang gently patted his back. "If you wish to cry, then cry." Initially, he had believed Mu Feng was merely rambling, for this child often bore his pheromones around, his words a mix of truth and deceit, making few statements trustworthy. Yet, a lingering worry had gnawed at him, fearing an unexpected mishap. Hence, he had rushed back after promptly handing over his duties, relieved to find him safe. Who was there? A patrol light swept towards them, illuminating the grass. The white beam fell upon Liang Yuhang's face as he cradled Mu Feng's head in his embrace and turned his gaze. Liang Yuhang. "Colonel Liang, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the name, the other's stern tone softened slightly. "Your brother is in trouble. The ambulance has just arrived." "Are you not going to the hospital?" Liang Yuhang nodded with a gentle affirmation. "Let us go. Have my car brought over." "Understood. Please hold on." The other party radioed in, requesting the vehicle to be brought to the main entrance for Colonel Liang's use. Liang Yuhang lifted Mu Feng from the damp grass, his fingers trailing along his waist, gradually checking down to his calves. "Does it hurt?" "How about here?" "My leg hurts a bit, but it's not serious." Liang Yuhang responded with a murmur, noting the blood covering Mu Feng's body, likely belonging to someone else. His tone relaxed somewhat. "We still need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Jumping from such a height could have caused internal injuries. I don't want anyone else to check." In front of him, Mu Feng reverted to that obstinate child. "All right, then I will." Liang Yuhang maintained his gentle tone. "Is that acceptable?" Mu Feng nodded faintly. Liang Yuhang effortlessly lifted him, using one hand to hold an umbrella as he strode purposefully toward the garden exit. He could feel Mu Feng's warmth. He must have used a calming agent. His body pressed closely against him. "Are you very uncomfortable?" Liang Yuhang inquired. "Yes, my head feels quite dizzy." Mu Feng had been holding on until now, but realizing he could finally relax, the dizziness intensified. "I feel so hot." Liang Yuhang shielded his face in the crook of his neck, just hang on a little longer. Mu Shan stood anxiously at the entrance, urgently dialing a number, turning to see the tall Alpha, who was securely cradling another person. The black umbrella obscured much of his view, rendering it difficult to discern the face of the person in his arms. Yet, in his own territory, there was no need for conjecture. He knew exactly who it was. He parted his lips to speak. Liang Yuhang. Liang Yuhang, steadfast in his gaze, brushed past him without a glance, and, upon reaching the front of the car, remarked, "I will settle the score with you later." Mu Shan shuddered involuntarily. He had always perceived Liang Yuhang as indifferent to everything, exhibiting little concern during their last encounter regarding Mu Feng. However, In this moment, despite Liang's lack of overt aggression, the instinctual animosity between alphas was palpable. Your brother has been admitted to the hospital. A cold sweat broke out on Mu Shan's back. Aren't you going to check on him? Your brother is also in need of hospitalization. Liang Yuhang paused briefly before retorting, "Oh, I forgot. You were the one who personally delivered him there." Mu Shan remained silent as Liang Yuhang, uninterested in further banter, handed the umbrella to a nearby guard and gently placed Mu Feng in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt with care. Mu Feng turned his head, meeting Mu Shan's gaze through the glass, his expression devoid of emotion. "Stop looking, close your eyes and rest." Liang Yuhang sensed Mu Feng's lingering gaze and reassured him. Even if the sky were to fall, it would not collapse upon you. Such words were imbued with a sense of security, causing the tension within Mu Feng to finally ease. He shut his eyes, yet his mind was flooded with a myriad of images, his elder sister dying in his arms, grasping his hand and whispering, "Mu, it's not your fault. Do not feel guilty." He recalled the countless accusations hurled at him, the interrogations, the confinement in a cell, and the pain inflicted upon him time and again, with retaliatory strikes aimed back at his assailants. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, as this brief journey felt like a descent into a nightmare from which he could not awaken. "Mu Feng." Liang Yuhang's voice resonated from a distant void, pulling him from the icy depths of despair. "Do not fear. I am here." Mu Feng abruptly opened his eyes, locking onto Liang Yuhang's gaze. Without asking further questions, Liang Yuhang unfastened the seatbelt and lifted him with ease, striding towards the military hospital. "We need to conduct a full-body examination." As Liang Yuhang took on the role of the doctor, Mu Feng felt a sense of calm wash over him. He complied obediently throughout the examination, although his pallor betrayed an unusual flush. "Your physical condition is quite good. There are no major issues." Liang Yuhang finally reassured him, allowing himself to relax. He prescribed a mild barrier agent and an antipyretic. "This will help stabilize your hormones. You may feel uncomfortable over the next few days, but bear with it." Mu Feng felt somewhat dazed, but adeptly extended his arm for the injection. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze as he administered the medication, sensing an unfamiliar quietness from Mu Feng. "Teacher Liang, I still have a nurse beside me," he whispered softly. "May I remove my clothing?" Liang Yuhang was momentarily taken aback. The nurse beside them could hardly suppress a knowing smile. "It's quite warm," Mu Feng murmured, feeling lightheaded and tugging at his collar, the heat overwhelming him since the previous night. "Do not move." Liang Yuhang gently restrained his hand, as the barrier agent would not take effect immediately. Mu Feng tugged at his collar again, his thoughts racing. "I wish to take a cold shower." "No." Liang Yuhang observed him for several moments before replying, "Just endure it." "Dr. Liang, does he need to be hospitalized?" the nurse inquired. Liang Yuhang turned to Mu Feng and asked, "Would you prefer to stay in a hospital or return home?" Feeling drowsy, Mu Feng rested his head against Liang Yuhang's abdomen and nuzzled closer. "I want to go back with Teacher Liang." The nurse smiled again, concealing her face with a board. How sweet it was. Indeed, two handsome individuals are delightful to behold. The crowded environment made it inconvenient for Liang Yuhang, who had no choice but to take him home once more. Initially, he had purchased a cake and a gift, but seeing him in such a state, it seemed unlikely they would enjoy them. "What is that?" Mu Feng staggered as he approached, scrutinizing the item he held in his hand. It was a cake. Liang Yuhang reached out to steady him. Even returning home could turn into such a spectacle. "What kind of home is that?" Mu Feng muttered, feeling as though he were being pushed into a fire pit. Liang Yuhang cast a glance at him, his heart softening further. "You still have a fever. You should sleep as soon as we get back. Do you understand?" Before he finished speaking, Mu Feng lunged at him like a fiery ball. Liang Yuhang raised his head to observe the elevator surveillance camera. "They are looking for trouble. You can't sleep?" Mu Feng rambled incoherently. "What floor do you live on? If I jump down later, will I survive? I need to grow wings. No one is looking for trouble with you." Liang Yuhang urged him to stand straight, while checking the information on his phone. Liang Jingyi had sustained abdominal injuries. Fortunately, they were not life-threatening, but he would require a month of rest. "He certainly knows how to throw a punch," Liang Yuhang remarked. Even when exhausted, He managed to send an alpha to the hospital. With his left hand, Feng interjected, extending his hand under Liang Yuhang's gaze. Go on, hit me. I won't. Liang Yuhang replied, lowering his eyes to him. Do you want a reward? Feng paused for a moment, staring blankly at him, his consciousness wavering between muddled and clear. What reward? I want it. His head leaned against Liang Yuhang's shoulder, his body sliding downward, on the verge of fainting. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Liang Yuhang pulled him back inside. Upon entering the room, he retrieved a clean set of clothes, only to find Feng had already removed his wet shirt. With his eyes half closed, he lay back on the sofa, his entire face flushed with fever. Liang Yuhang placed the cake on the coffee table, untied the ribbon, and lit the candles. Do you want to make a wish? Feng, drowsily opening his eyes, was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by happiness as he gazed at the cake. Struggling to sit up, I do. I wish now. The scene was rather comical. He wore no shirt, showcasing his stunning physique. Yet, the sincerity in his clasped hands was striking. Feng silently wished, may Liang Yuhang live a long life. Even if he does not like me, that is fine. However, he still harbored a selfish desire, quietly adding, but I hope for just a little bit of affection, just a tiny bit would suffice. He had yet to open his eyes when he felt a broad hand clasping his neck. The leather texture glided across his skin. With a gentle tightening, his breath quickened. Upon opening his eyes, Feng discovered Liang Yuhang standing before him, looking down as he adorned him with the promised gift. Is this for me? Liang Yuhang affirmed with a soft sound, his fingers threading through the collar, giving a gentle tug that drew him closer. Feng felt as if the night had taken a dramatic turn. He was firmly in control, experiencing a sense of safety akin to that of surviving a calamity. His breath quickened, and he felt faint, wanting to consume all the happiness before losing consciousness. He glanced at the cake. Can we eat it? You're sick, so you can only have a little. Liang Yuhang, still holding the collar, regarded him as one might a greedy little kitten, willing to indulge his whims. With a delicate touch, he dipped his fingers into the cream and slowly smeared it across his lips. Is it happy birthday now, Feng? The fandom thread titled, A Summer Encounter with the Wind, showcases beautifully crafted birthday illustrations organized by fans, filling him with joy. Thank you, everyone. Mu is absolutely elated today. Chapter 43. I beg you to help me. Feng sensed the cream had smudged at the corner of his mouth. Yet, under Liang Yuhang's penetrating gaze, he dared not move, so he extended his tongue, carefully licking it. He then noticed the intensity of the other's stare deepening. He yearned for just a little more. Is it all right? Feng whispered. Liang Yuhang teased him deliberately. No. Will you sneak out at night to steal a bite? He made it sound as if Mu were a mischievous cat rummaging through trash bins. Feng fixed his gaze on him, looking pitiful due to his illness. Please. Liang Yuhang then reached out again, dabbed a bit of cream, and applied it to his lips. It seemed he had entirely forgotten how much he despised close contact with others. Feng, not taking the initiative, simply tilted his head back, allowing the other to feed him. After consuming a small portion of cake, he finally felt a surge of happiness. Can I keep the collar on? He raised his hand to touch it, reluctant to part with it. Although Liang Yuhang had no intention of implying such, subconsciously, it felt as if he had acquired a master, no longer a stray cat. Of course, Liang Yuhang replied, observing his actions. If you aren't afraid of being laughed at, then wear it. Who would dare laugh at me? I'll knock them out. Feng retorted through gritted teeth. Just don't stab them. Liang Yuhang chuckled. I certainly don't wish to encounter the patients you might injure daily at the hospital. That would be a hellish joke. This remark lightened Feng's spirit somewhat. Yet he still felt anxious. How is Liang Jingyi now? Once he die, Liang Yuhang replied. He'll be left half damaged at most. Feng's expression turned grave. Is it that serious? I don't believe I was too harsh. I merely punctured his kidney. I could have gone deeper, done him a favor. Yes, fine. He just needs time to recover. Liang Yuhang reached out to check his forehead's temperature. How do you feel now? Feng looked at him, hesitating to speak. I'm afraid you'll scold me. I won't scold you. Just say it, Liang Yuhang assured, exhibiting great patience with his patients. I want to be. Feng blurted out impulsively. A prolonged silence ensued. leaving Liang Yuhang uncertain of how to respond to such a statement. Indeed, the sedative had that effect. Otherwise, it would have been administered directly to Liang Jingyi's room. Yet, hearing him articulate, it was still quite shocking. Mu Feng raised his hand to rub his burning cheeks, feeling somewhat guilty. You asked me to say it. Forget I asked, Liang Yuhang replied, wishing to educate him on the imprudence of speaking such things to an alpha, akin to stepping out a tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair. He pressed his fingers against his temples. Bear with it. Go to sleep. Mu Feng acknowledged with a soft "oh," groggily rising from the sofa to retrieve his clothes as he trudged towards the room. He still felt quite unwell, but he couldn't rely on Liang Yuhang. That man was as cold as a machine, remaining stoic even during sensitive times. What could he possibly expect from him? He curled up under the covers, feeling his phone vibrate incessantly. Yuan, I heard you stabbed Liang Yuhang and sent him to the hospital? Remarkable, isn't it? Even if he didn't return to celebrate your birthday. It must transcend that. Where are you? I wish to embrace the audacious Mu Xiaodao. This intelligence is worthy of execution, Mu Feng remarked. It's Liang Jingyi, he continued. I'm feeling a bit unwell. You all enjoy yourselves, he added. Has he been bothering you again? Where's the hospital? I too wish to stab him a couple of times. Don't cause a ruckus. Behave yourself. The tone was laden with exasperation, prompting Liang Yuhang to sense that the situation was more complex than it appeared, and his tone turned serious. Call me if anything happens. I'll be there in a flash. If he bullies you, I swear I will end him. Mu Feng's lips curled slightly. At critical moments, little Jiang proved to be remarkably reliable. Yes, I will inform you when your participation is needed. Mu Feng set down his phone, faintly hearing Liang Yuhang seemingly engaged in a phone call, his tone somewhat fierce. Just as he attempted to listen further, fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber. Standing in the living room, Liang Yuhang spoke gravely. Father, this matter has nothing to do with Mu Feng. Why involve him? He has already put my son in the hospital. How can it be unrelated? The other party raised their voice. This is not over, I tell you. You are not even in a teacher-student relationship with him. That is your brother over there. Whom do you truly protect? Liang Yuhang smirked slightly. Does a brother scheme against his sibling from childhood? This was years ago. Why still hold on to it? Moreover, aren't you in good health now? In fact, you are stronger than before. Consider it a blessing in disguise. Liang Yuhang gazed silently out the window, a soft scoff escaping him. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. He was uncertain how much longer this heart of his could sustain him. What did it mean to gain from his fortune? Liang Jingyi was also afflicted with madness. The other party continued to rage, having been hospitalized, yet insisted that he must marry Mu Feng. Had he been struck in the head? Chairman Liang, does your son still not comprehend? Liang Yuhang replied coldly. The more unattainable it becomes, the more he desires it. One matter must be distinguished from another. Liang Zhaoqing stated that the Mu family indeed presented a commendable alliance. But this debt must first be settled. At the very least, Mu Feng needs to publicly apologize. Liang Yuhang responded on behalf of another. That is nothing but a delusion. Liang Zhaoqing was incensed by his two sons to the brink of hypertension that night. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Liang Yuhang enunciated deliberately. Mu Feng will not apologize, nor will he marry Liang Jingyi. You'd best not interfere in this matter. Mu Feng cannot make decisions on his own. Liang Zhaoqing, weary of a discussion, hung up. Liang Yuhang stood by the window, quietly finishing a cigarette. He genuinely had no reason to intervene. The heir to the Liang family's legacy was undecided, already leaning towards Liang Jingyi. To step forward now would be akin to standing on the opposing side. Yet, that pair of helpless eyes that had looked at him moments ago tugged at his heart. Merely 19, still a child. Liang Yuhang took a thermometer, pushed open the bedroom door, approached the bed, and measured his temperature. It read 39.2 degrees. He entered the bathroom and retrieved a damp towel to wipe his forehead, attempting to lower his temperature physically. In his slumber, Mu Feng murmured incoherently, kicking off the covers to reveal his pale legs, his entire visage contorted in discomfort. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze towards him, inquiring softly, "What is it that you desire?" He wished to hear Mu Feng's indistinct utterances, completely ensnared by the effects of the medication. repeating himself endlessly. Liang Yuhang pressed his fingers against Mu Feng's lips, stifling any overly audacious responses, yet still discerned fragmented pleas. Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang called, "Do you know who I am?" In a state of half-dream. Mu Feng's awareness sharpened momentarily, and he opened his eyes to meet Liang Yuhang's gaze. His eyes traced the contours of the other's features, unmistakably familiar, a visage that had lingered in his heart for many years. He grasped Liang Yuhang's wrist with an almost dazed fervor. Liang Yuhang felt a flutter in his brow. Who exactly was he calling out to? He had never referred to himself in that manner before. Liang Yuhang's right hand had found its way to Mu Feng's waist, yet he continued to press. "Look closely, who am I? Speak my name." Mu Feng stared at him, processing for several seconds, his lips parting slightly. Liang Yuhang. The next moment, Liang Yuhang's left hand covered his eyes. His right hand pressed firmly, his voice remaining calm. "I will assist you this once, but forget it by tomorrow." Chapter 44. What have we done? "I have found it," Liang Yuhang declared. "Call me by my name, Mu Feng, but do not refer to me as Daddy." Mu Feng's damp eyes were obscured by Liang Yuhang's left hand, rendering him unable to see anything clearly. Liang Yuhang, Liang Yuhang, Liang Yuhang. He became exceedingly obedient. Liang Yuhang finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Due to his frail condition, Mu Feng fainted, his mind enveloped in a haze. "Forget it," Liang Yuhang murmured, gazing at his tranquil visage. He maintained his composure, as if he had just completed a surgical procedure, turning to wash his hands in the bathroom, wiping them dry. He could not resist commenting, "Disgraceful." Mu Feng began to question whether he was caught in a long-forgotten dream, where Liang Yuhang appeared fierce yet somehow different from before. He could not quite articulate the precise nature of this difference. There was a subtle ache somewhere within him. Sitting up from the bed, he raised his hand to touch his forehead, discovering that the fever had subsided. "Teacher Liang," Mu Feng called out before even catching sight of him. As he approached the door, he found a circle of individuals seated in the living room, some familiar, some unfamiliar. Among the known faces were Mu and Mu Shan, while an imposing figure, exuding a powerful aura, was unfamiliar to him. "It seems I have stumbled into the wrong scene," Mu Feng thought, meeting Liang Yuhang's gaze across the sofa, feeling somewhat lost. He surmised that both families had come to demand an explanation. Liang Yuhang nodded slightly towards him. "Mu Feng, you should go in first." How should they address the chaos he had caused in his absence? Liang Zhaoqing spoke up. "Jing Yi is still lying in the hospital." Mu Feng fell silent, feeling at a loss. Liang Zhaoqing continued. "Firstly, the drugging was perpetrated by your own family. You sent him to Jing Yi and then attacked him. What wrong had Jing Yi committed? Yes, we have failed in our duty of care." Mu Mingda's face was grave, clearly attributing the blame to Mu Feng. "Is it not Mu Shan who is at fault first?" Liang Yuhang lifted his gaze with a faint expression. He knew that, without taking the initiative, there would be no subsequent developments. If one were to speak of a lack of discipline, it was indeed true, but the blame had been misplaced. "Mu Mingda asserted." Who says it was me? Who has the evidence? Do not slander the innocent. Perhaps he was merely attempting to flirt and had prepared for it before arriving. Mu Feng, growing increasingly anxious, reflected on how he had been too flustered yesterday to keep the teacup, though ultimately, preserving it would have been futile, as it was certain that his second brother would not act personally in this matter. This situation mirrored his previous wrongful accusation, an enigma without resolution. There was indeed no evidence of foul play. Liang Yuhang inquired, "But do you know of a nearby tower that could have captured the corridor?" Mu Shan's expression shifted slightly. "And what of it?" "It documented your carrying the unconscious Mu Feng to the 3rd floor. Liang Yuhang remarked with a subtle smile. "I presume you have deleted all the home surveillance footage, believing it to be flawless." Mu Shan continued to defend himself. "I noticed he was unwell and merely escorted him to rest. It was a simple error in room assignment." "I have recorded the conversation," Mu Feng interjected, unlocking his phone and allowing the dialogue from the restroom to play. "Tonight, you are fortunate. You shall act as his wife. You have played a part, after all. An object ought to resemble its purpose." Mu Shan's voice was unmistakably clear. Mu Feng regarded him calmly, stating, "I apologize since I was 13. I have developed the habit of fearing wrongful accusations in your presence. Mu Shan fell silent. Mu Mingde attempted to mediate. This is a family matter. We must consider how to remedy the situation for young Master Liang. I reiterate, I wish to publicly apologize. Mu Feng is still a student, and the school must be informed. Liang Zhaoqing sought to restore some dignity for Liang Jingyi and, moreover, suggested proposing marriage to us, subsequently contemplating an alliance. Mu Mingde responded. Agreed. Liang Yuhang countered, no. Although a public reprimand might not constitute a criminal record, it would leave an indelible mark on Mu Feng's future. Whether he aspired to join a research institute or the military, this blemish would follow him. Liang Yuhang reiterated, no, I cannot consent. Mu Mingde was taken aback by Liang Yuhang's protective stance, finding it unexpected. He rarely interjected. Upon reflection, a public apology does seem inappropriate. After all, the disgrace would also reflect poorly on the Liang family post-alliance. Liang Zhaoqing considered this. Indeed, a private apology is essential, and before Jingyi is discharged, he must attend to him daily. He paused. This request is quite reasonable. You have injured him and must take responsibility. Mu Feng sensed the concession and moved his lips. I can refrain from attending each day. Liang Yuhang retorted coldly. I shall arrange for a top-tier caregiver who will tend to him far better than Mu Feng could. Whose side are you on? Liang Zhaoqing could no longer contain his anger. I say one thing, and you counter. Where do you place your own father? Mu Feng gently tugged at Liang Yuhang's sleeve, wishing to prevent further deterioration in their father-son relationship. He softly suggested, let it be. It is merely a matter of care. For 10 days or half a month. Liang Yuhang closed his eyes momentarily. He understood Mu Feng's desire to avoid conflict. Yet taking a step back would only invite further bullying. However, I shall not apologize. Mu Feng maintained a dignified composure, asserting, I too am a victim. I have done nothing wrong. I merely agreed to attend to avoid causing trouble for teacher Liang, and that is all. Liang Li. Perhaps we should each take a step back. Mu Mingde chuckled, suggesting, we will all be one family from now on. Let's turn the page. Liang Zhaoqing, with a stern expression, stood and passed by Liang Yuhang, berating him with, you uncouth wretch. This remark struck a sensitive chord with Mu Feng, his demeanor instantly cooling as he retorted, dare to utter that again. Who is uncouth? Mind your words. Mu Mingde intervened, pulling him back, admonishing, do not escalate the situation. Liang Zhaoqing, with a darkened countenance, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Mu Mingde chastised, show your future father-in-law some respect. What manner is this? You two lack decorum. As he spoke, he tugged at the collar around Mu Feng's neck, scolding, what filthy things do you wear all day? Are you a stray dog or cat? Mu Feng disdainfully brushed his hand away, retorting with a slight smirk, indeed, you never taught me. How could I possess any decorum? Mu Mingde responded, sharp-tongued as ever. This little rascal is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Father, let us depart. Mu Shan mumbled, I wonder what kind of hex he cast on those two brothers. The once boisterous room fell into an abrupt silence. Liang Yuhang stared at him for a few moments before suddenly breaking into laughter. Mu Feng, confused, inquired, what is so amusing? You still find humor after being scolded? Liang Yuhang found the situation rather amusing, raising an eyebrow. It seems we both tend to irritate others at home. Reflecting on the chaotic exchange, Mu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, self-deprecatingly remarking, two uncouth beings indeed. Observing Liang Yuhang's robust demeanor, he mused, you appear to be well recovered. Liang Yuhang's gaze shifted from Mu Feng's face to the collar. Noticing the red marks left by its tight grip, Mu Feng recalled the dream from the previous night, feeling a twinge of embarrassment when confronted by the very embodiment of that dream. He hesitantly stated, it indicates that my health is quite robust. I managed to endure it on my own. Liang Yuhang smiled knowingly, indeed, quite robust. Over their time together, Mu Feng had learned to interpret his expressions, recognizing even the slightest upward curve of his lips. That recent expression seemed to convey teasing. Had he, in a drowsy state, forcefully kissed him once more? Given past incidents, Mu Feng felt a wave of anxiety. Teacher Liang, did I perhaps engage in some indiscreet act last night? Indeed, you did, Liang Yuhang replied succinctly, his tone playful. Mu Feng's nervousness intensified. He recalled fragmented memories, but was certain they were merely dreams. Liang Yuhang would never allow such a thing to occur. Surely, he wouldn't blurt out a confession of feelings. Observing Liang Yuhang's current demeanor, it seemed unlikely. If he had confessed, the response would surely be a desire to establish distance. Not the protective stance he had just displayed. Did I kiss you again? Mu Feng's cheeks flushed crimson. It was unintentional. Silence. You do not argue. You simply kiss when provoked. Quite terrifying. I did not. Liang Yuhang denied. Just as Mu Feng began to relax, he heard the next statement, causing his heart to race once more. Liang Yuhang teased. You engaged in other activities. Mu Feng gasped. What? Indeed, there was a lingering discomfort. I would not redden your earlobes to the point of blood, struggling to utter 3 words. Quite impressive. I assent it. Chapter 45. What if the two of you become engaged? Liang Yuhang slowly typed a question mark. He bore a smile that was neither here nor there. You strong me? Mu Feng was genuinely uncertain. After all, shrouded in ambiguity, he fundamentally belonged to the alpha category. But what if? He parted his lips. It shouldn't be the case. After all, I am a soft and powerless omega. Indeed, quite soft. Liang Yuhang recalled his waist. Mu Feng, is this a double entendre? It shouldn't be. A person like Teacher Liang could not possibly mean that. He chuckled awkwardly a few times. So, what exactly transpired? Don't tease me. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. All you did was invade my bed and then toss me back. What else could it be? Liang Yuhang remarked. He had no intention of disclosing the truth to Mu Feng. After all, clarifying it would only lead to awkwardness, and it was better to forget. Mu Feng let out a huge sigh of relief. Ah, you scared me to death. Well done on the toss. Next time just throw me on the ground. Liang Yuhang cast him a glance, seemingly carefree. Just yesterday, it was someone who clung to his hand, repeatedly calling out, Daddy, help me. He gently inquired, Are you truly going to take care of Liang Jingyi? Ah, I've already promised. Mu Feng's face was filled with disdain. Never mind. Let us just brush over it and move on quickly, or I feel like your father will pester me daily. Liang Zhaoqing was indeed that kind of person. When he wanted to protect someone, he became exceedingly persistent, though Liang Yuhang had never experienced such treatment. Let us have breakfast first. I will accompany you, Liang Yuhang said. Mu Feng sat at the dining table, having just sipped some milk when the doorbell rang again. He frowned. After just scolding them, they wouldn't return, would they? Liang Yuhang opened the door, and before he could see clearly, Jiang Yuhan burst in, embracing Mu Feng and starting a thorough inspection from top to bottom. I heard that Liang Zhaoqing and Mu Mingda, those 2 old fellows, gave you a double beating? What did they hit you? Huh? Jiang Yuhan looked anxious. Mu Feng, no. Where did you get that information? Liang Yuhang stepped aside to let Lu Zhao in. How do you both know? Xiao Jiang has a well-informed buddy. Though the accuracy isn't too high, Lu Zhao said. However, Mu Feng's remarkable exploits from last night had already circulated privately. After all, many eyes witness many things. Mu Feng sighed again. A severe mishap, and even made headlines. Oh my, that old man Mu Mingda actually treated you like a dog. Jiang Yuhan exclaimed furiously, reaching to unfasten the collar around his neck, which had turned red from the pressure. I feel so heartbroken. My Mu Bao. Lu Zhao glanced at Liang Yuhang, who shot him a look of exasperation. He cleared his throat and reminded, Jiang Yuhan, do not jump to conclusions. That is not the case. What do you mean it's not? Jiang Yuhan was already blinded by rage. Where's the knife? I want to cut that old man up. Calm down. It truly isn't. Mu Feng found it hard to admit that this was a gift from Liang Yuhang. It was difficult to articulate. Now he understood. When Liang Yuhang asked him yesterday if he was afraid of being laughed at for always wearing it, he had already anticipated this moment. Mu Feng ruffled his hair absent-mindedly. I bought this myself. I wore it before, didn't I? I bought it myself. Jiang Yuan regained a semblance of composure. Yet he could not shake the feeling that this was markedly different from what he had previously purchased. Mu Feng had a penchant for metallic adornments, including studded collars. Yet this simple leather piece, adorned with a small bell, struck him as overtly suggestive. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he known earlier, he might have appreciated the aesthetic, but he could hardly fathom how that old relic could possess such taste. Liang Yuhang found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to commend or criticize. He attempted to restrain Mu Feng from complicating matters further, but to no avail. Lu Zhuo regarded the two, puzzled by the situation. At present, he had just finished breakfast and was preparing to attend to Liang Jingyi. Mu Feng, deflated, returned to the dining table, chewing on his bread with a sense of disillusionment. Why must this be? Jiang Yuan's suppressed ire flared anew. He found it infuriating that while Mu Feng was being treated so lightly, he was still expected to care for him. How had he not been stabbed to death the previous night? Words failed him. Mu Feng, envisioning the bread as Liang Jingyi, viciously tore it apart piece by piece. And what of the marriage alliance? Lu Zhuo inquired. Surely, you would not be inclined to accept? Has that information spread? Mu Feng covered his face with his hand, feeling disgusted at the mere association with that name. What farce! Lu Zhuo nodded thoughtfully, rationally assessing the situation. However, it is unlikely that your refusal would suffice to negate it. He cast a teasing glance at Liang Yuhang. Does Colonel Liang not intend to take some action? Liang Yuhang wished he could deliver a swift kick to Lu Zhuo, who seemed intent on adding fuel to the fire. The two shared a glance, silently acknowledging the most prudent course of action, yet questioned the necessity of taking it to such extremes. To stand in for Liang Jingyi seemed unwarranted. Their relationship was hardly intimate, merely a shade closer than that of ordinary friends. Setting aside the events of the previous night, it had been a mere emergency intervention. Indeed, there was no need for such measures. Liang Yuhang shook his head. I've said all I needed to say. The old man is too stubborn, and so is Liang Jingyi. Must we? Why should we force our beloved Mu Bao into a union with that odious fellow? Jiang Yuan frowned, lamenting the archaic practice of coercive marriages. Rest assured, should a betrothal or marriage occur, I will persist in my disruptions, Mu Feng declared with a serene, world-weary demeanor, resigned to the worst. Jiang Yuan hesitated, grappling with the unfamiliarity of such a situation. His parents had always respected his choices, and he found himself feeling powerless. Mu Feng finished the last bite of his bread and stood, patting Jiang Yuan on the head. All right, I'm off to the hospital. You all should return to the base. I assure you, it's nothing serious. Jiang Yuan watched him with deep concern. No, he could not bear to witness his dear friend walk into danger. After much contemplation, he turned to Lu Zhuo. What if you were to become engaged to him first, to take the initiative? Lu Zhuo, Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang. 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, stunned by this astonishing proposition, unsure how to respond. The audacity of such a thought was overwhelming. Little Jiang, has your mind been pickled in alcohol? It was Lu Zhuo who first regained his composure, replying with exasperation. Me? An orphan without parents? The Mu family would never entertain such a notion. What kind of nonsense is that? Jiang Yuan was quite displeased with his own self-deprecation. What is wrong with being a new tech elite and a colonel? Where's the inadequacy? He implored, please, do not meddle in matters of romance. Mu Feng, feeling exasperated, urged him towards the door. I do not wish to be wed, for heaven's sake. Consider my brother. He is quite an admirable person. Jiang Yuan believed he had conceived a brilliant idea. If you were to become my sister-in-law, I would certainly welcome it. Mu Feng felt as though Lu Zhuo had already pierced him with 1,000 glances. Liang Yuhang scoffed lightly. Think it over. Mu Feng exclaimed, all right, all right. Everyone has gone mad. Each one of you with your peculiar afflictions. Let us go, all of you. He pushed people along, making his way towards the exit. I'm leaving too. I'm heading to the hospital. I will accompany you, Liang Yuhang said, while reaching for the car keys. I am rather curious to witness Liang Jingyi in his pitiful state. Jiang Yuan, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, brother, let us go as well. Do not cause any more trouble, Lu Zhuo interjected, his eyes wide, as if he were engulfed in darkness. Close your mouth. Speaking further will lead to trouble. Jiang Yuan remained oblivious to any offense in his words. What? Are you suggesting a union between you and Mu Bao? Consider it. After all, you know each other well. Is there a problem with that? Jiang Yuan was unceremoniously shoved into the car by Lu Zhuo. Mu Feng shook his head, lamenting this child. He has not been chastised by life enough. You are still a child yourself. Speaking with such age, Liang Yuhang remarked, unlocking the car. With righteous indignation, Mu Feng plopped into the car, only to feel a familiar pang of pain in a certain area. He bit his lip, attempting to suppress it, but ultimately could not resist asking, last night. Liang Yuhang turned to glance at him. What? Mu Feng's cheeks flushed a faint pink, his expression a blend of shyness and delight. Did you spank me? Chapter 46. Would you like to join me? The term spank he used, with such endearing connotation, filled Liang Yuhang with an overwhelming sense of guilt. With a stoic face, he started the car. I assure you, that did not happen. Mu Feng responded with a soft "oh," but the details remained unspoken, even in the presence of Dr. Liang. Perhaps it was indeed a matter he had concealed in his dreams. What is it? Does it hurt? Liang Yuhang inquired, feigning ignorance. A little. Mu Feng coughed lightly. But it's nothing unbearable. Liang Yuhang chuckled. You brought this upon yourself. The two cars parked in succession at the hospital entrance. As Mu Feng entered the elevator, he wore a gloomy expression, resembling someone attending a funeral rather than visiting a patient. Will you be able to leave in 3 days? Upon seeing Liang Jingyi, anger surged within him. About half a month. My father insists you must care for me until I'm discharged. Liang Jingyi lifted his chin. Assist me to the restroom. Mu Feng exclaimed, that scoundrel. Why was he not stabbed to death? How pathetic it is to need assistance, even for a simple task like using the restroom. As soon as Jiang Yuan entered, he activated his mocking mode. And this is a colonel? Such poor physical condition. Liang Jingyi's expression soured. Why don't you try being stabbed and see how you fare? Apologies, but I do not engage in wicked deeds, and therefore, I have not been reduced to needing help just to relieve myself. Jiang Yuan, sharp-tongued, retorted, serves you right. Liang Jingyi, already in pain from his wound, gasped in anger. Mu Feng, get up. Liang Yuhang grasped him firmly, causing the patient to grimace in pain. You let an omega accompany you to the restroom? Aren't you afraid of being reported for harassment? Liang Jingyi struggled to rise, his movements unsteady. After all, she's going to be my wife. So what's the harm in going to the restroom together? Mu Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. Liang Yuhang, showing no gentleness, forcibly dragged him inside and shut the door. Ouch! Are you trying to kill me, dear brother? Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Don't kick me, my wound might split open. Listening to the conversation from within, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, oh dear, in comparison, Liang Yuhang is actually starting to seem more agreeable. He was always agreeable, incredibly handsome. Mu Feng muttered under his breath. What did you say? Jiang Yuan turned to look at him. I think my hearing is failing me. Mu Feng flashed an innocent smile. I didn't say anything. I sense your devilish horns are about to sprout again. Jiang Yuan wrinkled his nose, feeling that Mu Bao was becoming increasingly mischievous. This time, I believe you're correct. Lu Zhuo praised him. You've gained some wisdom, showing progress. Mu Feng, realizing there was another clever individual present, chose to remain silent and lowered his gaze to peel an apple. Would you like some, Xiao Jiang? Yes, Jiang Yuan replied, smacking his lips, still distracted by his surroundings and having not yet eaten breakfast. Mu Feng nodded, his expression softening slightly as he continued to peel. Liang Jingyi emerged from the room, grumbling as he limped back to the hospital bed, reaching out, is this for me? My wife. Stop calling me that. Mu Feng shook the knife in his hand. Do you believe I won? Stab you again? Go ahead. If you kill me, then it's over. Jiang Yuan took the apple, deliberately chewing loudly. Here, your apple back. If you're going to dream, you might as well not wake up and just go to the grave. Liang Jingyi clicked his tongue. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Leave. You're making a racket. I won. Leave. What do you do about it? Jiang Yuan shook his head. I'm afraid you'll bully Mu Bao. From today on, I'll come every day. Liang Jingyi sighed. I really can't stand it. What kind of foolish friends has Mu Feng befriended? Liang Yuhang warned him, stop bossing Mu Feng around. I'm giving you a way out, yet you're pushing your luck. After all, he owes me, Liang Jingyi retorted grandly, turning to the person sitting by the bed, aware of their fiery temperament. I didn't expect you to be this intense. Well, it's our first adjustment. Once I'm discharged, we'll get engaged. I have to say this several times. Mu Feng suppressed his anger. I will never marry you, unless I'm dead. Why not? Liang Jingyi frowned. I've already taken a liking to you. Why are you still complaining? Jiang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Wow, I've never encountered someone so shameless. With your attitude, not even a nightclub would want you as a VIP. Can you please leave? You're incredibly annoying, Liang Jingyi snapped, full of frustration as he pressed the call button. Nurse, why does everyone get to come in here? Get them out. Jiang Yuan genuinely felt like hitting someone. But before he could react, Lu Zhua held him back, pulling him into his embrace. Don't cause trouble for Mu Feng. With just those words, Jiang Yuan instantly simmered down, becoming quiet. Mu Feng gave him a knowing glance, softly suggesting, you all should head back. Staying here might make you lose your temper. Indeed, you're extremely bothersome, Liang Jingyi replied coldly. Lu Zhua gently patted Jiang Yuan, signaling him to leave, and whispered, in the coming days, Mu Feng may have to endure some grievances. Otherwise, if things escalate, his record will suffer. It's infuriating. I truly feel stifled. Jiang Yuan, bristling with irritation, stormed out, nearly colliding with the glass door. Liang Jingyi chuckled at the sight, calling him a fool. Don't speak of him that way. Mu Feng, twirling a small knife in his hand, silently threatened, just because I've come over to avoid making a scene doesn't mean you can bully my friend. Liang Jingyi feigned agreement, nodding. All right, I hear you. My wife is right. With a serious expression, Mu Feng drew a line. Secondly, do not call me that again. I shall reiterate, I will never marry you. It was common knowledge in their circle. If you didn't marry me, who would? Liang Jingyi chuckled. Well, it seems no one would want you anyway. Liang Yuhang stood silently by the hospital bed, lost in thought. He felt no need to intervene. However, in just a brief half hour, Mu Feng had endured considerable distress. If they were truly engaged, he couldn't fathom the life Mu Feng would lead. Mu Feng, could you step outside for a moment? Liang Yuhang said. After listening to the incessant chatter beside him, Mu Feng's expression softened slightly as he stood up. I'll go out. Don't cause any trouble. Liang Jingyi watched the two, feeling increasingly vexed. What was his brother truly implying? Surely, he wouldn't genuinely attempt to steal someone away from him. A sudden smile broke across his face as he mused to himself. Now, that would indeed be quite amusing. Mu Feng followed Liang Yuhang out, and the two stood at the end of the corridor in quietude. Liang Yuhang broke the silence. It seems you do not wish to see him. You need not accompany me further. You have already helped me immensely. Yes, but I wish to assist you once more. Liang Yuhang replied. Mu Feng looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Liang Yuhang raised his hand, pointing to the area over his heart, speaking in a calm tone. I underwent surgery here and received a mechanical heart. This was a few years ago. Mu Feng was uncertain as to why he brought this up, but the mere recollection of Liang Yuhang during that time caused a pang in his heart. He feigned surprise, looking up in disbelief. A mechanical heart? Does it hurt? I have grown accustomed to its presence. I feel nothing now, Liang Yuhang said lightly. What I mean to convey is that I do not know how long I will live. No, you will certainly live a long life, Mu Feng interjected anxiously. Arguing with him, since the surgery was successful, there should be no repercussions. Liang Yuhang observed the worry etched on his face, and his heart softened a little. He smiled lightly. Actually, it does not concern me. I merely wish to express that, due to the uncertainty of my lifespan, I will not form emotional attachments or enter in a marriage. It would be unfair to my partner. To establish a relationship and drag someone into a state of uncertainty is cruel. Mu Feng did not grasp why he suddenly spoke of this. He merely sensed that, inadvertently, he had already been rejected without uttering a word, leaving him no avenue for retreat. His heart felt heavy and sour, akin to having swallowed an entire lemon, leaving a painful tang in his mouth. Mu Feng moved his lips, striving to appear nonchalant and composed. Well, it's only natural to dislike others. I can understand that. Do you still harbor feelings for that person? Liang Yuhang inquired. The countless dreams in which a certain individual appears must indicate a profound affection. As Mu Feng gazed into his eyes, he endeavored to mask any fluctuations of emotion. However, such a feat had become impossible. Perhaps like you, I shall never form attachments with anyone again. Very well. That is indeed preferable. Liang Yufang exhaled softly. Since the previous night, he had been in deep contemplation, grappling with his thoughts, repeatedly instructing himself to remain an observer. Yet, the sight of Feng lying helplessly amidst the grass bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu at the hospital entrance, gazing with eyes full of endless grievance. A forsaken kitten, so pitiful, it felt as though, without intervention, it would succumb to an eternity of suffocation. If they could both assure emotional detachment, then perhaps a charade would not be out of the question. He spoke slowly. The most effective resolution to this farce is for you to become engaged to someone else. Lujua, Feng sighed, expressing his discontent. Are you out of your mind like Xiao Jiang? Setting aside the absurdity of the suggestion. My father is adamant about forging ties with the Liang family. Hence, it cannot be Lujua. Liang Yufang dismissed his response. The light was behind him, obscuring his expression, leading Feng to feel as though he were caught in a dreamlike state. After all, he had just heard Liang Yufang utter words he had never dared to imagine. In disbelief, his heart momentarily halted. It's me, Feng. Would you consider becoming engaged to me? Chapter 47. Must we marry? Feng, as if beset by tinnitus, raised his hand to rub his ears. I didn't quite catch that. What did you say? I said, Liang Yufang patiently reiterated. Would you like to become engaged to me? This time it was clear. Yet, he was certain the effects of the drug from the previous night were manifesting peculiar after-effects. Feng awkwardly laughed and tapped his head. I think I must be hearing things. Liang Yufang replied. Is this some form of veiled rejection? Never mind. Feng likely was not keen. After all, who would not be bewildered by an emotionally detached person suddenly proposing marriage? Liang Yufang conceded. I was hasty. Consider it as if you never heard it. Wait a moment. Feng stared at him intently, slowly reiterating. Did you just say you want to become engaged to me? You with me? Liang Yufang nodded. Ah, it was not a figment of his imagination, but rather a fantasy. Feng felt as though he were floating on clouds, experiencing the exhilaration one feels upon winning the lottery. For here was the object of his secret affection expressing a willingness to engage, albeit in jest. Yet, the thrill made him want to dash downstairs and run 3 laps. Feng endeavored to conceal his anxiety and excitement, cautiously inquiring, is this engagement to be genuine? With a ceremony and an announcement to everyone? Liang Yufang affirmed, but I must clarify, I will not develop feelings for you. You need not worry about that. This is merely a strategic maneuver to extricate you from Liang Jingyi. Should you find someone you truly care for in the future, you can terminate it at any time. This time, Feng comprehended. Liang Yufang, though outwardly aloof, possessed a heart capable of compassion, more tender than most. However, Feng did not wish to entangle him in a false marriage. Regaining a semblance of rationality, Feng declared, I believe this would be unfair and unsuitable for you. His desire to marry Liang Yuhang was so profound that even if it were merely a facade, it would still constitute a beautiful, ephemeral dream. However, Liang Yuhang should not be ensnared in his whims. There was no injustice in this. He had never intended to marry in the first place. Liang Yuhang smiled lightly, providing a semblance of reassurance to his family. Feng remained hesitant. This was merely Liang Yuhang's self-soothing excuse. Who could compel him to undertake something he did not wish to? I might have been abrupt. Take some time to ponder, Liang Yuhang suggested, granting him 3 days for contemplation. Feng, rendered speechless, mechanically nodded. All right, I will consider it. How foolish. Liang Yuhang chuckled at him. It's not a real marriage. Why the anxiety? Just go inside. Feng thought to himself. What difference did it make to him if it were not a genuine marriage? He wearily entered the room and began to slice an apple with a small knife in a robotic manner. Liang Jingyi, ever vigilant, inquired, what are you discussing with my wife? Are you trying to steal her away? Liang Yuhang paused slightly. There is still much to discuss. What do you mean? Liang Jingyi narrowed his eyes. Brother, you wouldn't actually try to take my wife, would you? Would you stoop to such undignified behavior? First, we have no relationship. Feng interjected, driving the knife into the apple with force, cleaving it in 2. Secondly, if you call me wife one more time, you will meet a similar fate. Liang Jingyi scoffed lightly, having already discerned Mu Feng's true character, merely a facade of ferocity, obedient at home, under the thumb of Mu. It's time for you to sleep. Refrain from speaking. Mu Feng assertively pressed him into the pillow, yanking the blanket over that irritating face. Be gentle. Your strength is unbalanced. Liang Jingyi grimaced in pain. Mu Feng turned his head, noticing Liang Yuhang watching him intently. He opened his mouth to defend himself. I'm not usually this fierce. You could be a bit fiercer, Liang Yuhang replied with a slight smile. Mu Feng discreetly mouthed to him, cunning. Liang Jingyi fell into a state of slumber, his previous complaints fading into silence. Mu Feng felt their idle sitting was unproductive, so he stood and said, You may return to your work. We will go together, Liang Yuhang insisted, uneasy about leaving him alone. Mu Feng nodded, believing it would pose no significant risk, and followed him back to the laboratory. Welcome back. Look, I've managed to accidentally kill 3 of my little white mice, Zhou Tian boasted. We were training them to perform a birthday dance for you, but now they're gone. Mu Feng imagined the scene and couldn't help but laugh. By the way, I heard you're getting married, Zhou Tian remarked, sporting a gossip-hungry expression. The partner is my little director. Mu Feng closed his eyes in exasperation. Has this rumor spread to the base? It's primarily the fault of Liang Yuhang and 0717. Luzhua recounted the scene. They were shouting at each other in the hall. It was impossible not to overhear. Mu Feng replied, there were loudspeakers around, and 2 of them at that. Liang Yuhang cast him a pointed glance and said, not necessarily. Is there a twist? Liang Yuhang's eyes brightened. It shouldn't be that the 2 elders have had a change of heart. Could it be you're preparing to become my sister-in-law? Luzhua added, Liang Yuhang. Wrong information. Is it that you intend to marry Officer Liu instead? Zhou Tian was taken aback, nearly causing the mouse in her hand to perish. My goodness, the world of the elite is truly chaotic. No, it cannot be. It is impossible. Mu Feng could not fathom why Xiao Jiang was so intent on pairing him with various individuals. The previous option, Xie Xingchen, and now Luzhua, were both absurd choices. Jiang Yuan was perplexed, furrowing his brow in contemplation for quite some time. Can someone please enlighten me? Who else is there? Liang Yuhang, towering at nearly 2 meters, stood there, yet he was utterly invisible to her. Mu Feng had no intention of discussing this matter with them just yet, as he had not yet made a decision. So he replied, No, I simply intend to resist a bit longer. Jiang Yuan, reflecting deeply, declared with righteous fervor, If not, I shall persuade my parents. And you can marry me. As these words escaped her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room once more. How clever of her to utter such infuriating remarks. Jiang Yuan believed she had conceived a brilliant idea. Indeed, our family is also quite prominent. Your father would surely approve. The law does not stipulate that 2 omegas cannot wed, right? I could plead with my parents. They should consent. Mu Feng opened his mouth, thinking it unnecessary for her to make such sacrifices. No need for such sacrifices, he said. Jiang Yuan chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. After all, as good brothers, we share both fortune and misfortune. I'll go find a male model. Just don't stop me. You dare, Luzhua interjected ominously. Are you looking to be confined? Jiang Yuan realized she had spoken too freely and retreated slightly. No, I meant we could have a superficial marriage, each pursuing our own lives. Mu Feng found the entire situation rather surreal. Within a single day, his fiancée had already accumulated 4 potential candidates. Was it true that this marriage was inescapable? Liang Yuhang leisurely remarked, It seems slightly more reliable than Luzhua. Mu Feng shot him a sharp glare. And you too. Are you here to complicate matters? Right? You think so too, Jiang Yuan chimed in, for the first time aligning with him, shaking her head vigorously. I am truly brilliant. I shall go find my mother now. Don't, Mu Feng interjected, abruptly pulling her back, realizing just in time that Luzhua's gaze was already sharp enough to cut. He advised there is no need, truly. I beg you, Xiao Jiang. We are both omegas. You would be the laughingstock. Who dares to laugh at me? Jiang Yuan retorted, her tone taking on a hint of Jiang Xiao's demeanor. If they do, I will take care of them. Worry not, I will protect you. Mu Feng's mind flashed back to Liang Yuhang's words. Do you wish to get engaged to me, Mu Feng? The best option lay before him. Yet he found himself unable to make a decision. Mother Liang Yuan have swiftly dialed the phone, intending to discuss with Mu. Mu Feng quickly covered her mouth. I already have a choice. Hang up, quickly hang up. Huh? Who is it? Liang Yuan spoke into the phone. Nothing. We shall discuss my marriage matters later. I'll hang up for now. Lu Zhua had already stepped outside the laboratory to smoke, seeking a moment of solitude. Your brother is upset. Why don't you go appease him? Mu Feng nudged her gently, reminding her to be cautious with her words. Why is he upset? Liang Yuan asked, bewildered. He didn't even pressure you to marry. How could he be angry? Mu Feng suggested. Perhaps it is because you're planning to wed without considering his feelings after all the care he has given you. Liang Yuhang, enlightened, nodded and turned to exit. Indeed. It is my fault. A little coaxing is all it takes. Liang Yuhang, with a half-smile, remarked, I believe you are ill-suited for research. You should consider a career as a kindergarten teacher. You have quite the knack for it. Mu Feng smiled awkwardly, feeling a prickly sensation at the back of her head. Zhou Tian, clutching a mouse, posed a soul-searching question. So, can you tell us, whom do you intend to marry? Mu Feng lifted her gaze, quickly scanning Liang Yuhang, who stood there silently. How vexing. It would be better to perish than to contemplate marriage. Yet, Liang Yuhang, as if extracting a confession, methodically reiterated, Can you tell us? So, whom do you intend to marry? Chapter 48. You love him so much. Mu Feng ground her teeth. Liang Yuhang was becoming increasingly mischievous, reveling in her predicament. After all, Xiao Jiang, brother Lu Zhua, and Liang Jingyi were not among my options. Mu Feng swiftly eliminated 3 erroneous choices. Zhou Tiantan gasped in horror. You can't possibly have feelings for me. My family is quite impoverished. My parents are extremely conservative. They would never support a same-sex relationship. Mu Feng retorted. Is there anyone normal left in this laboratory? Liang Yuhang could not suppress a chuckle. You dare to laugh? Mu Feng was exasperated, dropping the honorifics, nearly wishing to strike him. He ceased his laughter promptly, subtly hinting at a 3-day deadline. After that, it would be null and void. This time constraint felt akin to an invisible collar, firmly binding him. Setting aside the unfairness to Liang Yuhang, she felt an overwhelming urge to wag her tail and rush into his arms. Mu Feng sighed softly. Teacher Liang, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. I must attend to my tasks. Liang Yuhang acknowledged her with a knowing glance, as he had a surgical procedure to prepare for that afternoon. Very well. I shall assist you in feeding the cat. Mu Feng naturally continued. During Liang Yuhang's recent business trip, 0717 had been quite busy as well. Mu had been primarily under Mu Feng's care, as she possessed a key card for unrestricted access. Silly cat, come out for dinner, Mu Feng called upon entering. Mu had recently become particularly clingy, launching herself into his arms upon hearing his voice. One might think you are her true owner. 0717 was idly lounging in the corner, sliding over swiftly. Have you poisoned Liang Jingyi at the hospital? I have a special laxative here, colorless and tasteless. Courtesy of Lord 0717. Does Dr. Liang know that his assistant is capable of such mischief? Mu Feng teased him. Helping others is not the same as causing harm. 0717 scratched his head, hesitating. Well, Mu Feng, while scooping the cat litter, turned to look at him. What scheme are you concocting now? I must clarify. I did not eavesdrop intentionally. 0717 raised 2 small paws. The boss's watch is synchronized with mine. I listened intently for an hour. Mu Feng replied, Well, that's not eavesdropping. It's listening openly. Why don't you consider getting engaged to the boss? 0717 threw a direct pitch. I think, aside from his sharp tongue, dark demeanor, and somewhat harsh temperament, he is not all that bad. Mu Feng laughed uncontrollably. With such a statement, who would dare? I take that back and will rephrase. In a flurry, 0717 hastily covered his mouth and gestured as if casting a spell to erase memories. The boss, being the most considerate and gentle, must surely excel in intimacy as well. Perhaps it is worth considering. Mu Feng felt an overwhelming sense that since his birthday, The entire world was pressuring him to marry. Who could recall that he had just turned 19? For now, he decided against it. Feng murmured, "No, I should say I will not consider it." Why? Why? 0717 echoed like a parrot. Don't you wish to escape? I do. Feng could only confide his true feelings, but I do not wish to bind teacher Liang. He deserves his freedom. 0717, moved to tears, exclaimed, "You truly love him." Feng was taken aback. How did you come to that conclusion? Fearing that 0717 would embellish the tale, he quickly interjected, "What nonsense! How did you arrive at such a conclusion?" "Oh, it was stated in a recent novel I read." 0717 responded, his words refreshingly contemporary, akin to saying, "You love him to death." Uninstall that dreadful novel website at once. Feng gritted his teeth. Stop reading novels. They have clearly clouded your judgment. Despite his digital tears, 0717 appeared pitiful. All right then, that was merely a provocation. It appears you truly do not love him. Oh, my heart is shattered. Just as Feng was about to respond, his phone vibrated with a message from an unknown number. "At me. Liang Yuhang. Why did you vanish upon waking? Come to the hospital to keep me company. Reply quickly, wife. Feng thought. He truly should have ended the other party last night. A mutual demise. 0717, with a grim expression, remarked, "See, once entangled with such filth, it becomes impossible to extricate oneself." Liang Yuhang continued his relentless harassment. Feng raised his hand to block him. Moments later, another message from an unknown number arrived. "It's me again, Liang Yuhang. Lie in a hospital is so boring. I have 100 numbers to text you until you reply." In a fit of anger, Feng called back, "Are you out of your mind? I beg you to see a psychiatrist." "Ah, finally acknowledging me," Liang Yuhang replied leisurely. "I am now discovering the joys of spending time with you. It is quite delightful." Unable to endure any longer, Feng hung up again. 0717, this time with a serious tone, pressed, "Can't you be a little selfish and think of yourself for once?" Feng remained silent, merely gazing at the daft penguin. Had he been selfish, he would have unhesitatingly accepted teacher Liang's proposal the moment it was made. Who could predict whether the Mu family would leverage his engagement to coerce Liang Yuhang? He felt lost, quietly stroking the cat, unsure of whom to consult. "What should I do? Do you not believe I can resolve everything, Feng?" Liang Yuhang's voice resonated clearly through 0717. "I did not upload the entirety of our conversation." 0717 felt a twinge of guilt. At least he had not let him hear, "You love him," though it was merely his conjecture. Feng, suppressing the urge to dismantle him, replied, "I truly appreciate your efforts." He turned to the communicator, responding to Liang Yuhang, "I do not lack faith. It is just..." "Just what?" Liang Yuhang inquired patiently. A voice nearby called out for Dr. Liang, who should have been preparing for surgery, yet remained preoccupied with his own troubles. Feng lowered his head, unable to articulate his concerns, and managed only to utter, "Dr. Liang, please, you may go ahead with your work." "All right, the surgery will take 4 hours. If you have made up your mind, wait for me outside the operating room." Liang Yuhang concluded the call. Feng glanced at 0717, opting for the most straightforward approach. "Come, roll the dice. If it's odd, we won't engage. If it's even, we shall become betrothed." Unable to decide for himself, he entrusted his fate to chance. An electronic die appeared on 0717's abdomen, rolling and tumbling into the air. Feng fixated on the spinning die, fervently hoping for an even number, yet it remained in the air, unyielding. 0717 remarked, "In truth, before the result is revealed, your heart has already whispered the answer to you, has it not?" Feng slightly parted his lips. "Your sudden seriousness is rather disconcerting." "Indeed, I can manipulate the outcome of the dice," 0717 replied. "Just as a boss can steer his own life, he is not as fragile as you might think. If he proposed this, it means he has long contemplated the worst possible outcome." Feng slowly blinked. "You are correct." 0717 then resumed his cheerful demeanor, prancing around while singing, "How delightful! Soon, there shall be an additional boss lady. Where shall the wedding house be? The honeymoon must also be planned. Oh dear. I must ensure the boss's vacation is moved forward. Goodness, I shall be working myself to the bone again. Without those plans, even if we were to proceed, it would merely be a pretense of engagement, Feng sighed. 0717 was entirely immersed in his own fantasies. Well, I also have accumulated 2 years of vacation. Can I join you for a trip? I can take care of the cat and absolutely won't disturb your romantic interlude. Feng, speechless, stood up, weary of the discussion, and made his way downstairs. He arrived at the surgical floor of the base, where the lights remained bright and the medical personnel were diligently at work. Feng recalled waiting quietly outside when Liang Yuhang had undergone surgery. He remembered Liang Jing boasting to his friends, "My dad said that my brother and I must choose one to save my mom's life with our hearts. It was the simplest draw, a red slip or a blue slip. The one who draws the red slip will undergo the heart transplant." Guess what happened? What? Did you get lucky? How could luck determine such a matter? Liang Jing chuckled, "My brother drew first, but I switched both slips to red." Wow, you're incredible. So it was destined for him, regardless. Yes. My dad found out later, Liang Jing casually remarked, but he still accepted the method, thus pushing my brother into the operation. Feng felt tears streaming down his face, his heart aching. Perhaps at that moment, Liang Yuhang had never anticipated that saving a family member's life would lead to such betrayal from another. Feng wished to save Liang Yuhang, but felt powerless. The operating room lights remained, just as they had for an entire day and night. Finally, Liang Yuhang was wheeled out, deeply unconscious, unresponsive to the passing hours. Now, standing at the same operating room entrance, Feng was abruptly pulled back into that night of waiting, standing vacantly, transformed into a statue of silent weakness. Feng. As Liang Yuhang emerged from changing into his surgical attire, he was met with the sight of Feng standing there, his eyes red and swollen, frozen in place. Tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. "What has caused your tears?" Liang Yuhang reached out to wipe them away. "Who has wronged you?" Feng slowly came back to his senses, only then realizing he had been standing there for over 3 hours. He shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. "I fear for your well-being. No one can harm me. Why indulge in such thoughts?" Liang Yuhang was genuinely perplexed by Feng's propensity to cry. If one were unaware, they might think he had suffered some grave injustice. Feng resolved at this time. He must be braver. Just as Liang Yuhang protected himself, he wanted to stand beside him and safeguard him. He gently wrapped his arms around Liang Yuhang's waist. "I have made up my mind, Liang Yuhang. Let us become engaged." Chapter 49. Ready to go public even after returning to the dormitory, Feng felt as though he were floating. Was he truly about to become engaged to Liang Yuhang? After he had uttered those words, Liang Yuhang had not responded further, merely affirming with a simple, "All right." Then, he helped Feng dry his tears and return to his tasks. Indeed, it was a marriage as insubstantial as plastic, simpler than signing a contract, devoid of any celebratory ceremony. Yet, Feng felt a profound happiness, so much so that he stumbled as he entered, nearly colliding with the bed railing. "You seem utterly dazed by Liang Jingyi's influence," Jiang Yuhan remarked, shaking her head repeatedly, resembling someone who had lost their wits. "Me?" Feng, still in a daze, pondered what preparations were necessary for an engagement. "Will we be living together? Who are you engaging with?" Jiang Yuhan's expression turned serious. "Consider it again. Engage with me, and you won't even need to move out of the dormitory. We can continue to cherish one another." Zhou Tiantian shivered. "You too. Even if it's a facade, exude an unsettling vibe reminiscent of close friends. Perhaps you are an AO lover, unable to accept the stark reality of a straight man." Jiang Yuhan critiqued, so young yet so futile. Feng found himself on the brink of revealing the name that lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he hesitated, fearing that the mere utterance would echo throughout the building, provoking Jiang Yuhan's shriek. Jiang Yuhan blinked. "What?" "In a few days, I shall provide you with a surprise." Feng decided to maintain an air of mystery. "I am exhausted. I must accompany Liang Jingyi to the hospital tomorrow. I shall rest now." The mere mention of that name irked Jiang Yuhan, who tugged at her hair in frustration. "Really, why don't we just take care of him tonight? I do not wish for him to see the dawn of tomorrow. Mu Feng chuckled suddenly. Let us postpone it for a couple of days. He found himself anticipating Liang Jingyi's reaction upon discovering that his wife had transformed into his sister-in-law. After washing up, Mu Feng lay down in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, and sent a message to Liang Yuhang. Are you feeling anxious? Liang teacher. About the engagement? Aren't you nervous? Liang teacher, not at all. It infuriates me. I wish I could slap him twice. Could you at least feign some concern? Your calm is too unnerving. With a sense of indignation, Mu Feng settled himself comfortably, closed his eyes, and injected the serum. As he turned, he found himself in a most peculiar perspective. A broad back, taut muscles, faint breaths, and the rising and falling of his own body accompanied him. Where exactly had he been led? Throw 717 continued to chatter incessantly beside him. I believe you should engage in an extra hour of exercise today. You are about to get engaged, and it would be a disgrace to appear without your best self. Be quiet, Liang Yuhang retorted, his demeanor far from pleasant. Just go outside. It was already bothersome enough to have a cat perched on his back while doing push-ups, and now there was also a noisy penguin nearby. Although Mu Feng was aware of Liang Yuhang's fitness routine, he couldn't resist the urge to slander him, assuming he couldn't hear. Some people claim not to feel a thing. Yet secretly they roll with gusto. He lay contentedly on Liang's back, using a cat's meow to count the rhythm. Liang Yuhang was considerably gentler with the cat. Don't make a fuss, keep it down. Feeling triumphant, Mu Feng boldly roamed his hands down Liang's solid back, discovering the firm muscles beneath. Alas, it was only a faux engagement. Human nature is indeed greedy. Initially, he merely wished to have his name remembered, then hoped for daily encounters, and eventually yearned for a piece of candy, a warm embrace. By a twist of fate, he found himself bound to Liang, yet wished to transform this contract into something genuine. Lying atop him, Mu Feng mused aloud. Forget it, no more thinking. After all, today I have managed to touch. After being swiped by the cat's tail numerous times, Liang Yuhang could no longer tolerate it. He flipped over and grasped Mu Feng. Things are fine just now, what happened? I haven't had enough. Mu Feng dangled in midair, his little legs flailing about. Liang Yuhang teased him, noting that he seemed to have gained a bit of weight recently. During his business trip over the past month and a half, Mu Feng had indeed taken excellent care of the cat, making its fur beautiful and its physique plump. Liang Yuhang stared at the cat for several seconds. You are about to have a new owner. Although this remark was directed at the cat, Mu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He understood that when Liang Yuhang uttered those words, he must have thought of him. The fact that he could divert his attention for even a fleeting moment during his leisure time was a sign of progress. Mu Feng joyfully wagged his tail. Teacher Liang, I will treat you very well. Of course, Liang Yuhang could not hear him. He simply placed him aside and continued with his crunches. Such remarkable stamina was truly a waste not to utilize. Mu Feng lamented, wishing that the faux engagement package included additional services. He enjoyed a restful sleep beside Liang Yuhang. In the morning, as he dressed to return, Liang Yuhang called, Dress a bit more formally today. How formal? Mu Feng, still drowsy, inquired. As formal as if you were ready to go public, Liang Yuhang replied. Mu Feng felt anxious. He was uncertain about Liang Yuhang's intentions but could only comply. However, the joy he had felt dissipated the moment he set foot in the hospital. It was ominous. Both fathers were present, and when Mu Mingda spotted him, he admonished, Why are you always so late? You should learn to take care of others from your mother. You're acting like a little lord, arriving at 9. There was traffic, Liang Yuhang said. Finally parking the car, I delayed the time. Ultimately, Mu Mingda dared not confront him directly. Opting for a polite smile, Why trouble you to bring him here? This little rascal only knows how to create chaos. He slept soundly, collapsing into slumber without requiring any care during the night. Liang Yuhang remarked that the myriad affairs at the Mu Feng laboratory were quite well handled, considering the circumstances. Liang Zhaoqing cast a sidelong glance at him, subtly reminding him, You are being overly protective. This is your brother's wife. Oh, is that so? Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow slightly. Meanwhile, Liang Jingyi, reclining on the bed, had begun to sense the subtle tension. After all, having grown up together, He was well acquainted with the nuances of the other's expressions. It was evident that his brother felt quite confident, as if victory was assured. Liang Jingyi turned his head to his father and suggested, "How about we announce the engagement tomorrow? You've never encountered an omega, have you? Why the rush?" Liang Zhaoqing could hardly tolerate his son's eager demeanor. "How can we announce it when you can't even stand?" "I can use a wheelchair," Liang Jingyi responded nonchalantly. "The sooner, the better. Will the photographs look presentable? Let us not embarrass the Liang family." Liang Zhaoqing, despite his indulgent nature, found the situation utterly exasperating. His son, unable to defend himself against an omega, had indeed brought shame upon the family. Liang Jingyi interjected, "You may not realize, but this omega possesses extraordinary strength, akin to having consumed a stimulant." Feeling somewhat awkward, he heard a commotion outside and exclaimed, "Why does the VIP ward resemble a bustling marketplace? Where are the nurses? What is happening?" "Oh, it's the reporters. I invited them," Liang Yuhang replied with remarkable calmness, having anticipated the fervent need for coverage. Mu Feng smirked slightly and dashed to the door, declaring, "Come in. Young Master Liang is in excellent spirits. Feel free to ask questions. What are you doing bringing in reporters?" Liang Zhaoqing sensed something amiss and lowered his voice, questioning the underlying motives. "Didn't my brother express a desire for an early announcement? I am merely fulfilling his wish," Liang Yuhang stated. At that moment, Liang Jingyi, disheveled and still clad in his hospital attire, was caught off guard by a flurry of flashes. "Couldn't you have given me a heads-up before your arrival?" He attempted to hide, yet found no refuge, as the pain in his back rendered him unable to move freely. "Young Master Liang, was your injury a result of harassing an omega? What actions led to such a fierce retaliation from a seemingly delicate omega? Will this incident affect the future collaboration between our families?" The questions came in rapid succession, and Liang Jingyi's expression darkened. "What kind of reporters did you invite? These are utterly ridiculous questions." Liang Yuhang shrugged slightly. "I didn't brief them beforehand. It appears that the public's eye is quite discerning." With the matter laid bare, Liang Zhaoqing felt compelled to intervene, lest the Liang family lose face entirely. "This was merely a playful incident that spiraled out of control. In fact, our families have already agreed to a union." Upon hearing this announcement, the reporters displayed expressions of delight, their flashes illuminating the room incessantly. Liang Jingyi's demeanor softened slightly. "Indeed, I may have been overly affectionate with my wife. What of it? Apologies. My brother is not only injured in the back, but has also been experiencing some lapses in judgment lately." Liang Yuhang, clad in a tailored black suit, exuded a compelling presence far more convincing than the bedridden attire of his brother. "He has recently taken to referring to my sister-in-law as his wife, which has certainly provided ample amusement for everyone." A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, as they marveled at this outrageous revelation from the upper echelons of society. Liang Jingyi was left bewildered, questioning, who is this sister-in-law? Has he inadvertently traversed through time in his slumber? It was only now that he noticed the formal attire worn by his brother and Mu Feng, which suggested they had not rushed in late. Their impeccably coordinated suits and matching ties made them appear as a perfect pair. Liang Yuhang grasped Mu Feng's hand, and under the gaze of the latter's startled eyes, their fingers entwined slowly, sealing their bond. "Mu Feng and I share mutual affection. Thus we have decided to become engaged on a chosen day." Chapter 50. A long-awaited delight. Mu Feng felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Countless cameras were aimed at them, casting the hospital room into a hush, save for the incessant clicking of flashes. What should he say? His mind felt as if it had crashed, and then he sensed Liang Yuhang gently squeeze his hand. "Relax. It's all right." Indeed, as he was not yet of marriageable age, an engagement was the first step. Gradually regaining his composure, Mu Feng expressed his gratitude to the media for their concern and hard work, conducting himself with remarkable grace. Liang Jingyi, recovering from his shock, exclaimed, "Since when did you two develop such feelings for one another? I was completely unaware. Mu Feng is planning to get engaged to me?" Liang Yuhang raised a hand, his fingertip tapping his forehead. "He hasn't fully recovered yet. Please excuse him." Liang Jingyi, in disbelief, turned to Liang Zhaoqing, exclaiming in exasperation, "Father, this is utterly unfair." Both Liang Zhaoqing and Mu Mingda, seasoned veterans in the game of life, exchanged glances, refraining from making any further provocative remarks in front of the media, opting instead for silence. In a fit of anger, Liang Jingyi rose from the bed, disregarding all decorum, intent on separating the clasped hands of the two. Liang Yuhang effortlessly sidestepped, watching as Jingyi, unable to leverage his waist, tumbled to the floor. Liang Zhaoqing extended a hand to assist him, lowering his voice. "Please, settle down. To all our esteemed media friends, please select some flattering images of us. Let us conclude for today." Mu Feng spoke gently, ushering them out. The journalists, barely containing their curiosity, lingered, chattering incessantly, eager to uncover the details of the duo's relationship. "What is the nature of your connection?" Liang Zhaoqing thumped the table with a resounding clap, his voice booming. "Why was this not mentioned before? It must be an act. This so-called mutual affection is a ruse. As my brother has shown no interest in him previously," Liang Jingyi chuckled knowingly. "I see now. It's all a ploy to vex me." Mu Feng smiled faintly. "Not all. Do you truly believe I would go to such lengths to provoke you? You might be overestimating your significance." Recalling the last family gathering, Mu Mingda remarked, "Yet, previously, Yuhang stated he had no intentions of marrying and no one he fancied. How suddenly does he feel something now?" Liang Yuhang's tone remained calm, concealing the truth. "Spending time together naturally fosters feelings. I refuse to believe it." Liang Jingyi's expression darkened, wishing he could uncover the secrets hidden within Yuhang's heart. Convinced it was all a vendetta against him. "Think as you will." Liang Yuhang took a couple of steps forward, looking down at him, delivering a measured warning. "However, Mu Feng is now my fiancé. I kindly request that you refrain from bothering my sister-in-law without cause. Such rumors would not be well received." Liang Jingyi's face turned pale with anger, his chest heaving, rendered speechless by this outrageous display. In the room, apart from the two main characters, the most composed was Mu Mingda. After all, marrying anyone would be the same for him. Although Liang Yuhang was not as favored, his strength and military power were undeniable, and there remained a contest for the heirship. He interjected to ease the tension. Had this been addressed earlier, such troubles could have been avoided. Alas, the child has grown. Yet burdens are not communicated with the family. Mu Feng rolled his eyes, retorting sharply. "Communication has occurred. I mentioned last time that I do not like Liang Jingyi. But you were deaf to my words." Mu Mingda remarked. "The little rascal has someone backing him now. Speaking with such audacity, he never dared to speak to him in such a manner before. The news has been disseminated. We shall leave this matter as it is for now." Liang Zhaoqing raised a hand to rub his temples, advising Jingyi to refrain from complicating matters further. "What do you mean by complicating? That is the wife I have chosen." Liang Jingyi, known for his competitive nature, felt an intensified sense of injustice as he did not secure what he desired. Liang Yuhang cast him a light glance, half smiling. "Just because you chose her, does that mean you must marry her? How barbaric." Mu Feng could not contain his laughter, sweetly affirming, "The fiancé speaks true." Liang Yuhang glanced at him, quick to adapt his words. "Get lost, all of you get out." Liang Jingyi hurled the fruits from the bedside to the floor. In a fit of rage, Liang Yuhang seized Mu Feng's hand, unyielding. "We're leaving. Mu Feng shall not return tomorrow. After all, she is to be my sister-in-law and must avoid any suspicion." Liang Jingyi closed his eyes, his lips pale with fury. As Mu Feng was pulled outside, his heart raced fiercely. Only once seated in the car did he finally release his breath. He pressed his hand against his chest, exhaling deeply. How exhilarating. Was it enjoyable? Liang Yuhang inquired. Mu Feng nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. You should have seen their expressions. Wishing 0717 were present to record it for a replay. Liang Yuhang's lips curled slightly. It was recorded. Mu Feng. From the back of the car, 0717 popped his head out, grinning mischievously. Hee, I've been lurking at the door, missing none of the thrilling drama. Indeed, a cunning boss raises cunning subordinates. Mu Feng fiddled with his fingers, still warm from Liang Yuhang's earlier clasping of his hand. This should have been recorded too. The video, could you send it to me? I wish to savor it again. Feng harbored a private desire. Of course, I anticipated you would request it. 0717. The epitome of a diligent worker, lowered his voice. I even included the segment where you two held hands, paired with a beautiful soundtrack, so poignant. It nearly brings tears to my eyes. This time, Feng genuinely wanted to commend him. No wonder Liang Yuhang had restrained himself from kicking him out countless times. His professional skills were indeed remarkable. He patted 0717's round little head. Well done. Suddenly, 0717 shivered. The tone in which you just spoke resembles that of a boss. This is what they call husband-like banter? Liang Yuhang threatened. Speak foolishly again, and I shall discard you. On July 17th, after silencing the microphone, I lowered my head and sent the video to Feng's phone, declaring with exaggerated enthusiasm, "Your engagement news has made headlines. Everyone in our robot alliance is talking about it, and my boss's wife is simply stunning." Feng, flattered by the compliment, felt his cheeks flush and rubbed his face. Just as he was about to watch the video, his phone erupted with a flurry of messages. XXC. XXC. I heard the gossip from the 8th galaxy while in the 9th galaxy. Your speed is impressive. XXC. Feng had almost forgotten about Xie Xingchen, who had previously been persistently bothering him. Judging by the tone of the messages, it seemed that he might have deduced that Liang Yuhang was his secret crush. And what nonsense! It's merely a plastic marriage. XXC. Oh, I would also like such a plastic marriage. I haven't even finished my conversation with him. And now, Liang Yuhan has started bombarding me with texts. Yuan, may I ask how this reporter managed to edit Liang Jingyi's head to look like Liang Yuhang's? Yuan, how did you get engaged to him? Yuan, where are you? Come out and meet me. Messages continued to pop up incessantly, leaving Feng no time to respond. He looked helplessly at Liang Yuhang, who was driving. Xiao Jiang has gone mad. Liang Yuhang remained remarkably composed, turning the steering wheel as if he had never particularly liked me. Feng thought to himself, it's not just a matter of disliking. Jiang Yuhan had even included herself in the fiancé options without considering Liang Yuhang, which spoke volumes about her disdain. Feng covered his face with his hand, anguish evident. I had hoped to keep this under wraps for a few more days, but now it's all over. I'm so unpresentable. Liang Yuhang replied. It's not you. Feng, feeling powerless, resigned himself to the fact that he was prepared to endure a scolding from him. With a pained expression, 0717 interjected with a rather heart-wrenching remark. It seems, boss, you're not very popular either. After a brief pause, he added, sigh, it looks like 0717 will have to take on a lot more work, mending the relationship between the boss and his wife's best friend. An insurmountable task. More money, please. I'll give you a raise, Feng replied, already feeling like a member of the family. Send me your account number. Wow, how generous of you, 0717 exclaimed, touched to the point of shedding electronic tears. Could you possibly give me a bit more? It brings me closer to becoming the wealthiest robot. Feng, not one to spend extravagantly, primarily investing in experimental equipment, generously transferred 100,000. You've worked hard. If it weren't inconvenient in the car, 0717 would have gladly prostrated himself in gratitude, feeling like a deity of wealth. As the car halted at the base entrance, each step Feng took felt unbearably heavy. Upon entering the lobby, Jiang Yuhan barreled towards him like a cannonball, wrapping her arms around his neck and dragging him to the side. You got engaged without telling me. It's not official yet, just a public announcement, Feng replied, feeling exceedingly guilty. Can we find a more private place? This is rather embarrassing. Jiang Yuhan forcefully pulled him into Lu Zhua's office upstairs, coldly demanding, explain yourself. You chose Liang Yuhang over me? I knew you two were involved. My instincts never lie. Jiang Yuhan interrupted, her agitation palpable. I brushed past the correct answer countless times. Just stay calm. Lu Zhua reached out and patted his back, offering him a glass of water. I found it difficult to remain composed. Jiang Yuhan had just taken a sip when he glanced at Liang Yuhang, who was sauntering through the door, and closed his eyes. Amidst so many people, why was it him? What kind of gaze was that? Liang Yuhang asked, shall I leave? Please don't go, Feng interjected, pulling him back and reassuring him. Little Jiang is still just a child. Do not hold it against him. It was over, truly over. Liang Yuhang shook his head repeatedly, having already fallen deeply in love. With no intention of rising again. There was no convincing him otherwise. Fearing that Jiang might utter something more outrageous, Feng hastily interrupted. It's not what you think. We were just pretending. We haven't actually dated. I know, Liang Yuhang replied, devoid of passion. It's all an act of engagement. Before you know it, the pretense becomes reality. I've seen this script before. Feng hadn't even considered that implication. What do you mean? Liang Yuhang responded astonishingly. What else could it mean? The moment you get infatuated, he'll have you. Believe it or not. Feng covered his mouth, trying to hush him. Could you please be quiet for a moment? No. Liang Yuhang broke free, sharp as ever in front of the very person in question. Aside from my brother, all alphas are trouble. Who knows? One day they might toy with you when you least expect it. Liang Yuhang remarked, Chapter 51. This should be taught. Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? Teacher Liang is not that kind of person. Liang Yuhang responded, though it wasn't his intention. He did indeed play with feelings in a rather ruthless manner. His image in Feng's heart is, admittedly, overly pristine. Liang Yuhang scrutinized Liang Yuhang's unflappable face with disdain. Who knows? You two aren't planning to live together after the engagement, are you? Live together? Feng turned his head instinctively, seeking help. This is my first engagement. I lack experience. Liang Yuhang chuckled. Is this your second marriage then? Feng whispered. No. See? He.S. even trying to provoke you. Liang Yuhang found him increasingly unpleasing and suggested, why not call it off before the ceremony? Mind your own business, Liu interjected, ruffling Jiang's hair casually. Isn't everything fine? Feng doesn't need to be entangled with Liang Jingyi. Even if our Dr. Liang is morally compromised, he wouldn't be devoid of all compassion. In the midst of praise, he did not hesitate to insert a jab. Liang Yuhang clicked his tongue. Thank you. Liang Yuhang, visibly displeased, swatted Liu's hand away. You're not on my side? You're finished. I'm giving you the silent treatment for 3 days. Liu countered, what is this? Watching the fire from the other side, only to find it burning your own house. Since they were already on the path to a Cold War, he decided to say a bit more. Don't meddle in their affairs. Feng's situation is already precarious. At least let someone help him. Liang Yuhan's anger subsided by half. Oh, if you had half the wit of your brother, you wouldn't be in this mess. Liang Yuhang paused. Forget it. It's nothing. You finish your thought. It's not anything. Liang Yuhang erupted, ready to retaliate. If you have the courage to speak ill of me, say it to my face. Feng truly did not understand why they quarreled upon meeting, and hurriedly intervened. All right. He is complimenting you for being magnanimous and not holding grudges. Let us not be upset anymore. Jiang Yuan coldly huffed. I don't care. At your engagement banquet, I demand to sit at the main table, the most prominent seat. No one can shake my position. Feng gave Liang Yuhang a knowing glance, urging him to placate her. Liang Yuhang, suppressing his annoyance, replied, fine, you can sit at the table. Is he mocking me again? Jiang Yuan had honed a keen sense for such nuances. No, it's just your delusion, Feng firmly denied. The calmest among them was Liu, who glanced at the newly announced couple and articulated clearly, even a fake engagement should not leave incriminating evidence. The necessary rituals and superficial affection must still be upheld. Feng felt a surge of joy within, almost unable to hide the smile on his face. Brother, you truly are a brother, helping me secure these benefits. It feels like a divine intervention. Liang Yuhang murmured, I know. What? No way. Superficial displays of affection? Jiang Yuan cradled her head, finding it difficult to imagine the expressionless face of Liang Yuhang alongside her dear Mu Bao. You two aren't planning to kiss at the engagement banquet, are you? The moment the words left her mouth, silence enveloped them. Surely not. Is it necessary to go that far? Jiang Yuan gasped. Our Mu Bao is sacrificing too much. Liu tactfully reminded. Actually, it's Dr. Liang making the sacrifice. After all, he's the one assisting. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll engage in a Cold War with you for 7 days, Jiang Yuan declared, approaching his desk to search for scenes from other engagement parties. Without exception, They all featured sweet kisses. Liang Yuan felt as if the sky was falling. She raised her hand to cover her face, struggling to say, "I think such photos are meaningless, lacking novelty. How about you two perform a duet backflip? That would be unprecedented." Feng was taken aback by her suggestion. "I don't want to do something so embarrassing." "You think kissing Liang Yuhang is less embarrassing than performing a backflip?" Liang Yuan could hardly believe it. Feng turned his gaze toward Liang Yuhang, his eyes lingering on his lips. They had shared a kiss before, half dreaming, leaving no lasting impression. If only they could kiss again. Capturing it in a photograph would be a dream come true. "What are you staring at?" Liang Yuhang's gaze followed suit, landing on Feng's rosy lips. It felt as though fine dust floated in the air, swirling about. "No." Feng, feeling the heat in his ears, conceded that, indeed, kissing was preferable. "I'm done with you." Liang Yuan reclined in her swivel chair, feeling as though she needed an oxygen mask. "Just act. Let us hope you don't lose yourselves in the performance." Luzhua looked up and inquired, "Has a date been set?" "Not yet." Feng's mind was in a fog. Today's announcement had been unexpected. "It wasn't unexpected. I had prepared in advance," Liang Yuhang responded calmly. The best approach was to catch everyone off guard. No one could dispute that. Feng stared at him in astonishment. He had anticipated this outcome all along. Every move had been meticulously planned and strategically laid. Liang Yuhang had indeed accomplished what he had claimed, adeptly managing any situation. Feng was at a loss for words. "What can I do to repay you?" Liang Yuan had already covered her ears, unwilling to listen, feeling weary of this world. Liang Yuhang pondered for a moment. "Choose a day that you favor, and we shall proceed with this singular task." Feng mused silently, considering that since they were already engaged in pretense, did he not fear becoming further ensnared by his own decisions? He feigned a casual tone. "Let us consult the weather forecast. We shall select the sunniest day." "Very well." Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze to check, and then remarked, "This Saturday will suffice. It may be rather soon, but that is of no consequence." "Did you hear that? Saturday." Luzhua reached out to pat the lifeless-looking Liang Yuhan, suggesting they find a moment to select their engagement gifts together. "I did not hear." Liang Yuhan, holding his breath, lamented, "I will be buried in the laboratory this Saturday." Liang Yuhang glanced at his watch. "I have a meeting in the afternoon. Come find me in the evening to discuss the subsequent arrangements." Feng nodded. "Very well. You may carry on with your tasks. I shall head to the laboratory." Liang Yuhan watched as Liang Yuhang departed, clicking his tongue. "The manner in which he speaks to you resembles that of a boss addressing an employee. It is quite displeasing." Feng, with a smile lighting his eyes, responded, "Allow me to amuse you. I will show you the video of Liang Jingyi losing his composure today." "Really? I wish to see it." Liang Yuhan, instantly revitalized, sat up to view his phone, commenting that had he known, he would have joined in, and when Liang rolled off the bed, he could have kicked him a couple of times. Luzhua observed the rapid transformation in his demeanor and remarked, "He is rather easy to please." That evening, after dining with them in the cafeteria, Feng ascended to find Liang Yuhang. Upon swiping his card, he discovered that Liang had not yet returned. Room 0717 was also vacant, leaving only a cat languidly perched on the coffee table, swaying its tail with indifference. He reached down to scoop up the cat and noticed a piece of paper beneath it, inscribed in a sharp, elegant hand, presumably Liang Yuhang's, "Confirmed for the journalist. Confirmed for the promotion. Confirmed for the bridal suite. Confirmed for the banquet hall. Confirmed for the floral carriage. Confirmed for the gown." Feng. Each item preceding his name bore a small check mark, signifying completion, save for his own name, which was marked with a question mark. Feng murmured to himself, "So, he arranged all of this before I had even disclosed my answer?" He could not fathom why Liang Yuhang was so considerate towards him. Perhaps it was indeed a means to shield him from future pressures regarding marriage. Yet, the meticulousness and reassurance were overwhelming. Feng extended his hand, grasping a pen, and struck through the question mark, replacing it with a bold check mark. "Why are the lights off?" Liang Yuhang entered, finding him crouched before the coffee table. And though he was not short, he appeared almost cat-like in his curled posture. "You have returned." Feng, caught off guard, stammered, but did not mean to pry. "It was merely left here, and I accidentally glimpsed it." Liang Yuhang approached, noting how the other seemed excessively cautious in his presence. He settled onto the sofa, maintaining a vantage point that allowed him to look down. From now on, my room will be yours. Feel free to rummage. There is no need for apologies. I shall not pry indiscriminately, Feng replied, looking up at him. I am acutely aware that we are not true partners, and there must be a sense of boundaries. How curious it is that you now speak of boundaries, when just recently you were recklessly releasing pheromones without restraint. Liang Yuhang reached out, his fingers lightly grazing his earlobe, teasingly questioning how they would perform the kiss during their engagement ceremony with such a sense of boundaries. Feng cleared his throat, feeling a parched sensation. I don't know. It's so awkward. Liang Yuhang's hand slid down from his earlobe to the nape of his neck, an action that might attract unwanted attention. Feng attempted to relax, but couldn't help but shudder slightly. I will practice more. I won't hold you back. What will you practice? Kissing? Liang Yuhang inquired. Feng felt his mind explode, unable to discern whether this was a playful tease or a serious inquiry akin to confirming a form. He tried to straighten up, inching closer to the other, but his legs felt numb, causing him to lean awkwardly against Liang Yuhang's firm thigh. Can we practice a bit, Teacher Liang? Feng pressed down his racing heart, feigning nonchalance. I can't. I'm afraid. Liang Yuhang gazed at him for several seconds. You come here. Bracing himself against the sofa, he tilted his head back, only to timidly brush against the corner of Liang Yuhang's mouth. Liang Yuhang chuckled, seemingly amused by his clumsy technique. Feng licked his lower lip and leaned in closer, but Liang Yuhang leaned back slightly, missing the contact, causing him to lose his balance and fall into Liang Yuhang's embrace. No more practicing. You just want to see me make a fool of myself, he murmured, head downcast, resigning himself to the impending embarrassment. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his nape, pulling him forward. The moment he looked up, Liang Yuhang had leaned down to kiss him. So foolish, even this needs to be taught. Chapter 52. A lifelong command. Feng felt as though his heart might burst. For the first time, he vividly realized he was kissing Liang Yuhang, and it was the other who took the initiative. His fingers clutched tightly at Liang Yuhang's waist, his entire being rigid as a puppet, yet he craved more than the gentle touch, inching forward just a tad. He parted his lips and lightly licked Liang Yuhang's lower lip. Liang Yuhang's breath grew heavier, his grip on the nape of Feng's neck tightening. You seem to be learning quickly. Feng was uncertain whether this constituted a compliment, yet he understood that opportunities were fleeting, and he pursued with fervor. Liang Yuhang found this beyond the scope of mere practice and took a step back, creating distance. What's wrong? Feng looked at him, bewildered. Liang Yuhang maintained his calm demeanor, his gaze lowered. If we kiss again, I'm afraid you might get too excited. Feng's face flushed at his bluntness. He realized he had been too forward and murmured, it's not that easy. In truth, he felt as if he might dissolve into a puddle. Is that so? Liang Yuhang reached out, his fingertip lingering on Feng's lips, seemingly unconvinced. Stop laughing at me. Feng felt a surge of impulsivity, regaining a semblance of rationality, suddenly aware that he might have been too overt in his feelings. Thankfully, he was masquerading as an omega, making his every action appear justifiable under the allure of an alpha. Liang Yuhang maintained a serious facade. Have you learned? It seems I have. Feng mumbled, unable to meet his gaze. I guess I'll just lightly touch next time. Liang Yuhang let out a sound of acknowledgement, unable to resist teasing him further. After all, if we were to engage in that kind of intimate act, someone from the audience might very well bring a bed onto the stage. Feng soon realized that his previous flirtation techniques paled in comparison to those of Teacher Liang, rendering them trivial. The allure was overwhelming. A mere phrase from Liang sent his mind spiraling into fantasies. Feng sprang from his place, almost tripping over himself. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wait, Liang Yuhang called after him, playfully remarking, I did not summon you here merely to practice kissing. There are more pressing matters at hand. What else could there be? Feng felt light as a feather, as though he were treading on clouds. Liang Yuhang retrieved a stack of papers from a nearby drawer and handed them to him. This is a pact. It is my first time feigning an engagement. and I'm uncertain of what you require from me. Please delineate your needs. The expression he wore was as solemn as signing a contract. Feng cautiously approached, lowering his gaze to the stack of papers. Merely for engagement, Liang Yuhang had already procured property, funds, and healthcare plans in his name. He could scarcely fathom the extent of generosity this individual might exhibit should he fall in love. The thought ignited feelings of envy and admiration within him. Despite knowing that such a person did not exist, Liang Yuhang remarked, "You are still young. You have 2 years before you can marry. If you wish to annul the engagement afterward, you may inform me." Mu Feng's lips moved slightly. I don't think that will happen. Once bound, he had never contemplated the possibility of separation. Liang Yuhang chuckled softly. "Very well, let's not dwell on that. Do you have any requests for my cooperation?" Mu Feng shook his head, feeling as though he had been struck by a grand prize. "Teacher Liang, I am profoundly grateful, but you need not do so much for me." Why? He was a child who seldom received affection, and the attentiveness of a complete stranger left him feeling anxious. "I have said that my initial intention was to assist you, but it has also fostered a hint of selfishness," Liang Yuhang stated, reclining on the sofa, tilting his head slightly. "I do not wish for Liang Jingyi to have his way. It brings me joy to see him displeased. Is that reason acceptable to you?" He candidly revealed his darker side. "Mu Feng, I am exploiting you. How can you still feel gratitude?" Mu Feng's eyelashes trembled lightly. If that were the rationale, he would eagerly embrace it. He was willing to do anything for Liang Yuhang if it would bring him joy. He was not an inconsequential being, but a sharp blade that could aid Liang Yuhang in striking at others, and thus he felt gratitude. "Are you upset?" Liang Yuhang's voice was soft. "Indeed, anyone would be furious at being used." "No, I am quite pleased." Mu Feng beamed broadly. "Then I am relieved. It brings me great joy to be of assistance to you." For a fleeting moment, Liang Yuhang was taken aback. Having grown up in a calculating environment, he despised intrigue above all else. Yet here he was, expressing delight at the very notion of manipulation. "You truly are." Liang Yuhang struggled to find the right word. "Foolish." Mu Feng, with his eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "In the context of our conversation, I believe that is a compliment." Liang Yuhang sought an alternative term. "Dim-witted. Should you continue to insult me, I might genuinely grow angry." Mu Feng deliberately adopted a serious demeanor. "Shouldn't we delve deeper into understanding one another? If others were to inquire, we might be exposed." Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow slightly. "How deep?" Mu Feng approached and sat cross-legged on the ground, relishing the view of Liang Yuhang from below. "For instance, let us establish the time and place of our first meeting, along with a token of affection." This perplexed Liang Yuhang, who found himself at a loss. "Then let us borrow the digits of 0717, July 17th, by the seaside, and the token shall be a bell. What do you think?" Mu Feng cautiously stitched together the memories of the past. Liang Yuhang narrowed his eyes. "What shall we do at the seaside? I fell into the water, and you saved me, which perfectly aligns with your noble image," Mu Feng complimented. Liang Yuhang chuckled at him. "Have you read too many novels about 0717? How cliché." Yet Mu Feng remained particularly insistent. "Let it be so," we agreed. In truth, this was indeed the first time he met Liang Yuhang. Over 4 years ago, on July 17th, Mu Feng was but a month shy of turning 15. Following the death of his elder sister, his family attributed her demise to his uncontrollable mental state, subjecting him to torment that left him in a daze. That day, he escaped from home, desperate and helpless, gradually making his way toward the depths of the sea. "Let me die, I beg you," he had thought. The water engulfed him, seeping into his wounds, causing immense pain as he fell endlessly, yearning to end his brief and agonizing existence. Liang Yuhang discovered him. "Let me die, please. Let me go. Do not concern yourself with me." But Liang Yuhang remained unperturbed, coldly dragging him towards the shore. The strength of one determined to end their life is formidable. Mu Feng nearly pulled Liang Yuhang down into the depths alongside him. Yet Liang Yuhang tirelessly brought him back to the surface time and again. By the time they reached the shore, both were drenched, disheveled, and coughing uncontrollably. "I no longer wish to live," Mu Feng murmured, his body battered. eyes cast down, tears mingling with seawater. But you have already died once, Liang Yuhang responded, lowering his gaze to meet Mu Feng's. Now, your life belongs to me. It is not yours to relinquish. Mu Feng trembled, his eyelashes quivering, choked with helplessness. But I have no reason to survive. What is your name? Mu. Mu Feng later regretted not revealing his true name. Liang Yuhang remarked, I just underwent my first cardiac test surgery a couple of days ago. The stitches have yet to be removed. Saving you may jeopardize my future heart transplant. Do you not wish to see the outcome? Mu Feng abruptly lifted his head, astonished. Liang Yuhang appeared remarkably healthy, akin to the esteemed seniors at school, adored by many. He seemed entirely unlike someone who required a surgery with such bleak prospects. Yet the bandage on his chest was indeed stained with blood, a harrowing sight of pain. Liang Yuhang stated, I offer you a reason to live. Let us see whether your healthy state allows you to struggle longer, or if my post-surgery self can endure more. Mu Feng remained silent, only shedding tears as he gazed at him. Liang Yuhang was anxious, fearing he might act foolishly again, and his tone grew more severe. This is what you owe me. You must wait for that day. Do you understand? Mu Feng sensed Liang Yuhang raise his hand, the broad palm tightening around him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Having endured countless beatings, strangulations, and violent retching, which should have been excruciatingly painful, he now found a sense of care and healing within this suffocating grip. He heard Liang Yuhang issue his first command, one he would never dare to defy for life. I command you to live. Chapter 53. Finding someone to love, Mu Feng tilted his head back, tears cascading down, landing on Liang Yuhang's hand. Those pale green eyes would from then on never relinquish their hold on anyone other than Liang Yuhang. All right, Mu Feng managed to utter as Liang Yuhang held his neck. Suddenly releasing his grip, Liang Yuhang's anxious heart finally settled. Can I go back with you tonight? Mu Feng's voice was barely above a whisper. I'm not ready to face going back. Liang Yuhang replied, I'm staying in the hospital. Mu Feng gazed at him intently, unwilling to look away for even a second. Then I will go to the hospital with you. Both drenched, Liang Yuhang escorted him back to the ward, with no spare clothes available, only the hospital gown he usually wore. While changing inside, Mu Feng overheard someone outside scolding, likely the attending physician. Have you lost your mind? Just out of surgery and you're getting wet. The wounds will be ruined. Are you trying to throw your life away? Save him. Liang Yuhang's voice remained calm. Please help me change the dressing. Mu Feng wiped his face, damp with tears. Besides his deceased elder sister, no one had ever treated him this kindly. Upon entering, he caught sight of the nameplate on the VIP ward, Liang Yuhang. He repeated the name in his mind, finding it particularly melodious. On July 17th, he encountered the divine presence of compassion, a day he would forever remember. When the doctor finally departed, Mu Feng timidly stepped out, the hospital gown oversized, nearly tripping over the cuffs. Have I caused you trouble? As long as you live well. You won't be a burden, Liang Yuhang replied, having removed his shirt, revealing a broad bandage wrapped around his chest, and looked at him. Stay here tonight. Thank you. Mu Feng approached cautiously, lying down carefully, curling up like an abandoned cat. Liang Yuhang observed him for a moment, then opened a drawer and retrieved a red string adorned with a small bell symbolizing safety. It had been procured by his mother from a temple before his first surgery. He had deemed it childish and had not worn it. I'm giving this to you, Liang Yuhang said, sitting on the edge of the bed and taking his hand to put on for your safety. Mu Feng's lips quivered, on the verge of tears again. Liang Yuhang quickly interjected, no crying, be strong, especially don't cry in front of those you despise. The more vulnerable you are, the easier it is to be bullied. Mu Feng nodded, suppressing his tears. Okay. Liang Yuhang looked at his small face, still childlike, and softened his tone. Have you thought about what to do next? No. Mu Feng shook his head. They say my strong mental power has caused harm. I didn't mean to, and I don't know what to do. I've become an alpha, and I will only struggle to control myself more in the future. Liang Yuhang gazed into his beautiful eyes, then pretend to be an omega. Just live for now. Living gives you hope for vindication. Mu Feng stared at him, bewildered. It's impossible to deceive. Pheromones cannot be faked. I study medicine, and can create short-acting inhibitors. Liang Yuhang suggested, first, let's conceal it from the differentiation test. It will keep them from being vigilant. Feng seemed to catch a glimmer of hope in the vast darkness. Is it really possible? Let us give it a try. It can't be worse than death. Liang Yuhang gently patted his head. Now get some rest. Feng experienced the best sleep he had in nearly a year. Liang Yuhang's inhibitor successfully passed the test. And perhaps sensing that he was no longer a threat, Mu Shan and Mu Shui shifted from wariness to contempt. Just a useless omega. Thinking he has the ability to compete for the family fortune, Mu Shan mocked. Miraculously, Feng survived in that household. He was finally able to return to school normally. And each day after classes, he would rush to the hospital to visit Liang Yuhang. Sometimes he would bring a small flower, other times a snapshot of the sunset, or even a slice of cake he was reluctant to eat. Each time Liang Yuhang heard the tinkling of the little bell, he knew Feng had arrived. In the desolate summer, a breeze always lingered for him. I've begun to self-study pharmacology, Feng said softly. However, his grades remained just above passing. They considered him slow-witted and thus paid him little attention. Liang Yuhang praised him. You're doing excellently. Feng's beautiful eyes curved into a smile. When are you having surgery? I'll return the bell to you for your safety. Keep it. It seems to bring you good fortune. Liang Yuhang didn't take it, but kept gazing at him, wondering if he had grown taller. Feng felt somewhat shy after his differentiation. He had started to stretch in height, but he was still shorter compared to Liang Yuhang. He gestured just a little bit. I will grow taller just like you. That might be a challenge, Liang Yuhang teased, calling him a little carrot. When I grow up, I'll be at least 180 centimeters, Feng declared earnestly. Mark July 17th, 4 years from now. ISN to your birthday, in August? Why July 17th? Liang Yuhang asked, peeling a lychee for him, the fruit tricky to handle. Water splashing everywhere. Feng glared at him in annoyance. You saved me on July 17th. How could you forget? I won't talk to you anymore. All right, I won't forget, Liang Yuhang assured, popping a lychee into his mouth. It's even better than a birthday. It's the day you were reborn. Feng swallowed the lychee and laughed, appearing much more vibrant and cheerful than before, now a radiant young man. He exclaimed, when you finish your surgery and recover, which should be by next spring, take me on a spring outing. I've never been before. Liang Yuhang, unsure whether he would survive the surgery, couldn't bear to let him down. Okay. Feng cheerfully took out his homework and sat by the bedside, beginning to write his exercises for the day. What's in that envelope in your bag? He casually inquired. Oh, this, Feng said, pulling it out, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's a love letter from female classmate. A love letter? Liang Yuhang remarked slowly. So, there are girls pursuing you at school? I didn't agree. Feng quickly clarified, anxious to dispel any misunderstandings. I don't like her. Is that so? Liang Yuhang replied with a smile, looking at him. Do you have someone you like? Feng's cheeks flushed crimson. He clutched the love letter tightly, nearly crumpling it in his hands, stammering, no, I didn't. His heart raced with a speed he could scarcely articulate, and all he could perceive was the flustered reflection of himself within the depths of the other's eyes. He had lied. Liang Yuhang had seen through him. Feng parted his lips at a loss for words, and turned away, fleeing with his backpack, leaving behind only the faint sound of tinkling bells. That evening, Liang Yuhang was wheeled into the operating room. When Feng returned, he was met only by the unyielding glow of the red lights that shone day and night. He squatted at the door, fervently praying for Liang Yuhang's safety. And finally, he awaited the moment when the ladder was brought out. There might be some lingering after-effects, he overheard the doctor explaining to Liang Zhaoqing. After all, this was the first successful mechanical heart transplant. He might remain in a coma for an extended period, losing fragments of memory, and they could only wait and see. The bell in Feng's hand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a crisp sound that echoed through the stillness of the night. He continued to visit daily, but Liang Yuhang would never again engage him in conversation as before, forever lying in the intensive care unit with eyes closed in eternal slumber. Feng waited and waited from winter to spring. Finally, Liang Yuhang awoke, yet when he gazed out at the glass window, his eyes were filled with unfamiliarity. A single glance exchanged between them made it painfully clear. Liang Yuhang no longer remembered him. It was all right. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Mu Feng squatted at the hospital entrance, softly comforting himself with these words. Bowing his head, he slowly consumed the cake he had brought for the other, finding it oddly salty. For a long while, Mu Feng refrained from seeking him out, fearing he would intrude. We did return. He learned from the nurses that Liang Yuhang's personality had changed significantly. He had grown distant, reluctant to see anyone. Eventually, he was discharged and moved to a more remote location for recuperation. Liang Yuhang had ultimately transformed into a dream of adolescence, one that was difficult to awaken from. Mu Feng diligently worked to gain admission to Liang Yuhang's university, only to discover that the latter had already graduated. He perpetually found himself lagging behind, forever a step too late. There was a 5-year gap between them, a chasm from youth to adulthood, a perpetual slight difference. Over the years, he gleaned sporadic news of Liang Yuhang's life, from the school bulletin board to the pages of commendable news reports, collecting every tidbit with care. Liang Yuhang was thriving, blissfully unaware of their shared past, merely a minuscule regret. The promised spring outing never came to fruition, but it mattered little. Mu Feng was merely curious about what that experience might have felt like. On July 17th of this year, Mu Feng found himself alone by the seaside, suddenly aware of how swiftly 4 years had flown by, and he had indeed lived to see adulthood as promised. Gazing at the bell, he murmured to himself, "If it truly grown taller, Liang Yuhang, can I finally come to see you?" Chapter 54. The explosive gift. All right, then July 17th by the seaside, the bell. Liang Yuhang echoed Mu Feng's words. He vaguely sensed that these keywords were familiar, yet he could not recall why. Had he met Mu Feng before? Why was he unwilling to acknowledge it? Liang Yuhang pondered. Perhaps he had forgotten something, and slowly spoke. Mu Feng, are you concealing something? No, Teacher Liang, Mu Feng replied, his expression tense, unwilling to reveal even the slightest hint. The present Liang Yuhang is markedly different from his former self. He is uncertain whether the memories of the past might disrupt the current equilibrium, and whether his purpose-driven approach might evoke disdain from others. His present circumstances have already evolved into the most favorable outcome he once dared not hope for. Mu Feng chuckled softly, remarking on Liang's multitude of doubts. Having already posed a similar inquiry previously, Liang Yuhang fixed his gaze upon him, expressing his perplexity regarding the number 0717, which inexplicably lingered in his mind. When he originally designated the robot, he unconsciously typed this number without any particular reason. It suggests that this number may indeed hold auspicious significance. Mu Feng hastily diverted the conversation, indicating that there were other questions for which they needed to align their answers. What kind of attributes do you appreciate in one another? Liang Yuhang inquired. As Mu Feng articulated this question, his cheeks flushed with warmth, apprehensive that the reporter might not delve into such intricate details, yet wishing to be prepared nonetheless. Liang Yuhang scrutinized him from head to toe. Mu Feng, attempting to lead the conversation, remarked, for instance, I could say I admire how dapper you look in formal attire. It's quite handsome. Liang Yuhang's gaze descended slowly and paused at his waist. The waist? Mu Feng was taken aback, questioning if such an answer might be too superficial. Liang Yuhang responded with a nonchalant, is it? Revealing his inability to conjure another attribute. Mu Feng felt somewhat dejected. It seemed rather disappointing that he could only highlight a singular feature like the waist, neglecting the face or the legs. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. He nodded, racking his brain for additional inquiries. Liang Yuhang found amusement in his flustered demeanor, assuring him that there would not be an overwhelming number of questions, and if they encountered any particularly challenging ones, he would take the lead in answering. You seem remarkably at ease, almost as if you were preparing for a second marriage, Mu Feng teased. Liang Yuhang replied, eliciting a sense of reassurance from his words. With a playful smile, Mu Feng posed the final question. After our engagement, will I need to move in with you? Liang Yuhang clarified, theoretically, yes. But we shall have separate beds, so there is no need for concern. Internally, Mu Feng felt a twinge of resentment at the notion of separation. Ideally, he envisioned sharing a single bed in a modest rental. He sighed, acquiescing. All right, understood. I want to impose anything on you, so there is no need to be anxious. Liang Yuhang observed the tension etched on his face, promising that if he were to experience any sensitive periods, he would inform him in advance. Mu Feng nodded, realizing that even during sensitive times, one should not take advantage of the situation. A marriage devoid of genuine substance could hardly yield any benefits. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that at least he had received a kiss. Feeling uplifted again, Mu Feng announced, I shall return to my dormitory. Message me if anything arises. Just as he was about to rise, 0717 entered, exclaiming, Oh dear, am I interrupting at an inopportune moment? I hope I'm not catching you in the midst of something. Liang Yuhang replied, It's all done. Mu Feng, incredulous, turned to find 0717's gaze focused on his lips, suddenly realizing the implications. Oh my, Liang Laosher truly knows how to provoke one's imagination. 0717's eyes widened. Swaying back and forth, really? Why didn't you let me come to record? I've missed the thrilling episode filled with pixelated excitement. It was not that scandalous. Liang Yuhang interjected, It was merely a kiss. Mu Feng endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, attempting to appear seasoned in such matters. Encouragement permeated the air as 0717 reassured, It's all right. A kiss today, a little more tomorrow. Progress gradually, I understand. Unable to restrain himself, Liang Yuhang delivered a playful kick. I'm leaving now, Teacher Liang. As Mu Feng passed by 0717, he assisted him in rising and straightening up. You should watch fewer films. Be cautious of a system meltdown. 0717, feeling quite aggrieved, retorted, I'm merely trying to help you grasp the essential knowledge for newlyweds. The esteemed 0717 must learn everything to be a good assistant. Mu Feng, unable to tolerate the antics, quickly slipped away. Jiang Yuan and Zhou Tiantian stood like sentinels at the dormitory door, scrutinizing passersby. What are you staring at? Mu Feng felt a twinge of guilt. What happened to your mouth? Jiang Yuan, ever perceptive, inquired. Don't tell me it's another seafood allergy. Mu Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed. How did you know? My constitution has turned rather peculiar. I break out in hives at the mere taste of fresh seafood. Jiang Yuan suspected deceit, while Zhou Tiantian approached for a closer look. Observing, you aren't really allergic, just a bit red. Nothing serious. Could it be that you're kissed by Liang Yuhang? Jiang Yuan teased, his tone laced with sarcasm. Is he perhaps practicing his passionate advances on you? Mu Feng marveled at how accurately he guessed such things, finding it rather unnerving. He endeavored to defend Teacher Liang's reputation, exclaiming, How could that be? Your imagination is running wild. Would Teacher Liang ever do such a thing? Indeed, my judgment is sharp, Jiang Yuan replied coldly. From my extensive experience with alphas online, they solely desire to be with omegas. Nothing else, merely driven by base instincts. But you still pursue them? Mu Feng questioned, perplexed by this behavior. This was Jiang Yuan's peculiar hobby, to fish online without ever meeting, accumulating a wealth of virtual romance experience. Of course, he had never met any. Possibly due to Luge's swift deletion of profiles, leaving no traces by the next day. Jiang Yuan waved his finger dismissively. You wouldn't comprehend this joy. In any case, remain vigilant around Liang Yuhang. I have the perfect engagement gift in mind for you. Mu Feng's brow furrowed. Do not stir up trouble. Fear not. It's a splendid surprise, Jiang Yuan said mysteriously, turning to his phone to compare and order. Mu Feng sighed deeply, noting how his friends had become romantic guardians, while Xiao Jiang seemed intent on burying them in separate pits. Zhou Tiantian, ever curious about high society, interjected, If you get engaged, may I join for a meal? Can I enter with just 200 as a gift? No need to pay. I'll arrange a spot for you. Mu Feng reassured him, patting his shoulder. You'll eat and drink well. Such generosity, Zhou Tiantian remarked, turning to the ordering Jiang. When asked the engagement, can I sneak in for another meal? Engagement? Nonsense. Jiang Yuan retorted with an air of wisdom. Marriage is a graveyard. I shall never marry. Being controlled by a husband sounds tedious. Mu Feng chuckled lightly. Then I look forward to seeing who can tame you. Zhou Tiantian whispered. Isn't there already a ready-made candidate? His brother. Feng quickly covered his mouth. I advise you to choose your words wisely. Liang Yuhang, oblivious to their murmurs, remained engrossed in selecting gifts, declaring, "Who dares to control me? I'll have him chopped up." He opted for next-day delivery, anxious that the gift might arrive too slowly. The following afternoon, Professor Zhang arrived at the laboratory to inform everyone. The second practical examination on machinery is imminent, and all should prepare accordingly, with scores to be ranked as before. Alas, my small guide is still lying in the hospital, on the brink of despair, and yet here we are, facing another examination. Zhou Tiantian, clutching 3 little white mice, subjected them to a playful torment reminiscent of Liang Jingyi. Liang Yuhang and Lu Zhuo remained unfazed. One had no need to prepare, while the other knew that preparation would yield little benefit. Professor Zhang approached and patted Feng's shoulder, remarking, "Impressive, you've even become engaged to the small guide. When did this happen? See, I told you, the situation is quite complicated." Feng turned to seek assistance. "Why are you so inquisitive?" Liang Yuhang interjected, assuring him, "Rest assured, even if they do end up together, the grading will remain impartial." Zhang Luyin chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, who was it that claimed they would never marry an Omega? I won't say which Liang that was." Liang Yuhang responded calmly, "People change." Zhang Luyin shot back, "Then you must be remarkably fickle. With such a quick change of face, you should consider a career in acting instead of medicine." Liang Yuhang retorted, "Mubao, come. The gift I prepared for you has arrived." Liang Yuhang rushed in, eagerly handing it over to him. Lu Zhuo cast a disapproving glance his way. "Did we not agree to choose together? What you selected yesterday was rejected. Your choices were too conventional, lacking creativity." Liang Yuhang scoffed. "What I chose is absolutely perfect." Feng began to unwrap the gift box, murmuring, "What is this?" Liang Yuhang, sensing an ominous foreboding, placed a hand on him. "I believe you should open it in a more private location." "You are right." Feng became alert, knowing it was unlikely to be something pleasant. "I want to apply for a front-row seat to the spectacle," Zhou Tiantian remarked sharply, recalling Liang Yuhan's shadowy demeanor from the previous night. A schemer like him cannot produce anything good. Liang Yuhang, visibly displeased, replied, "Is my reputation in your eyes truly so poor?" Lu Zhuo joined him in observing, commenting, "Primarily, your malice towards our Dr. Liang runs too deep. Even passing dogs would be frightened away by your resentment." Knowing one another too well has its drawbacks, which diminished Liang Yuhan's joy by half. Feng carried the box to Liang Yuhang's office, where several pairs of eyes fixated on him as the mystery unraveled. As Feng's fingers traced a metallic ring, he mused, "A bracelet? It seems too small to wear." Liang Yuhang and Lu Zhuo exchanged a glance, their expressions nuanced. "How do you know about this?" Lu Zhuo pinched Liang Yuhan's cheek, scolding him for his mischief. Liang Yuhang took the item from Feng's hand, whispering, "Stop playing around." "What is this?" Feng looked up at him, his eyes wide with innocence. "You actually understand?" "Dr. Liang knows far more than you might imagine," Lu Zhuo remarked, hinting at something more unsettling. Feng remained perplexed. "Wait, can someone explain this?" Liang Yuhan blurted out, "It's a locking crystal ring, meant to secure Liang Yuhang. No one shall dare bully our Mu Bao in secret." Chapter 55. Dapper yet beastly. The moment those 3 words were uttered, silence enveloped the room. Only Zhou Tiantian, with a curious expression, pulled out her phone to search. "What is this? I've never used it. Is it related to locking crystal chemistry experiments? Is this a new exam leak? Why have I not reviewed this?" Feng also realized the situation and raised his hand to shield the screen. "Don't be curious. Children who peek will end up blind. You're truly becoming more capable by the day." Lu Zhuo fiercely pinched Jiang Yuan's face, implying that his mind was filled only with alcohol and toys. "I am considering Mu Bao's interests." Jiang Yuan defended himself, noting that Omegas often bear the brunt of things. Besides, chastity is the finest dowry a man can possess. A character like Liang Yuhang can at least be somewhat tolerable. Lu Zhuo languidly remarked, "Have you ever considered that this might ultimately affect Feng?" Jiang Yuan? Those words instantly sent Feng's thoughts spiraling. Brother, please say a few more words. I beg you. Liang Yuhang glanced at his flushed face and chuckled. In any case, I have no intention of doing anything. How can I trust that you won't lay a hand on our Mu Bao? Jiang Yuan's expression was exceedingly serious. It's not as if I can hide beneath your bed every day. Liang Yuhang quipped. What a troublesome fellow. Even more chatty than the 0717. Mu Feng returned the gift to its box, forcing a smile. Rest assured, I possess some defensive capabilities. What can he do to me? Moreover, if Liang Yuhang desired, he would immediately lie down and allow himself to be toyed with. Your combat skills barely passed. What defense do you have? A mere flick of the hand could bring you down, Jiang Yuan retorted, noting his overwhelming strength. Mu Feng sighed, contemplating how to refute his claims. Given the myriad of falsehoods he had fabricated previously, Liang Yuhang interjected, Fear not, I am not so beastly. I shall accept the gift. Thank you for your sentiment. His tone was rather sardonic. Jiang Yuan scrutinized him, filled with skepticism. Typically, those who dress impeccably are the most predatory. All right. Mu Feng interjected swiftly before tensions could reignite. You are truly the most wonderful friend, always considering me. How fortunate I am to encounter such a handsome and kind-hearted young master. It must be the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Jiang Yuan, buoyed by the flattery, responded with pride. Of course, one must consider who I am. Zhou Tian, somewhat slow on the uptake, exclaimed. So it's locked there? Who is it for? The atmosphere fell into silence once more. This topic could not be revisited. The engagement banquet was scheduled for Saturday. Zhou Tian accompanied Jiang Yuan, and upon entering, she gawked as if she were Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Wow, are all these real flowers? How extravagant. Wow, everyone looks so wealthy. Is this what high society is like? Wow, as expected from a wealthy marriage, even the favors are gold bars. The venue soared several meters high, adorned with white roses that blanketed everything in sight, exuding a pure and sacred aura. However, Jiang Yuan expressed his disdain. Country bumpkin, could you lower your voice? I've never seen anything like this. Zhou Tian ran her fingers through her hair, entirely unbothered by feelings of inadequacy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. When you get married, I will marvel once more. What happened to your hair? Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze on her. Her previously green hair had been dyed pink again, surprisingly possessing a sweetness that was somewhat pleasing. I dyed it specially for the wedding. Doesn't it look nice? Zhou Tian beamed with pride. But upon raising her eyes, she spotted the infuriating Liang Jingyi, and her expression shifted entirely. Your expression is quite fearsome. Who do you intend to harm? Jiang Yuhan remarked, glancing over and adopting a similar expression. Joining in, I wish to harm him too. Liang Jingyi was walking towards the dressing room, and the two hurried to follow. Inside the room, Mu Feng had donned a tailored suit and was grappling with the intricacies of tying a tie. How does this work? He pondered aloud. Liang Yuhang reached out, tugging at his tie to guide it closer. Allow me, he offered. Mu Feng lowered his gaze, noticing the subtle pattern on his tie mirrored the design of Liang Yuhang's black suit. Did you request the designer to do this? Yes. Liang Yuhang, accustomed to formal attire, executed the tie-tying with ease and precision. Indeed, it complements well. They appeared to be a genuine couple. Mu Feng felt as though he were ensnared in an ethereal dream. The buoyant sensation from days prior lingering. He and Liang Yuhang were truly on the cusp of engagement. Liang Yuhang's fingers still lingered on his tie, giving it a gentle tug. Nervous? Mu Feng nodded, unable to meet his gaze. A bit, I'm afraid. Today, as tranquility felt foreboding, as if a storm was brewing, signaling significant events ahead. What is there to fear? Liang Yuhang chuckled softly, attempting to offer reassurance. Mu Feng raised his hand, making a gesture as if to embrace. Liang Yuhang tugged the tie again, this time with a slight force, drawing him into his embrace. It's all right. Even if the sky were to fall, I would remain. Mu Feng found solace, quietly resting in his arms until the door creaked open. He lifted his gaze to meet Liang Jingyi's, whose previously gentle expression darkened instantly. Teacher Liang, an unwelcome presence has arrived, Mu Feng cautioned. What a display of mutual affection. How convincing, Liang Jingyi remarked, struggling to rise from his wheelchair. Although he had yet to fully recover, he leaned against the wall, pondering for whom he was performing. Liang Yuhang released Feng, his tone flat. What are you making a fuss about? She is my wife. I claimed her first. Liang Jingyi, unwavering, insisted, you shall not proceed with this marriage today. Are you a child of 3? Do as you please. She is your sister-in-law, Liang Yuhang warned, noting the presence of numerous media outlets. If you seek to tarnish the Liang family's reputation, feel free to cause a scene. Liang Jingyi fixed his gaze firmly on Feng. He belongs to me. I should have marked him that day. No matter, there will be other opportunities. Mark your grandfather. Feng could not restrain himself from kicking his wheelchair, causing it to slide and collide with Liang Jingyi's calf, who faltered and fell back down. Once seated, he looked up and smiled. It's fine. It's merely an engagement. We are not yet wed. A challenge adds excitement. Feng began to comprehend Liang Yuhang's feelings at that time. He likely understood that his brother had meddled, but at that age, caught between a mother in need of saving and an immature brother, he had acquiesced to fate, taking that risk. Yet, the result was Liang Jingyi's increasingly provocative behavior, which left him increasingly disheartened. Determined to stand up for Liang Yuhang, Feng, emboldened by the absence of onlookers, jested, "Oh, what if I were to have a child with him? Would you still find it exhilarating?" Liang Yuhang replied. The situation had escalated unexpectedly. The notion of becoming a father without warning was too abrupt. Liang Jingyi was equally astonished. This must be a joke. I refuse to believe it. Feng spoke nonsensically. You're going to be an uncle, congratulations. Just keep your distance from me. If anything happens to the child, who will take responsibility? Liang Yuhang felt a sudden urge for a cigarette to calm his nerves. However, recalling that Feng had unexpectedly assigned himself the role of a pregnant individual, he refrained from indulging. Liang Jingyi's lips twitched slightly. Impossible. The last time you were injured so severely, you hardly resembled someone expecting. My health is robust, Feng retorted, disregarding his image entirely, focused solely on provoking his opponent. Have you ever considered how pitiful you've become? A pregnant omega could easily send you to the hospital. Liang Jingyi found the remark deeply insulting. Struggling to comprehend how an omega could possess such strength, capable of overpowering a lieutenant colonel. Feng pushed his wheelchair toward the door, urging, stop this nonsense. If you don't take care of yourself, you'll lose your mind along with your kidneys. If you don't want to be an unwitting father, just give up. He swiftly maneuvered Liang outside, locking eyes with the astonished duo at the entrance, leaving them momentarily speechless. This was it. His ramblings had been overheard by the two loudmouths. It would take an eternity to clarify everything, and he felt utterly drained. It's not what you think, Feng muttered, watching Liang Jingyi's wheelchair roll away. Lowering his voice, I did it on purpose to rile him up. Zhou Tiantian laid down, resting her head on his abdomen. No movement. But given the short time frame, there shouldn't be any. Feng replied. So, you mean you completely disregarded his explanation? Liang Yuhang remained in a mental fog, struggling to utter another word after stammering for an eternity. Feng mused aloud. What must I say for you to believe I am just rambling? No wonder he was so eager to get engaged, Zhou Tiantian remarked, her understanding dawning. Feng quipped, you're far too clever for your own good. Liang Yuhang glanced at the time, noting that it was now or never, teasingly stating, come on, pregnant omega, do you need support? Mr. Liang, Feng frowned slightly. Which side are you on? I'm getting angry. Liang Yuhang chuckled, raising his hand for Feng to link arms with him. All right, I'm done teasing. Let's head on stage. Ah, this flirtation, this mutual affection, Liang Yuhang interjected. It seems gifts are indeed given too late. He glared, exclaiming, we agreed on a fake engagement. You're really pregnant? Ah, Liang Yuhang, I'll kill you. Chapter 56. Shall we sleep together? Feng turned back in exasperation. Use your brain. Is it even possible? It could be. You're an O, and he an A. How could it not be possible? Liang Yuhang responded skeptically. Besides, there have been a few nights you've been out late. Haven tea there? You've been quite naughty behind my back. Feng sighed. How could two alphas conceive? Oh, they simply don't know. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he added. There's absolutely nothing happening. How about this? After the engagement ends, you accompany me for an ultrasound. Having reached this point, Liang Yuhan's solemn demeanor finally relaxed a bit. You scared me. If you and Liang Yuhang were to have a child with those genes, it would emerge as an interstellar monster. Liang Yuhang, with a half-smile, remarked, that would be quite something. It could be quite the educator. Liang Yuhan felt utterly deflated, muttering, it's fine, it's fine. You two are just pretending. Yuan-Ti reached that stage. Indeed, it was impossible. Mu Feng smiled, linking arms with Liang Yuhang as they walked outside. Liang Yuhang cast a fleeting glance at him. What are you looking at? It's impossible, he said. But Mu Feng abruptly changed the subject, thinking to himself that it was absurd to consider any possibility between them. Liang Yuhang merely acknowledged, indeed. Mu Feng pondered that someone like Liang Yuhang, who had no intention of marrying, likely harbored no obsession with children. He also felt relieved to be masquerading as an omega. Otherwise, this faux engagement would hardly proceed so smoothly. What are you daydreaming about? Liang Yuhang turned his head to look at him, a conflicted expression on his face. Mu Feng looked up, nothing at all. If you regret it, there is still time, Liang Yuhang remarked. After all, you have someone you care for. And he might find out. Mu Feng tightened his grip, pulling Liang Yuhang's arm closer. I have no regrets, Teacher Liang. The light bathed them in a warm glow, surrounded by a sea of white roses that induced a dizzying sense of happiness. Mu Feng felt as though he were lost in a beautiful dream from which he did not wish to awaken. The language of white roses embodies pure and sacred love, with an additional layer signifying mutual compatibility. This was chosen by Liang Yuhang, and even if it were merely an act, it gently assuaged his feelings of confusion and inadequacy. The engagement ceremony of Mr. Liang Yuhang and Mr. Mu Feng is now commencing. Mu Feng gazed into the audience, where those who once looked down upon him, like Mu Shan and Mu Shui, had transformed from disdain to respect, all thanks to Liang Yuhang. He felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Just then, he felt a gentle squeeze on his fingers. Liang Yuhang held his hand. Mu Feng, don't overthink. Mu Feng looked at him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, the officiant announced the time for a kiss, and Mu Feng leaned in slowly, lifting his head. He initiated a tender kiss at the corner of Liang Yuhang's lips, reaching for the unattainable moon. As he was about to pull back, Liang Yuhang wrapped an arm around his waist and returned the kiss. The flashes of cameras illuminated the moment, while Jiang Yiyan leaned towards Lu Zhua, whispering, why do they look so familiar with each other? Perhaps they've kissed before, Lu Zhua replied nonchalantly, mind your own business. Maybe the parties involved are enjoying themselves. Jiang Yiyan, camera in hand, was determined not to miss a single frame. Furrowing her brow, they must have practiced in secret. It's obvious this is not their first time. How amusing. And you, a single dog, think you can meddle in the affairs of the married. Zhou Tian had been eyeing the delectable food on the table for quite some time. When are we eating? It looks so delicious. Excuse me. I need to capture the best angle. 0717 flitted around the venue, exclaiming, oh, what a perfect match. How handsome. Truly, my boss and his partner are making 0717 proud. She was now even displeased with the clumsy penguin. Jiang Yuyan, frustrated with Liang Yuhang, thought to herself, does he even care for others? If Mu Bao gets entangled, it will be a disaster. I'm so worried. Lu Zhua laughed, ruffling her hair. You're adorable. After the ceremony and interviews concluded, Liang Yuhang introduced Mu Feng to numerous individuals, military officials, relatives, friends, and college classmates, slowly immersing him into his world. Aren't you weary of people? Don't you find it bothersome? Mu Feng asked him quietly. Yes, I wish I could turn and leave, Liang Yuhang replied, reverting to his aloof demeanor from their first meeting. I can tolerate this for another half hour at most. Shall we indulge in a drink to unwind? Mu Feng extended his hand to pull him along. Let us join Xiao Zhang's table. Ah, look, a newcomer is here to toast. Jiang Yuhan, already imbibed, wore a flushed visage as he leaned in. How does it feel to be half a foot into the grave of matrimony? Mu Feng playfully pinched his cheek, cautioning, spare me the embarrassment. Refrain from sparring with Teacher Liang today. His elbow had already begun to veer outward. Jiang Yuhan draped an arm around his shoulder, lamenting, if you ever feel wronged, do confide in me. Woe is my dear Mu Bao, having to marry a 24-year-old man at merely 19. Lu Zhua and Liang Yuhang exchanged silent glances. At 24, a man is in the prime of his life, often hailed as young and promising. Yet here he was labeled an old man. Had he truly overindulged? As Mu Feng sipped the drink offered to him, he steadied the swaying Liang Yuhang. They had already shed tears multiple times. Yet they had yet to acquire a marriage certificate. It was unclear what grave they were mourning. Zhou Tiantian's chatter was incessant. Is it possible to take this uneaten dish home? It's too delicious. I'm simply ecstatic. Mu Feng chuckled. If you like it, I'll bring you more next time. Sweetheart, it seems we shall be the only two left behind to rely on one another. Come, let us toast. Liang Yuhang reached for another drink. Quick as lightning, Mu Feng intercepted the glass, declaring, Brother Lu, keep an eye on him. We cannot let him drink to the point of sickness. I have it under control. Lu Zhua replied, his arm casually draped over Liang Yuhan's chair, chin raised. Come now, newlyweds, let us toast. Thus, Mu Feng found himself inebriated, with cup after cup being thrust into his hands. Drinking while pregnant? Liang Jingyi ominously wheeled over, his gaze fixated on Mu Feng's flat abdomen. Mu Feng cast him a disdainful look. Fool. Damn it, fooled again, Liang Jingyi retorted. Mu Feng reached out to embrace Liang Yuhang. Take me away from this grotesque sight. Liang Jingyi struggled to catch his breath. Who is the grotesque one? I resemble my brother. For heaven's sake, do not invoke pity. Mu Feng turned to him. You are a hideous creature. In his drunken state, Mu Feng's verbal assaults reached new heights. After berating Liang Jingyi, he also managed to scold Mu Shan and Mu Shui before being woozily escorted away by Liang Yuhang. Where are we headed? Mu Feng nestled into the back seat, resting his head on Liang Yuhang's shoulder. Are you planning to sell me off? Home. Liang Yuhang urged the driver to accelerate, fearing Mu Feng would become ill in the car. I do not wish to go home. Mu Feng scrunched his nose. I detest returning home. Liang Yuhang adjusted him into a proper position, but Mu Feng leaned against him again, prompting him to relent, not to the Mu residence, but to our new home. The term new home puzzled Mu Feng. He gazed at him in confusion. Liang Yuhang clarified, we just purchased it. I even showed you the contract. Mu Feng blinked, slowly processing. The marital abode? You intend to reside with me? Are we not pretending? Liang Yuhang raised a hand to cover his mouth, casting a wary glance at the driver, fearful of being overheard. This child, how could he be so indiscreet in his drunken state? Just as he regained his composure, he felt a warm sensation in his palm. Mu Feng was licking his hand deliberately and slowly. Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang called his name. Behave yourself. Yet, the other seemed oblivious to the concept of decorum, nuzzling closer. We shall arrive shortly. The driver cast a wary glance, fearing that the two might engage in some untoward behavior within the vehicle, and promptly pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Upon reaching the garage, he hurriedly disembarked. Liang Yufang reached out to assist him, only to find the other party immediately entwined around him like an octopus. His speech thick with intoxication. I want a hug. Liang Yufang felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Ultimately, he deemed it unnecessary to reason with a drunken fool, hoisting the man as one would a child and carrying him into the villa. Have we arrived? Mu Feng inquired, sensing the illumination of lights as he opened his eyes. I want to see every room. Liang Yufang endured a moment longer. I truly owe you. Thus, he continued to carry him, making a circuit from the first to the fourth floor, inspecting each room in turn, before finally laying him down on the bed in the bedroom. You shall sleep here. I will take the room next door. Call for me if needed, Liang Yufang instructed. Mu Feng looked up at him. Aren't you going to sleep with me? No. Our engagement is merely nominal, Liang Yufang replied, fully aware. You will sleep alone, otherwise, it would appear that I am taking advantage of you. Mu Feng reached out to tug at his tie, drawing him nearer, his eyes glistening. Daddy. Liang Yufang responded firmly, do not call me that. Under the influence of alcohol, Mu Feng babbled freely. Do you want to see me wear collar? Liang Yufang was utterly perplexed by his erratic behavior. I do not. All right then, Mu Feng said, somewhat dejected. What about playing with a locking crystal ring? Liang Yufang's thoughts turned to the notion that perhaps he should have entrusted Mu Feng to Liang Yuhan instead of bringing him back. Did he even comprehend his own words? Liang Yuhang withdrew his tie, his tone icy. No games, it's time for bed. Feng mumbled in disappointment. Why is nothing permissible? Today, Liang Yuhang is utterly uncooperative. Every day, Liang Yuhang is incapable of cooperation, he thought, looking down. Should you continue this nonsensical chatter, I might just bind you. Sounds good, Feng replied, extending his hand toward him, excitement flickering in his eyes. Are you going to sleep with me? Liang Yuhang, uninterested, turned to leave. Disregarding Feng, believing himself to be in a dream, hastily followed him, trailing into his room, where he forcefully pushed him onto the bed. What on earth do you intend to do? Liang Yuhang frowned at him. It was futile to reason with someone intoxicated. He firmly restrained him and then carried him back to what was rightfully his room, tossing him onto the bed. Do not move again, Liang Yuhang commanded, slapping his face lightly. Did you hear me? The weight of his authority sent a shiver down Feng's spine. Feng defiantly lifted his leg, placing it on Liang Yuhang's body, challenging him. I shall do as I please. Liang Yuhang remained composed, seizing his ankle and abruptly dragging him closer, securing him tightly in the covers, and using his tie to bind him expertly. He then turned him over, pressing his face into the pillow, delivering 2 firm slaps. Dare to move again? Chapter 57. I smell good. Feng's face was buried in the pillow, emitting indistinct sounds. Liang Yuhang felt irked by the noise. He reached out and turned him back over. Feng resembled a tightly wrapped silkworm, his hair disheveled, his tie askew, and a button of his shirt mysteriously undone, revealing his smooth neck. Feng stared at him with wide eyes. You hit me. Though it was he who provoked the situation. Liang Yuhang felt a twinge of guilt, because you were disobedient. Oh, as Feng reminisced, Liang Yuhang urged, then go ahead and strike. Liang's gaze fell upon the other's neck, which had previously adorned a collar, now deemed inappropriate for the occasion and thus removed. It ought not to have been taken off. It should remain, as in moments like these, when one is disobedient and restless, a chain could effectively restrain them, rendering escape impossible. Liang Yuhang extended his hand, fingers curling around, gently pinching. Do you have a penchant for pain? Feng pondered the word, slowly nodding. It seems so. Really? Liang tightened his grip slightly, observing his unsteady breathing. This could serve as a reward for you. Feng's cheeks flushed crimson, his eyes wide and candid. Thank you. But I've told you not to call me that. Liang Yuhang stole his breath, releasing him only after several seconds. Gasping for air, Feng felt lightheaded, utterly exhilarated. Liang Yuhang glanced down at him, showing no regard for the fact that it was their engagement night, coldly stating, You shall be bound tonight, and release come morning. Feng was immobilized, helplessly watching him depart, rolling restlessly in place, unable to free himself. Liang Yuhang's incessant muttering annoyed him. In his drunken state, Feng, emboldened, recklessly stumbled towards the adjacent room. Upon entering the bathroom, the room was dimly lit, and Feng, grateful for the agility honed in his prior feline form, bounded onto the bed with minimal effort. We shall sleep together, he thought triumphantly. His hands felt numb and immobile, yet the warmth of the blankets enveloped him with a rare sense of security. When Liang Yuhang emerged, he beheld the indistinct form upon the bed, his expression one of exasperation. You truly are. He had never tended to a drunken individual before, but it was evident that this one was the most obstinate, having forcefully kissed him during their last drunken encounter. What mischief awaited this time? Feng blinked at him, declaring, to sleep. Liang Yuhang pinched his cheek with vigor. Why must we sleep together? I want to, Feng replied, too lazy to concoct a reason, resorting to playful antics and insistence. It was already late, and Liang Yuhang, uninterested in further tussles, leaned against the headboard, perusing congratulatory messages sent by others. There was a group chat within the military hospital, where members typically adhered to decorum, yet tonight it buzzed with energy. Where has Dr. Liang disappeared to? Off for a romantic escapade? It's his engagement night. Who has time to respond to you? Single dog's envy. Dr. Liang's fiancée is stunning. My word, that waist. Someone is fortunate indeed. Hold on. Is it appropriate to praise someone's wife in the dead of night? I glanced at the duty roster. Dr. Liang, astonishingly, has an early shift tomorrow. Our role model. Youth is a blessing. I recall my own nights of fervor, enduring until 6 in the morning for checks. Liang Yuhang did not respond. Merely scrolling through the chat history, which contained several well-captured photos from the event, he downloaded and saved them. Still bound? Feng rolled over, leaning against him through the covers. We'll be all night? Liang Yuhang nonchalantly murmured an affirmative, not lifting his gaze. I fear you might go mad in the night. All right, that works, Feng thought, easily placated. Merely sharing a bed was a significant advancement. No need for replies. Liang Yuhang finally diverted his attention to him. You sleep. I shall sleep as well. Together, Feng insisted. Feng was tenacious, his gaze fixed intently upon him. On the night of their engagement, others behaved similarly. The video sent to me by 0717 was evidence of that. Liang Yuhang wore a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. What do you expect from a video sent by 0717? It is hardly respectable. Feng's cheeks flushed slightly, having been uncovered. He rolled around beside him, insisting, I don't care. Everyone else does this, so I will too. Liang Yuhang raised his hand to activate the camera, recording his petulant antics. Let us see if you feel any shame when you wake up tomorrow. Hurry up, Liang Yuhang. Feng boldly called him by name. Finally, Liang Yuhang set aside his phone, lowering his head to adjust his suppressor ring to the highest setting. After being affected by Feng's pheromones last time, he had switched to the suppressor. All right, enough noise, he said, half-heartedly patting Feng's back in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Just as he closed his eyes, Feng leaned closer, his breath brushing against his face. Let go, my hand is getting numb. I won't move, I promise. His past transgressions rendered his assurance unconvincing. Liang Yuhang felt that as an omega, he would be powerless to resist if things escalated, so he softened and loosened his tie. You'd better behave. The blanket fell away, revealing Feng's tailored suit, now wrinkled. He tossed his jacket aside and began unbuttoning his shirt, frustration mounting as he struggled with his tie. How do I get this off? I want to shower and smell nice. Liang Yuhang replied. You should have thought of that before your engagement. He could not be bothered to engage further, keeping his eyes closed and allowing Feng to fumble. After a while, Feng yanked everything off violently and dashed into the bathroom. Moments later, he returned, damp and reclining beside Liang Yuhang. Liang Yuhang thought, finally peace and quiet. The next second, a damp arm wrapped around his neck, declaring, all done, I smell good. Liang Yuhang pushed him away, his palm grazing Feng's bare back, causing his heart to skip a beat. He had bothered to put on clothes. Feng, Liang Yuhang called his name, teeth gritted, put some clothes on. It's time for bed. This is so comfortable. Feng nestled closer, resting his head in Liang Yuhang's neck and closing his eyes. Good night, Teacher Liang. He seemed to remember who was before him as he drifted off, unabashed. Liang Yuhang felt as if he were holding a scalding hot potato. Unsure where to place his hands, suspended in the air, a surge of frustration building within him. Within 2 minutes, the mechanical voice of his watch began to signal. Hormonal fluctuations, elevated body temperature, suspected loss of control. Liang Yuhang pressed his fingers against Feng's skin. His suppressor ring already set to the highest level, yet he could still detect a faint fragrance. It was not pheromones, rather, it was the scent of the same shower gel he used. Teacher Liang, I smell good, Feng mumbled in his sleep, entirely unaware that to an alpha, it was akin to an invitation. His disobedience warranted a lesson, to ensure he would not dare to act recklessly in the future. Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, malevolent thoughts bubbling to the surface. Mark him. That voice echoed faintly in his mind. No, you are merely engaged, with no real connection, a rational voice cautioned. Yet, his defiance persisted, provoking a lesson to be imparted. The earlier thought resurfaced. Liang Yuhang leaned down, pressing against the nape of his neck, his breath caressing that patch of skin, the inherent dominance of an alpha unmistakably revealed. He restrained Feng, lowering his head to make contact, and as he pressed further, the S-Class Alpha's pheromones would awaken him with exhilarating clarity. Liang Yuhang, I'm so delighted to be engaged to you. Mu Feng murmured amidst a dreamscape filled with white roses. Liang Yuhang, tightening his grip on Mu Feng's hand, suddenly softened his hold, tilting his head slightly to change position, leaving a deep bite mark on his rounded shoulder. Amidst the struggles of resistance, he calmly uttered, "Endure the pain." Chapter 58. Innocence Lost Upon Waking. Mu Feng found the bed empty. He opened his eyes to an unfamiliar room, an alien atmosphere, and a very primal version of himself. What the? Mu Feng abruptly sat up, furrowing his brow as he recalled the events of the previous night. Clinging to Liang Yuhang, seeking warmth, wanting to sleep. Having been struck, what happened next? He glanced down, seeing no clear signs, only a lingering bite mark on his shoulder. Who did this? Liang Yuhang? Under what circumstances would such a mark be left? Mu Feng inhaled sharply, muttering to himself. Could it be that inebriation led to a genuine encounter? I have no recollection at all. He grabbed his disheveled suit, retrieving his phone to message Liang Yuhang. Why did you leave so early? Teacher Liang, I had a meeting this morning. Calm, as ever, true to his 5-year seniority, he remained composed. Last night Teacher Liang, the evidence is a video of you bound tightly, rolling around beside me, insisting on sleeping together. Mu Feng, I've lost all dignity. The worst part is someone helping you recall it. Are there any other videos? Teacher Liang, I don't have a penchant for recording others in the nude. It was the one who initiated? Teacher Liang, what else could it be? Mu Feng ran a hand through his messy hair, despairing. I've ruined Teacher Liang. I am not a decent person. As a cool and aloof alpha. The other could not whimper like an omega, swallowing his grievances instead. The more Mu Feng pondered, the more absurd he felt, uncertain if he had uttered any inappropriate words. Growing increasingly anxious, clutching his wrinkled clothes, which he clearly could not wear, he opened the wardrobe to rummage through it. Likely a new home, Liang Yuhang had few belongings. He selected a shirt and long pants, managing to put them on. After freshening up, he hurried back to the base. Teacher Liang, I made a mistake last night. Mu Feng began apologizing as he pushed the door open, only to raise his head and find a room full of people. Mu Feng exclaimed, Can we just let him jump out the window and end it all? Dr. Liang's wife had arrived. Someone jested, just got engaged and already working. The couple isn't being affectionate, and here she is. 0717 squatted in the corner, covering his mouth with laughter, his body shaking with the sound of rattling components. Liang Yuhang could not restrain himself and kicked him lightly. Raising his head, he discovered Mu Feng clad in his shirt. The fit was evidently loose, and if the collar were tugged down a bit more, one would likely see the bite mark left from the previous night. Liang Yuhang cleared his throat. Assuming the role of a considerate husband, what brings you here? Shouldn't you rest a little longer? Mu Feng, feeling awkward, found himself in a dilemma. He could neither leave nor stay. Perhaps I should wait until you finish your meeting. It's almost over, came the reply from a voice in the crowd. Let us go. Let us not disturb their sweetness. A group of doctors chuckled as they rose, casting curious glances at Mu Feng, their inquisitive eyes seeming to pierce through him. Mu Feng raised his hand, painfully covering his face. I feel like giving up. Why did I come over dressed like this? Liang Yuhang found it somewhat amusing and didn't bother to return to his dormitory for a change of clothes. 0717 was still in the corner, laughing so hard that it seemed his mechanical head might detach. No laughing, Mu Feng thought, suppressing the urge to kick him. Could you fetch me a change of clothes for my dorm? Sure thing, boss. 0717 teased, retreating while chuckling. Wearing your fiancé's clothes, how sweet. With a stoic expression. Mu Feng could not muster a smile. Liang Yuhang, seated in his swivel chair, looked up at him. Are you reminiscing about last night's recklessness? Coming to atone? Mu Feng instantly stood straight, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I promise to adhere strictly to the boundaries between us. In a tone laced with sarcasm, Liang Yuhang replied, Are you here to pay respects at a grave? No, it's just Gil, Mu Feng said, pulling out a sheet of white paper and presenting it without daring to look up. Here are our agreements I've already signed. Liang Yuhang took it. Glancing at the title, agreements regarding the engagement of Liang Yuhang and Mu Feng. First, without permission, one shall never intrude into the other's private space, even when intoxicated. Otherwise, one shall be subjected to standing on one's head while washing hair. Second, both parties shall maintain complete independence and freedom. Should either develop feelings for someone else, the engagement shall be annulled. Third, both shall fully cooperate with the other's needs in social situations, ensuring a flawless public image for both. Specifically, Mu Feng must assist Liang Yuhang. Teacher Liang does splendidly. Fourth, one cannot force the other into intimacy. This particularly applies to Mu Feng, who often loses sense of propriety. Liang Yuhang had grown tired of reading further, tapping the paper with his finger. This doesn't seem like an agreement. It resembles more of your self-critique. Mu Feng tightened his lips. That's about right. Mainly, I've performed poorly and am in self-reflection. The obedient demeanor displayed was a stark contrast to the chaotic entanglement of the previous night. Liang Yuhang tore the paper in half and tossed it into the trash bin. No need for this. Now, I feel even guiltier, Mu Feng thought, convinced that Liang Yuhang had not taken advantage of him, especially given that he had restrained himself from marking him in such a situation. Truly an unparalleled gentleman. Mu Feng squatted beside him, leaning against the desk with both hands resting on it, resembling a cat's paw. I truly recognize my mistakes. Liang Yuhang replied, it's not that serious. It is quite serious. We share no feelings, and I took away your precious first time. As Mu Feng spoke, his face grew increasingly flushed. Sorry. I'll never drink again. Liang Yuhang responded with a puzzled expression. He suddenly realized that there was a discrepancy in the information between the two individuals and said with a serious expression, what do you think happened last night? What happened? Mu Feng replied with a bewildered look, the bite marks on my body are still there. Liang Yuhang was at a loss for words, equally impressed by his vivid imagination. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think my self-control is that weak? Mu Feng blinked in confusion. Indeed. He had been thrown into a hormonal imbalance by the reagent earlier, and here was this person, who after merely smoking a cigarette, began critiquing his experimental report with remarkable composure. Mu Feng felt uncertain and murmured, well, I couldn't have bitten myself. My neck isn't that long, and I can't reach my shoulders. Liang Yuhang closed his eyes for a moment before admitting, it was me. Mu Feng swallowed hard, observing the other's expression. Then, if nothing happened, why leave a bite mark? This matter had initially been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and to revisit it for explanation was futile. Liang Yuhang did not expect the other to be so persistent and calmly explained, because when you lay in my arms like that, the instinct to mark you arose. Can you understand? Mu Feng was taken aback, astonished that Liang Yuhang could feel the urge to mark someone. Goodness, what had he done the previous night to trigger such a hidden delight? His mind raced. Wait, that was wrong. Between two alphas, marking was not permissible. If Liang Yuhang discovered this, would he be disappointed? He parted his lips. Then why didn't you mark me in the end? Was it because you found me undesirable? No. Liang Yuhang truly wished he could open up his mind to see what thoughts were swirling inside. After pondering for a moment, he decided to instruct him. It felt inappropriate. You are not my omega. Marking is something only intimate partners should do, so do not let anyone mark you casually. Mu Feng felt even more disheartened and nodded, all right. I understand. What do you understand? Liang Yuhang furrowed his brow, suspecting he was indulging in wild imaginings again. He felt that if he had a tail, it would be drooping dismally to the ground at that moment. Mu Feng looked up at him, because you find me undesirable. Liang Yuhang raised his hand and pulled him up from the ground, pressing him against the table, startling Mu Feng into immobility as he instinctively protected the back of his neck. It was terrifying. If an alpha were to forcibly mark, they would surely end up in a fight. Wait, I was just rambling. Seeing Liang Yuhang's stance, Mu Feng quickly relented. I misunderstood. I don't find you undesirable. Liang Yuhang, noticing his frightened expression, felt a chuckle rising within him. Are you scared now? Mu Feng raised his hand to unbutton his shirt. He was merely afraid Liang Yuhang would realize he couldn't be marked. If he were an omega, he would have already surrendered and let him take charge. He deftly tore off his shirt, revealing his smooth shoulder on the other side. No, I'm just a bit afraid that marking my hurt. He put his clothes back on. Liang Yuhang truly could not comprehend what he was doing in physiology class. Get out. Feng turned his innocent face towards him, coaxing, if you truly want to mark, just bite symmetrically to satisfy your craving. Chapter 59. What reward do you desire? Liang Yuhang's gaze fell upon the fair shoulder. He reached out and pulled up the collar. Were you thinking? Symmetry? Feng clicked his tongue lightly. Ah, indeed, I should have been bolder last night while drunk. Now, you have reverted to the restrained teacher, Liang, in an instant. Here comes the clothing. As I entered the room on July 17th, I inquired whether the change could be made here directly. It mattered not. After all, we were engaged. What was there to hide? Upon hearing this, Feng raised his hand to begin unbuttoning his shirt. Liang Yuhang, thoroughly exasperated with this person, snatched the clothing from him and handed it back. Turning to leave. Change by yourself? I have to check the room. How cold that his fiancée could be so indifferent after their engagement. Feng exchanged bewildered glances with 0717. Is this right? It seems quite wrong. Based on my recent reading experience, you should not be able to rise again. The boss is incapable. 0717 began to spread rumors on the spot. No, we haven't done anything yet. Feng fervently defended Liang Yuhang's reputation, asserting that teacher Liang was quite capable. It was he who was lacking. 0717 widened his eyes. Aren't you an Omega? How can you still handle an Alpha? Feng shut his eyes, unable to foresee the future of the 8-star system. With the android in such a dismal state, let be destroyed. He hastily changed his attire and dragged 0717 downstairs. Stop joking. Come with me to the laboratory. We have an imminent assessment. However, given that their engagement had just been finalized the day before, his classmates were quite intrigued by his appearance, bombarding him with questions. Only Zhou Tian was intensely focused, battling the lab mice. This time, I am extremely confident. There is no way I will rank last again. Oh, really? Have your studies not yet defeated you? Jiang Yuyin retorted, now reduced to mockery. How about a wager? If you surpass me in the exam, I will call you father for a month. Zhou Tian smiled slightly. All right, did everyone hear that? I shall soon have an additional son this month. Observing uttention est technique. Feng concluded that he was merely behind due to hospitalization. Thus he advised, Xiao Jiang, I suggest you retract that. Do you truly believe he can surpass me? Jiang Yuyin replied incredulously, I have been cramming with my brother these past few days. Before your engagement banquet, I was still memorizing operational guidelines. Feng thought to himself, I cannot keep up with this. He nodded. Then good luck. I look forward to the results. Jiang Yuyin's competitive spirit was ignited. From today until the exam, I will study by lamplight. I absolutely cannot allow myself to rank second to last. I fear you might fall asleep after just a few seconds, Zhou Tian retorted sharply. After all, you possess an infant-like sleep. Jiang Yuyin dismissed him, and Mu Bao? Last time, he fortuitously secured 7th place. It was merely because Liang Yuhang's predictions were accurate. Practical skills are entirely different, and with your recent attendance so low, you are likely to be among the last once again. Feng mused. Let me consider which rank I shall aim for. Wow, you all seem to be putting on airs, Jiang Yuyin exclaimed in astonishment. Strong bro Feng chuckled softly, then lowered his head to text Liang Yuhang. Teacher Liang, what rank do you think I should aim for this time? Teacher Liang, first. You have such confidence in me. Teacher Liang, no need to pretend. These 4 words instilled a profound sense of reassurance. There was no need to feign ignorance, for even if the Mu family discovered it, his engagement to Liang Yuhang had firmly bound them together. Feng slowly blinked, then looked up to reply to Jiang Yuyin. I suppose first place. Jiang Yuyin patted his shoulder. Very self-aware. Mu Bao, last place is your destiny. No, it's the first, Feng replied calmly. Jiang Yuyin? He suspected that this fellow had become so engrossed in his engagement with Liang Yuhang that he had lost his senses. Otherwise, how could he utter such nonsensical remarks? Even Zhou Tian found it hard to believe. I'm not trying to bring you down, but you ranked 7th last time, barely passing. Do you realize that the first place last time was nearly a perfect score? There are quite a few academic elites here. I know, Mu Feng replied, casting a glance at the top student at the other end of the laboratory. Everyone needs to have dreams. The other student looked up at this comment, offering a polite smile laced with sarcasm. Zhou Tiantian retorted, this is practical, you know. Even if teacher Liang gives you a hint, you will still lose points where it matters. Stop dreaming. Mu Feng chuckled, toying with the test tube in his hand. One must always have dreams. The following 3 days of rigorous assessments stripped everyone of their confidence. Liang Yuhang stumbled out of the final exam, collapsing into Lu Zhua's embrace, crying, that last chemical reaction. You went over it with me several times yesterday, but my mind went blank at the crucial moment. It's all right, I guessed it, Lu Zhua replied nonchalantly, patting him on the back. When I completed my experiment, I saw Professor Zhang nodding at me. It must have been in awe of my exceptional technique, Zhou Tiantian boasted. So, you're finished. Don't jump to conclusions before the results are out, Liang Yuhang shot back, watching Mu Feng rush over to Liang Yuhang, clicking his tongue. Mu Bao left the exam 30 minutes early, giving up ahead of time, and he still thinks he LL coming first. Lu Zhua shot him a glance. You're such an idiot. Liang Yuhang playfully pinched him. You can't say that. I'm not the one who ranked last, so I'm not foolish. Lu Zhua replied, you're the smartest in the 8th galaxy. Zhou Tiantian kindly interjected, he*s mocking you. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. I have a brain. I can tell. When Liang Yuhang saw Mu Feng approaching, his expression softened slightly. How did the exam go? It was all right, Mu Feng answered conservatively. Even though you didn't highlight the key points like Brother Lu, I managed to complete it according to the requirements. Liang Yuhang smiled. I suppose I can't be blamed for not showing favoritism. Of course not. Who would dare blame you? Mu Feng's tone dripped with resentment. I believe in you. Liang Yuhang said, I've observed your experiments a few times. Your data is clear, and your theory is flawless. There's no issue. Mu Feng, who had been harboring grievances for several days, was instantly appeased by those words. He rubbed his cheek. Is it really that good? You're just talking nonsense. Well, have I ever lied? Liang Yuhang looked at him. If you rank first, what reward would you like? These past days, busy with exams. Mu Feng had scarcely interacted with him. Their engagement felt like a fleeting dream, and their dynamic remained unchanged. Yet, Mu Feng still felt a sense of joy. I don't need a reward. I already have everything I desire. Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow slightly, so easily satisfied. Mu Feng replied, I'll owe you one. When I figure it out, I'll come to claim it. Liang Yuhang initially wanted to say that time waits for no one, but instead he conceded, all right. The results will be released shortly. Are you excited? Zhou Tiantian draped an arm over his shoulder. This time, Liang Jingyi really came through, sending me a lot of hints the day before, and they all came true. Mu Feng exchanged a glance with Liang Yuhang. Zhou Tiantian's sudden enthusiasm was suspicious. What else did he say to you? Mu Feng inquired. There is nothing much to say, except that I feel quite remorseful for having overlooked you before. After the exams, please treat me to a sumptuous meal. Zhou Tiantian cheerfully remarked that she was in for a delightful feast. Tiantian, hesitant yet eager, expressed her thoughts about Liang Jingyi and Liang Yuhang, who merely shook his head gently in response. With a subtle shift in conversation, Mu Feng suggested, let us enjoy the meal to the fullest, deplete his resources. Zhou Tiantian, with her eyes sparkling, replied, of course, if I don't get my fair share of free food, I'll 1T bear the surname Tian. As the group made their way to the hall to await the results, Mu Feng quietly addressed teacher Liang. Why didn't TU allow me to give a reminder? Zhou Tiantian came from a modest background. If her performance were too conspicuous, it could lead to Liang Jingyi giving her a hard time, which would not bode well for her, as Liang Yuhang pointed out. However, Mu Feng still harbored some concerns about potential bullying, considering that person had a penchant for mischief. Liang Yuhang was well aware of that individual's tactics. At most, they would aim to befriend him and pry into his personal affairs, advising caution to the dormitory members. Mu Feng nonchalantly responded, I trust that Tiantian won't say anything indiscreet. Liang Yuhang did not respond, but remained silently focused on the large screen. It was still displaying the practical rankings from the last examination, beginning from the bottom. Last place, Liang Yuhang. What? Liang Yuhang gasped. I studied diligently for this. Liang remained unfazed by the outcome, stating it was to be expected. Meanwhile, someone was lounging in a bathtub reading, gradually dozing off, almost submerging the materials in water. Zhou Tiantian shook Liang Yuhang, whose face was glum, and mockingly urged, "Son, come call me father." I refused to believe it. There must be foul play. Liang Yuhang furrowed his brow. Did Liang Jingyi really give you the answers? He just happened to guess right. Give him credit for his skills, Zhou Tiantian retorted, reveling in her newfound status. Ah, what a joyous occasion, becoming a parent today. As Liang Yuhang observed the names being revealed one by one, having already surpassed 15, he still did not see the names of his 2 roommates. He began to sense the gravity of the situation. Zhou Tiantian, your clandestine maneuvers are rather outrageous. I never anticipated performing this well, Zhou Tiantian replied, shaking her head. Perhaps I'm simply a genius making a comeback. 5th place, Zhou Tiantian. This ranking was enough to astonish the scholars, as it was rare for someone to rise from the bottom to the top, especially from their dormitory. Goodness, is there some kind of mysticism at play in your dormitory? Someone murmured. What about Feng's results? They are yet to be revealed. That remark jolted Liang Yuhang and Zhou Tiantian into unison. You can't possibly have come in first, Feng. The results displayed on the screen were unmistakable. Despite the 2nd place being penalized for a 0.5-point deduction due to operational errors, Feng had achieved a perfect score. Liang Yuhan's pupils widened in shock. Am I truly being ambushed by 2 roommates simultaneously? Is this world mad? I sleep merely 2 hours each night, armed with notes from the predicted questions. And yet I couldn't surpass Feng, who has been preoccupied with his engagement. Zhou Tiantian found it equally hard to comprehend. Liang Yuhang's lips curled slightly upwards in a knowing smile, as anticipated. Feng fixed his gaze upon the displayed rankings, which should have emerged during high school. Now arriving belatedly, he glanced at the astonished faces around him, as if in a dream, murmuring, I really did it, Teacher Liang. No need to artificially suppress scores. No need to feign ignorance. And no need to be the most ordinary member of the Mu family. Liang Yuhang gazed at his companion's unremarkably excited profile, feeling a twinge of heartache. Would things have been smoother for Feng had he appeared a bit earlier? Should I embrace him? Liang Yuhang sensed that this moment called for it, even amidst the bustling crowd, though it seemed somewhat inappropriate. Following the cue, Feng promptly wrapped his arms around Liang Yuhang, his voice muffled. Please, commend me once more, Teacher Liang. I have yet to receive praise for achieving 1st place. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, Liang Yuhang gently patted his back. You are the most exceptional little genius. You have worked hard. Chapter 60. Yearning for your pheromones, a slight sting welled up in Feng's nose as he suppressed the mist in his eyes. Thank you, Teacher Liang, he murmured softly. Wait, how did they end up embracing in public? Liang Yuan was still reeling from the unexpected turn of events when another blow struck. Liang glanced over calmly. Perhaps the excitement of not scoring first was overwhelming. It's quite normal. Indeed, having spent 3 years in high school with Feng, barely scraping through each time, it was only by sheer luck in the final exam that he managed to gain admission to such a prestigious university. Liang Yuan lamented. How times have changed. My grades were far superior to his before, and now I find myself trailing behind. It brings tears. You should take a bath and get some sleep. Liang jested. Let's see if you dare to be lazy again. Liang Yuan sighed once more. But why are they still embracing? That should be enough. They're a legally recognized couple, even if they haven't registered their marriage yet. What's wrong with a brief embrace? Zhou Tiantian finally spoke up. Quick, son, call him father. Liang Yuan's expression resembled that of mourning, and after much effort, he managed to stammer out a barely audible father. It's recorded. Zhou Tiantian shook his phone, bringing it close to Feng's ear before replaying it. I will kill you, Liang Yuan said, draping his arm over Zhou Tiantian's neck. Let's perish together. Feng, nestled in Liang Yuhang's embrace, was unable to contain his laughter, and only after some time did he realize he was still holding on. Suddenly, he retracted his arms as if propelled by a spring. I didn't mean to hold on for so long. Oh no, Liang Yuhang must be judged harshly. indulging in such intimacy with his fiancée before the eyes of the public, lacking in decorum. "It's all right," Liang Yuhang replied composedly, glancing down at his persistently vibrating phone. A message from Liang Zhaoqing. "I heard from Liang Jingyi that Mu Feng is pregnant. Hurry and bring him to the hospital for a checkup." Liang Yuhang clicked his tongue lightly, thinking that even in the hospital, there was no peace. Not pregnant, just teasing him. Then it's perfect to come in for a check, as he will need to prepare sooner or later. Mu Feng is still young. It's not something we are considering. Liang Zhaoqing directly called. "I heard from Professor Zhang that Mu Feng scored first in this recent test," Liang Yuhang affirmed, raising his gaze to the exuberant figure beside him, praising. "He is inherently intelligent. With just a little guidance, he grasps everything effortlessly. He's far from the useless person I once imagined." Liang Zhaoqing suggested bringing Mu Feng to the hospital for a checkup later, noting that this should have been done prior to the engagement to assess their compatibility. Mu Feng turned to him, silently shaping his lips. "Who is it?" "My father." Liang Yuhang replied silently before speaking into the phone. "We will discuss it later. There are no such plans," and hung up. "What is the matter?" Mu Feng, now feeling closer to him, casually inquired. Liang Yuhang put away his phone. "Liang Jingyi is spouting nonsense. My father thinks you're pregnant and wants you to get checked." Mu Feng exclaimed. This guy truly thrives on chaos. He takes every casual remark to heart. "Pregnant?" He wouldn't even enter if you were completely undressed. He is simply a modern-day monk. Liang Yuhang continued. "It's just a routine health check. When should I do it for you?" Mu Feng's joy at acing his exam dissipated in an instant. Could anything be more terrifying? Liang Yuhang performing a health check on him was no intimate benefit but a nightmare. Initially, he posed as an omega at the other suggestion, and the blocking agent was provided by him as well. If he could deceive the hospital, he certainly could not deceive the meticulous Liang Yuhang. If it were discovered that he was an alpha, the marriage contract would likely be annulled, as AO is the standard in affluent circles. Mu Feng's expression grew grave, filled with resistance. "I don't need it. My health is excellent. No need for a checkup." "Excellent. My foot." He frequently ends up in the hospital. Jiang Yuyan, still brooding over the betrayal, interjected, "On the very day you two met, he fell ill." Mu Feng gritted his teeth. "You really could choose to remain silent." Liang Yuhang replied, "How about today? It's perfect after the exam, and I have nothing else to do." No. Him.That. Mu Feng hastily retreated 3 meters. "I refuse. I'd rather die than do it. I'll go back to the lab and continue my research." Liang Yuhang squinted slightly, pondering his intense resistance. He turned to Jiang Yuyan. "Does he have some hidden ailment?" Jiang Yuyan, with a serious demeanor, responded, "What is this? Having second thoughts about the engagement? That's fine. Just annul it and I'll step in." Liang Yuhang, "I have no such intention." "Why the sudden concern for Mu Bao? What are your true intentions?" Jiang Yuyan stood on guard. "Isn't it natural to be concerned about one's fiancé's health?" Liang Yuhang's retort left the other speechless. Jiang Yuyan shook his head and turned to find Mu Feng, who was busy with laboratory mice. "I suspect Liang Yuhang has ulterior motives regarding you." Mu Feng exclaimed, tugging at a mouse that squeaked in protest. "How could that be? Have you been traumatized by coming in last?" "I'm serious," Jiang Yuan analyzed. "Look at it this way. You two are engaged now, and with your beauty as an omega, he must be eager to take advantage of the situation and coax you into compatibility testing." Mu Feng thought to himself, "No need for that. Our compatibility is 0. He forced a laugh. "Don't think of teacher Liang in such a sordid manner. He is remarkably upright and hasn't touched me at all." "Well, if you don't count the times you initiated contact, he hasn't Jiang Yuan asserted. "That's just an act. The more they seem abstinent on the surface, the more they might indulge behind closed doors. Be cautious." Mu Feng injected a reagent into the mouse, mumbling in response, "Understood, I'll keep that in mind." He needed to devise a way to evade the health check. Liang Yuhang would surely notice something amiss. How could he deceive him? "Xiao Jiang, how about I just draw a vial of blood?" Mu Feng offered a friendly smile. "Why do I want to draw blood again?" Jiang Yuan clutched his arm, recalling how he felt weak for days after the last time, as if he were floating while walking. For the advancement of scientific research, Mu Feng, with utmost seriousness, declared, You are undoubtedly the finest friend in the world. Henceforth, your name shall be boldly capitalized in the acknowledgement section of my thesis. Liang Yuhang, once again charmed, rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. Feng, meticulously sanitizing and employing aseptic techniques, filled 3 large tubes with blood samples. He ascended the stairs to seek Zhang Luyan, stammering, "Could you do me a favor? Do you happen to have teacher Liang's blood sample for a compatibility test?" Zhang Luyan, having just boasted to someone about his direct disciple Feng's top score, was in high spirits. Why not invite him to test together? Feng replied, "I fear that the low compatibility might upset him. You two are destined to marry. You cannot be this apprehensive of him." Zhang Lian chided while taking the blood samples. As he conducted the test, he imparted wisdom. "In the base, I am the teacher. At home, you are his wife. He ought to heed your words." Feng nodded absently, his gaze fixated on the testing apparatus. Zhang Lian continued, "I've taught Liang Yuhang for several years and have never seen him grow close to any omega. I thought he would remain alone forever, yet here you are." Feng eagerly inquired, "Has it yielded results?" Zhang Lian glanced at the report data, noting that the compatibility was indeed rather low, at 15%, adequate but not impressive. Feng sighed, "Well, that's better than 0. It was no wonder that Liang Yuan and Liang Yuhang clashed upon meeting, exhibiting no semblance of physiological attraction. Zhang Lian, mistaking Feng's demeanor for disappointment, reassured him, "It's all right. Despite the low compatibility, a high-ranking alpha will still attract low-matching omegas." "Understood. Please hand me the report." Feng responded with apparent calmness. "You're not going to spiral into despair, are you?" Zhang Lian cautioned seriously. "Many couples with low compatibility thrive together. What matters is the alignment of values and mutual attraction, independent of pheromones. I've seen mismatched pairs live their lives happily together, though it was an unintended comfort." Feng felt reassured and smiled, nodding in agreement. He carried the report upstairs to find Liang Yuhang, stating bluntly, "The results are in. We are not very compatible." Liang Yuhang perused the report briefly before setting it aside. "I asked you to get checked for health, not for compatibility. Isn't that what your father wanted to investigate?" Feng retorted, smirking, "He's far lower than this 15%. Why do you appear discontent?" Liang Yuhang leaned casually in his swivel chair. "Is it due to the low compatibility?" "Indeed, with such a low compatibility, if your father were to find out, he would surely explode." Feng mixed truth with jest. "If he learns you're an alpha, it would cause chaos at the base." Liang Yuhang replied nonchalantly, "That's simple. I can create a false reagent that would make us appear to be a perfect match." Feng replied, "What was that saying? 2 different people cannot share a single blanket. After just one night, our thoughts align astonishingly well. The false reagent that disguised an omega was crafted in just this manner. However, the truth remained that biologically, they were fundamentally incompatible." Liang Yuhang gazed into his eyes. "Were you pondering? I've told you before, speak your mind directly." Feng moved his lips slightly. "I wish to savor your scent. This is the reward I desire for securing the top position." This time, he refrained from employing any barriers, yearning for a genuine experience, even if it brought forth anguish. Liang Yuhang gazed at him intently, rationally deeming it inappropriate, yet still chose to indulge him. After several seconds, the bitter scent surged forth. Feng closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to retaliate, his complexion paling as he collapsed into Liang Yuhang's embrace. "So intense, I cannot endure it." Chapter 61. Private names. Feng did not anticipate the intensity of the repulsion between alphas. He fought to suppress his discomfort, yet his fingers trembled as they clutched Liang Yuhang's white coat. "Uncomfortable?" Liang Yuhang inquired, gently brushing aside Feng's damp hair caused by perspiration. "With such a low compatibility, it shouldn't be this severe." Feng raised his hand, hurriedly adjusting the suppressor ring to its highest setting, finally feeling the weight upon his chest lift. He murmured, "Perhaps it was too sudden." Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze upon him, noting his pale visage, which evoked a sense of pity. He placed the back of his hand against Feng's forehead to check his temperature. "You still seek a reward, yet you must first ensure your own comfort." "No more," Feng replied, resting his head against Liang Yuhang's hand, feeling dizzy. "Next time, The prospect of another encounter was indeed bold. Liang Yuhang turned his attention to the compatibility report, realizing he had never interacted with an Omega and remained oblivious to the consequences an SA pheromone might invoke. At present, however, Mu Feng appeared overly delicate. Maintaining his position in the swivel chair, he allowed Mu Feng to lean against him. My mother has invited us back for dinner tonight. Huh? Are they going to push me for an examination again? Mu Feng instantly became alert, having already undergone compatibility testing. No, we were supposed to return after the engagement banquet. It was merely postponed due to your exams, Liang Yuhang noted, observing Mu Feng's anxious expression, his fear of examinations apparent. Mu Feng thought to himself, the eldest son of the Liang family, marrying an alpha would surely cause an uproar. He reluctantly confessed a fragment of the truth. I fear they will urge us to have children. I'm not fully developed, thus unable to conceive. If not for your reckless words, they would never have considered such matters. Liang Yuhang chuckled softly, his palms sliding down from Mu Feng's forehead to rest on his abdomen. Unable to conceive? Indeed, there is no possibility whatsoever. Mu Feng felt the warmth of Liang Yuhang's palm against his skin and looked up at him, asking, "Does this concern you?" Liang Yuhang deemed it necessary to remind him. Our engagement is merely a pretense. There is no agreement regarding children, so it is of no consequence. Do you like children? Mu Feng probed cautiously. Liang Yuhang, with a half-smile, replied, I detest all humans. Children are the most bothersome among them. What is your opinion? Upon hearing this, Mu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunate amidst misfortune that Liang Yuhang equally disliked everyone. Mu Feng offered a sincere smile. I do not like them either. Consequently, we shall not have children, and instead, we will raise 0717 as our baby. Shall we raise 0717 together? It seems unnecessary to take that step. Liang Yuhang remained silent, merely applying a gentle pressure downward with his palm. You should truly be grateful that I am the one you are engaged to. Had it been Liang Jingyi, he merely envisioned this possibility, feeling a subtle discontent. That is absolutely impossible. I would rather die to assert my resolve. Mu Feng answered decisively, stating that if he had to choose a partner, it would undoubtedly be teacher Liang. Liang Yuhang was pleased by this response. Mu Feng whispered, I cannot bear children, which has its advantages, such as not needing to wear. Liang Yuhang interjected, that is not part of our agreement. Mu Feng blinked. But what if it comes to mating season? Are you suggesting I seek someone else? Liang Yuhang was momentarily taken aback by the question. The memory of previously assisting Mu Feng resurfacing, stirring a restlessness within him. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. If necessary, I can generously assist once more. Mu Feng sighed in slight disappointment, thinking that if there were no opportunity, he would create one in due time. He composed himself, rising from Liang Yuhang's embrace. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. See you tonight. Liang Yuhang watched his retreating figure, then glanced at his own fingers. What a fool, to be bullied yet express gratitude with a smile. After concluding his afternoon meeting, he returned home with Mu Feng. Their previous engagement had been a fleeting encounter, yet Mu Feng held a fond impression of Liang Yuhang's mother, Wen Yuan. Aunt Wen, we have arrived. Aunt, you should be addressing me differently now, Wen Yuan replied with a smile. The word mother stumbled out of Mu Feng's mouth after a brief hesitation. Liang Yuhang chuckled softly. So adorable. Wen Yuan produced a small box from her pocket. Since Yuhang mentioned your needs, I procured a safety belt for you. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng instinctively shielded his wrist. Ah, but you already have one. Wen Yuan noticed the bell hanging from his bracelet and remarked, my fault. I should have asked beforehand. Mu Feng awkwardly touched his wrist. Yes, I acquired it at the temple when I was unwell. It's fine, I can wear both. I told you not to trouble yourself. Your health is fragile. You should move less. Liang Yuhang shook Mu Feng's hand. That bell jingles incessantly. Another one would be quite the nuisance. You are the nuisance. Mu Feng pouted, carefully taking the small box. The first bell was also a request from Wen Yuan for Liang Yuhang. And now, the second one brought Mu Feng joy, feeling truly regarded as one of her own. Thank you, Mother, Mu Feng said more naturally this time. Why didn't you ask for one for me? I was hospitalized. How unfair. Liang Jingyi recovering but still slow on his feet, arrived with his voice preceding him. Wen Yuan replied, "You are fortunate. You do not require such things. You won't be bettered in for long." Liang Jingyi clicked his tongue, wearing an expression of dissatisfaction. "You're biased." Mu Feng murmured, "Your father is biased too. Why don't I see you complaining?" "What did you say?" Liang Jingyi's ears perked up. "I mentioned that you were supposed to dine with Zhou Tian, but it seems you left her hanging," Mu Feng retorted, not bothering to hide his displeasure. Liang Jingyi shrugged nonchalantly. "It was meant to be tonight. But I had to return home unexpectedly. After all, meeting my sister-in-law is far more important." Mu Feng rolled his eyes, feeling pity for Tian. As a lavish dinner plan crumbled. Just then, Liang Zhaoqing arrived fashionably late, taking his seat at the head of the table. And during a pause in the serving of dishes, he inquired, "Zhang Liyan mentioned you both took a compatibility test?" Liang Yuhang hummed in response. Raising his hand to serve Mu Feng some soup, "It's done. It can't be a complete mismatch, can it?" Liang Jingyi chuckled and suggested, "While you haven't registered your marriage yet, perhaps you should consider finding someone else." "What kind of talk is that?" Wen Yuan interjected, "That's your sister-in-law. There are rules." Liang Zhaoqing patted her back gently, signaling her to remain calm. "What is the compatibility rate?" Mu Feng remained silent, bowing his head to sip the soup. Liang Yuhang remarked indifferently, "The specifics are irrelevant. The wedding is already arranged. Do you wish to call it off?" That would indicate a very low compatibility. Liang Jingyi, reveling in misfortune, added, "You even tricked me into thinking she was pregnant. A low compatibility doesn't make it easy to conceive. Besides, I have no plans for children." Liang Yuhang's retort silenced him. Liang Zhaoqing raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, no plans?" "He is still young. In a couple of years, he can start preparing. Bringing an Omega home is for the sake of carrying on the lineage, isn't it?" Mu Feng buried his head lower, knowing this meal would not bode well. "Mu Feng, eat." Liang Yuhang reached to place a piece of cod on his plate and said leisurely, "I don't want children. Liang Jingyi loves to have them. Let him have 10 or 8 for you." "You really infuriate me." Liang Zhaoqing slammed the table. "Is your daily goal to drive me to my grave so I can pass on my inheritance?" Liang Yuhang was accustomed to such dialogues. "I never said that." Mu Feng gently pressed his hand on Liang Yuhang's, whispering, "Don't be angry." Wen Yuan stepped in to lighten the mood. "Why must we always discuss children during a pleasant meal? It's quite disheartening. Our Mu Feng ranked first this time, right?" "Quite impressive." "Yes, just lucky," Mu Feng replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the praise. Liang Yuhang generously commended. "He is inherently intelligent and will undoubtedly excel even further." Mu Feng's cheeks flushed deeper. "All right, no more compliments." "Still shy? How adorable." Wen Yuan laughed. 19 is the perfect age to study diligently, but don't forget, Yuhang. You just got engaged, and you should still go on dates occasionally. My brother is like that. His dates consist of either the operating room or the office every day." Liang Jingyi, undeterred, mused, "Honestly, what joy is there in being with someone like him?" Mu Feng, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, "I like it. It's none of your business." Liang Yuhang slowly turned his head, casting a glance at him. Mu Feng realized he had spoken too freely, quickly adding, "Mr. Liang is making contributions to medicine." "What do you know? Still calling him Mr. Liang?" Wen Yuan's eyes widened. Liang Zhaoqing and Liang Jingyi also turned to look, seemingly sensing something. Under their scrutiny, Mu Feng's mind froze, wondering what he should call him now that they were engaged. Husband? Too cheesy to utter. Daddy was even more taboo, considering his real father was present. Liang Yuhang noticed the pleading gaze and chuckled softly. He was still a child. Even the slightest questioning would reveal his awkwardness. He naturally raised his hand and gently massaged Mu Feng's stiff neck, reassuringly saying, "He has other names for you in private, right, dear?" Chapter 62, Yearning for Tenderness, Dear. Mu Feng recalled that Liang Yuhang had once affectionately called Mu by that name. Though aware it was an act, he couldn't help but envy the cat immensely. How infuriating. His jealousy towards Mu had reached an almost universally relatable level. How sweet. Wen Yuan's eyes curved with laughter. As she had thought that Liang Yuhang would not engage in romantic affairs, to her surprise, their relationship was quite harmonious. Mu Feng felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, where Liang Yuhang's hand rested, teasingly akin to playing with a cat. Liang Jingyi scoffed lightly, curious to see how long they could maintain this facade. Wen Yuan frowned, questioning why he would not wish for her and her partner's happiness. Because they lack genuine feelings for each other, Liang Jingyi retorted, his gaze fixed intently on them, suspecting that this act was merely a ploy to inherit the family fortune. One can hardly believe that. Enough of this, Liang Zhaoqing interjected. If merely getting engaged could secure one's position as an heir, it would indeed be too simplistic. Feng felt his anger rise. Liang Yuhang excelled in every aspect, acting with integrity and earning the rank of colonel at such a young age. Not to mention, he had sacrificed a heart to save another. Who could possibly be more deserving? It seems father has a slight bias, Feng remarked gently, noting Liang Zhaoqing's silence had turned sardonic. Liang Zhaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Mingda mentioned that when you were at home, you were quite obedient. What has caused such a transformation when you are here? I still heed teacher Liang's words, Feng replied. Even the most gentle of souls cannot remain silent in the face of injustice. He added, I am young and spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart. Liang Yuhang's fingers lightly glided down his nape. The child has grown, learning to speak on behalf of others. It is rather commendable. Feng turned his head and blinked, mouthing, am I impressive? Liang Yuhang's lips curled slightly in response. One must be mindful of their conduct and words after engagement. Liang Zhaoqing regained a semblance of authority. I heard you apply for the time travel experiment. Do not waste your thoughts on such unfruitful endeavors. Focus more on pharmaceutical research. You are halfway into the Liang family, yet fail to offer assistance. Suppressing the urge to retort, Feng replied, I follow teacher Liang's guidance. I will do whatever he asks. Liang Zhaoqing grumbled, you all are exhausting me. Liang Jingyi chimed in with a sarcastic remark, I told you. Summoning them for dinner will only lead to frustration. Let us disperse. There is no point in continuing this. Feng, feeling a lack of appetite himself, rose decisively. The base has matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Why does every meal feel like a battle? Wen Yuan lamented, unable to bear the tension, especially since it was a rare occasion to have her daughter-in-law home. Liang Zhaoqing's mood soured further. If there is nothing you need, do not return. It is disheartening to witness. We shall take our leave then, Feng said, standing up. Thank you for the gift, mother. Farewell. He followed Liang Yuhang out, hesitating as if to speak. What do you wish to say? Liang Yuhang seemed to read his mind. I feel that your mother reminds me of my elder sister. They both possess such gentleness, Feng confessed. I find myself missing her. Liang Yuhang turned back to him. Would you like to take a walk? Will it delay your time? Feng was always cautious in moments where boundaries should not exist. You appear to be perpetually busy. This brief interval is inconsequential. Liang Yuhang slowed his pace to walk alongside him. Is your elder sister kind to you? Feng nodded slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. My mother remarried while pregnant, entering the Mu family. My elder sister, Mu Shan and Mu Shui, share the same mother. Thus, I have faced exclusion since birth, save for my elder sister, who would buy me candies and toys. He seldom speaks of his past. She was significantly older than me, exceptionally talented since childhood, and beloved by all. Her charm was so compelling that Mu Mingda decided to designate a girl as his heir. Tragically, she passed away in my embrace. The cause of death, as Liang Yuhang cautiously deliberated, was sudden cardiac arrest. Feng bowed his head, recalling the moment when my mental powers first spiraled out of control. They suspected I was responsible and threatened me, asserting that had I not been so young, I will be imprisoned for murder. Liang Yuhang turned to him, lowering his gaze. His eyes were already rimmed with red. Do you believe it was your fault? He inquired. Feng's voice trembled slightly. My sister insisted until her last moments that it had nothing to do with me. I'm unsure if she was merely trying to comfort me. That it is not, Liang Yuhang affirmed, feeling the weight of his concerns too burdensome for a child in his teens. It was imperative to alleviate the other's distress. She feared you would feel guilty. Such an important last message, and she only uttered that. Do you not believe it? I do not know, Feng replied, his eyes filled with confusion. Over time, I too have pondered the possibility that it might indeed be my fault. It is not, Liang Yuhang reiterated, asserting that from a medical standpoint, there is no definitive evidence linking mental strain to a heart rupture. It is not. Mu Feng parted his lips slightly. There is no evidence. Mu Mingda refused an autopsy and opted for immediate preservation of the body. Thus, it became an unsolved mystery, leaving him forever nailed to the cross of guilt. Mu Feng, do not punish yourself, Liang Yuhang urged, gently compelling him to raise his gaze. You have done no wrong. Teacher Liang, what if one day it is revealed that I truly was at fault? Would you be disappointed? Mu Feng's eyes glistened with moisture. He genuinely felt uncertain. As my alpha powers diversified and intensified, I found myself questioning during midnight reveries whether I had indeed erred. Even in moments of loss of control, I instinctively sought to protect those I cherished. Liang Yuhang coaxed him tenderly. Your beloved sister would never wish to be harmed by you. Mu Feng sniffed, his eyes still clouded with uncertainty. Teacher Liang, no one has ever stood by my side. His expression bore a trace of grievance. Even my mother merely knelt to apologize on my behalf. Yet I had committed no wrongdoing. Why must I apologize? Liang Yuhang felt a pang in his heart. He had always believed that his emotions had vanished along with the vibrant beats of his heart, with joy and sorrow merging into a smooth line. But at this moment, he felt a surge of compassion and a desire to alleviate Mu Feng's suffering, to see him smile. Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang called his name. How can you find joy? I do not know. Mu Feng managed a strained smile. It seems I am at a loss for how to be happy. What did your sister do for fun when you were young? Liang Yuhang asked. Mu Feng pondered for a moment. Slides? I would slide down, and she would catch me. Liang Yuhang truly expended all his patience, lowering his head to search for nearby parks. What is it? Mu Feng inquired, confused. Are you busy with work? Liang Yuhang pinpointed a location. I will take you somewhere. Come, let us go. Mu Feng, bewildered and perplexed, simply complied, observing the route that veered away from the base. He could not help but ask, where are we going? Liang Yuhang remained silent, creating suspense as he lowered the car window, allowing the evening breeze to waft in. The vehicle halted in front of an aged park, where Liang Yuhang guided him through a series of twists and turns until they finally beheld a vividly colored slide, elongated and winding before descending to the ground. Shall I slide? Liang Yuhang tilted his chin slightly, teasingly asking if he should help him up. Mu Feng found it hard to believe that Liang Yuhang would join him in such an activity. It starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. He stood still, hesitant now. I'm all grown up. It feels rather embarrassing. No one is watching. Liang Yuhang turned his back, providing ample space, just this once. It had been years since Mu Feng had last played on a slide. Now, standing over 6 feet tall, he felt a strange mix of awkwardness and nostalgia as he crouched on the slope. Since his sister's passing, he had merely rushed past similar parks, head down, in a hurry. With cautious determination, he seated himself, closed his eyes, and felt as though he were instantly transported back to his childhood. I'm about to slide. Teacher Liang, you mustn't look. Now that he was an adult, he slid quickly, navigating the curves before hurtling down. Just as he sensed the need to stop and was about to open his eyes, he suddenly collided into a warm embrace. Liang Yuhang stretched out his arms, catching him securely. Do not be afraid. I've got you. Chapter 63. A return. Once more Mu Feng felt his heart racing. At 15, Liang Yuhang had caught him once. Now this was the second time. Would you like to go again? Liang Yuhang inquired. No, once is sufficient, Mu Feng replied, his voice subdued. He recognized Liang Yuhang's kindness. Yet he pondered what he could truly offer in return. He often expressed affection, but it was Liang Yuhang who consistently sheltered him from life's tempests. Lowering his gaze, Mu Feng listened to the steady rhythm of his mechanical heart. He could no longer indulge in such fleeting fantasies, for he needed to expedite his experiments and return to the past. What you lost and thought about? Liang Yuhang stepped back, lifting his chin to observe him closely. Nothing. I'm much happier now, ready to return and conduct experiments. Mu Feng's fingers rested lightly on Liang Yuhang's forearm, where he had rolled up his sleeves. Are you feeling unwell? You're slightly warm. My temperature runs a bit high, Liang Yuhang replied, pulling him up, so eager. Is it time already? Mu Feng nodded, feigning casualness. Teacher Liang, Will it hurt when you change your heart? Occasionally, though it has adjusted well. After all, it is not the original organ. Liang Yuhang spoke nonchalantly. Dismissing the matter, Feng reached out, gently embracing him. If only it could ease your suffering. Liang Yuhang paused for a moment before responding. No need. I've become quite the little bitter melon myself. I shouldn't play the savior. Silently, Feng returned to the car, his head down, and turned back toward the base. He insisted Liang Yuhang stay behind, but the latter, concerned, dispatched 0717 to accompany him. Oh dear! Could it be that this little couple had a spat, prompting 0717 to play the peacemaker? 0717 cheerfully glided into the laboratory. Additional compensation required. Not at all. How could we possibly argue? Feng looked down, deftly adjusting the reagents. I merely believe he is too exhausted and needs a break. So touching. I shall forego today, as overtime pay. In an instant, 0717 clasped his hands together. Do you need me to perform a cheer dance for you? He asked. Feng raised a hand to halt him, pleading, please no. He gazed at the experimental records, noting that previously the dosage had always been moderate. Each expansion merely transformed him into Mu. However, if the dosage were increased in conjunction with the quantum entanglement biochamber, would he truly return to the past? Would your memories remain intact? Feng fixed his eyes on 0717. Of course not, 0717 replied, blinking. Theoretically, memory regression is unrealistic. At most, one could establish a memory anchor within a deep-level lock, but one would forget to set it in the first place, and thus would not seek it out again. Moreover, I am bound to my superior. Only he can perform such a task, not you. If this endeavor succeeded, it would mean an entire loss of his experiences with Liang Yuhang. A regrettable loss of memory once more. Let us give it a try. Help me remember a time. Feng suggested. You want to try it now? So suddenly? 0717 appeared anxious. What if it works? What will happen to me, to the cat, to my superior? It's not so easy to succeed. We've failed over 2,000 times. Feng chuckled, decisively administering the injection. It's now 9:15. Let us commence, 0717 announced. With a 5-fold dosage, Feng reclined into the biochamber. Moments later, myriad fragments raced through his mind, akin to plummeting into an endless abyss, molecules shattering, black holes consuming all. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, glancing down to find himself holding 5 vials of the very serum he was about to inject. Feng stared blankly at 0717. It is now 9:15. We have begun, 0717 reiterated obediently. Doesn't that phrase sound familiar? Feng felt perspiration in his palms. His mind momentarily blank, unable to recall anything. You seem to be quite restless, 0717 observed. Perhaps you should wait a couple of days before attempting again. At least complete what you intended to do. It would be such a pity if you truly returned. Feng shut his eyes and shook his head. No, that's not right. Had he returned once before? From where and when? He could not remember. The experimental records remained as they were. I feel as if I might have succeeded once, for a few minutes. He murmured to 0717, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. The child must have a fever. P.S. rambling. 0717 remarked, placing a paw on his forehead. Indeed, you are slightly warm. Are you nearing your heat cycle? Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the pale blue serum. 0717 clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with hearts. What if your superior's sensitivity period coincides with ours? Goodness, that would ignite a passionate fire. Does your superior experience sensitivity so frequently? Feng found himself diverted by the topic. He just had one last month. Yes, he has one every 20 days. It's astonishing he can endure it. 0717 openly critiqued. Isn't that rather peculiar? Feng once again lowered his gaze to the vials of serum, feeling that the earlier scene had indeed occurred before. Should he prepare protection in advance? 0717 continued to chatter. Should we perhaps change to a more comfortable bed? One that can adjust? Feng thought. It's utterly unfathomable how he was awarded as one of the top 10 robots, with such a mind full of frivolous thoughts. However, if he could truly turn back time by a few minutes, would it not be possible to steal a kiss from Liang Yuhang before retreating, thereby remaining undetected? Indeed, you have led me astray. Mu Feng felt a twinge of shame for his own thoughts. What is this about me? 0717 glanced at the test tube in his hand, inquiring if he would continue. I have just 15 minutes left before my shift ends. Mu Feng lamented his unfortunate fate, deciding it best to postpone until tomorrow. I'm off then. 0717, having donned a cheerful facade, was suddenly disheartened by the sound of notifications. The boss is calling me again. Yet another overtime shift. This is infuriating. Working under such a boss shortens one's lifespan by 3 years. Mu Feng focused on the test tube, the meager amount of reagent within, and expanded his mental faculties, transforming into Mu. Could that cat possibly be his spiritual embodiment? Most ordinary individuals do not possess such a phenomenon. Yet Mu Feng had always sensed a certain peculiarity within himself. After all, when Liang Yuhang had injected him previously, it had merely resulted in hormonal disarray. How exasperating! Mu Feng cradled his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. He tousled his hair in frustration, finding no answers, when his gaze fell upon a message from 0717. The boss is rarely in the bath. Hurry! Mu Feng mused. Why does this machine say everything? In the next moment, he decisively administered a shot to himself. For beauty was worth the endeavor. The instant he transformed into Mu, he dashed toward the bathroom with fervor. 0717, startled, sidestepped. Oh my! Has this cat recently gained sentience? It truly needs to be neutered. I'll take care of that tomorrow. Liang Yuhang, hearing the commotion, turned to see the cat leap into the water, landing squarely on his chest. He reached out, lifting it up. Where are you running off to? You're soaked. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such an indulgence. He missed it dearly. Mu Feng scampered about on him, paws dancing, feeling the smooth muscles, the firm abdomen, and the captivating Liang Xiaobang. He gazed unabashedly, feeling a tickle in his throat and dryness in his mouth. Get out! Liang Yuhang commanded 0717, instructing him to usher the cat away. 0717 squatted nearby, watching the spectacle. Should we call Mu Feng up to help you discipline this foolish cat? It seems to listen to him exceptionally well these days. Why will we call Mu Feng? Liang Yuhang recalled the earlier incident, where he had not been permitted to accompany him to the laboratory. It seemed he was not particularly eager to see him. He paused, then added, he probably doesn't enjoy being around me. He likely thinks there's a generational gap. Mu Feng. Chapter 64. Punish me, please. Mu Feng felt it was an egregious misunderstanding. This was injustice. How could he possibly disdain Liang Yuhang? He would gladly wish to be glued to him every day. No, he truly harbored no disdain. For the first time, he found himself frustrated that the cat could not speak, only meowing incoherently. What is it? Liang Yuhang raised his hand, his palm resting on the damp head of the cat, noting its warmth. Mu Feng leaned his head against his hand, increasingly suspecting that he had indeed returned a few minutes into the past. The dosage of the reagent was excessive, likely leading to hormonal disturbances. The frequency of his recent fevers had been alarmingly high. Liang Yuhang lifted the cat to his chest, inspecting it as a doctor would, prying open its mouth to examine its throat and tongue. Mu Feng whined pitifully. It was not Mu who was unwell. It was he. Thus, he had warned against soaking in water. Liang Yuhang was educating, moistening himself, and using a bath towel to wrap the cat, wiping and blowing its fur dry. Mu Feng looked up at him, wishing that time could be reversed a bit longer. Liang Yuhang had been at it for a while, and a few minutes certainly wouldn't suffice. Perhaps a visit to the pet hospital was in order. As Liang Yuhang continued to blow-dry the cat, he lowered his gaze to observe it closely. Mu Feng shook his head, saying, no need, the cat isn't ill. Should you check on me, lying in the laboratory downstairs? Liang Yuhang dismissed the conversation, unwilling to entertain the idea of a hospital visit. Mu Feng shook his head again, pondering the possibility of an unintended neutering. Liang Yuhang noticed the cat's resistance and conceded, all right, let us observe it for one night and reassess in the morning. He cradled the cat and returned to bed, taking his phone from the bedside to message Feng. How was the experiment progressing? 10 minutes passed with no reply. Feng, restless beside him, tossed and turned, unable to sleep or return, exclaiming internally, "Is he truly a spiritual entity? Who can't control their own spiritual form?" When Feng left, he appeared unwell, prompting Liang Yuhang to send a second message. "Have you returned to the dorm?" Another 10 minutes elapsed, and still no response. Liang Yuhang furrowed his brow, sensing this was highly uncharacteristic of Feng, who typically replied almost instantly and rarely left messages unanswered during waking hours. He stared at his phone for a few seconds, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I got too close." And he was annoyed. Feng, nearby, shook his head vigorously. No. Let me explain." But it was futile. Liang Yuhang had never connected the dots between the person and the cat. He closed his eyes, struggling on the bed, unable to return, still unable to return. What was the point of all this writhing? Liang Yuhang delivered a light slap to him. How refreshing. No, this was not the time for pleasure. He was utterly exasperated. Feng for the first time realized the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. To see Liang Yuhang bathe had now led to a misunderstanding that he wished to avoid him. He shut his eyes, hoping to drift off to sleep, only for Liang Yuhang to start reviewing the medical reports from earlier, the incessant sound ringing in his ears, unable to tolerate it any longer. Feng got up and pressed the pause button with a paw. "Stop it." Liang Yuhang raised an eyebrow. "Why are you being so fierce? I need to respond to your message." Feng wanted to cry, meowing insistently. Misunderstandings should not linger overnight. Look at what happened because they decided not to live together after their engagement. Now, there were issues. Liang Yuhang clicked play again, and the bothersome report resumed. Feng lamented, "I'm exhausted by this world." Ironically, he felt exceptionally energetic today, unable to sleep no matter how he turned, and his whole body was restless. Liang Yuhang, halfway through, glanced at his phone for the third time. After some contemplation, he decided to call Feng, but after a long wait, there was no answer. "How come I've never seen you this eager?" Feng squatted nearby, watching his actions with great anguish, thinking, "Please stop. Let us handle this tomorrow." What if something went awry? Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze and sent a message to Lu Zhua. "Ask Liang Yuhan if Feng has returned to the dorm." The reply was curt and sarcastic. "Why ask someone when you can just go around in circles? Are you all right?" He didn't answer the phone. "Oh, I'm anxious. Let me inquire." Liang Yuhang reached out to stroke the cat's head while awaiting a response. Meanwhile, Feng was enveloped in despair, muttering to himself, "This is disastrous. How can I rectify this?" "Be quiet," Liang Yuhang admonished him softly. Lu Zhua replied, "Not in the dormitory. You might still be in the lab. Xiao Jiang is going to find him, and I'm heading downstairs too." Feng caught a glimpse of the message, his mind consumed by two words: "It's over." Jiang Yuyin would undoubtedly discover a Feng who was utterly unresponsive in the laboratory. Liang Yuhang immediately dialed the phone. "Have you arrived at the lab?" "Yes." "Feng has fainted," Lu Zhua responded. "Fainted?" Liang Yuhang tossed the cat aside and hurriedly changed his clothes. "I'm on my way." Feng, in a panic, leaped off the bed, intent on following. "Stay here. I'll return shortly." Liang Yuhang reached out to reassure him. No, I must see for myself. Who knows where he might take me?" Feng sprang into his arms, clinging tightly. Liang Yuhang, resigned, conceded, "All right then." He swiped his card and took the elevator down. Upon entering the laboratory, he found Jiang Yuyin shaking Feng back and forth, exclaiming, "Wake up! You can't be this deep into sleep." From this vantage point, Feng experienced an eerie sensation of his soul detaching from his body. Help! Playing with reagents daily has evidently led to trouble. Liang Yuhang approached swiftly, placing the cat into Jiang Yiyin's arms and bent down to examine Feng. It does seem like he has fainted. Perhaps he miscalculated the dosage during the experiment. "Why are you bringing a cat?" "I don't like cats," Jiang Yuyin retorted disdainfully, as if holding a hot potato, and attempted to pass it to Lu Zhua. "You hold it." Feng mused. "So there comes a day when I'm scorned by Xiao Jiang too." The immediate concern was how to revert back. He leapt from Jiang Yuyin's grasp, standing atop the workstation, staring at the unused reagents. Should I administer another injection? That would surely earn me a thrashing from Liang Yuhang. Let us take him to the hospital, Jiang Yuyin babbled. Oh, you are the doctor. What shall we do? Liang Yuhang remained remarkably composed, examining Mu Feng's pupils and confirming it was merely a temporary faint. We can use NGF for a wake-up stimulus. How sophisticated. I don't comprehend, Jiang Yuyin replied, bewildered. What is F? Liu Zhuo chimed in to explain. Nerve growth factor, used for stimulating temporary unconsciousness. You truly have wasted your studies. Mu Feng watched as Liang Yuhang lifted his body and swiped the card to ascend, arriving at the neurology department and handing him over to the attending physician. After a brief explanation, he observed himself being ushered into the treatment chamber. I shall never engage in such risky endeavors again, Mu Feng lamented, covering his face in despair. Jiang Yuyin stood outside the consultation room, ready to hold Liang Yuhang accountable. Wasn't he supposed to dine with you? How did it come to this? What kind of fiancé are you? Liang Yuhang replied. He insisted on conducting the experiment alone. You are his mentor. You ought to supervise him. Allowing him to experiment on his own is unacceptable. Jiang Yuyin shook his head vehemently. I shall revoke your mentorship privileges. Enough, enough, Mu Feng interjected, jumping up to cover his mouth. This cat is truly bothersome. Jiang Yuyin turned his face away, declaring, not even your fiancé qualifies. All are unworthy. Liu Zhuo attempted to speak in favor of others. Their engagement was merely a facade. Expecting someone to watch over another 24 hours a day is excessively stringent. You advocate for him, and consequently, revoke your authority over me this month. Jiang Yuyin leveled equal criticism at everyone present. Liu Zhuo remarked as Liang Yuhang's gaze fell upon the treatment chamber, raising a hand to rub his brow, unwilling to entangle himself further. It's my issue. Liu Zhuo was genuinely astonished. When would one ever witness Colonel Liang bowing his head in apology? Jiang Yuyin wore a cold expression, arms crossed. It was imperative to prevent Mu Bao from getting engaged to you. Indeed, my discernment is flawless. The two of you are utterly mismatched. Mu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The machinery within began to operate, and he experienced an excruciating headache, as if his mental faculties were being amplified exponentially, abruptly returning to his body. With a resounding crash, he shattered the machine. The attending physician lamented while collecting the scattered fragments. What an expensive piece. Ah, he is awake. That contraption really does possess some utility. Jiang Yuyin affirmed Liang Yuhang's medical assessment while delivering a scathing personal reprimand. However, your failure to safeguard Mu Bao is utterly unforgivable. Little Jiang. Mu Feng crawled out from the machine, his head spinning. Please refrain from berating Teacher Liang. Jiang Yuyin, frustrated, exclaimed, My goodness, I am truly exasperated. You still defend him? Are you not dizzy? Feline. Mu Feng, feeling immensely guilty, was relieved that aside from the broken machine, no other mishaps had occurred. Liang Yuhang approached him, gently lifting his chin to examine his pupils. They appear normal. I apologize for causing you concern. Mu Feng spoke weakly. It was my experimental mishap. I assure you I am well. A short nap will suffice. Liang Yuhang touched his forehead. You still have a slight fever. Jiang Yuyin, distressed, lamented. How could the perfectly healthy Mu Bao, after passing through your hands, manifest every conceivable ailment? Come with me. I shall take care of you. Come to my place. I will tend to him. Liang Yuhang interjected. Feine, Mu Feng replied. No, I currently have significant objections to you. Jiang Yuyin protectively draped her arm over Mu Feng's shoulder. Can you truly care for him? What if something goes awry again? Liu Zhuo helplessly remarked. He is a doctor. Why argue with a physician? Jiang Yuyin found herself momentarily speechless by this retort. Follow me upstairs. Liang Yuhang turned to the patient. His voice softened. Are you able to walk? Mu Feng nodded, struggling to rise. Regarding that equipment, I shall compensate. The attending physician pointed at the broken shards. How could your mental prowess be so formidable? Mu Feng opened his mouth. I'm sorry, I will pay. Allow me. Liang Yuhang raised a hand to rub his brow, a throbbing headache overwhelming him. Mu Feng's head hung lower, clutching the cat, trailing Liang Yuhang into the elevator. Too timid to lift his gaze, he murmured, I am truly sorry for causing you to be scolded mercilessly by little Jiang. I was wrong, Teacher Liang. I should not have insisted you accompany me, nor conducted the experiment without permission. Liang Yuhang remained silent, his expression stern. Upon entering, he closed the door, seated himself on the sofa, and lit a cigarette. Disobedient children, even when ill, cannot be reprimanded. Feng followed, kneeling directly at his feet. I was genuinely in the wrong. Please punish me as you see fit. Chapter 65. Was it satisfying? Liang Yuhang lowered his gaze, observing the straight-backed kneeling posture. How shall I impose your punishment? He indeed wished to educate Feng. Relying on his innate intelligence, he conducted reckless experiments, which fortunately were discovered in time. What next time, I wonder? Feng gazed at him with a serious expression, feeling exceedingly tense. Kneeling for an entire night? No corporal punishment would be administered. Liang Yuhang inquired how the experiment had devolved into such a state. Feng chose to conceal the aspect of transforming into a cat, merely stating the preceding details. It was likely that he had used 5 times the amount, successfully returning for a few minutes, though it was merely a conjecture. Liang Yuhang halted his hand mid-motion, pausing as Feng added, but remains uncertain as there are no memories to validate it. 5 times for just a few minutes. Liang Yuhang seized upon the key phrase. Feng, should you dare to recklessly increase the dosage next time, I shall indeed punish you. The experiment is hereby suspended. You cannot continue to use yourself as a test subject. Feng moved his lips, offering no rebuttal, only pondering what else he could do for Liang Yuhang. Next time, I shall be cautious, Feng insisted. There will be no next time. Do you understand? Liang Yuhang lifted his hand to extinguish his cigarette, looking down at him with a heavy sense of pressure, awaiting a response. I understand, Feng replied softly, a hint of grievance in his tone. And I do not know what else I can do. I seem to only bring you trouble. He appeared quite pitiable, his nose and eyes reddened. The 5-year age difference weighed heavily on him, as he felt perpetually behind, lacking maturity and understanding to alleviate Liang Yuhang's burdens, leading to his despondency. Liang Yuhang reached out, brushing his damp forehead, offering comfort. Would you like to accompany me to the war zone? Feng looked up, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Could you take me? Initially, during a meeting yesterday, the military had suggested bringing students to support operations in the rear after the war. But Lu Zhua had dismissed the idea. Liang Yuhang chuckled, likely worried about Xiao Jiang causing issues there. He paused thoughtfully. Your abilities extend beyond that experiment. You excel in everything you undertake. Why feel despondent? I will go. I shall not hold you back, Feng declared resolutely. Liang Yuhang had indeed rejected the idea then. Who would take someone freshly engaged to the harsh realities of war? He had even been teased by military officials, saying that Colonel Liang was quite indulgent towards his fiancée. However, it now seemed more crucial to help Feng build his confidence. Prepare yourself for some light-hearted teasing from everyone, Liang Yuhang advised. Feng responded with an O. His cheeks slightly flushed, quickly adding, Please do not blame Xiao Jiang. He is simply spoiled by his family and speaks bluntly. But he is genuinely kind-hearted and only worries about me. Liang Yuhang recalled that feisty dog and closed his eyes for a moment. One should not hold grudges. Caring for the intellectually challenged is a shared responsibility. Such a sharp tongue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuhan would likely leap 3 feet high in protest. Feng gazed up at him. So, shall I stay here tonight? Liang Yuhang replied affirmatively, pulling him up from the ground. You shall sleep in the bed, and I will take the sofa. We shall check your temperature before sleeping. I do not mind sharing, Feng murmured softly, recalling past nights spent together. Liang Yuhang remained silent, his gaze fixed upon him. He always spoke such bold words with a face of innocence, devoid of ulterior motives. Feng felt a shiver run down his spine under Liang Yuhang's scrutiny. I was just joking. We should sleep separately. Yes, let's establish some ground rules. Liang Yuhang found his actions somewhat endearing and felt a desire to tease him. Do the previously torn agreements still hold any weight? Feng blinked, unable to grasp his meaning. Liang Yuhang spoke softly. I've changed my mind. A little punishment is in order to help you remember. Now go inside and lie down. Feng's breath quietskenet. He lay on the bed that belonged to Liang Yuhang, uncertain of what was to come. In truth, he would willingly accept whatever it might be. Liang Yuhang reached out, catching hold of his collar, a slender band that he had resumed wearing after their engagement. Its naturalness led others to mistakenly believe it was a trendy accessory. He truly enjoyed wearing it. He spoke in a low tone, awaiting a response. But Feng remained still. Tonight, his transformation into a cat nearly caused chaos. It seemed to have brought unexpected fortune. For the pillow beside him still held Liang Yuhang's scent. What was he planning? Soon, Liang Yuhang returned with Mu's cat leash, a slender metallic chain. "Don't move," he instructed, lowering his eyes as he secured one end to the narrow collar and the other to the railing. The chain was not excessively long, limiting Feng's movements, and this action made his breath falter. In truth, it hardly felt like punishment. It resembled more of a reward. Liang Yuhang looked down at him, stating, "If you misbehave again, I will lock you up like this." He repeated, "What did I just say? Do not conduct unauthorized experiments." Feng managed to reply, "Do not approach without permission." "Very good. You've remembered well," Liang Yuhang said, tugging gently on the leash. Observing the faint marks it left on his skin, the moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating Feng's beautiful face, his lips slightly parted. "Does it feel good?" Liang Yuhang asked calmly. "Last time, you mentioned a penchant for pain. It seems to be true." Feng felt exposed, as if laying bare his deepest secrets. Yet his focus was solely on Liang Yuhang. He replied softly, "Just a little." "Surely more than just a little," Liang Yuhang remarked, having seen through him completely and appearing quite pleased. Feng closed his eyes, bewildered by Liang Yuhang's unusual patience in wanting to explore this matter. Likely still irked by the earlier experiment, he murmured a promise. "I want to do it again." Liang Yuhang acknowledged him with a sound, though he should have released the leash. However, the sight of Feng in such a state truly ignited an urge for mischief within him. The new sensitivity period had not yet arrived. "Shall we sleep together?" Liang Yuhang inquired. "Can you promise not to touch me?" Feng nodded. "I can. I absolutely want to touch you. I haven't had any alcohol today. I'm quite clear-headed." Liang Yuhang resolutely left the leash intact and turned to lie on his side. "Very well, then let us sleep like this." He used a thermometer to check Feng's temperature, confirming all was well before turning off the light. The person beside him was quiet, in stark contrast to earlier commotion, with only the sound of deep, shallow breaths filling the air. Liang Yuhang thought to himself that just a month prior, he could hardly have imagined sharing a bed with another. "Teacher Liang," Feng called into the darkness, "will this be tied until tomorrow morning? Can't endure it?" Liang Yuhang replied, "No, I was merely asking." Feng felt a sense of novelty, yet was delighted, experiencing a comforting sense of belonging. "Good night." Liang Yuhang found himself unable to sleep, as there was an additional presence beside him, while Feng swiftly succumbed to slumber. This time, he behaved impeccably, refraining from clinging for a hug as he had previously done. Liang Yuhang turned to his side, his hand brushing against the collar around Feng's neck, contemplating the removal of the chain. However, Feng raised his hand to gently restrain him, mumbling, "It feels better this way." Liang Yuhang remained still, his gaze fixed on Feng's sleeping face illuminated by the moonlight. His skin was pale, his waist slender, curled into a position that exuded vulnerability, likely a habit formed from sleeping in the doghouse. He appeared rather pitiable. The predominant sentiment Liang Yuhang harbored for Feng was one of tenderness, akin to the compassion he felt for Mu. His fingers pressed against the gland on Feng's neck, gliding back and forth as he mused. "I find myself yearning to adopt another cat." Chapter 66. No comfort could soothe as dawn broke. 0717 opened the door to behold such a scene. Feng was nestled within Liang Yuhang's embrace, a chain still adorning his neck, the skin there slightly flushed. Progress indeed, 0717 thought, capturing a stunning candid photograph. He moved closer, snapping pictures from various angles, and recalled the events of the previous night. Oh dear, the boy's complexion looked a bit sallow. Mu also joined the fray, suddenly leaping onto the bed, landing directly atop Liang Yuhang. "Sikat. Do you wish to meet your end? 0717 attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He watched as the boss opened his eyes, locking gazes with him. A shiver ran down 0717's spine. Just continue sleeping, pay us no mind. It's too noisy. Liang Yuhang turned his head, realizing that Feng had, at some point, nestled into his embrace, arms securely wrapped around his waist. He would not dare touch. His trust in Feng's words was exceedingly low. Liang Yuhang addressed 0717 and Luzhua, stating, I plan to take Feng to the war zone. You can manage it from there. Whose honeymoon occurs in a war zone? 0717 wanted to scoff at Liang Yuhang's lack of romantic sensibility. What about the 10-day romantic getaway to the planetary islands I showed you? Not possible, Liang Yuhang urged him, leading the cat outside. 0717 swiftly scooped up Mu and dashed away. The commotion had stirred Feng from his daze. He blinked slowly as his vision came into focus and memories returned. He realized he had been bound here, sharing the bed all night. Good morning, Teacher Liang. Feng greeted with a broad smile. Did you sleep well? Not particularly. Liang Yuhang replied, his gaze shifting downward. Your sleeping posture is quite poor. Feng explained, I usually surround myself with numerous pillows, so perhaps in my drowsiness. I mistook you for one. A 1-meter-9 pillow, quite delightful to hold, or rather, to embrace. Liang Yuhang's hand found its way to the nape of Feng's neck. Despite Liang Yuhang's seemingly frigid demeanor, his touch was unexpectedly intimate, sending a shiver down Feng's spine. I was mistaken. I shall certainly be more cautious next time. As Feng attempted to shift back, he found himself hindered by the chain, realizing he was stuck. Is it possible to remove this? Weren't you just saying you liked it? Liang Yuhang inquired. Feng slowly blinked, following the thread of conversation. Does liking it mean I must remain here? Waiting for your return? Liang Yuhang, captivated by the gaze from Feng's eyes, felt the impulsive thought from last night resurface to adopt another cat. Was Feng truly the one? Liang Yuhang raised his hand to unfasten the collar, carefully inspecting it to ensure it hadn't chafed his skin before inquiring. So what have you become? Feng swallowed hard and softly replied, a pet. Liang Yuhang gently patted his face, saying, what are you thinking? Get up, pack your things. We depart this afternoon. So soon? Feng instantly awakened, asking, is it just us? What about the others? I suspect that if Luzhua learns of your departure, he will likely bring Xiao Jiang along. Liang Yuhang had already anticipated this, though he remained uncertain about the other classmates. Feng hurriedly sprang up, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of traveling with Liang Yuhang. I'll head to the dorm to pack my luggage. He hastily organized his disheveled clothes and rushed downstairs. Upon entering the dormitory, he was greeted by Jiang Yuyin's loud lamentations. Who wants to go to the war zone? I was promised that the break would end and I could return to school. Jiang Yuyin clung to the railing, exclaiming in frustration, how annoying. Help me. Save me. Zhou Tiantian looked on with envy. I want to go too, but Liang Jingyi said I was a hindrance. However, he gifted me an expensive notebook last night. So perhaps the isn't so bad after all. Be careful not to end up like a pig for slaughter, Jiang Yuyin cautioned. A bad person doing a good deed surely has ulterior motives. Feng approached, draping an arm around Jiang Yuyin's shoulder. You've been sanctioned by Brother Liu. How pitiful. He had initially intended not to invite me. Jiang Yuyin replied with a glum expression. But then you mentioned Liang Yuhang would take you, and suddenly he changed his mind. You're saying that after the mishap in your experiment last night, he would still dare to bring you to the war zone? I want to go, Feng asserted. It was my request, to voluntarily ask to venture into a war-torn area. Was that something a rational person would say? Jiang Yuyin scrutinized him, as if seeing him anew. You were truly just pretending before, weren't you? Your grades were poor. Ah, you caught me, Feng replied, now emboldened I just occasionally manage my scores. Jiang Yuyin remarked, Right, I knew there was no magical trick to improving scores in a month. So, the method of studying while soaking in a bathtub was also a fabrication? Of course, Feng raised an eyebrow. You really tried that? Twice, Jiang Yuyin said, feeling despondent. When I said my brother was laughing so hard while watering the plants, you all mocked me. Yet, I was the one who looked the most ridiculous. Mu Feng recalled Liang Yuhang's description of him as a frizzy dog and couldn't help but chuckle. You're still laughing. Zhang Yuan frowned. You've been spending too much time with Liang Yuhang. You're becoming worse. All right, let us go together. I will take good care of you and make amends for my past mistakes, Mu Feng said, shaking his hand. Zhou Tiantian gazed at them with longing. I really envy you. Could you take me along? I can eat less. I'll bring my own lunch. His dedication to studying was evident as, even in the dormitory, Zhou Tiantian could be found engrossed in books. Coming from a humble background, education is the only path to a better life, Mu Feng thought, feeling a twinge of compassion. Shall I inquire for you? But I can't guarantee it will work. Zhou Tiantian blinked with hopeful eyes, saying, It's all right. Just the thought makes me very happy. Mu Feng lowered his head and sent a message to Liang Yuhang. Could we possibly include Zhou Tiantian? He ranked 5th in the practical exam, and his skills are quite commendable. Teacher Liang, that depends on his guide. Other students are also going. If the guide is willing to take responsibility, then it can be arranged. Relying on Liang Jingyi? His heart is as dark as the depths of the abyss. After a few minutes of silence, presumably engaged in negotiations, Liang Yuhang finally replied. Teacher Liang, bring him along. Mu Feng raised his head. Announcing the good news, Teacher Liang said you can join us. Zhou Tiantian instantly gave a thumbs up. I hereby declare that I am now a fan of you and Liang Yuhang as a couple. Wishing you both eternal happiness and a love that endures through the ages. Wait, how did you become a couple fan so easily? Zhang Yuan cradled his head. Though he temporarily played the part of a human, he was still under strict evaluation. Evaluation of what? They are not even together. Mu Feng chuckled as he pulled out his suitcase, beginning to pack his clothes. There weren't many clothes, most were potions, filling an entire box to the brim. During the afternoon assembly, it became apparent that quite a few people were going this time. Professor Zhang Liyan was primarily leading the students, while the officers were on a separate aircraft. Mu Feng, Liang Yuhang called out to him, joining us. He had already been maneuvering his suitcase toward the student group. But Mu Feng abruptly halted. Is that permissible? Lu Zhua casually remarked. Being engaged makes a difference. It's only natural to bring your wife along. I brought little